Hello, this is me, Senior Fanfics, and this is what if Luffy was trained by Admiral aolkiji and became a marine. Please look in the description for the link to the fanfic and check out the author Kairomaru. I know this is a longer story, but I'm doing this from now on to do longer stories. Please suggest stories that you want to see and let's start the story. This covers up to chapter 40 of the story. Luffy was practically bouncing from his special seat atop Mary's figurehead. The Lightning Man could see the island on the horizon getting bigger and bigger. Their second island on the Grand Line was getting closer. He couldn't wait to explore and see what it was like. Yep, that's definitely the island the log pose is pointing towards. Nami confirmed as she lined up the needle of the log pose with her eye. Does either of you two know anything about this island? VV, Mikita. What was it called? It's called Little Garden, Nami, VV replied to the navigator. I know it's supposed to be a fairly dangerous island. According to stories, most crews that sail here don't come back. There are plenty of islands with stories like that in the Grand Line though, Mikita shrugged at the ominous tales. I'm sure we'll be fine. Then it's a mystery island. Luffy's grin only got bigger as they sailed closer. I sense adventure. Of course you'd say something like that. Usopp sighed from up in the crow's nest. Having a fearless captain could fray the nerves of a normal man. The Straw Hat sailed closer and closer as details about the island of Little Garden became clear. It seemed to be tropical or perhaps subtropical in nature. So the island was probably a summer island considering this fact. The dense jungle came into clear view as they sailed the Mary into a large river that connected to the ocean. Why in the world would anyone name this place Little Garden? VV pondered aloud while she blinked at the scenery. Just look at this place. It's a giant overgrown jungle. There's nothing little about it. As they sailed further inland, the crew could hear the sounds of the animals that made the jungle their home. Another point against calling this island Little Garden came in the fact that most of the trees grew higher than the Going Mary's main mast. You're right, everything here seems to be gigantic. I'm having trouble identifying any of the plants and trees either. Nami noted as her eyes looked over a strangely short tree with what appeared to be palm leaves on it. Well, if palm leaves had large spikes along their edges at any rate. We'll have to stock up on provisions before we leave. Sanji mentioned, taking a drag of his cigarette. We have more crew members now, Luffy's bottomless pit of a stomach isn't going anywhere, and we didn't get a chance to restock at Whiskey Peak. A loud shriek tore through the air. None of them had ever heard anything like it before. Mikita and VV cringed at the sound, while Usopp looked around wearily from his post in the crow's nest. What the hell was that? Nami demanded as she tried to see through the dense canopy. A bird? Sanji guessed, even though he'd never heard such a shriek in his life. Hey guys, look at those weird lizards, Luffy pointed to the creatures climbing up some trees near the edge of the river. They have feathers. That's so weird. A loud rumble was heard, as if the island was shaking slightly, before a blast went off that made most of the crew flinch at the unexpected noise. Was that a volcano? What kind of island is this? Mikita demanded, already looking around to see if debris from an eruption was going to start raining down on their heads. It's an island untouched by time, Nami mumbled out, just loud enough for the crew to hear her. This is a literal prehistoric island. Prehistoric. Usopp frowned as he mulled over the word, then his eyes bugged out as he shouted down to the navigator, you mean like dinosaurs? Usopp pulled his rifle and held it at the ready. The gunman wasn't taking any chances with dinosaurs. Sanji. I need a pirate lunchbox. Luffy called out, the Lightning Man was practically vibrating as he looked over the jungle. Adventure, adventure, adventure. He sang, off-key, as he bounced on his special seat. Right, calm down, Sanji exhaled the smoke from his cigarette before he walked into the kitchen. Luffy? Are you sure about this? Usopp called out to his captain, look at that giant tiger. The gunman gestured to the large beast. The tiger then collapsed, dead, revealing a large portion of its back missing. It was as if something even more massive had taken a bite out of it. What the hell can do that to a tiger that big? The ones back home were that size, or bigger. Luffy shrugged without a care. Right, Luffy is from Dawn Island. Usopp exhaled heavily, the gunman already knew there was no talking his captain out of his plans for adventure now. Anybody else want to come? Luffy looked around at his nakama with a wide grin. Why not? Nami smiled back at her lover, not like there's anything on this island that can threaten you. I think I'll come too. Karu can keep us safe. VV smiled as she hopped onto Karu, who suddenly started trembling. If I just sit around I'll probably do nothing but worry. This will hopefully keep my mind off of my troubles until the log pose resets. I'll help watch the ship. Mikita volunteered, even as she pulled out a lounge chair and sat down. Well, I'm not going to lay here and wait. Zoro stretched and a satisfying pop was heard. With a yawn he followed Luffy, Nami, and VV off the ship. I'm going to take a walk. Wait a minute, Zoro. Sanji yelled out, making the swordsman stop. We need to try and replenish our food stores. If you see anything out there that's edible, bring it back here. Yeah sure, Zoro gave a careless wave over his shoulder. I'll hunt a beast that you could never take down. Wait a damn minute. Sanji's foot stomped onto the Going Merry's railing. Those are fighting words. You really think you can hunt a bigger beast than I can? Of course I can. Zoro stood there with a smirk on his face. It's a challenge then. Sanji snarled, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Let's see who can hunt the biggest and best tasting beast on the island. It looks like it's just the two of us then. Mikita giggled as she relaxed on the lounge chair. Usopp sighed and nodded in agreement as he kept an eye out from the crow's nest. But Luffy, Nami, Vivi, and Karu. Wow, this squid has a shell on it. Luffy picked the aquatic creature out of river they were walking along. His eyes roamed over the odd prehistoric creature. That's called an ammonite, right? Vivi was also inspecting the supposedly extinct animal. Yeah, but ammonites died out a long time ago though. Nami mentioned as they looked at the flailing tentacles and the hard shell. Sensing the distress of the creature, Luffy placed it back into the river and let it swim away. With a grin, Luffy turned his head to the much larger voice he felt moving slowly towards them. Suddenly, Karu began frantically quacking, drawing Nami and Vivi's attention. That's a dinosaur. Nami blinked, her voice flat as she craned her neck to see the head at the top of the long neck. Is it even possible for an island so untouched by time and he's climbing it? Nami giggled while shaking her head at Luffy's antics. Vivi stared up at him stunned, unable to formulate words at the pirate's actions. How's the view up there, Luffy? The orange tea laughed as she called out to her lover. This island is so awesome. Luffy shouted down from his perch atop the sauropod's head. There are huge caves and I can see the volcanoes. Be careful, Luffy. That is a dinosaur. Who knows how it'll react? Vivi yelled up to him. Let him get it out of his system. Once he gets bored up there we'll continue looking around. Nami grinned, watching Luffy look this way and that while sitting on top of the dinosaur's head. Luffy perked up and disappeared in a spark from the top of the sauropod's head. He reappeared near instantly, standing in front of Nami and Vivi. Nami picked up on the fact that Luffy was putting himself between her, Vivi, and whatever had caused him to react like this. Her shock staff was fluidly assembled in record time. In a flash of steel, the great dinosaur's head was cleaved off its neck in a single swing. Vivi's eyes bugged out and her jaw dropped. Karu was frozen in place, still as a statue from terror. Nami's eyes widened as she looked up at the one that had slain the sauropod. Ijajajaja. Got a good one today. The giant laughed as he rested his sword over his shoulder. He had a long, dark beard that reached his navel. He wore a war helmet, brown pants and leather boots, with an armored belly warmer. He had a dark purple cape on, which Luffy thought was cool. The sword resting on his shoulder was a massive longsword with a straight blade that completely dwarfed the Going Merry. You're huge. Luffy laughed loudly as he looked up at the giant. Are you human? Do you want to join my crew? Nami and Vivi both face-palmed in unison without even realizing it. Vivi turned to Karu, only to find that her duck had collapsed and was foaming at the mouth in sheer terror. Vivi was quickly at his side and trying to wake him back up. Ijajajaja. I'm the giant, Dory. I'm the greatest warrior to ever come from Elbaf. The giant laughed loudly as he responded to the human. You're all invited to my home. I haven't had a guest in ages. Let's have a feast, shall we? The Going Merry. So have you got any sake? What about rum? Maybe some grog? Can you hear me, little guys? The large bearded giant questioned the stunned Usopp and Mikita. Well, you're the Grand Line veteran here, what should we do? Usopp whispered to Mikita, never taking his eyes off the giant. Yes, we do. We have a few barrels left. Mikita forced a bright smile at the giant. That's it, that's your plan. Usopp questioned her, still not breaking his gaze from the giant. Are you going to tell him no, Usopp? Mikita shot back, glaring at Usopp out of the corner of her eye. Baba. You little humans are funny. The rotund giant laughed. He had a wide blonde beard that fanned out from his chin and was dressed in a dark red shirt with white ruffs of fur on the top and bottom hem. He had various leather armor pieces covering him, his legs were covered by burnt orange pants with vertical black stripes, and he even had a navy blue cape. He wore a red horned helmet on his head and a wide grin on his lips. Gababerg. Usopp and Mikita nearly screamed in terror when the giant suddenly yelled loudly. They both glanced behind the giant and saw a large Tyrannosaurus biting the giant's rump. The giant turned his head, his eyes shadowed by his helmet. The carnivorous dinosaur suddenly seemed to realize the danger it was in. But it was already too late. In a movement they almost couldn't follow, the giant whipped around and his massive axe cleaved the Tyrannosaurus's head off in a flash. Ah. Mikita and Usopp couldn't hold back their screams of fear this time. Ah. The giant raised his axe in triumph of his kill. Behold little humans, I am the mightiest warrior to come from Elbaf. Bro G. Bro G's voice was like thunder, reverberating through the jungle. He hefted the Tyrannosaur's decapitated head in his left hand. We have plenty of meat and you guys have booze. Bro G grinned widely at the two of them. Let's have ourselves a feast. Gabba babba baba. Bro G's cave. And, we're finished. Bro G grinned at the cooked dinosaur meat. Help yourselves, guys. The blonde giant hefted one of the massive legs and bit right into it. I'm not hungry. Usopp lied, fairly certain that the giant was just trying to fatten them up after seeing the skulls and other human bones lying around the place. Don't waste food. Sanji would kick your ass. Hell, I'll kick your ass. Mikita threatened the gunman. While she specialized in sweets, she was also a competent cook and abhorred wasting food. With a deep breath to steady herself, she deftly cut a good-sized piece of the dinosaur meat off the large slab Bro G had cooked. The giant had even salted it, so it was at least more than just cooked meat. She placed it on a large leaf she'd pulled off a short tree and prepared herself for her first taste of dinosaur meat. Alright, I get it. You see, cooks are all the same. Usopp mumbled as he cut himself off a piece of meat and placed it on his own large thick leaf. Please don't eat humans, Usopp pleaded in his mind. This is great. They exclaimed in unison after their first bites. Luffy would love this. Usopp stated as he took another bite. It's very tender. Who would have thought dinosaur would be anything but tough? Mikita smiled as she cut her piece into smaller bite-sized bits so she could eat easier. Is this sea salt you used? Babba babba baba. Bro G laughed, slapping his knee. Yeah, this meat is second only to Sea King. A pinch of sea salt really brings out the flavor. I hewed out some bowls from the mountains and used them to boil seawater and gather salt. There was a reason my friend and I chose this island. Luffy mentioned eating Sea King once. He said his grandpa caught it on the way to their home island. Is Sea King really that delicious? Usopp questioned the giant as he ate. He was slowly becoming more comfortable despite his earlier fear. Aye, it's some good eating. Bro G gained a fond smile, seemingly reminiscing. Oh, I'd love to fish one of them up. It's been so long. He had a wistful look for a brief moment. Sea King practically melts in your mouth even when lightly prepared. It can make a great meal just by cooking it over an open flame with a little salt. Unfortunately, Bro G glared over towards the sea on one side of the island. With that damn fish swimming around this island, none of the Sea Kings will come close. You mentioned a friend. Is there another giant from Elbaf here with you? Mikita asked after she swallowed her food. How long have you been here? That's right. Bro G grinned as he turned to face them. As for how long we've been here, he paused for a moment, seemingly counting in his head. Usopp and Mikita leaned forward, their curiosity piqued as it took Bro G a moment. It's been 100 years. Dory's cave. It's so good. Luffy exclaimed as he devoured a large chunk of the sauropod meat that Dory had cooked up. Even Nami and Vivi were happily eating the dinosaur meat that they'd place on large leaves as makeshift plates. For his part, Luffy was literally climbing on a large piece of the dinosaur meat and tearing chunks off to eat. He'd made an impressive dent in the large piece already. We've got to stock the Mary with as much dinosaur meat as possible. Luffy declared, with a bright smile on his face. Hey, Dory, do you guys have one of those eternal poses to Little Garden? I'd love to come back and eat more dinosaur meat whenever we get the chance. Nami and Vivi both giggled at the totally Luffy statement. I'm afraid not, little guy. Dory laughed loudly. Most people seem to try and avoid this island at all costs. He held up his massive hand. This pirate lunchbox of yours was pretty damn good too. We don't have much in the way of seasonings on this island. The flavors were great after so long. Of course it is. Luffy laughed along with Dory. My chef made that lunch. If you said it was bad, I would have had to kick your ass. Shushushi. Kick my ass, you say? Nami and Vivi visibly flinched at the giant's suddenly dark tone. Then he immediately wiped the trepidation away by laughing loudly. You're a funny human. Jajajajaja. They're like old friends already. Vivi shook her head and smiled at the pair. Luffy could make friends with almost anyone, huh? That's Luffy for you. Nami giggled before pulling the blue net into a side hug. Give him some time, and I'm sure he can be more than friends with just about any woman. Too. Nami teased the princess with a Cheshire grin. And Nami? Vivi yelped in shock, a blush filling her cheeks as Nami giggled at her. Say, Dory, how long does it take the log pose to record this island anyway? Nami questioned as she took a moment to stop teasing Vivi. Just a year. Dory shrugged as he took a large bite of meat. All three humans immediately felt a weight fall on their shoulders. A year? Luffy exclaimed in shock. We can't stay here for a year. We have stuff to do. You can try looking for an unbroken log pose and see if one of them has reset. We haven't had any visitors on this island in over a year, so if you can find an unbroken pose, then you should be fine. Dory offered as he ate. What happens when you do get visitors? Vivi inquired as she noticed the human bones scattered here and there across the island. Most of them die. Dory admitted, taking a large drink of water from a stone bowl. Some die from the weather, others from the forest and animals, and some. He looked down at the three of them with a serious gaze. Some die because they attack us. Nami and Vivi held each other as they shivered in fear. Luffy was still stuffing his face and didn't seem to see a problem with Dory's statement. Hey Dory, why aren't you and your friend in this Elbaf place? Luffy asked as he finished off another portion of meat. Ah, home. It's been so long. Dory chuckled, a wide grin on his face. I wonder if any of them still remember us. Dory, seeing he had the humans' attention, continued. Elbaf is deep in the Grand Line beyond the Red Line. In fact. He leaned forward a bit as he spoke. You see, on Elbaf there is a certain custom that must be followed. When there is a dispute between two giants and neither side will give any ground, we leave it to our god to decide who is right. The two will engage in combat until one side is declared the victor. But we've already been at this for 100 years. And nothing has been settled. Dory cracked up, laughing loudly at the length of time they'd been at it. 100 years? Vivi blurted out in shock. But why? Ijajajaja. 100 years is nothing to us. Dory waved off her incredulous look. Our lifespans are 3 times longer than a puny human's. But what's the point after all this time? Do you two really want to kill each other that much? Vivi couldn't help but ask the giant. The very idea of fighting someone that long was impossible for the gentle princess to understand. What was the dispute even about? What kind of argument breeds such hatred that it keeps you hacking away at each other for an entire century? Hatred? Dory blinked at her in confusion. I don't hate him at all. He's my oldest friend. Vivi could only slump to her knees, completely stunned at such a revelation. Nami placed a hand on Vivi's shoulder as she knelt beside the blue net. I don't really get it myself, Vivi. Nami shook her head. I think it's more a man thing. She smiled at the princess while motioning in Luffy and Dory's direction. But this is what makes those guys who they are. Damn right. Luffy nodded with a grin matching Dory's on his face. This battle isn't about hate or anything stupid like that. It's about honor. You get it, little guy. Dory laughed before looking over as the center volcano on the island erupted. Well, that's my cue. I guess I'd better get going. Luffy grabbed the two girls, each of them now sitting on one of his arms. He leapt up into the trees, following Dory as he picked up his sword and slung it over his shoulder before walking off. This VV, Dory turned to look at the princess. The reason for our dispute is long forgotten. The equally huge shadow of Broji appeared through the forest on the opposite side of a massive clearing. The two giants met with a clash that caused a massive wave of displaced air. Don't you long for home, Dory? Broji roared as he deflected a slash with his shield and then kicked his friend in the chest. The size and power of the two giants shook the ground. Luffy immediately picked up on the hockey behind their blows. All the more reason to defeat you, my friend. Dory merely took a single step back from the kick to the chest. He parried Broji's axe with his own shield and spun, looking to take Boggy's head off with his longsword. Broji ducked under the slash and jumped back. Dory had just found his footing when Broji leapt into the air with his axe raised over his head. Dory was the one to leap back as Broji slammed his axe into the dirt, a massive scar opening up in the very earth, while a large plume of dirt was thrown into the air. Dory jabbed his sword forward, Broji pivoted out of the line of the thrust. The force of the attack kept traveling however and parted a large section of the forest. Broji swiped at his friend with a one-armed swing of his axe. A massive clanging rang through the air as Dory deflected the blow with his helmet. Luffy's eyes briefly spotting the top of the helmet turning black for an instant to deflect the blow. He supposed it made sense for two warriors as old as these to have mastered hockey to this level. This is amazing. The smallest blunder could mean instant death. Usopp, still at Broji's home, was staring at the fight. His entire body was trembling. Terror, amazement, worry, awe, pride, so many emotions flooding his system as he watched on. Nikita stared at the battle as well. Each clash sending a gale of displaced air at the platinum blonde. This was insane. How could two people, even if they were giants, cause so much damage in a one-on-one battle? Is this what the other half of the Grand Line was like? She wouldn't be able to do anything to someone as strong as this. She'd been fairly confident in her power for years. When she was made an officer agent in Baroque Works, she'd felt very confident in her strength. Her encounter with her new captain and now seeing this battle between the giants, it really drove home how small her strength was. This is the greatest fight I've ever seen. Usopp breathed out. Not even any of the crazy shit he'd seen Luffy do could match this. Luffy had so outmatched even the toughest of his prior opponents that their battles were one-sided beatings. An evenly matched fight like this was a battle. This is what he wanted to become. This fight is crazy. They've been going at each other like this for 100 years. How have they kept going for so long? Mikita wondered aloud, her eyes still locked on the fight. That doesn't matter to them. Usopp shook his head, his eyes never straying from the battle. This is a true battle between men. They've each raised a flag in their hearts. Defeat means their flag falls. Neither of them will ever let that happen. They'll protect it forever. That flag means more to them than their very lives. Mikita couldn't say that Usopp was wrong, even if she didn't understand the point of fighting over and over again, day after day, for a century. This battle meant more to Brogy and Dory than their lives. She could understand that much. There weren't many warriors who choose death before the loss of their honor these days. She could understand why this fight was so inspiring to Usopp. This is it, this is what I always dreamed of being. A proud warrior. A man that holds his honor close and never lets it go. Usopp declared with passion. The young gunman had never been more inspired in his life. So you want to be a giant? Mikita teased with a knowing smirk. Did you even listen to anything I just said? Usopp snapped at her, shark-like teeth seemingly appearing in his mouth. Haha. Mikita laughed loudly at his response. But when Usopp declared his desire to see Elbaf a moment later, she couldn't help but grin. I think he just found where his dream lies. Good for you, Usopp. The titanic battle was winding down as both Dory and Brogy lost their weapons. The final clash ended with each of them slamming their bucklers into the other's face. 73,466 battles, they both collapsed to the ground, which shook slightly from the impact. 73,466 draws. Shishishi. That was so awesome. Luffy cheered loudly. He landed with Nami and Vivi in his arms beside Usopp and Mikita. The platinum blonde saw the redness on Vivi's cheeks and smirked slightly. There was teasing to be done. You guys are strong. Can I spar with you too? Luffy, no. Nami pinched the bridge of her nose. Vivi just stared at him, deadpan. Oh, you must be little Usopp's captain. Brogy grinned at Luffy as the two giants sat up. You want to spar, eh? Don't you two ever take a break? Vivi questioned the two warriors. After 100 years of fighting each other, are you sure you'll be able to break the stalemate? Ugh, another 100 years on this rock. Dory shook his head with a mirthless chuckle. Wouldn't that be awful? I've wanted some Sea King for decades, though. Of course, with a damn island eater swimming around, the Sea Kings won't come close. He grumbled, glaring off towards the opposite side of the island. I don't recall us ever taking a break since we decided that the center volcano would be our signal. Brogy admitted with a thoughtful look on his face as he ran his fingers through his beard. Brogy has the better memory between us, Dory chortled lightly. If he says we haven't, then we probably haven't. But seeing as even he can't remember what our initial fight was about, maybe his memory isn't so great. Jajajajaja. Ooh. Why don't we have a giant party then? I'll go gather the rest of the crew. Luffy suggested with a gleam in his eyes as he thought about eating even more dinosaur meat. We have to find both Sanji and Zoro, right? Vivi asked Luffy. They were having a hunting contest, remember? Hunting contest. Dory and Brogy both cocked their heads to the side slightly. They looked at one another before grinning widely, slight chuckles beginning to bubble up from their massive frames. OBSCRVATIO, and Luffy chuckled as he tapped his right temple. Vivi's eyes widened at the reminder of just how far away Luffy could sense other people. He'd demonstrated that before when he sensed that Igaram was alive. I'll check the whole island all at once. That battle was amazing, Master Brogy. Usopp congratulated the blonde giant. You were awesome too, Master Dory. He bowed slightly to the long-bearded giant. Master? Nami raised one of her delicate eyebrows at the gunman's wording. Haha, these two inspired him with their battle. He says he wants to go to Elbaf now. Mikita informed them all. That sounds like an adventure to me. Put it on the list, Nami. Luffy grinned widely, bouncing in place in his excitement. Noted. Nami giggled at her lover. Anyway, Mr. Dory, Mr. Brogy, would you two be willing to have a truce for the party? Vivi smiled up at the two chuckling giants. Of course. Dory grinned before his chuckles became full-blown laughter. Thanks to you little guys, we actually remembered what our fight was about. Ababababa. Brogy burst into matching laughter. It was a hunting contest, much like the one your two crewmates are apparently having. All three women of the crew face-palmed at this revelation. Brogy chuckled and pointed behind him at the massive caves the giants called their homes. Those are their skulls. Everyone gaped at the massive skulls that they'd believed to be mountains and cliffs. What kind of Sea Kings did you drag in? Nami demanded, her mind barely able to wrap around the sheer enormity of the two giant century-old catches. You guys are awesome. Are you sure you don't want to join my crew? Luffy asked both of the giants with his hand raised above his head. They wouldn't even fit on the ship. Nami, Vivi, and Mikita yelled at him with shark teeth on full display. The two giants could only laugh in response to the small human. A ship approaching Little Garden from the east. Ugh, I can't believe this. A black-haired man wearing a blue and white vertical striped shirt and white trousers complained to his silent partner. No one has heard from the Unluckies in almost a week and now we have to rely on the backup mail system. Now the boss wants us to check out everyone that could potentially kill the Unluckies and find out what's going on. This is a waste of my talents. His partner didn't respond to his complaints. She simply sat on the deck of their small ship and painted. She was a teenager with a more childish appearance, with relatively large eyes and circles of blush on her cheeks. She was also fairly short in stature and wore her dark red hair tied in twin braids. Her outfit was a wide-brimmed pink hat with a green band, a dark blue t-shirt with the word golden written on it in pink, a sky blue cloud-patterned button-down shirt, a maroon-colored overall skirt with the top folded down, blue striped stockings, and big red shoes with white cuffs and white soles. This was Miss Golden Week, partner to Mr. 3. We were supposed to meet up with Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine after they finished eliminating the traitors. But Little Garden is the only island a log pose points to from Cactus Island. We'll do a quick check before moving on to the surrounding islands. We have the eternal poses for most of them, right? Mr. 3 questioned. Yes. Miss Golden Week nodded as she continued to paint. Good, let's get this over with. Mr. 3 huffed as they sailed towards the island on the horizon. On a ship following Mr. 3's. They're heading for Little Garden. A woman confirmed as they followed the ship of the man currently going by the alias of Mr. 3. But his actual name was Galdino, also known as Lone Shark, with a 24 million Beery bounty on his head. Not a place most people would go. A man replied as he watched the dot that was the ship on the horizon. Regardless, we just need to catch up with them. A small smile made its way onto the man's face. You're smiling, the woman noted with a grin of her own. Are you happy to finally get this mission accomplished? That, and for some reason I'm feeling kind of nostalgic. The man replied as they sailed after the ship they were chasing. Any reason why? The woman questioned curiously. Nope, but something's telling me it'll be fun. The man grinned widely as he adjusted his black top hat. Luffy had no trouble locating and collecting Sanji and Zoro. Neither of the men appreciated Luffy appearing in a bright spark, grabbing them, and then vanishing back to where he'd been, however. After some grumbling at their captain, both swordsman and chef had met Dory and Brogy. Both men could, without shame, admit to being stunned for a few moments at seeing the gargantuan warriors. Considering both Dory and Brogy stood at roughly 22 meters in height, it was expected to be a little stunned when meeting them for the first time. As there was still meat from the dinosaurs that Dory and Brogy had killed, all that was left was to gather some of the native fruit on the island to give some variety to their impromptu party. Nami, Vivi, and Mikita had volunteered to take on the task. Sanji had dashed back to the Going Merry to get his herbs and spices and make a proper meal for the two giants. The chef couldn't help but feel some camaraderie with the two giants, being stuck on an island with limited food and having to do what they could. With the two giants' help, a large rack of sauropod ribs was slowly roasting over a massive, by human standards, fire, while Sanji's seasoning rub began to emit a wonderful aroma throughout the area. Luffy, to absolutely no one's surprise, was already drooling. Going to be a hell of a meal, eh Dory? Brogy chuckled while eyeing the ribs appreciatively. Aye, Brogy, we even have booze to go with it. Dory grinned at the barrels that the Straw Hats had brought out from the Going Merry's holds. To the giants each barrel was more like a single glass, but that was more than they'd had in the last year or two. They'd happily savor it with the amazing meat the little chef was cooking. Banquet, banquet. Luffy was swaying back and forth, smiling widely and his excitement almost tangible. We're back. Nami called out as the girls returned with quite the haul of various fruits from the jungle. There was enough that even Dory and Brogy could enjoy a handful each and still have some left over. Just after the 2 racks of dinosaur ribs were pulled off the fire, Brogy, Dory, and Luffy all perked up slightly. The 3, in unison, turned to look in a specific direction. This got the rest of the crew's attention, and they all gave inquisitive looks towards their captain. Observation. Luffy stated without turning to look at his crewmates. Nami was the first to understand and centered herself, spreading out her awareness as far as she could. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji followed her example, but it seemed none of them could pinpoint what had caught Luffy and the giants' attention. Or visitors. Dory cocked his head to the side in confusion. So soon? Brogy remarked since he was equally as confused. They're getting closer, Luffy commented as the 2 voices slowly approached the area. The rest of the crew continued to try and sense the approaching people, but without much luck. They were clearly trying to hide, for those that hadn't gotten to a more advanced level of observation, that made it harder to pinpoint them. "We know you're there, come out little humans." Dory bellowed, making everyone, bar Luffy, jump at the sudden loud noise. When no one emerged from the jungle after a few moments, Bro G snorted. "One warning," Bro G huffed as he reached over and picked up a boulder like it was a baseball. With a half-hearted toss, the boulder went sailing through the jungle. Trees, animals, other rocks, and anything else that got in the boulder's path were smashed until it hit the ground and rolled for a few dozen meters. The massive rock came to a stop almost 600 meters away. "Now come out." The blonde giant bellowed as well. Wait. Okay. "We're coming out." A man called out as he and a young-looking girl emerged from the jungle. Everyone there quickly realized that the man's black hair was styled to look like the number 3. "Mr. 3. Mikita pointed at the man almost as soon as he emerged. "Miss Golden Week 2. Baroque works." VV exclaimed as she reached for her peacock slashers. Nami fluidly assembled her shock staff. Zoro drew his swords, Sanji took his preferred stance, and Usopp had 2 of his pistols out in a flash, one trained on the Mr. 3 and the other on Miss Golden Week. "Miss Valentine." Mr. 3 looked confused as to what a fellow officer agent was doing with 2 giants and a group of pirates. "Where is Mr. 5? Why are you with these pirates?" "Mr. 5 is dead, killed by a Kurokari member after he decided that I would be acceptable losses apparently. I'm out, I quit Baroque Works. I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates now." Mikita informed the pair of officer agents. "An enemy of yours?" Dory questioned Luffy as he reached for his massive sword. "Something like that," Luffy remarked as he stared down the man. "Well now, that's not good, Mr. 3 put up a brave front, but a bead of sweat rolled down the side of his head at having so many weapons bared against him. Could he use his candle lock on all of them before the gunman could fire? "You know that there's only one way to leave the organization," he trailed off, looking at Mikita. "Try me." Mikita glared back as she stepped forward. She had been practicing with Luffy every day on their voyage to Little Garden. She'd made some good progress with her devil fruit and she wouldn't mind testing it out. "If you're an enemy of our new friends, leave or die, you're interrupting our banquet." Bro G rumbled as he and Dory both glared down at Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. "Hey now, there's no need for violence just yet." A new voice called out and even Luffy flinched. He hadn't picked up on these voices until the man spoke. Walking out of a different part of the jungle was a man and a woman. The man was blonde and wore a long black jacket with a buckle on the left sleeve, a blue shirt and vest, a frilled cravat, and a simple belt holding a pair of loose light blue pants with black boots. On his hands were a pair of brown gloves and on his head he wore a black top hat with goggles over the band. A grin was on his face as he looked at everyone. The woman was slightly short but also slim, curvaceous, and had a pronounced Hercules figure. She had orange hair, a shade or 2 lighter than Nami's. She was wearing a crimson newsboy cap with gold goggles, a pink shirt with a frilly collar, a maroon short skirt, and black thigh-high stockings with brown high-heeled boots. "It's been a while, Luffy." The man greeted the Straw Hat captain with a grin. "You're not giving your crew a hard time, are you?" "Sabo?" Luffy exclaimed in shock at seeing his older brother for the first time in just over 3 years. Her brother Nami blinked as she looked at Sabo again. Luffy had told her about his brothers during some of their time together. The 2 lovers sharing their past with each other was just another part of their relationship. Unconsciously, Nami quickly checked herself over. She wanted to make a good first impression on Luffy's family after all. Luffy's brothers Oro, Usopp and Sanji all exclaimed at seeing the tall grinning man. There was some slight resemblance aside from the obvious hair color difference. "I didn't know he had a brother," Mikita blinked. She was new to the crew though. VV was just as shocked to meet Luffy's elder brother on this remote and dangerous island of all places. They seemed shocked. The woman next to Sabo giggled at the crew's reaction. "Luffy probably doesn't talk about himself much, Koa." Sabo shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "Sabo?" Luffy was by his blonde brother's side and throwing an arm across his shoulders in a spark. "What are you doing here? It's great to see you again." "Good to see you too, Luffy." Sabo chuckled along with his little brother. It happened in a blink. "Mr. 3 waved his arms, a white substance pouring from the limbs. A coal of candle blade and swords formed from what turned out to be wax. There had to be dozens of the blades formed and solidified in mere seconds. Mr. 3 threw his arms wide and the blades went rocketing towards everyone present, VV and Mikita most of all. Zoro deflected the steel-hard blades headed his way, his quick attempt to coat his swords with haki, leaving cuts and cracks in the hardened wax swords. Sanji kicked away any sword he couldn't weave around while trying to get between the attack and the women. Usopp fired his pistols with precision, knocking every blade's trajectory into the ground before they got close to him. Nami spun her staff to deflect any sword she didn't instinctively dodge with her observation. The navigator wasn't in any danger from the hasty, widespread attack. Vivi and Mikita both started to dodge, only for Luffy to appear between them and the swords in a spark. Every blade was smashed out of the air in a blink, the shattered remains scattered over the grass around Luffy. Cola seemingly disappeared and reappeared on the opposite side of the giants with Miss Golden Week under her arm. The short girl blinking in confusion as to what had just happened and wondering how she'd gotten to where she was. Sabo didn't bother moving. The white wax swords passed through his body in clouds of black ash and orange embers. A physical attack without haki or some other trick wasn't a problem for a Logia fruit user. In the very next instant Mr. 3 didn't even have time to lower his hands from his sudden attack. Bro G's massive axe, along with Dory's titanic sword, slammed down on the officer agent. A huge plume of dirt and rock was thrown up from the strike. The one thing that everyone noticed was the blades of both weapons were a dark black when before they'd been dull gray. The black seemed to fade away after a few seconds, and the two giants lifted their weapons away from the ground. None of the hockey users could hear Mr. 3's voice anymore. Just like the rest, some humans just don't understand. Bro G shook his head. Both giants were casually wiping the wax swords from their clothing and armor. Not a single blade from the devil fruit user had so much as pierced their clothing, much less their skin. The vast size difference, not to mention expert hockey use, had made the attack no more effective than a stiff breeze. Been that way since before we started our duel. Dory agreed with a scoff as he set his sword back where it had been before the group had been interrupted. True enough. Bro G shrugged as he set his axe back down. Well, that just happened. Sabo blinked at the abrupt end of Lone Shark Eldino. VVE Mikitah, are you unharmed? My lovely Sanji dashed forward and looked the ladies over. We're fine, Sanji. VV smiled kindly at the overly concerned chef. Luffy took care of it for us. Mikita smiled at her captain. Luffy gave her a bright smile of his own in return. Cola, is Marianne safe? Sabo questioned his partner. She's fine, just a little confused. Cola smiled at the shorter girl. What's going on? Marianne spoke for the first time since she'd come out of the jungle with Mr. 3. You're flag bearer of freedom, Marianne, correct? Sabo asked kindly to Miss Golden Week. Marianne's eyes widened and she took a step back immediately. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's alright. We're not bounty hunters or anything. He tried to calm the teen down as he raised his hands in a placating gesture. We're here on behalf of a group that believes the same as you do. Cola smiled gently at Marianne. You had a bounty placed on your head for leading a revolt against the ruler of your homeland, correct? Yes. Marianne looked cautiously between Cola and Sabo. We're members of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo informed Marianne, getting a shocked gasp out of not only the deed but of everyone in hearing range. Barring Luffy, who already knew, along with Dory and Bro G, who didn't know what the Revolutionary Army was. We'd like to help you take back your homeland from its oppressive monarchy. Would you join us in helping free not only your homeland, but the world from the exploitation of the world government? What? Marianne looked supremely confused by the question. You're really not the best at this, Sabo. Cola shook her head at her partner. I thought I was simple and concise. Sabo rubbed the back of his head. Isn't that what you said I should do? Yes, but you shouldn't just ask right after you tell someone that we're a part of the Revolutionary Army. Cola gestured to the confused Marianne and the still shocked Straw Hats. How about we chat a bit in private, Marianne? Okay, can we have tea? Marianne asked politely, she could really use some warm tea to soothe her nerves. Her partner had just been decimated by two giants, she needed time to process. Of course, show me the way to your ship and we'll make your preference. Cola offered gently to the younger girl. The two headed into the jungle to raid the ship that Mr. 3 and Marianne had come to Little Garden on. Is that okay? We don't know anything about her abilities. Nami spoke up while looking in the direction that Marianne and Cola had left in. They'll be fine, Sabo nodded to Nami with a sure smile on his face. Cola is strong and a good judge of character. She wouldn't have offered if she believed Marianne would be a threat. Join our banquet, Sabo. Luffy invited with a laugh. We'll catch up over food. Dinosaur meat is amazing. I'll introduce you to my crew. Well, if everyone's alright with it. Sabo looked at everyone politely. You're Luffy's brother, of course it's fine. Nami instantly agreed as she disassembled her staff and stowed it away. I'll prepare more plates. Sanji nodded to his fellow blonde. It's fine by me. Zoro merely shrugged as he headed over to the booze. So, you're Luffy's brother? You look different than I expected. Usopp mentioned as he looked back and forth between his captain and the top hat wearing man. I'm not going to say anything against it. Mikita shook her head at the mere idea. I'm not technically a crewmate, so I don't have a say. VV grinned slightly at the taller man. Thank you for having us. Sabo gave a short bow to the crew and the two giants. From there the impromptu banquet kicked off properly. Dory and Bro G had their first chef-cooked meat in a century. The two giants had tears in their eyes from the excellent flavor. Sanji took their compliments with a smile as he made sure the ladies were all taken care of. Cole and Mary Ann returned from their chat with tea and a large bag of things over Cole's shoulder. Sanji instantly noodled over to the two ladies and quickly had them set up with food and drink. "Wait, you're Bro G and Dory, the red ogre and the blue ogre?" Sabo blinked at the two giants as they sipped their barrels of booze. "Aye, that's what they called us back in the day." Dory grinned down at Sabo. 100 million per head. Jaya Baba Baba. Bro G laughed at the bounty they'd racked up back in the day. "Do you know a giant by the name of Morley?" Sabo asked curiously to the two. "Morley? Aye, we knew a giant by that name back when we were still pirates. Do you know him?" Dory questioned as he and Bro G leaned forward a bit. "Yes, he's a part of the Revolutionary Army now. He did a stint in Impel Down and managed to escape." Sabo smiled up at the giants. "Ijaja. Figures that oddball would get captured and still manage to find his way out." Dory tossed his head back and laughed loudly. "Diabababa. Morley joined up with an army that wants to take down the world government. Elbaf would never join up with them. I'm surprised he decided to help." Bro G's own uproarious laughter joined Dory's. "They'll be surprised to hear you two are still alive. Apparently everyone on Elbaf has basically written you two off as dead." Cola commented after finishing her bite of dinosaur meat. "Well, after 100 years it's to be expected, I guess." Dory shrugged at the knowledge before taking a pull from the barrel he was holding and emptying it. He promptly reached for another. "We have a transponder snail that we could use to get in contact with Morley if you're interested. He could let Elbaf know you two are alive at least." Sabo offered to the giants. It would be nice to talk to an old friend after so long." Bro G nodded thoughtfully. "I'll be right back." Sabo smiled as he raced back towards the ship he and Cola had arrived on. Several minutes later Sabo had the transponder snail at the banquet and was dialing a number. After several rings the other end picked up in a voice that was familiar to Sabo, Cola, Dory, and Bro G answered. "Hello, Sabo, it's unusual for you to call me directly." "Phew-ha-ha-ha." Morley laughed over the line. "It really is him." Bro G exclaimed in shock. "It is?" Dory grinned down at the transponder snail. "I have some old friends here that would like to speak to you, Morley." Sabo chuckled lightly. "Old friends, where are you?" Morley asked with confusion evident in his tone. "Little garden, I let them say hi." Sabo held up the receiver so that Bro G and Dory could speak. "Still an oddball, Morley?" Jai Baba Baba. Bro G laughed at his own question. "Heard you got yourself caught and then managed to sneak your way out." Jajajajaja. Dory cracked up and a loud gasp came from the other end of the line. "Dory? Bro G, is that really you two?" Morley demanded loudly and both giants cracked up even more. "Where have you two been? Last anyone heard of you two was that you'd started a divine duel and were settling it. But that was 100 years ago. We all thought you were dead." "Nope. Still alive and still in the middle of our divine duel," Dory informed the other giant. 73,466 battles and 73,466 draws so far. Jayababa. Bro G laughed into the receiver. "You've been dueling for the last 100 years." Morley was clearly shocked. "Of course, a victor hasn't been decided yet." Dory responded as if it was simple. Bro G nodded along next to him. "Look, I'm not a cleric of Elbaf's god, you know that. But I'm certain you've both gone far past all of the rites of the divine duel. If I call up old Sroger I'm sure he'd be giving you both an earful about it." Morley sighed heavily. Everyone noticed the flinches of Bro G and Dory at the mention of what they presumed was another giant. "Actually, that might not be a bad idea." Morley sounded like he was thinking deeply and merely mumbled for a moment. "Sabo said you were on Little Garden, right? I'll call back home and have a group of warriors sail out that way with a cleric. They can determine if your divine duel is ended. It'll probably take them a month or two to get there though. Can you two try not to kill each other in that time?" The other giant sounded like he doubted his old friends. "Well, if a cleric is coming to decide then we can't really argue." Bro G scratched at his beard. "The divine duel can only be called complete without a victor by one of the clerics after all. We've been at it for 100 years with no victor. At this point what's a month or two break, right?" Dory shrugged his large shoulders as he ran his fingers through his long beard. VV's bright smile at the possibility of a peaceful resolution went unnoticed by most. The gentle princess was just happy that a century of fighting might come to a peaceful end with both warriors' honor intact. "Good, I'll make the call shortly, but don't blame me if the cleric they send is Roger himself. I'm sure he'll be going off like a volcano about this." Morley chuckled at the other two giants. Both Dory and Bro G looked less than thrilled at the idea of meeting this Roger. "Thanks for the help, Morley. It's much appreciated, old friend." Bro G chuckled lightly, by giant standard anyway. Aye, thanks for helping us out. Dory thanked their old friend. Being stuck on this rock another 100 years would have been awful. Of course, I can't let you two waste away fighting each other on some random island forever, can I? Phew ha ha ha. Morley laughed loudly. You're still an oddball though. Jai baba baba. Bro G burst into laughter of his own. An oddball through and through. Jajajajaja. Dory laughed as well, slapping his knee. Oh you too. Morley growled through the transponder snail. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to make sure they send head clerics Roger to fetch you too. Both Dory and Bro G abruptly stopped laughing. Could you, perhaps, not do that, Morley? Bro G asked politely. No. Phew ha 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 ha. Morley laughed before hanging up. Ah damn it, Dory hung his head. We're not going to hear the end of this, Bro G lamented, his head also hung low. I don't even know who this Roger is, and I'm intimidated. Usopp spoke up with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Hey, at least you guys are going to get off this island, right? Luffy smiled widely up at the two giants. True enough, still Dory huffed before reaching for his ribs and another barrel of booze. I need good food and booze to prepare for the old man's arrival. Well said, Bro G agreed, grabbing his own ribs and another barrel as well. Back to the banquet. Luffy cheered and everyone just decided to go with it. Not like the log pose would reset in a day here anyway. You should take this with you, Luffy. Sabo smiled as he pulled a transponder snail out of the bag that Cola had been carrying. You can use it to keep in touch with people. They're useful and don't require too much extra care. That would be good. Luffy nodded as he picked up the large snail. The transponder snail looked back at him blankly, as was normal for their species. Whose was that, anyway? Mikita asked from nearby where she and the other ladies, Mary Ann included, were chatting. Mr. Threes, the boss is the only one that knows the number of that snail. Mary Ann spoke up from the group of women. Aligned to a warlord, huh? Luffy's eyes gleamed at the thought, and Sabo stifled a chuckle. It was so very Luffy to pick a fight with a warlord so soon after entering the Grand Line. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to give him this particular transponder snail, Sabo thought in the privacy of his mind. But, Luffy seemed to have already made up his mind about going after Crocodile, so Sabo was fairly certain no one was going to stop his little brother now. We still need to look for a log pose that's reset too, Luffy. Nami reminded her lover. We can't wait a year for our log pose to reset after all. Oh, there were a few eternal poses on the ship, I collected them all. Cola mentioned as she got up and moved over to the large bag. There are two I can recommend, one is for Drum Island. It's a winter island, but the log pose resets there in only 16 hours. The other is for the princess. She smiled as she held up an eternal pose with the name Alabasta engraved on the top of it. An eternal pose to Alabasta. Vivi was by Cola's side so fast she was nothing more than a blur. She cradled the eternal pose gently, as if it was the most delicate and precious of treasures. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much this means to me. It's no problem. Cola smiled warmly at Vivi. Your kingdom is how countries should be governed. By rulers that love and care for their people above all else. Then you don't believe the lies about my father using dance powder. Vivi's eyes were watering at finding another person that believed in her father's innocence. Of course not, everyone knows Nefeltari Cobra would sooner die with his people than betray them. Cola assured Vivi and gently pulled the blue net into a soft hug. You've got a nice lady there, Sabo. Luffy smiled at the gentle scene. She's one in a million. Sabo agreed with a warm smile on his face as he watched Cola comfort Vivi. The party continued well into the night. Merriment was in the air as Sabo and Luffy caught up. The ladies started to giggle amongst themselves when the booze was beginning to run dry. Many a look was sent towards Luffy and Sabo from the giggling ladies. Both Luffy and Sabo wisely decided not to ask about that. The morning light had broken over Little Garden and everyone was waking up from the previous night's banquet. After some time for any hangover to pass, the expanded group had some breakfast. Sanji once more showing off his skill by making a breakfast that even Dory and Bro G could enjoy. The two giants had happily scarfed down their food and washed it down with fresh water. It was as late morning when everyone noticed Luffy and Sabo chatting and laughing. It brought a smile to Nami and Cola to see their lovers being brothers. Including what looked like teasing and boasting. Come on, Sabo. Just like when we were kids. I'm a lot stronger now. I'll beat you this time. Luffy challenged with his right fist raised in front of him. How many times have you said that before, little brother? Sabo laughed with a challenging smile. Sounds like you're scared to me. Luffy retorted with a wide grin. Maybe you do need me to school you again. Sabo stared Luffy down. You seem to have gotten a big head, crybaby Luffy. Hey. You're getting a punch for that. Luffy huffed indignantly, his fists sparking with electricity for a brief moment. Really now? Sabo chuckled as wisps of ash and cinder came off his coat. If you two are going to spar, take it further away from the rest of us. Cola shouted as she backed up with Marianne behind her. Luffy, don't drag us into it please. Nami also shouted to her lover as the Straw Hats all took notice of the approaching spar and started backing away. Oh? Are they going to spar? Bro G questioned as he and Dory came back from washing up in the sea. This should be interesting. Devil fruit users have entertaining fights normally. Dory grinned as the two warrior giants sat down with their backs against one of the mountain-sized skulls of their ancient catches. The group watched on as Luffy and Sabo stretched a bit before their spar. Sabo crouched down into a wide horse stance, placed his palms on the matching knee, then he twisted his torso to stretch out his shoulders and back. Luffy stretched out his legs, switching from one to the next by shifting his weight and balance. When the two brothers finished their stretches, they shook out their arms and legs and squared up with about 3 meters between them. Dory, Bro G, could you give us a countdown? Luffy asked, and the two giants grinned. Bro G began with a smile. Dory had a matching grin on his face. One Bro G rumbled with the beginnings of a chuckle heard in his tone. Start. Dory roared, and both Luffy and Sabo blurred forward to meet in the middle. The loud clap was heard as the brothers clashed. Luffy's fist centimeters from Sabo's face, the punch stopped by Sabo's grip on his little brother's wrist. Sabo's own strike, an odd-looking strike that pressed his index and middle finger together, separate from his ring and pinky finger that were also pressed together with the thumb by itself parallel to the other 4 fingers, was being blocked by Luffy's grip on Sabo's wrist. That's a funny-looking strike, Sabo. Luffy commented with a grin. It's the claw of a dragon. Sabo informed him with a smile. The two brothers separated and jumped back to make some distance from one another. They were quickly back at it in another blur. Luffy lashed out with a kick which Sabo blocked with his forearm. Sabo struck with his dragon claw. Luffy parried the blow away. A back fist from Luffy was caught and a knee was sent towards his midsection. Luffy's own knee came up to block and there was a small shockwave on impact. A flurry of strikes and kicks were exchanged and most of the Straw Hats stood there, mouths agape, as they actually saw Luffy have to try against an opponent for the first time. To their eyes the brothers were nothing more than blurs. Luffy's doing really well, Cola commented as she followed the spar. Sabo only has a few people that can keep up with him in the Revolutionary Army. You can see them? VV questioned the other woman, completely unable to follow the fight. Trust me, it's not easy. Nami spoke up with her brown eyes locked on the fight. Even pushing her observation to its current limit was only letting her see each punch, kick, knee, elbow, and occasional headbutt as a blurring motion. I've never seen Luffy have to get serious before. Every enemy has always been so far beneath him he didn't have to really try. The brothers separated again, this time leaping backwards and leaving about 15 meters between them. So, are we done with the warm-up? Sabo asked with a grin. Sure thing, let's try and make this more fun. Luffy's wide smile was in full effect. Lightning danced across Luffy's body while Sabo's coat and hat began to emit clouds of black ash and glowing embers. Both brothers raised their right hands, their index and middle fingers extended. All the Straw Hats recognized this technique of Luffy's. Seeing Sabo apparently know it as well was surprising, but not a complete shock. Cola was on the opposite end of the spectrum. Sabo had told her the origin of this technique, but to see someone else, even the original creator, using it against Sabo was new. A thin beam of lightning left Luffy's fingers at the same instant that a bullet of burning ash left Sabo's. The two attacks met closer to Sabo, simply because lightning was the faster attack, but the blast the colliding powers caused was surprising. Sabo raised his left hand in the same gun position and fired from both hands. Luffy responded in kind, and the brothers had a shootout against each other. Explosion after explosion went off as their attacks met, and the audience watched on with various emotions. Sabo knows the pistol. Nami watched on as best as her observation would allow. He calls it his cinder shot, but yes. Cola replied as she watched the devil fruit shootout. Anybody else having some trouble keeping up? Usopp questioned, though his eyes never left the spar. No. Sanji and Zoro denied as they watched on. It wasn't the full truth, but the two could follow the fight fairly well. Sabo seemingly exploded into a cloud of burning ashes that covered the impromptu battlefield. Luffy disappeared in a spark before the wave of ash could touch him. He reappeared above the billowing, black cloud and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts into the ash. The black cloud was blasted with multiple holes, only to respond with large black spears of compressed and solidified ash being launched at Luffy en masse. Another spark and Luffy was no longer in their path, now standing on the opposite side of the swirling ash cloud. The Straw Hat Captain sparked brightly, completely covered in lightning now, and a crackling cage of electricity surrounded the ash cloud. Now contained, Luffy began to shrink the lightning cage and further trap his older brother. Or he would have if a brightly burning drill of ash didn't blast a hole in his lightning cage. The drill exploded into another, smaller cloud that then reformed into Sabo. The Top Hat brother's arms were nothing more than clouds of ash and cinder as he spun through the air. From the clouds emerged vicious black sickle-like blades that spun through the air towards Luffy. It was a wave of spinning death that blanketed the whole area of their battlefield. Luffy's arms were a bright white-blue storm as he deflected and destroyed every sickle headed his way. When the wave finished, the battlefield was filled with sickle blades. The only clear spot was directly around Luffy. With a flex of his power, a wave of lightning was launched from Luffy and shattered every sickle on the field. "Not bad, Luffy, you've gotten better since I saw you 3 years ago." Sabo praised his little brother as he landed on the ground. "You too, Sabo." Luffy laughed as both brothers' right arms became a raging storm of their respective element. "We should probably take cover with Dory and Bro G," Cole recommended the group. She'd seen this particular technique before and didn't fancy being even this far away if two of them were going to clash. The group of humans took refuge near the sitting giants, both of whom hadn't taken their eyes off the fight for even an instant. They could easily follow a battle at this level with over a century of experience. "Taken," Sabo bellowed as he threw his fist forward. A burning hellstorm of ash and embers exploded forward, decimating everything in its path. "Breakin'," Luffy thundered in reply as he threw his own punch. The titanic blast of lightning that had decimated the Black Cat's ship and remaining crew back in East Blue appeared again. The attack simply made everything it came in contact with vanish in the blinding light. The two attacks clashed and a resounding explosion shook Little Garden. Even Dory and Bro G shielded their eyes with a hand as the shockwave blasted past them. The two elements had slammed together in an immense display of power, and the land was torn asunder. Part of the grass was now burning while sparks of electricity danced throughout the air. "Holy shit." Mikita gaped at the level of power she was witnessing for the first time. Was this what it was like when skilled Logia users did battle? "One more." Luffy grinned wildly at Sabo. He hadn't had this much fun in years. He'd missed going all out on Mount Corvo with his elder brothers. "You think you can handle it?" Sabo also had a ferocious grin on his face as he stared down his little brother. He'd definitely missed his brothers over the last 3 years. He couldn't go all out like this with most of the Revolutionary Army members. Except for Dragon, of course, the leader was powerful to say the least. Luffy's response to his brother's question was to become lightning. He was too bright to directly look at as he revved up for an even more powerful technique. Sabo responded in kind, becoming lost as his body blasted a volcano's worth of ash and cinder into the air. Everyone watching could swear that over the crackling of wild lightning and the snapping of the burning ash, that two roars were heard. "Wait, no, 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 no." Cole's panicked reaction set off warning bells for everyone. The reactions of Dory and Bro G were even more shocking. Both giants' arms were now jet black and the Elbaf warriors dug their fingers into the earth. Their massive hands now acting as shields for the humans gathered around them. "Ash make. Cinder Black Dragon." Sabo's voice rang out loud and clear from within the hellstorm of burning ash. The massive ash cloud, glowing from within by tons of burning cinder, formed into a massive eastern dragon. The long serpentine body, the long whiskers, the antler-like horns, the 4 legs, each with 3 claws, and the long tail that flew behind it. The dragon looked almost alive, burning orange light visible from within its large eyes, snarling maw, and the various cracks along its sinuous body. "Borogoro no lightning storm dragon." Luffy called forth from the massive lightning bolts that now leapt from his body, a similar eastern dragon to his brothers. The same body, whiskers, antlers, legs, claws, and tail, though all slightly different in their own ways. The sparking beast was hard to look at, being as bright as it was. Though for those that could see it, they saw a blue-white dragon with dark purple light coming from its eyes and open jaws, various sparks of the purple lightning emerging along the length of the massive dragon as well. The two titanic dragons rushed towards each other at the brothers' will. The clash of such power would likely level the entire area. Dory and Bro G steeled themselves to take the blast for their human friends. They were giants. The greatest warriors of Elbaf. Even this immense show of power wouldn't take them down. "Luffy." Nami screamed at her lover, the sound of her voice somehow heard above the two massive dragons about to clash. "Sabo." Kola was also screaming for her lover's attention to get him out of this combat high before the spark killed someone. Just as the two dragons would have clashed, they both veered away from each other. Sabo's black dragon was heading to the right and towards the ocean, while Luffy's white-blue dragon headed upwards towards the cloudless sky. The black dragon kicked up a massive spray of ocean water as it crashed into the drink. Steam billowed out from the water for a while as the dragon cooled and slowly broke apart as it was soaked. The white dragon lost cohesion and disappeared in a shower of lightning bolts that could be seen even in the bright morning light. Luffy reformed from his lightning state and solidified into his normal body. Sabo followed suit, and the billowing clouds of ash swirled together into his normal form. The two brothers both exhaled and chuckled at each other. It had been a fun spar. It brought up many good memories for the two of their childhood growing up on Mount Corvo. Luffy, you idiot. Nami's fist crashed into the back of Luffy's head, nearly making the captain face plant into the ground. Sabo. Cola grabbed Sabo's coat and pulled him down slightly so he could see the angry pout on her face. Are you trying to kill all of us? Nami demanded as she shook Luffy back and forth by his red vest. Seriously, I get that you two haven't seen each other in years, but that's no reason to totally lose control. Cola reprimanded Sabo with her angry pout in full effect. Sorry Nami, Luffy apologized as the orange tea stopped shaking him. My bad, Cola, sorry about that. Sabo rubbed the back of his head. What the hell are you two? VV screamed while pointing at the two brothers. You made giant dragons. Out of devil fruit powers. What the hell? The princess was clearly having a hard time processing what she'd just witnessed. We've had our powers for a decade VV, of course we know how to really use them. Luffy shrugged off her question casually. Nami shook her head and let out an exasperated sigh. Well, to be fair, we did get some very good training with them. Sabo remarked as he adjusted his cravat that Cola's grip had upset. What kind of training lets you do that with a devil fruit? Sanji questioned as the rest of the humans walked closer to the brothers. Well both Grandpa and Kuzan are really strong. Luffy looked thoughtful. Kuzan? Zoro questioned, not familiar with the name. Vice-Admiral Aokiji. Sabo clarified only for everyone's jaws to hit the ground. Even Dory and Brogy looked shocked that the two men had received training from a Marine Admiral. How? Usopp demanded as he pointed between the two brothers. Grandpa. Luffy replied plainly. Luffy's grandpa. Sabo replied while pointing at Luffy. Yeah, sure, that explains everything. Mikita deadpanned at the two of them. I'll explain it later. Nami shook her head. She knew who Luffy's grandfather was and Luffy rarely talked about himself much. It was a great battle. Dory praised the two young men. That was excellent, even by Elbaf standards. Well done. Brogy gave them a bright smile. Both Sabo and Luffy grinned in return to the giants. With the spar over, the two groups began to prepare for their individual departures from Little Garden. Zoro and Sanji were butchering up a large dinosaur for meat to take with them. Usopp, Vivi, and Mikita were gathering fruit for the voyage and storing it on the Going Merry. Sabo and Cola were getting Marianne settled into their small ship. The 16-year-old artist was more than willing to go along with the two revolutionaries after seeing what Sabo could do. Before either group left, Dory and Brogy gave them a warning. The island eater swims the waters on the side of the island that you'll need to sail to leave this island. Brogy informed the humans. It's a massive fish-type sea king that can swallow small islands whole, hence its name. Dory continued and all of the humans looked perturbed, barring Luffy and Sabo. We could probably deal with it. Luffy looked over to Sabo. Possibly, but it's have to breach the surface so we could get a good shot at it. Sabo mused as he thought about the situation. It only emerges from the depths to gobble up ships that try to leave this island. Brogy mentioned to the two brothers. Unless you have a spare ship around, one of your groups will have to be the bait to lure it to the surface. But if you do so, Brogy and I can guarantee your safety so long as you sail straight ahead, no matter what. Dory promised their new friends. What about Mr. 3's ship? Marianne spoke up, the quiet artist's suggestion making everyone look at her. What? It's not like anyone is using it now. I like it. Luffy laughed and Sabo chuckled. Could we trouble one of you to go get the abandoned ship and bring it to the other side of the island while we sail our own ships there? Cola asked Dory and Brogy with a smile. Of course, for our friends such a task is simple. Jaya Baba Baba. Brogy laughed as he and Dory turned and started to walk towards the other side of the island to pick up Mr. 3's old ship. Within the next 30 minutes the two groups were ready to leave Little Garden. Dory and Brogy had brought Mr. 3's ship to the edge of the island and placed it into the water. With a nod from Nami, the abandoned ship was pushed forward by a light, in giant terms, push from Dory's boot-clad foot. The vessel floated away from the island. As it passed out of the shallows and into open waters, a massive form rose up from the ocean. So that's an island eater. Luffy tilted his head at the mountain-sized goldfish-like sea king. Can you two really do something about that? Usopp demanded from the crow's nest of the Going Merry. The brothers were both strong, he'd witnessed that firsthand, but that sea king was the size of a mountain. You've only seen us pit our powers against each other. Sabo grinned as he and Luffy both stood at the bow of the Going Merry. Wait until you see what we can do when we work together. Luffy's wide smile was back and the captain was clearly excited. You should do it quickly then, Brogy spoke up. As soon as the island eater swallows that boat it'll dive beneath the waves again. Sabo's left arm turned into a swirling cloud of burning ash. In the next moment the ash shot high into the air and formed a large black sword that even dwarfed Dory's weapon. Heat from within the blade emanated outwards from the construct. Luffy lifted his right arm, turning it into a sparking storm of lighting, and added his power to the supermassive construct. The black sword was now sparking with bright lightning and giving off a ridiculous amount of heat. Even the Island Eater took notice of the massive weapon, pausing in its attempt to eat the empty ship. Mountain Cleaver. Luffy and Sabo roared as Sabo used his control over his construct to swing the massive blade down on the Island Eater. Luffy amplified and focused the lighting onto the edge of the blade until it was too bright to look at. The Island Eater, a creature so massive it had never had to fear for its life before, floated on the surface unaware of its situation. The godlike weapon sliced the gargantuan Sea King in two as if it was made of paper. Even Dory and Bro-G felt their eyes widen at the sight of the Island Eater felled in a single blow by mere humans. "Are you sure they're human?" VV screamed as the waves from the attack hitting the sea had caused the two ships to rock and tilt. "Set sail." Luffy pointed straight ahead as the Going Merry sails were lowered and caught the wind. Sabo leapt off the Going Merry and onto his own smaller ship. Cole lowered their sails once he was back on board and the two ships both sailed away from Little Garden. "It was great seeing you again, Luffy." Sabo waved to his little brother as their ships' paths began to diverge. "Let's meet up again, Sabo." Luffy waved back along with the rest of the Straw Hats. Luffy perked up as he turned to wave goodbye to the two giants as well. "Dory. Bro-G. It was awesome meeting you guys." Luffy yelled back to the two waving giants. "Take the fresh Sea King as a going away present." Shushi. Luffy had listened to the two giants last night, knowing that they'd both missed the taste of Sea King. He felt it only right that they be given the Island Eater that had caused them so much grief over the last few decades. Ijajajaja. What interesting humans have been born in the last 100 years we've been stuck here, eh Bro-G? Dory laughed even as he eyed the massive fresh Sea King meat. Baba. Indeed, Dory, some very interesting things that we've missed. Bro-G laughed just as loudly as his friend did. "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to slice me off enough of that meat to last a while. We still have a month or two to wait for the old man to get here." Dory sighed as he waded into the sea on his way to drag at least half of the Island Eater into the shallows. "I'll help you." Bro-G grinned as he waded out beside Dory. "Can't have you taking all that Sea King for yourself." The animals and seagulls of Little Garden would be sharing in their newfound bounty soon. It was best to cut off as much as they could carry before the animals go to it. With any luck the other half of the goldfish-like Sea King that was still pouring out a lake's worth of blood into the ocean would attract other Sea Kings that had avoided Little Garden ever since the Island Eater showed up. It should make for good fishing for giants later on. The Going Merry. That was a fun island. Luffy smiled while sitting on his special seat atop Merry's figurehead. "Is Alabasta anything like that, BV?" "Of course not." VV shook her head at the captain. "We don't have dinosaurs or giants in Alabasta. Humans had a hard enough time colonizing Sandy Island in the ancient past, it would have been completely impossible if there were dinosaurs too." "Well, we'll be able to see it. Thank you all so much for taking me back home and for helping me." VV bowed to Luffy as he looked back at her. "I'll never be able to thank you enough." You don't have to bow or anything." Luffy shook his head. "Just fill my belly with all the tastiest meats you have after I smash in this dumb croc's face." "Of course." VV beamed at Luffy. "I'll have every meat dish that Alabasta cuisine has to offer, made for you if you want." She promised and then giggled when Luffy started drooling. "We're friends, VV, that's more than enough." Luffy wiped away his drool to give her a smile. "For VV, but I still want to negotiate with the king." Tio Nami chuckled as she pulled VV into a side hug and gently laid her head atop the blue nets. Nami VV played along with an exasperated sigh. The two women had become very close in only a few short days. "The Alabasta." Luffy cheered and pointed forward. "In the bathroom." "Ugh, my head, I hope the painkillers kick in soon." Mikita groaned as she splashed some cool water on her face. "I can't believe I can still get climate sickness. I've been on the Grand Line for a few years now. I should be used to this." The platinum blonde looked at her reflection and sighed. Her skin was flushed and she looked tired. "Maybe a nap will help." She made her way to tell Luffy and Nami that she'd be resting for a bit. She'd probably have to explain climate sickness to the newcomers, but she'd be fine in a day or two. She gently scratched at the annoying bug bite she'd gotten on Little Garden. It figured that some dumb mosquito or something would bite her while they were there. None of them could have known how drastically their course would be changed tomorrow morning. In a darkened room a man sat alone. The only light was provided by the setting sun, pouring in through a few small windows. The man in question had slicked back dark hair and was wearing luxurious clothes. He sat in an expensive high-back chair. His left arm rested on the armrest, though the hand was replaced by a large golden hook. His most notable feature, aside from his hook, was a long stitched scar at the bridge of his nose that stretched across his face horizontally. This was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Desert King Sir Crocodile. His tight hand was currently tapping on a splendidly made mahogany desk. "What's taking so long?" Crocodile growled lowly as he stared at a transponder snail in front of him. The snail was currently asleep, but Crocodile had been expecting a call for several hours now. "Where is Mr. 3? In the last week his organization, Baroque Works, had started to fall apart. The unluckies had vanished, Whiskey Peak had gone dark in terms of communication, and now multiple frontier agents and officer agents were missing in action. Crocodile clenched his teeth so hard he nearly bit through his cigar. This all Sunday was due back soon, perhaps she could shed some light on this breakdown of communication. If not, then Crocodile would have to rearrange his plans, depending on how many of his agents showed up for the taking of the palace. "You had best return soon, Nico Robin." Crocodile took his cigar and smashed the burning end into an ashtray with force. His plans to find Pluton required her to read the poneglyph hidden in the royal tombs. He'd spent years secretly spreading dissent in Alabasta, destabilizing the kingdom bit by bit until civil war had broken out. Supplying the rebels with weapons discreetly hadn't been too hard. Framing the king had worked wonderfully as well. But now, nearing the culmination of his plans, this breakdown in his organization was unacceptable. Going Mary. Mikita opened her eyes as much as she was able and waited for her vision to clear up. She was hot, too hot, even with the rag on her forehead to help her cool down. She'd been found gasping for breath in her bed when Nami had come to wake her for breakfast. She was running a fever that seemed to continuously climb higher and higher. Whatever this was, it clearly wasn't the common climate sickness of the Grand Line. She blearily looked around at her crew, most of which were gathered around her bed. "What is it at now?" Mikitar asked out, looking at the thermometer in Nami's hand. "Ugh, I still feel like shit." "It's gone up again. You're at 104 now." Nami grimaced as she looked at the thermometer. "We need to get you to a doctor as soon as possible. We've changed course from Alabasta to Drum Island." Vivi informed the blonde with a gentle smile. "Drum has some of the best doctors in the world, they'll be able to take care of you." "Are you hungry, Mikita?" Sanji stepped forward with a tray in hand. On the tray was a bowl of light soup. The chef had put his all into making a gentle soup that packed as much nutrition into it as possible. "I could eat," Mikita groaned as Nami and Vivi helped her sit up in bed. The platinum blonde sipped some water for a bit and then slowly ate the soup until it was gone. Nami re-wet the towel with cool water as Vivi helped Mikita lay down again. Once the cool rag was placed on her forehead again, the woman was out like a light. "She's falling asleep faster each time," Luffy noted with a worried tone in his voice and his fists clenched at his sides. He couldn't do anything in this situation and it was driving him mad. "The good news is we're on the fastest course to Drum Island. The weather cooled down considerably yesterday and it started snowing today. We're definitely in a winter island stable climate now." Nami placed her hand on Luffy's shoulder to reassure him. "Once we get to Drum, we can get professional medical help to treat Mikita." Vivi looked at the flushed, sweaty blonde as she slept. The other woman's breathing was still rough. "The faster we get her there, the better her chances of survival. A temperature like hers is already approaching fatal levels." "Damn it, I feel useless." Sanji grit his teeth as he took the tray and the empty dishware out of the women's quarters. He refused to smoke inside with Mikita in her condition. The entire crew had noticed the increase in his overall number of cigarettes per day though. The chef was clearly worried about their nakama. "We'll stay with her, Luffy," Nami assured her lover. "Can you go check with Zoro and Usopp that we're still on the right course?" "Yeah, sure." Luffy agreed sullenly as he turned to leave the women's quarters. He closed the door gently, quietly behind himself so as not to disturb Mikita. No matter how much agitation he was feeling, he would keep it to himself to make the trip as fast as possible. "Are you seeing that?" Usopp called down to Zoro from the crow's nest. "I haven't had a drop of booze since Mikita got sick, but I still think I'm drunk." Zoro called back, looking through a short telescope at something. "What's going on?" Luffy questioned as he walked over to Zoro. The swordsman didn't say a word, simply passing the telescope over to Luffy and pointing. "How's he doing that?" "It's kinda cool." Luffy wondered as he looked at what appeared to be a man standing on the ocean. The man in question wore a checkered jester-like green-blue costume with purple lining at the end of the sleeves. His pants were dark green. He also had a white winter cape with purple lining tied against his chest and a light brown bow and an arrow quiver slung on his back. He seemed to have a perpetually sad expression on his face, made near comical by the wavy shape of his lips. "You think it's a devil fruit of some kind?" Usopp asked as they sailed closer to the odd man. "No," Luffy shook his head, his eyes narrowing. "He's standing on something. There are a lot of voices underneath the water." "Boy sure is cold, huh?" The man spoke once the Going Merry was close enough for them to hear each other. "It's snowing, no shit it's cold." Zoro responded with a flat expression. "I think he was trying to start a conversation, Zoro." Usopp called down exasperatedly. "I don't really feel hot and cold like most people do." Luffy shrugged his shoulders at the comment. "Really?" The man cut across their talk, looking surprised at Luffy's response. The straw-hatted young man was only in a vest, shorts, and sandals. A split second later and the ocean moved. The seawater exploded upwards off the starboard side of the large caravel. The Going Merry rocked violently from the sudden waves. A slew of cursing coming from the kitchen alerted everyone that Sanji wasn't happy with what that might have done to Mikita in her weakened state. The object that caused the eruption of water was clearly some manner of ship with a gourd-like appearance and a giant mast sticking out of the top. As the Straw Hats watched, Sanji included as he kicked open the kitchen door in a rage to find out what was going on. With multiple clanking and clanging sounds, the weird ship's metal shell opened to reveal a round wooden body. Dozens of men stared down at them from the other ship, all of them decked out in the same outfit. "Alright, what the hell is going on?" Nami's angry tirade stopped as the sounds of guns cocking reached her ears. She exhaled with a hiss before staring dully at the man checking her out with lustful eyes. "You better take that out of my face before you get hurt." "Ah, don't get all eager, you foolish peasants." The man that spoke had an annoying voice. Just the sound of it had eyes twitching among the Straw Hats, and that wasn't even counting the content of his statement. He was an overweight man with an unusual appearance. He had dark violet hair and a cylinder-shaped jaw made up of tin plates. He was dressed in tin plate armor and a hooded cape made from what looked like some kind of furry hippo. The rotund man was also wearing thick brown gloves. On his lower half he wore a pair of purple and orange woolen shorts and a brown belt around his waist, and his feet were covered by a pair of thick short boots. He also happened to be eating a large hunk of meat off a sword that he then bit in half and ate as well. "My mouth hurts just watching that." Usopp winced with every crunching sound that came from the weird man's mouth. "5 of you, huh?" The man continued, he clearly hadn't listened to a thing anyone else had said. "Can't be just 5 of you on a ship this size though." He shrugged as he threw the hilt into his gaping mouth and crunched on it too. "Oh well, doesn't really matter. I have a question, do any of you have a log pose or an eternal pose to Drum Island? We've been searching for it for a while now." "No." Nami lied to the man as easily as she breathed. "Get off my ship." Luffy was glaring at the fat man, and his voice was starting to rumble. "We're in a hurry and you're in the way. I told you there wasn't a need to rush, right? If you don't have what we need we'll just take your treasure and your ship instead." He eyed Nami up and down, making the orange tea gain an eye twitch. "You know what? I'll take that woman too. If they have any others hiding on the ship, bring them as well. Get to it, men. I said you're in the way. Now you threaten my nakama and my ship." Luffy's voice was like thunder rumbling across the heavens. "We don't have time for this." In a spark, Luffy vanished from sight, only to reappear with his hand through the fat man's chest. A veritable blaze of lighting had surrounded Luffy's hand and speared through the rotund man, armor and all. "Arg!" The other captain screamed as tremendous heat swelled within his body and electricity fried his nerves while his entire body spasmed. "Pingwapple!" Every non-straw hat screamed in shock and terror. "Your Majesty," the weirdo who had been standing on the water, along with another one who had a massive black afro, screamed in shock. "Kill them all." All of the soldiers aimed their weapons and prepared to fire, only to find out just how outclassed they were. "The captain told you to get the hell off our ship," Zoro stated darkly. The swordsman almost seemed to flow through the soldiers in a continuous movement. When he came to a stop, dozens of the soldiers went down with blood flying from their bodies. Both Zoro and his cursed Katetsu sword seemed to be emitting a deathly aura. "Don't disturb the ladies." Sanji lashed out with a kick at every word. Men went ragdolling off the ship and into the cold ocean. Others hit the side of their own ship with sickening thuds and fell into the sea. It didn't matter where they ended up as long as they were off the Merry. Those were the captain's orders. Soldiers from the larger ship tried to run across the gangplank to overwhelm the Straw Hats. There was gunfire and 24 men dropped like sacks of rocks into the waves. Usopp pulled his repeating rifle and proceeded to unload on the rest as well. No more enemies would set foot on the Going Merry. The man that had been eyeing Nami up at gunpoint suddenly found his rifle knocked out of his hands and then a powerful blow from Nami's staff broke his jaw. The orange tea cracked another soldier across the back of the head, pivoted on her heel, and then thrust her shock staff forward into the chest of another man. Her staff lashed out again and again, head, arm, leg, ribs, it didn't matter. Anyone she hit dropped, whether they were unconscious or screaming in pain, depended on their own fortune or misfortune. Luffy became lightning and launched himself over to the other ship as a bolt. The impact blasted apart a portion of the deck of the much larger ship and then the screaming began. Luffy's lightning body emerged and disappeared through the ship's hull and deck over and over again. Fires started and any soldier that got close to the lightning man was electrocuted. Smoke rose from the ship as Luffy tore it apart in his rage at the threats that Wapol had made against his nakama, as well as the hold-up of getting Mikita to a doctor. "We surrender. We're not soldiers. We're just doctors, please." The cries of multiple men in scrubs rang out and the final one snapped Luffy from his anger. He landed and reformed in front of the trembling group of 20 men. All of them stared up at the pirate as if he was a god of death made flesh. Luffy listened to their terrified voices and was able to determine that they were telling the truth. With a stone-cold look at the 20 doctors, Luffy spoke. "I have a job for you, if you refuse, I'll leave you on this sinking boat, do you understand?" Luffy gave them an ultimatum and waited for their panicked cries to die down. "Follow me and don't do anything stupid or it'll be the last thing you ever do." "Why yes." The oldest of the 20 doctors nodded even as he trembled in fear. After they gathered as much medical equipment as they could carry in their packs, the doctors were escorted off the burning, sinking ship single file. They walked across the gangplank fully aware of the rifle trained on them from the crow's nest. Once the doctors were on board, the other ship's gangplank was kicked off the Mary by Sanji. The Going Merry continued to sail onwards as the ship of Wapol sank behind them. The weird archer guy and the guy with the large afro were both down too. The afro man's neck was at an odd angle, probably from one of Sanji's kicks, if the other injuries covering the man's body were any indication. The archer's bow had been sliced into thirds and the man was missing his right arm below the shoulder. He'd probably bled out in short order. Luffy felt nothing for them, however. They had attacked them, threatened his nakama and his lover. They were pirates attacking pirates. This outcome should have been in the back of their minds at all times. Toss them overboard and wash off the deck before the blood stains it. Luffy gave the order as Nami sidled up to him and took his left hand in her right. They entwined their fingers and Luffy felt his anger cool quickly. "You all follow me, I have a patient for you to see." With that Luffy and Nami led the 20 doctors into the women's quarters and to Mikita. Vivi was looking at Luffy in shock, it was after a moment of thought that Luffy realized that Vivi could see out of the porthole. She'd seen what he'd done to Wapol's crew and ship for their attack on the Straw Hats. Vivi's eyes locked with Luffy's and the blue net looked like she was searching for something within his eyes. Luffy exhaled, letting his anger fade away and Vivi's eyes brightened in return. The princess saw the warmth return to Luffy's gaze and he looked like the Luffy she knew again. She gave him a small smile, one which Luffy returned. "This is my nakama, Mikita," Luffy informed the doctors. "She started getting sick after we left Little Garden. The only thing we found on her was a bug bite that had swelled up and turned a dark red. Her fever has been steadily climbing and now she's barely able to stay awake long enough to take care of her daily necessities. I need to know what she has and if you can treat her." "Yes sir, right away, we'll begin the diagnosis and provide whatever treatment we can." The lead doctor bowed, followed by all of his compatriots. Luffy, Nami, and Vivi watched the doctors like hawks as they examined the unconscious Mikita. Her temperature was checked, her eyes were opened and examined, and her pulse was taken and counted as well. The doctors prepped their equipment and soon had Mikita on an IV drip to provide hydration and nutrients. There was much discussion among the doctors as they tried to diagnose Mikita's sickness. Luffy didn't understand half of it, but he hoped the doctors he'd basically stolen could treat Mikita. The discussions among the doctors continued, some proposed sicknesses only to be shot down immediately. Some suggestions seemed to be being considered, but as the talks went on fewer and fewer of them became possible as the sickness Mikita had. "See Captain, sir, I'm afraid we can't pin down your crewmate's sickness. The symptoms are fairly common, but the bug bite, length of time, and rapid development of the symptoms don't fit with any of our hypotheses. We'd need an expert on rare diseases to look at the young lady," the head doctor informed Luffy with a bowed head. The other 19 doctors all lowered their heads as well, hoping to avoid seeing the young man's rage again. "Can you keep her from getting worse?" Nami questioned as she noticed Luffy's face going stone cold. Yes, of course." The head doctor's head shot up as he rapidly nodded. "We can treat the symptoms, keep her stable, but the disease will still progress. All we'll really be doing is buying the young woman more time." "That's enough, we're heading for Drum Island anyway," Nami informed the doctors. "You're heading for Drum Island?" The head doctor blinked at them. "That's our homeland, in fact, up until he abandoned the throne to escape a group of terrifying pirates, Wapol was the king." "I knew it, that was Wapol." Vivi muttered as she thought back to her only interaction with the man. It was back when she'd been just a little girl, but the cruel man had not left a good impression on her. He was not a good king. The head doctor admitted, all 19 other doctors nodded in agreement. If you are heading for Drum Island though, as long as she is still alive, Dr. Kariha may very well be able to correctly diagnose and treat the young lady. She's an expert in all sorts of diseases, from common to even extinct sicknesses. Really? Luffy's eyes lit up with hope for Mikita's recovery. Yes, Dr. Kariha was studying medicine when even I was just a child. The head doctor nodded. If anyone can diagnose and treat your crewmate, it would be her. It would be good to be able to return home, one of the other doctors spoke up. The people of Drum Kingdom have every right to be furious with us though. Another sighed heavily. We worked under Wapol exclusively to save our own skins. I have no doubt that we won't receive a kind welcome. We can at least try to make up for our wrongs. Every kingdom needs doctors, and Drum Kingdom is known for our medical knowledge. I refuse to let that die. A different doctor spoke up fiercely. You can do as you like once we actually get to Drum Island. Luffy's voice cut through the chatter. But only after my Nakama receives treatment, understand? Of course, sir. The doctors chorused. Over the next 2 days the Straw Hats sailed as fast as they could towards Drum Island. Mikita was being assisted with daily necessities by Nami, Vivi, and the doctors. The Platinum Blonde's condition hadn't gotten any worse, thanks to the treatment provided by the IC-20, as the crew learned the 20 doctors were called. Unfortunately, the sickness was still there, just as the head doctor had warned them. The crew of pirates only hoped that they'd reach Drum Island soon, so that they could find this Dr. Kariha and get Mikita cured of whatever sickness she'd gotten back on Little Garden. Hey, Captain. Mikita gave a tiny smile up at Luffy as she awoke and was able to at least see and think clearly. Her head still hurt a bit, but it was a lot better than it had been before Luffy had secured doctors to help her. She still felt weak, so bed was her only option without help. Luffy had taken to sitting at her bedside fairly often. Feeling any better, Mikita? Luffy asked the Platinum Blonde gently. Not any worse, at least. Mikita gave off a pale imitation of her normal laugh. Sorry that I caused us to have to take a detour. Don't be, ever, I'd order it every time if it meant you'd get better. Luffy shook his head. The Lightning Man gently took her hand in his and rubbed his thumb across the back of her hand. Thank you, Captain. Mikita was actually glad for the flushed cheeks her persistent fever caused right now. How embarrassing would it be for her if Luffy found out how much she enjoyed him doing this? Maybe it was said fever or the sickness as a whole, but she found a great amount of comfort from having Luffy so close to her. I'll be right here for the rest of the day, don't worry about it. Luffy smiled at her and Mikita returned it as best she could. She enjoyed his hand on hers and the gentle caress of his thumb on the back of her hand. She relaxed to the gentle swing of the ship as it sailed. It was no surprise that she was quickly asleep again. The next day, around noon, Usopp spotted something on the horizon. Looking through his telescope, he saw tall structures with flat tops. As the Going Merry sailed closer, Usopp was able to make out more details. The structures weren't structures at all. They were tall, cylindrical-looking mountains. That was what the doctors had said Drum Island looked like. Land ho! Usopp called from the crow's nest loudly. Nami? Luffy questioned his lover as the orange tea lined up the eternal pose with the island. That's it. The pose is pointing directly at it with no deviations. That's Drum Island. Nami smiled brightly as she beheld the island and her Nakama's chance of getting cured. It's really home, the head doctor mumbled as he beheld the Drum Rockies in the distance. We really made it back. The rest of the IC-20 all began to express their joy and relief at finally getting back to their homeland. Hey. Doctors. We have a patient to prep for transport. Nami barked at the men and all 20 doctors snapped to attention. They'd learned over the journey that Nami wielded a lot of power on the Going Merry, second only to Luffy. Some found it odd that the first mate, the green-haired swordsman, didn't have the most authority after the captain. Of course not a single one of them would speak up about it either. As Drum Island got closer and closer, Luffy stared at the approaching island seriously. No matter what it took, Mikita would get the treatment she needed. If they had to spend every berry in the holds, so be it. If Luffy had to strike a deal with this Dr. Kariha, he'd do so. But they weren't leaving Drum Island without a healthy Mikita, no ifs ands or buts. The tension had been building up in Luffy ever since Mikita had fallen ill. It was a feeling of powerlessness that felt like cold lead in his stomach. Maybe this Dr. Kariha would be willing to come with them. His crew needed a doctor, this incident had shown him that in the most terrifying of ways. With all this built-up tension, Luffy knew one thing for sure. I'm going to destroy this croc bastard and save Vivi's country. Luffy promised himself. He didn't know that Vivi was in earshot, nor did he see the way her eyes lit up even as tears appeared at the corners. The blue net quickly wiped them away, even as a warm smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you so much. Vivi thought to herself before she quickly went to help with Mikita's transport. The river the Straw Hats were sailing up to get to the interior of the island was lined with hundreds of fir trees. The mountains were absolutely gargantuan. All of them were cylindrical with a flat plateau at the top. The massive peaks broke through the very clouds in some places, and each of the mountains had to be a few kilometers tall at minimum. The Drum Rockies were an immense and impressive sight. "You're sure the harbor is further up this river?" Luffy questioned the IC-20 seriously. "Yes sir, the harbor is in a small lake that multiple streams empty into. It's big enough that even a galleon can safely turn around and leave Drum Island when their log pose resets," the head doctor of the IC-20 assured Luffy with a bow of his head. "Good, then we shouldn't have any problems," Nami mentioned as the Going Merry sailed further up the river. "Agreed," Sanji stated with a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. "We're not here for fun, adventure, or trouble. We're only here to get Mikita to this Dr. Kariha. We don't have the time to waste." "Do you think this island is safe enough for all of us to go ashore?" Usopp questioned as he came down from the crow's nest as the Going Merry entered the lake the IC-20 had told them about. Before anyone could answer, they suddenly heard the sounds of dozens of guns being cocked. "Turn your ship around, pirates. You're not welcome here," a loud voice called out to the crew on deck. From the bank surrounding the lake, armed angry-looking men glared at them. "We can't do that, I'm afraid," Zoro spoke up with a gaze harder than steel. "We're looking for a specific doctor on this island. There are no doctors here for you. This is our country. Pirates are not welcome here. If you drop your anchor we'll blast you," one of the many armed men yelled out. "If you don't want us to land, that's fine." Luffy stepped forward while speaking as calmly as he could. "But we need Dr. Kariha. We have a sick crew member aboard. She might die if we don't get Dr. Kariha's help." "How do you know about the witch?" one of the men demanded as almost all of the rifles were pointed at Luffy. "They told me." Luffy motioned to the IC-20, all of them hiding and peeking out of the doorway and portholes of the main cabin. "They can't cure my nakama, but they said Dr. Kariha might be able to. Bring her here. I'll pay whatever she asks." "That's the IC-20. A man howled in rage. "They're with Wapol." Luffy moved as every rifle and gun aimed at him, his ship, and his nakama were about to be fired all at once. Usopp had only just gotten his hands on his first two pistols when the crack of thunder stopped everything. "Don't do that," Luffy quietly demanded with his hand palming the head of the largest man there. Most of the men were still blinking their eyes from the flash of lightning they'd just seen up close. Luffy held the back of the large man's head even though the man was taller than he was. Everyone close could smell ozone. The large man's eyes were still wide from not even being able to tell when the younger man had moved. The rest of the men all looked on in a mixture of shock, fear, and worry as the large man was basically held hostage. "We aren't here to fight. We aren't here to cause trouble or hurt anyone. We just want to see Dr. Kariha." Luffy removed his hand from the back of the man's head and bowed at the waist, a full-on proper bow. "Please let us get our nakama the help she needs." "Very well." The large man swallowed thickly as he gave a nod. He was a rather tall and imposing man with slick black hair and a goatee. He was wearing a long, white fur-lined green tunic that had armor plates on the arms. He covered his head with a green and white fur-lined hat, equipped with ear flaps against the island's intense cold, and he wore long boots. He had a weapon, an extra-large spade, in a sheath on his back. "Come with me and I'll take you to the village." "Thank you." Luffy smiled before he turned towards his crew. "Come on guys. Let's go. We need to get Mikita to the doctor." "Right, you 20, hurry up. We have a sick patient to get to this Dr. Kariha." Sanji barked at the IC-20. The 20 doctors quickly stumbled out of the main cabin and headed for the women's quarters to retrieve the already prepped Mikita. The Going Merry dropped anchor at the harbor and the gangplank was lowered. Carefully a stretcher containing the sick Mikita was carried off the ship. The platinum blonde had been bundled up under multiple blankets to keep the island's natural chill from getting to her. All the men of Drum Island's militia backed away at the state of the woman and the fear of what getting in the way of her treatment might bring. The group had been walking for a couple minutes now, deeper into the island's interior. The snow was deep and they had to travel on a small pathway that had been dug out. The chill of the island and the gentle breeze through the fir trees made for a quiet walk. All of the Straw Hats, barring Luffy, were freezing. Vivi as a native of a desert country was shivering even under her coat. Very little was said beyond the large man telling them his name, Dalton. "I don't understand," Nami spoke up as they walked on. "We heard about the situation with Wapol from the IC-20, but why was he a pirate on the sea? They said it was something about pirates coming to this island. This was once a land that took pride in its study of medicine and our doctors. That was back when I first became a captain of the Royal Guard. Life has always been harsh here, but we led good lives. The king was a kind, just man who cared for his people." Dalton clenched his fists as his face took on a dark look. His son, however, when Wapol took his father's place, it didn't take long at all for him to reveal his tyrannical nature. He demanded all 20 of the best doctors in the country to go stay permanently at his side and killed or exiled the ones left over. Also he would have a stranglehold on the country and make everyone depend on him and his whims for medical aid. Everyone noticed the IC-20 flinching at the small history lesson. With every word Dalton spoke, VV's face darkened with fury. She shook as she bit out her words. That bastard. The princess growled, her own fists clenching tightly. How could anyone dare claim to be a ruler after destroying the lives of their citizens? Quite. Dalton let out a heavy sigh, but only a few months ago, our greatest disaster brought some of the greatest fortune we've ever had. His tone turned apologetic as he continued. That was the reason for our hostile greeting back there. Just 5 pirates attacked this nation and nearly destroyed it. They were insanely powerful. We never stood a chance. So that's why he ran away. He fled from these powerful pirates. Nami had no remorse or pity for Wapol. This entire situation in Drum Kingdom brought back far too many memories of Arlong. That coward never even fought. He simply ran with his tail between his legs and fled to the sea. He left us all to die to save his own skin. Dalton ground out with a dark look in his eyes. What? VV nearly exploded out of sheer rage. To think that any king could not only destroy his people's lives but then not even fight for his own kingdom. Just abandoning their people, the land of their ancestors, everything, just to run in fear and save their own life. Wapol was truly everything that a king should never be. It's alright, VV, he's gone now. Luffy gave her a gentle look, but the princess could see the storm behind Luffy's eyes. Wapol was exactly the kind of person Luffy hated. For the IC-20 to be here, I have to assume that you've met him. Dalton mentioned as his eyes looked over the 20 doctors. He said that he was searching for this island. Luffy nodded to the large man. Met him? Nami scoffed at the memories. That asshole tried to take our ship, our treasure, and us women for himself. We didn't take kindly to him threatening us or getting in the way of Mikita's treatment. What happened? One of the militiamen walking next to Dalton asked hesitantly. I killed him, captured these guys, Luffy motioned to the IC-20. Then I sank his ship. But he had the entire royal guard with him. The same man gaped at the straw-hatted young man. What about Chesser Kairomaru? They wouldn't have just let you kill Wapol. Who? Luffy honestly didn't know whom the man was referring to. Dalton gave a description of his 2 former associates and it was Sanji and Zoro that spoke up. The Afro guy. Sanji exhaled some smoke. I broke his neck for threatening the ladies. He kept trying to throw hairballs at me, so I kicked the shit out of him and then finished him off with one good shot to the head. The archer guy had some skill. Zoro commented, his breath coming out as a white cloud. But he had no close-range combat to fall back on. I sliced his arrows out of the air and then cut his bow apart. I cut off his right arm in the same strike and he went into shock and bled out quickly. How did Wapol die? Dalton questioned, his dark eyes meeting Luffy's. I shoved my hand through his chest and electrocuted him from the inside out. Luffy informed the large man as he raised his right arm and turned it into lightning. The militiaman stumbled back in fear at the sudden display. Dalton only looked at the display of what was clearly a Logia devil fruit calmly. It made sense that such a powerful fruit would wipe out Wapol and the royal guard. The pirates that had attacked the country would probably be about the same level from what they'd shown during the attack. The cowardly king had never stood a chance. It seemed fate itself had decreed that Wapol would meet his end at the hands of a pirate, one way or another. Then you have our most gracious thanks. Dalton bowed his head to Luffy as the young man reformed his arm from the lightning. Spread the word to the entire island. Wapol is dead and we are free. He proclaimed to the cheers of the militiamen. Please keep it down. The head of the IC-20 shushed the cheering men. We have a patient that needs her rest. Sorry. All of the cheering men were instantly quiet and subdued. Angering the straw-hatted pirate was most definitely not something they wanted to do. It didn't take too much longer for the group to reach the town of Bighorn, which was closer to the giant Drum Rockies. On the way they passed some rather strange animals, including an upright floofy-looking bear with a walking stick. Dalton informed them that it was called a hiking bear and that they had to bow to it as they were passing. Upon offering a polite bow, the pirates were rather bemused to get a nod back from the large bear. Once they made it into town, Usopp almost mistook one of the residents, a large woman of great height wearing a fuzzy coat, for another hiking bear. A few of the locals chuckled at the gunman's mistake. As they walked through the town, VV couldn't help but smile as they all saw how respected Dalton was. Apparently, the island was holding an election soon. Since the people of the island had decided to dissolve the old Drum Kingdom, they were leaving behind the old bloodline and electing a new king for themselves. Dalton was the clear favorite even though he didn't feel like he was worthy of the position. He led them to his home and hurried the pirates inside, along with a few of the IC-20. The rest waited outside of Dalton's home. It was slightly cramped with so many people. A fire was crackling in the hearth and warming the home pleasantly. I'm sorry I don't have much to offer you. I wasn't exactly expecting guests. Dalton shook his head. It's fine. Nami waved him off as she readied the thermometer. Luffy and the rest of the crew looked on worriedly as the navigator took Mikita's temperature. 105.5. That's dangerous. Dalton gasped as he read the thermometer over Nami's shoulder when she pulled it back. No wonder you were so desperate to get her to medical help. She'll pull through, she's strong. Nami brushed a stray lock of hair off of Mikita's face with gentleness that most of the crew had never seen before. Mikita's eyes had dark bags under them. Her face was flushed and her breathing was labored. If she was this bad with the IC-20 stabilizing her for the last days, the Straw Hats didn't even want to think about what her condition would have been without the doctor's help. Sorry about this, guys. Mikita barely opened her eyes as she wheezed out her words. Don't worry about it. Luffy took her hand lightly into his own. No one here blames you for anything, Mikita. I take it you have no idea what she's sick with? Dalton questioned the group as a whole. If the IC-20 couldn't take care of her then it must be rare or even unknown. Her symptoms and their progression simply don't match up with anything we're familiar with. It's too fast, it doesn't react to any treatment we've tried either. The head doctor bowed his head. That's why I told them of Dr. Kariha. She's an expert in rare illnesses. If anyone can correctly diagnose and treat the young woman it'll be Kariha. I've never heard of an illness that Kariha couldn't cure. Dalton shook his head. Her personality and costs are the problematic part. That's why we need to find this Dr. Kariha. Sanji said while chewing on an unlit cigarette. Where is this doctor? Up there. Dalton sighed and pointed out the window towards the tallest of the Drum Rockies. See the castle? He asked them. That was where Wapol lived before he fled the country and where his father lived before him. But once Wapol fled, Dr. Kariha took up residence. Then we need her to come down. Call her, this is an emergency. Zoro spoke up as he looked up at the mountain and then back at Mikita. It's not that simple. Dalton shook his head. I'm afraid we have no way to contact her. What the hell kind of doctor is she? Usopp exclaimed as he pointed at Dalton. The rest of the Straw Hats had hard looks on their faces. She is one of the best doctors in the world. Her skills would have earned her the top spot in the IC-20 had she agreed to work for Wapol. The head doctor spoke up and everyone turned to look at the older man. Instead, she evaded all attempts at capture for years. There's a reason that people call her a witch. She's rather eccentric, not to mention she's 139 years old. Jaws dropped at that information. That was a rather ridiculous age for a human to live to after all. What the hell do people do when they get sick around here, then? Sanji questioned as he practically ground his unlit cigarette between his teeth. That's part of why people call her a witch. Dalton took over with a heavy sigh. She comes down from the mountains whenever she feels like it. She'll look for patients seemingly at random. She always finds those that need help somehow. She'll treat them and once she's done, she takes whatever she wants from them as compensation. Definitely sounds like a witch to me. Usopp nodded before sipping on the hot tea that Dalton was offering everyone in his home. Kind of sounds like a cross between a doctor and a bandit. Luffy remarked, thinking back to Dadan and her followers on Mount Corvo. How does such an old lady even get down the mountain? Nami questioned, though her gaze never left the castle on the peak. I'm not sure, but I've heard stories. The way I've heard it is that on moonlit nights she'll fly down the mountain on a sleigh. People claim to have seen it and they always say she has a strange beast with her. Usopp blinked at what sounded like one of his own tall tales being told. Even though she's our only doctor, well, truthfully we don't like to deal with her if we can avoid it. That sounds like it could take a while. Mikita murmured, half awake and looking blearily at the ceiling. Luffy glared at the tallest of the Drum Rockies after hearing Mikita's words. I'm not letting her suffer for even a day longer. If we can't get the doctor to come to Mikita, then we have to bring her to the doctor. Luffy stated with finality. Guys, find me some rope. I'll get her up there if I have to climb the damn mountain. That mountain is 10 kilometers tall, you'll never make it. Dalton raised his voice to be heard over the muttering of the crew. There's a way up the mountain, but we lack the means to power it. What way? Luffy locked eyes with Dalton. And what do you mean by power it exactly? There's a lift that takes people to the summit of the castle plateau. But it's been disabled ever since Wapol rose to power. He claimed he didn't want to constantly be bothered by the people. Dalton informed the group. It had a small motor that was powered by a combination of pedaling to produce electricity and a battery that the motor drew power from. Wapol had the pedals and the battery removed and kept them hidden in the castle. The only way to get to the summit was when Wapol allowed it and put the parts back into the lift. But with my devil fruit, Luffy sparked electricity between his fingers. I can power it directly. Yes, I believe you can. Dalton nodded to the captain with a confident smile. The lift was left at the bottom of the ropeway when Wapol fled. The coward was in such a hurry to escape that he simply let the lift race down the ropeway via gravity. The brakes were almost stripped when they tried to stop at the bottom. We repaired them and were planning to order new parts to get the lift operational again. But if you can make the motor work, then that shouldn't be a problem. Show us where this lift is, Dalton. Luffy requested as he looked at Mikita. Of course, please follow me. Dalton stood up and the group quickly headed back out into the snow. Mikita had slipped back into sleep as her stretcher was carried through the town and the doctors of the IC-20 continued to work to keep her stabilized. It didn't take them too long to reach the lift. The ropeway was on the outskirts of Bighorn and the lift was sitting on the platform untouched. Dalton showed Luffy the motor and the Straw Hat Captain got to work. He touched the wires that had once connected to the battery and slowly began to feed electricity into the machine. Little by little Luffy adjusted the output until the motor whirred to life and the lift began to move. He immediately cut the power now that he knew how much to provide the machine. Let's go, we're not making Mikita wait any longer than necessary. Nami hurried the IC-20 onto the lift along with the rest of the Straw Hats and Dalton. Once everyone was on board and Mikita was secured, Luffy started powering the motor again. With a whirring sound the lift began to move again. Slowly they moved up the ropeway, ascending higher and higher into the air until they were far above the treetops. The snowy wilderness stretched out below the lift, but the Straw Hats were all far too worried to take in the view. The lift continued its trek ever upwards as it followed the ropeway. The clouds got thin and the temperature dropped as the wind picked up the higher they went. Keep her warm, don't let the wind chill hit her. One of the IC-20 commented as the 20 doctors made certain that Mikita's condition wouldn't be adversely affected by the trip. The lift rocked back and forth as the winds continued to pick up. Everyone was doing their damnedest to keep Mikita steady as well as themselves. Eventually the lift rose above the winds and clouds. The summit was in sight and the group breathed a little easier. As they reached the platform on the peak Luffy cut the power to the motor and Dalton engaged the brake. But the flip of a lever the brakes were locked and the group could disembark onto the mountaintop plateau. We're almost there Mikita. Luffy whispered to the sleeping woman as they carried her stretcher into the castle. Many people wondered why the large front door was left wide open. No one really questioned it though. Everyone was more concerned with getting Mikita to Dr. Kariha. It was only a moment later that Luffy stilled. Everyone seemed to notice that the captain had stopped dead in his tracks and turned to look at him. Luffy? What's wrong? Nami questioned her lover as Luffy started to shake. There's no one here. Luffy stated with a deathly cold look on his face. What? Nami's eyes widened and her fists clenched. She snapped her gaze on Dalton with a hellish fire in her brown eyes. Why isn't she here? There's not a single voice in the entire castle. Luffy's body emitted a spark or two from his roiling emotions. That shouldn't be possible. Dr. Kariha was down in Bighorn just a few days ago. Dalton explained to the incensed Straw Hat crew. She never makes such frequent trips, she has to be here. She's not. Luffy stated with utter surety. I'm going to call her. With that he turned and headed for the doors. Call her? Dalton looked perplexed. How? We have no way to contact her. Luffy? Nami rushed after her lover and found him standing halfway between the castle and the edge of the plateau. Get up here. Luffy thundered and Nami felt a wave of force pass through her. Luffy sparked brightly, making him hard to look at, before an absolutely titanic beam of lightning was fired from his whole body straight upwards. Nami almost lost her footing as the air shook from the blast and the instant change in temperature. The clouds were blasted apart and the sun was seen as the lighting dispersed into a madly branching tree of light and energy. The whole island and everyone on it looked up at the tallest peak of the Drum Rockies as lightning tore apart the sky. Village of Cocoa Weed. The doctorine, a blue-nosed reindeer, stuttered out as he looked up at the lighting that was tearing the clouds asunder. It looks like we have a visitor at the castle. An elderly woman replied. She was dressed in a style more suited to a woman 1/7 her actual age. Her attire included a navel ring, a shirt that bared her midriff, a purple blazer and purple low riding pants. She had a pair of small sunglasses over her eyes. She also had bracelets and rings on her left hand. She was currently staring up at the immense lightning show coming off the top of the tallest plateau of the Drum Rockies. What should we do? The reindeer spoke as Dr. Kariha jumped into the sleigh he was attached to. We go up there and see what all the commotion's about, of course. Dr. Kariha cackled as she pulled a bottle of booze out of a bag in the sleigh. It could very well be that someone has brought us a patient. Let's go, Chopper. Yes, Doctorine. Chopper called back as he took cover across the snow, pulling the sleigh behind him. The lightning died down a short time later, just as Chopper reached the hidden ropeway that connected to the castle plateau. This one had been forgotten for years and connected behind the castle. It was the one that Chopper and Kariha used to get up and down the cylindrical mountain without having to climb. The next few hours would change both of their lives, but neither knew it yet. Hack-a-cack-a-cack. Looks like we have some interesting visitors today. Dr. Kariha cackled as Chopper pulled her sleigh up the last part of the massive ropeway leading to the back of Drum Castle. It was a good thing that this one was fairly well hidden, or Wapple would have surely destroyed it during his reign of the kingdom. I'm still confused about the massive lightning bolt that tore apart the clouds. Chopper replied as he pulled them up onto the snow-covered plateau. What could cause that? Well, whoever it is better be willing to pay up for causing such a ruckus. Kariha chuckled as Chopper pulled the sleigh into a garage-like area attached to the back of the castle. Who knows what's going to happen, she trailed off, and Chopper reflexively transformed back into his hybrid state, making him much smaller than his regular reindeer form. There was a weight, or a sense of pressure really, bearing down on them. The air, it feels heavy. Cack. Kariha started to laugh, seemingly dispelling the pressure as she took a swig from her bottle. A rather intense guest has arrived, it would seem. There's a lot of people here. Chopper sniffed the air. He was short now, stood bipedal, and had maroon shorts on along with his pink top hat. His front legs had clearly turned into human-like arms, and his cloven hooves had become as dexterous as human fingers. He was a perfect cross between reindeer and human, clearly the work of a devil fruit. HMPH, well, let's go greet our guests, shall we? Kariha strode forwards, as if she didn't have a care in the world. Chopper could only admire Kariha's confidence in the face of this unexpected visit by strangers. They quickly entered Drum Castle proper through the small door that connected the back of the castle to the front. They passed into the main entryway, noting with some satisfaction that the snowbird nest on top of the door hadn't been disturbed. Many eyes turned to the duo as people realized they were there. But Kariha didn't pay them any attention. The old doctor stared right into the dark eyes of a young man wearing a straw hat. He was clearly the source of the strange pressure in the air. If she was being honest, it looked as if the man had known they were coming before they'd even entered the room. But then, her doctor's instinct kicked in, her eyes shifted over to the clearly sick woman on the stretcher next to the black-haired man. He was gently holding one of her hands that was poking out from the blanket she was wrapped in. "Are you the doctor?" Luffy questioned Kariha with cautious hope in his voice as he looked at the two of them. "The cack that I am, young man." Kariha replied with a confident grin on her face. She'd at least be respectful enough not to call him a brat like she did most others. "Please, help my nakama. She's very sick." Luffy immediately bowed to the old woman. There was no pressure in the air anymore. The instant that Luffy had bowed to Kariha, all of the tension seemed to vanish. "Raise your head, lad. I'll take good care of her. Just stay out of our way." Dr. Kariha strode forward and placed her index finger on Mikita's forehead. Her eyes widened after a moment. 105.7, it's some kind of miracle that she's still alive. She turned to Chopper and began to dole out instructions. "Chopper, get the phenicol and the cardiotonic. Grab the chialcilin too. She seems to have some type of bacterial infection. Nothing local either." "Where'd she get sick?" she questioned Luffy, who snapped to attention. "We were about a day out from Little Garden when she got sick," Luffy answered quickly. "It's a good thing you got her to me then." Dr. Kariha told him straight, another day or two and she would have been dead. Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats present paled at that news. It's been almost 110 years since a person had a confirmed case of Kesha infection. I'm probably the only doctor that knows how to treat it nowadays. She looked the platinum blonde over carefully, making note of the swollen area of the bite. "You can treat the symptoms and slow the infection's progression, but you're only delaying the inevitable that way. I suppose you have those cowards over there to thank for that." The IC-20 all flinched back from the short glare that Kariha shot their way. "Mikita is going to be okay though, right?" Luffy asked hopefully as they followed Kariha and Chopper into a warm room with a bed and a lot of medical equipment. "She'll be fine once I get the proper antibiotic administered to her." Kariha smirked at the pirate captain. "It's normally a 10-day treatment process, so I hope you aren't in a hurry. My patients don't leave their beds until their treatment is complete. There's also the matter of payment to talk about, but we can save that for after I give her the first dose." "Thank you very much, doctor." Luffy once again bowed to the old woman, this time with a wide smile on his face. Mikita was gently transferred from the stretcher and into the bed before being covered up again. Yes, Kariha waved off his thanks before turning to Chopper. "Chopper, I trust you to watch over the patient while I prepare the antibiotic. You already know how to make this one, so there's no point in you watching me." With that, the old woman turned and walked out of the room to prepare the medicine. "Yes, Doctorine." Chopper gave a short salute before placing a bag of ice onto a towel which was suspended from a device at the head of the bed. The cool towel was gently rested against Mikita's forehead to help keep her temperature steady. "Woo. You're so cool. You're like a Dr. Tanuki, right, you can even talk." Luffy exclaimed with sparkling eyes as he looked Chopper over. "WW, what the hell are you saying? I'm a reindeer. Calling me cool doesn't make me happy." Chopper retorted, but the massive grin on his face contradicted his words. Hey, do you want to join my crew? Luffy questioned with the sparkles still in his eyes. What do you mean, join your crew? Chopper gaped at the human who had brought the sick girl and a whole bunch of strangers up to the castle. Look at me. I'm a reindeer. I can't live with humans. I have fur and antlers and a blue nose. I'm a monster. Nah, Luffy shook his head with a chuckle. You're funny. He grinned at Chopper. You're just a tanuki that ate a devil fruit, aren't you? You're nowhere near being a monster. You're smart and you're doctor, right? I totally want you on my crew. Tanuki, I said I'm a reindeer, moron. Chopper screamed at him before the rest of what Luffy said registered. Idiot. I don't need praise from you humans. Shishishi. Right. So you're half tanuki half reindeer then. Luffy guffawed at seeing Chopper doing a happy dance at being complimented. I'm not a tanuki. Chopper roared with suddenly sharp teeth and wide eyes. But you are a doctor, right? Luffy looked at Chopper inquisitively. I've been studying under Doctorine for years. Chopper admitted with a nod. She took me in after Dr. Hiralik passed away. Who's Dr. Hiralik? Nami asked as she looked away from Mikita for a bit. He was like my father. Chopper looked down, sadness radiated from his form at the memories. Was he nice? Luffy titled his head. He was amazing. Chopper broke out into a grin. But he was also a bit of a quack, according to Doctorine. A quack? Sanji blinked at the reindeer person. Like a fake doctor. He made a lot of his own treatments. Chopper rubbed the back of his head. Not all of them worked. Like how some home remedies don't actually work. Usopp questioned curiously. He was no stranger to relying on such things since he'd lived by himself from a fairly young age. Sort of. Chopper couldn't help the sigh he let out, the fondness he'd had for his father figure seeping into his words. Without realizing it at all, he began to share his history with the Straw Hat crew. It was almost an hour later that Dr. Kariha returned with the antibiotic and gave Mikita her first dose. After administering the medicine, she turned to face the onlookers. She almost couldn't believe that Chopper was willingly sitting with the pirates whose names she still didn't know. Not to mention he was actually holding conversation with them instead of hiding away. Another 10 days of taking her medicine and she'll be right as rain. Kakakakak. Kariha laughed as she faced the pirate captain. She was exceptionally lucky that you were able to get her to me. Who are you anyway, lad? Monkey D. Luffy, I'm going to be king of the pirates. Luffy introduced himself to the old woman. Chopper's jaw dropped at the sheer confidence in Luffy's voice as he made that statement. Even he knew about the Pirate King. The kakakak. Kariha cackled at the introduction. Well, at least you've got the guts for it. She grinned madly at him. Would you like to know what she was sick with? Sure, I guess. Luffy nodded with some trepidation in his voice. I'm not explaining twice, so pay attention. Dr. Kariha said before uncorking a new bottle of booze and taking a deep swig. Your friend over here was bitten by an ancient tick known as a kestia. She sat in a chair and inclined it back, taking the front legs off the ground. The bite mark you found was the first indication. A kestia bite always swells up like that. She took another drink. They used to live in hot, steamy jungles. But the world government did everything in their power to wipe the species out about a century ago. Congratulations on finding the one island in the world they apparently missed. Thus my luck. Mikita groaned lightly as she opened her eyes. She was almost immediately surrounded by the crew. Mikita, you're awake. Luffy beamed at her. Mikita-chan. Sanji was sobbing in relief over the platinum blonde. Mikita. Nami smiled at her friend softly. Good to see you awake again. Zoro inclined his head to the woman. I knew you'd make it. Usopp declared with his fist on his chest. Hakakak. Kariha laughed at the small celebration of the girl waking up. She was still about to burst their bubble though. The kestia tick carries in its saliva a deadly strain of bacteria which attacks the body for 5 days. Exactly 5 days without proper treatment. The infected rapidly develop a fever which never drops below 104 degrees once it rises to that temperature. After the sustained fever is reached, it quickly develops into a superinfection which leads to myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis. Nami, VV, and Sanji, who actually understood most of those terms, blanched at what could have befallen Mikita. You were bitten about a week ago, I believe. Because you got treatment from those 20 cowards, they were able to slow the infection's progress. However, in another 2 days it wouldn't have mattered, you'd have died. Kariha looked darkly at Mikita. I would have died. Mikita blinked in shock at the doctor. She'd been just 48 hours from death. That's right. Kariha took another pull from her booze. Luckily for you, you came to me. It would have taken 10 days for the medicine of some less competent doctor to fix you up, and that's assuming they even managed to correctly diagnose you. You wouldn't even be able to get out of bed during your treatment either. But with my medicine, you'll be up and about in just 3 days' time. Thank you for helping me, Dr. Kariha. Mikita looked pale, even with the flushed cheeks that her falling fever gave her. You're welcome. The old woman replied, an actual honest smile on her face for once. Now, let's talk payment. Her smile quickly became the familiar grin. Whatever you need. Luffy immediately stated as he gently took Mikita's hand in his own again. My nakama are worth far more than any treasure. Luffy Mikita was really glad her blushing couldn't be seen through her fever. That's good then, Kariha chuckled as she looked between the pirates. Which one of you caused the lightning that I saw when I was down in Cocoa Weed? Me. Luffy replied as he looked at the woman curiously. Part of your payment will be doing a job for me. Kariha informed the young man. That's fine. Luffy agreed without hesitation. As for the rest of your payment, I think 49% of your total cash will suffice. Kariha grinned at the pirates. She had to hide her shock when not a single one of them batted an eye at the price. Deal. Luffy nodded firmly and extended his hand to the doctor. Don't hold back, do you? Kariha chuckled as she shook the captain's hand and sealed their deal. Shishi. Luffy laughed with a wide grin. The rest of the day was spent going back and forth from the castle to the Going Merry to get Kariha's payment. All of it was done under Nami's supervision, and once exactly 49% of their total treasure was collected, she stopped the crew from picking up a single extra beery. Luffy wouldn't have cared to give Kariha the majority of their treasure for saving Mikita's life. But just over 27 million beery seemed like adequate compensation. Kariha allowed the Straw Hats to stay the night in her castle since Mikita was undergoing her treatment there. In gratitude, Sanji had whipped up a feast for everyone as the night's dinner. Kariha had actually complimented the chef on the meal. Chopper had stuffed himself almost to bursting on the delicious food. While he preferred vegetables and sweet things mostly, a trait from his reindeer heritage, his devil fruit made him an omnivore in his hybrid form. He'd sampled a bit from every dish on the table, which led to his bloated appearance. The next morning, Luffy was dragged away from Mikita's bedside by Kariha. The old woman took him to a set of large thick steel doors. Looking at the large double doors, Luffy blinked before turning to face Kariha. Seeing his look, Kariha explained. I need some of the things behind this door to complete a project I've been working on for the last few years. Kariha stated as she tapped her knuckles against the heavy steel. How well can you control that lightning of yours? You just want me to open this door? Luffy questioned as he examined the large set of doors. Yes, Kariha nodded to the pirate. It has a very strong lock that goes into the stonework on the top and bottom of both doors, as well as steel bars that connect the two doors to each other. Without the key, I've been unable to get inside. You should probably look away then. Luffy grinned as his right hand and forearm began to glow a bright white blue. Kariha turned to face away from the young man as he set to work. Luffy stabbed his lightning fingers into the seams separating the two doors. The concentrated lightning superheated the steel quickly and liquefied the metal. Slowly but surely, Luffy cut through the locks on the door. He had to get a ladder to actually reach the top, but once he was finished, with an odor hanging in the air from the melted steel, he simply grabbed the large steel door on the right and picked it up. Carrying the ruined door off to the side and then doing the same to the left one, left the path cleared into the large room beyond. An armory? Luffy questioned as he looked at all of the weapons inside the large room. Yes, Kariha stated as she took in the various weapons. This was where all of the royal guard's weapons were kept in case of an attack on the castle. I'm only interested in the large cannons in the back though. Why? Luffy tilted his head questioningly. Stick around for another day and you'll see. Kariha chuckled as if the pirate had a choice. Mikita would still be undergoing treatment for another 8 days before Kariha would let her patient leave. Are they still going at it? Vivi giggled as she and Nami sat with Mikita as the platinum blonde was already starting to look much better. According to Chopper, Mikita's fever had dropped substantially and was now just over 100 degrees. Luffy has the idea in his head, there's no escape for Chopper now. Nami grinned as the women listened into the, rather loud, conversation going on in the next room. I told you. Chopper roared, teeth looking shark-like as he screamed at Luffy. I'm a reindeer. I have a blue nose. I'm a monster and I don't belong with humans. I can't join you. Why aren't you afraid of me? And I told you that you aren't a monster and you're cool. Luffy retorted for the umpteenth time. Some of the Tanuki on my home island could hunt wolves and giant boar. Damn it, I'm a reindeer, not a Tanuki. And what the hell kind of island did you live on? Chopper screamed back at the pirate that wanted him to join his crew. On island in the East Blue. Luffy nonchalantly answered the question as if they weren't arguing back and forth about Chopper joining the crew. We need a doctor for the ship, Luffy looked Chopper in the eyes. I've watched you work, you said that you've had years of training from Kariha, don't you have a dream beyond this island? Oh boy, if he says yes then he's in a coma whether he likes it or not. Mikita giggled softly with a wide smile on her face. Yep. Nami grinned while Vivi hid her own chuckles behind her hand. I do have a dream, Chopper admitted as he looked down. The same dream as Dr. Hirlik. The dream to be able to cure any disease or sickness in this world. Then come with us. We'll sail to every corner of the seas if we have to. Come chase your dream together with us, Chopper. Luffy beamed at the reindeer so brightly that Chopper almost had to squint. The straw-hatted captain held his hand out to the reindeer doctor. It was the clearest invitation in the world. But I'm not meant to be around humans. Chopper was tearing up at this blatant and honest acceptance. If you want to complete the dream you and that quack shared, then you won't be able to by staying on this island. Kariha spoke up from the doorway. There's only so much you can learn here, Chopper. If you want to cure every sickness and disease you come across, then you'll have to explore the world and study things that we may never have known about. The world is vast and filled with a great many diseases and injuries. If you truly want to cure them all, then you have to take that first step. Doctorine. Chopper had rivers of tears soaking his fur as he looked at his teacher and mother figure. Still such a crybaby. Kariha smiled fondly at Chopper before taking a swig from her bottle to hide her own misty eyes. What do you say, Chopper? Join my crew and be our nakama. Luffy extended his hand again, and this time Chopper grabbed it with his own. Yes. I'll join your crew, Luffy. I'll become the best doctor in the world. I'll cure every injury and illness we come across. Chopper declared from the depths of his heart and soul. Kariha smiled proudly at Chopper as he made his declaration. It was time for him to leave home and truly see the wide world away from these shores. Sounds like we have a doctor now. Mikita grinned at Nami and Vivi. It does. Vivi agreed with a giggle. There's never any doubt once Luffy decides on a nakama. Nami smirked with a chuckle. Later that day a different argument was occurring. Absolutely not. Kariha denied Luffy and Nami. Vivi's country is in the middle of a civil war, we can't stay here the full 10 days. Nami stated again. I don't discharge my patients until they're healthy or dead, no exceptions. Kariha stared the two down. But we have Chopper coming with us, you said he can make Mikita's medicine and give it to her. Luffy recalled with a firm look on his face. He can, Kariha admitted with a sharp nod. But she's currently my patient and until she's better she's staying here. Doctorine, I wish to take over the full care and treatment of patient Mikita. Chopper requested formally of his mentor and mother figure. I know her medicine, how to produce it, and the prescribed amount to administer to her daily. I will make sure that she is cured without fail, ma'am. And where do you get off requesting such a thing of me, Chopper? Kariha glared down at her student and surrogate son. I am a doctor and a straw hat pirate. I will never let my nakama die. Chopper practically roared with a fire blazing in his eyes. Kariha sighed before taking a swig from a bottle of booze that had been on a nearby table. Only a pirate for a few hours and already a big man, huh? She smirked down at Chopper. Kakakakak. Fine, fine, she's in your care. You can leave tomorrow morning after I give her one last look over. Thank you, Doctorine. Chopper bowed to Kariha. Luffy and Nami both blinked at the situation being resolved without any further argument. That was awesome, Chopper. Luffy exclaimed, and Chopper flailed a bit before he started happy dancing at the praise. Have you met everyone yet, Chopper? Nami asked their newest nakama with a smile. Yep. Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. Chopper smiled at her. Though Sanji said something about emergency rations. Oh, he did he? Nami glared over at the wall, behind which sat the castle's kitchen. I'll go talk to him for a second. Nami walked towards the kitchen with a dangerous smile and a clenched fist, while Luffy and Chopper went back towards Mikita's room. At about mid-morning the next day the Straw Hats, including Chopper, were loading up the Going Merry with supplies, while Mikita was being fussed over by said reindeer doctor, Sanji, and Nami. The whole town of Bighorn had come to see them off, led by Dalton. Kariha and Chopper were saying their last goodbyes when Kariha turned to Luffy. Luffy, can you delay your departure for just a little longer? Kariha asked with a grin. Huh? What for? Luffy blinked at the old woman. Oh, you'll see in about 2 more minutes. Kariha chuckled as after looking at a pocket watch. Hey, what's that? Usopp cried out as he saw something fire from the top of the mountain. The highest peak which the castle sat on at that. Hakakakakak. Kariha laughed loudly as everyone turned to look at the top of the mountain. Chopper started to sob as a series of explosions went off above the castle and beautiful pink snow started to fall. Why, Doctorine. Chopper bawled as he saw his father's dream of Sakura blooming in their winter island come true. Everyone watched in awe as the tall, cylindrical drum Rockies looked exactly like cherry trees in full bloom. It's beautiful. VV exclaimed with a joyous smile. Amazing. Usopp cheered loudly at the sight. Sakura viewing on a winter island, what do you know? Zoro chuckled as he was brought back to memories from his childhood. But wonders never cease. Sanji grinned up at the sight while taking a drag of his cigarette. "But things just seem to follow you around, you know that." Nami smiled at Luffy as their hands found each other and their fingers entwined. Shishishishishi. Luffy chuckled as he watched the falling pink snow. Chopper hugged Kariha for all he was worth as he tried to stem his happy tears. The old woman wasn't much better as she held her surrogate son and watched Hirulek's dream become a reality. That old quack had given her the best years of her life after his passing. He'd left Chopper in her care and she could never recall being happier. Dreams were truly amazing things when they were realized. They could change the world. "You're doing much better, Mikita," Chopper declared with a smile to the platinum blonde woman as he finished checking her over. It was the second day since they'd set out from Drum Island for Sandy Island and 5 days in total since Mikita had started taking her antibiotic for the Kesha bite. "I'm just glad I don't feel like shit anymore." Mikita grinned at their reindeer doctor. "Am I finally able to join in on the training again, Dr. Chopper?" "You haven't had a fever since we left Drum, your condition has definitely improved," Chopper nodded before standing up on his stool to get right in Mikita's face. "But you're not finished with your treatment. No full training." It would seem the years Chopper had spent living and learning under Kariha had left their mark. When it came to treatment and care, Chopper was unrelenting on the regimens he prescribed. "You can do some light training, practice your devil fruit with Luffy and stuff. Don't even attempt to do the full regiment that Luffy has all of us do." "Yes, Dr. Chopper." Mikita giggled at the reindeer. Chopper sat down on his stool again with a happy smile at her acceptance. Mikita left the new medical bay on the Going Merry with a grin while stretching her arms above her head. The bay had initially been the drying room for the women's underthings. But Nami, Mikita, and Vivi had all agreed it was better to have a room dedicated to treatment on the ship. They'd furnished it with all of the things Chopper had brought with him. There was a desk, stool, 2 small cots, a bookshelf, and a neat little wooden chest with a multitude of different small drawers that were each labeled with the name of what they contained. The chest was mostly filled with medicinal herbs, but some of them had finished medicines in them that Chopper had made into pills, powders, topical creams, or syrups. The straw hats were looking much better on medical treatment than they had been before Drum Island, even if the medical bay was a little cramped with all the stuff in it. "Though I guess we didn't technically give up the drying room." Mikita smiled to herself as she remembered the argument Usopp and Nami had when the Orange Tea had stated that his workshop would be their new drying room. A strong wallop to the top of the gunman's head and he'd moved out with a grumble about violent women. To make it up to Usopp, the other guys had let him take over the entire back corner of the men's quarters to make into a small workshop. Usopp's bed was in the back anyway, and it wasn't as if they didn't have the space. Now Usopp had a work table, chair, and was using one of the unused nightstands as storage for his materials. He even had a porthole to the side of his work area that he could open to let in fresh air while he was working. All in all, the long-nosed teen was happy with his new setup. This was especially true since it kept Nami from just barging in to ask about the progress of the weapon that Usopp was working on. "Mikita, did Chopper say you're better?" Luffy asked as he saw the blonde emerge from below deck into the warm sunlight. "Getting better," Mikita gave him a smile. "I can do light training now, and Chopper says I can practice with you on my devil fruit." "Great." Luffy smiled widely at the good news. "So you want to start now?" Mikita asked with a small smile. "Let's go." Luffy cheered as he raced up the stairs to the upper deck and the open back deck of the ship. "Ha-ha-ha-ha." Mikita laughed at Luffy's exuberance as she followed at a more sedate pace. When she got to the rear deck, she found Luffy doing some quick stretches and rolling his shoulders. Thankful that she was already in workout clothes, a sports bra and shorts, Mikita went through a few stretches herself. Once they were limbered up, Luffy began to bounce just a little on his toes. With a grin he motioned her forward. Mikita put her game face on. Focusing on her observation as she'd been taught, she felt her devil fruit's power out and reduced her weight as she sprang forward. Luffy grinned as Mikita nearly blurred forward and he backstepped to avoid the right hook that would have impacted his jaw. Mikita spun in the air with her reduced weight before lashing out with a roundhouse kick. Luffy limboed underneath the long leg easily. He knew what Mikita was going for. She'd gotten pretty good at adjusting her weight on the fly. That long, soft-looking leg would weigh somewhere close to a metric ton when it hit, and while he could deal with that, he'd rather not. "Try this." Mikita practically floated down to the deck on the leg she just kicked with before launching a high kick at Luffy's chin. The captain leaned back and watched with a smile as the weight of her leg, combined with the speed of her kick, lifted her entire body a few meters into the air. "I'll get you," she declared as her weight shifted and she dropped a vicious axe kick down on Luffy. "Easy now, don't want to damage the ship." Luffy grinned as he caught her kick and bent his knees to absorb the force. The armament hockey he clad his body in helping to dispel the rest of the force. He held her leg with both hands and Mikita felt his slightly rough hands along her skin. "Are you okay, Mikita? Your face is turning red." "No, it isn't." Mikita denied as she brought her other leg around and tried to knee Luffy. He let go of her leg to practically swat away her knee and she floated to the deck. She bum rushed her captain and changed her weight just as she jumped forward to tackle him. "Gotcha." Luffy caught her charge and slid back over a meter from the weight and speed she hit him with. His hands rested on her shoulders and Luffy spun her into the air even with her increased weight. Mikita struck out with a back fist only for her wrist to be caught and she was pulled into a bear hug. "Hey." Mikita struggled against the hold, flailing her legs a few times. "No fair." She altered her weight again, making her body only a kilo, while both her legs went up to 5 metric tons. The shift briefly upset Luffy's balance, and Mikita slammed the back of her head into his face. "Ow." Luffy blinked at the sudden pain, and Mikita slipped from his arms as she reduced her weight and yanked his hands from around her body. Taking advantage of Luffy's distraction, Mikita launched a 5-ton mule kick straight backwards into Luffy's stomach. Luffy, proving his near mastery of basic hockey application, shifted his stance, pivoted on his heel and dodged the attack without looking like he even tried. With a quick movement, his foot hit her standing leg and knocked it out from under her. Mikita proved their training with her devil fruit hadn't been a waste when she instantaneously dropped her full body to a single kilo, placed her hands on the deck and then windmilled her legs into Luffy, shifting both to about 500 kilos each just before impact. Luffy blocked the 2 kicks with his right arm even as he skidded sideways about a meter from the force. Mikita landed easily but pouted at Luffy as she rubbed her legs. They were a bit sore from slamming into Luffy's arm. The black-haired captain grinned at her and she couldn't help but return it. "I swear, your hockey is something else, Captain." Mikita shook her head. "My devil fruit makes my body able to handle whatever force I put on it through shifting my weight. I can fall from great heights at max weight, slam into the ground, leave a crater behind and walk away whistling without a problem. But kicking your armament is enough to hurt. It's ridiculous." She gave him a mock pout and Luffy chuckled at her. Shishi. Luffy accepted her praise with a laugh. "You'll be able to do that too if you keep practicing your hockey." "Sounds good to me, Kaiahaha." Mikita laughed along with Luffy. "But I get the feeling that you're still not really trying very hard in these spars." "Maybe." Luffy shrugged with a grin. "I haven't had to use hardening yet." "Hardening?" Mikita blinked at the term. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped as she watched Luffy's fist and forearm turn a jet black color instantly. "Hardening?" Luffy nodded to his black arm before it faded away just as fast as it appeared. "The hell?" Mikita moved forward and grabbed his arm. She moved it around, ran her fingers and hands over it and looked at it from every angle she could. "How the heck did you do that? Your arm just turned jet black out of nowhere." "Hockey?" Luffy had a grin on his face as he gave the shortest answer possible. Mikita deadpanned at her captain. "Any further explanation you'd like to go into?" "Not really." Luffy snickered at Mikita's flat look. "Well," Nami's voice came from behind Mikita. "Aren't you two getting close?" The orange tea had one of her delicate brows raised at the two of them. Mikita blinked at the sudden appearance of the orange tea before realizing that her hands were still subconsciously running over Luffy's arm. She withdrew her hands instantly and faced Nami fully. "Sorry, it wasn't I didn't mean." Mikita was struggling to explain how close she was to Luffy, caressing his arm even, to Nami. The navigator was Luffy's woman. This must look like Mikita was trying to make a move on Luffy. "Oh, hush." Nami shushed the blonde and Mikita stopped talking to look down at the deck. "Are you two done with your spar, Luffy?" she asked her lover with a soft smile. "Yeah," Chopper said, "only light training, so we could probably stop here for now." Luffy nodded with a thoughtful look as he remembered what Mikita said earlier. "Alright then, Mikita, come with me." Nami all but ordered before she kissed Luffy's cheek and walked towards the stairs. Mikita gave a quick nod to Luffy before she followed after Nami. The two women walked down the stairs and stopped by the door to the women's quarters. Nami opened the door without a word and motioned Mikita inside. The blonde, still worried about what was going to happen, entered the room without a sound. Nami entered behind her and closed the door. Mikita flinched slightly when she heard the lock click behind her. Nami went and sat on her bed and then had Mikita sit next to her with a look. "Nami, I'm sorry, that wasn't." Mikita tried to explain, but Nami cut her off. "Shhh." Nami shushed the blonde again. "I know what that was, I know what I saw." Mikita wanted to shake her head in denial, wanted to say that it wasn't what it looked like. "You like Luffy, I can tell." Mikita felt her traitorous cheeks warm against her will. "But I'm his lover, his woman. You know that." "Yes." Mikita nodded with her head down, staring at the blanket beneath them. I get it, Nami admitted with a nod, her arms crossed beneath her large bosom. He's a great guy and cares for his nakama above all else. He has a tender side that you wouldn't expect, and when you see it, when you have it directed at you, it's hard not to start liking him. Yeah, Mikita gave a small nod, still not looking up. That being said, Nami uncrossed her arms, placing her right hand on the bed between them, while her left hand moved up and her index finger gently touched under Mikita's chin. The orange tea made the blonde look her in the eye with a barest of touch. He comes at a price. Price? Mikita blinked at Nami, her heart starting to hammer inside her chest. She knew of her nakama's love of treasure and money, but this didn't seem like what she was talking about. Price. Nami developed a rather seductive grin. You see, we're a package deal, you can't have one without the OTHER. She leaned in closer to Mikita. Nami? Mikita gasped before her lips were caught by the orange teas. The two shared a gentle kiss, and Mikita felt like she'd just reduced her weight from max to only a single kilo as the tension in the room fell away entirely. The blonde leaned in a little to return the lip lock, and the duo of loveliness pulled apart a moment later. Now that you know the price, Nami smirked sinfully at the blonde as she gripped her chin tightly, but gently. Her fingers felt so soft, are you ready to pay it? Yes. Mikita moaned, grabbing Nami's hand and kissing it. Nami licked her lips, and Mikita inhaled sharply at the sight. How about we introduce you to Luffy, tonight? She gently trailed her soft fingers up Mikita's exposed stomach, making the blonde hum pleasantly. Tonight? Mikita was surprised at how soon Nami wanted to include her. Isn't that a bit fast? Is it? Nami teased as her fingers trailed over Mikita's breasts in the sports bra. We're pirates, we don't really care about social norms. Her fingers snuck under the edge of the garment and dipped into Mikita's cleavage. Mikita gave a playful whine at the orange tea's roaming hand. So? Nami teased as she leaned in closer, pressing their bodies together. What do you say? Do you want to become Luffy's woman? Too? She breathed against the other woman's ear before her lips kissed it softly. Yes. Mikita admitted as she wrapped her arms around Nami and fell back onto the navigator's bed. The two giggled lightly before their eyes met. They moved in to catch each other's lips again. Hands wandered a bit, Mikita returning Nami's previous touches with her own. The navigator had some truly impressive tits, and Mikita felt her fingers sink into them a bit even through Nami's shirt and bra. Save it for TONIGHT. Nami purred at Mikita before giving the blonde's nice ass a swat. Mikita yelped cutely before flipping Nami's skirt up and groping both of the brown-eyed woman's fantastic cheeks. Naughty girl. Nami giggled as she delivered another playful swat to Mikita's bottom. The two pulled themselves away from each other after another minute and fixed themselves up. They shared a kiss again before leaving the women's quarters and going about their day. Lunch would be ready soon, and everyone on the Going Merry looked forward to each meal. Mikita was planning to make something special for dessert tonight. It was a good night for celebration in her opinion. I'm looking forward to it. Mikita licked her lips before heading towards the kitchen. She had some baking to do. That night on the Going Merry was rather festive as the crew celebrated Mikita's continuous recovery. When everything had been eaten, Mikita brought out the chocolate cake she'd made. Chopper's eyes were sparkling brightly at seeing the large cake, his sweet tooth already rejoicing. Everyone ate and enjoyed the dessert with gusto, even Zoro who wasn't normally a fan of sweets. Vivi took her shower first that night and was in bed a little early. Mikita and Nami smiled at the sleeping princess before leaving for the captain's quarters. They both took a quick shower together, getting just a little frisky with each other. When Luffy, who had just entered his quarters, spotted Mikita coming out of the bathroom with Nami, he blinked in confusion. Is this why you wanted me to shower right after dinner, Nami? Luffy looked between the two women, both clad only in towels. Yep. Nami gave him a sexy smile that promised a night of pleasure. Mikita wants to be your woman too, LOOFY. She sauntered up to her lover with her hip swing and the towel barely holding onto her voluptuous form. Do you want her to be your lover too? She breathed hotly into his ear as she pressed herself against him. Luffy tilted Nami's head up slightly so they could kiss. When they broke apart he looked at Mikita. Is that what you want, Mikita? Luffy tilted his head slightly even as his arms wrapped around Nami and his hands found her barely covered ass. You want to be my lover like Nami? Yes LOOFY. I really like you, so MUCH. Mikita gave him a beautiful smile, her green eyes shining as she dropped her towel, letting Luffy see all of her. WOW. Luffy rumbled and Nami grinned naughtily as she felt his reaction to Mikita's reveal. Mikita was a beauty herself. Bright eyes, soft, blonde hair, a pretty face, a wonderfully bouncy bosom, thin waist leading to wide hips, a great ass, long legs with soft thighs. Standing at 173 centimeters, she was tall for an average woman, but that only made her curves stand out even more. Like what you see, Captain Mikita leaned forward and let her girls bounce before his eyes. She wasn't as stacked as Nami. The orange tea was practically unfair, but she had fairly large breasts herself. She was proud of them and her fat ass. She turned more heads than she could ever hope to count. I can feel that EDOES. Nami giggled as she kissed Luffy's neck. Go get her, LOOFY. Luffy. Mikita yelped as she was scooped up into his arms and carried to the bed. Mikitah. Luffy smiled at her, a deep smoldering desire in his dark eyes as he looked at her. He leaned down and she tilted her head up. Their lips met for the first time and Mikita moaned into the kiss. The two were all over each other in short order once Luffy deposited Mikita onto the large bed. Hands roaming, lips meeting, and the passion was rising. Mikita wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck as she devoured his lips. Their tongues entwined and danced together as she pressed herself against him. Luffy's hands weren't idle as they explored Mikita's body, cupping her thighs, then her ass, trailing up her sides, and leaving an electric sensation dancing across her skin. When Luffy finally cupped her tits, Mikita broke their kiss to cry out in pleasure. Mikita moaned throatily as she felt her breasts being played with. She panted as Luffy continued to please her, tiny pinpricks of pleasure that spiked like shocks when he began to tease her nipples. Luffy upped the ante by kissing her neck before descending and capturing a nipple with his mouth. Mikita tossed her head back as a lewd mule passed her lips. You look so hot right now, Nami panted as she met Mikita's gaze. The navigator was running her hands over her body while watching Luffy play with Mikita. When Luffy switched to Mikita's other nipple, the blonde moaned again, only to find her open mouth covered by Nami's. The orange tea's tongue was quickly invading her mouth. The women kissed deeply, enjoying each other, even as Luffy lavished pleasure onto Mikita's body. Mikita's muffled moans were mixed with the sounds of Nami's own pleasure. This only increased further when Luffy's free hand that wasn't fondling her tits dropped down and found her soaked sex. Mikita bucked into Luffy's hand even as Nami held her shoulders down and separated their lips to breathe. Mikita, you're soaked. Luffy rumbled out as he played with her pussy, even sending a slight little shock to her sensitive sex. Mikita bucked again at the stimulation and looked into the eyes of her devil of a captain. He couldn't be anything else for teasing her like that. LOOFYPLEASE, Mikita begged as she rolled her hips against his hand. Okay, Luffy agreed before he slipped a few fingers into her. He showed how much practice he got with Nami when Mikita screamed in joy as her whole body shook. She'd have woken everyone on the ship if Nami hadn't captured her mouth again. The beautiful navigator swallowed her rapturous cries of pleasure into their kiss. Nami wasn't done yet as her hands found Mikita's breasts and began to play. The blonde was mewling and moaning at the multiple stimulations. She cooed when Nami teased her nipples and nearly screamed again when Luffy changed up his pace and kissed her stomach. She couldn't control her hips as they continuously rolled into Luffy's fingers. She was practically thrashing in the bed as her lovers continued to pleasure her beyond anything she'd ever felt. Mikita squealed as she slammed her hips upwards as she felt a spark into her sensitive nerves. For his part, Luffy only smiled at bringing Mikita to climax again. Kissing her stomach even as she shook and Nami kissed her deeply to muffle the sounds. When Mikita's orgasm tapered off and her ass fell back to the bed, she had a dazed look in her eyes. You're not done yet, RIGHT, Nami purred into Mikita's ear before kissing the woman's cheek. You haven't even pleased Luffy yet. LOOFY, Mikita looked blearily at her captain and let out a needy moan when she saw him pull off his shorts and boxers. She really wanted that. Her legs spread almost by instinct as she offered herself to him. He was going to spoil her with a cock like that. She couldn't wait. So eager, you naughty girl, Nami teased hotly as she gently nibbled Mikita's ear. Get ready. Mikita, are you ready? Luffy wanted to make sure Nami told him to ask so that Mikita had a chance to refuse if she didn't want to go further. Yes, Mikita wouldn't be denied as she held out her arms to Luffy. Give it to me, LOOFY. Luffy leaned forward, lining himself up while wrapping his arms around Mikita. The blonde threw her arms over Luffy's shoulders as the first jolt of pleasure hit her as his head met her soaked lips. OFUCK, Nami moaned as she watched Luffy fill Mikita in one long continuous thrust. She couldn't believe how turned on this was making her. Luffy wasn't sleeping tonight until he put her into the same state as Mikita. Luffy. Mikita latched onto her lover as he bottomed out inside of her. She was so full. Her brain kept blanking out as her body adjusted to his size. He hadn't even started moving yet. You're so TIGHT, Luffy breathed into her ear before finding her lips and kissing her deeply. Mikita returned everything he gave her to the best of her ability, even as stars danced in her vision when Luffy began to move. Mikita thrashed on the bed as their pace increased further. Sweat matted her blonde locks to her forehead as she clutched onto her captain and did her best to match his pace. She wanted this. Needed this. She'd never experienced anything close to this kind of pleasure. Luffy just kept going, pounding her into the mattress as she moaned into his mouth. She couldn't think. Nothing mattered but this pleasure. She rolled her hips and bucked into Luffy's thrusts to get him as deep as possible inside her. Luffy swelled inside her tight heat and Mikita clawed at his back as her vision began to fade in and out. Luffy claimed her lips just as he slammed into her deepest spot. She nearly blacked out from the force of the orgasm that slammed into her as she instinctively locked her legs around Luffy's hips and felt his hot seed fill her to the brim. A spark of electricity leapt from Luffy's body and stimulated Mikita into an even stronger orgasm as she bit his shoulder to muffle her screams of ecstasy. After almost a full minute, Mikita collapsed bonelessly onto the mattress. She had the most out of it look on her face, though the nearly delirious smile was all the proof needed to know Mikita had just seen heaven. Loofy Nami moaned as she played with her tits. Her legs spread to show off her dripping sex. Luffy grinned at Nami as he slowly pulled himself from Mikita's depths. The blonde moaned from the stimulation to her hypersensitive sex. Nami's eyes were locked onto the cock of her lover as it was finally pulled free of their new lover. Nami hummed in need as she saw some of Luffy's seed spilling out of Mikita's well-fucked sex. "Ready, Nami?" Luffy was already pulling her into his lap even as he asked his lover the question. "Fuck yes." Nami kissed him while straddling him. She reached down to guide his still hard length inside her soaked heat. She threw her head back and moaned as she sank down, taking Luffy's entire length inside her again. Their lips met again, tongues dancing in each other's mouths as Luffy took hold of Nami's fat ass and began to bounce her up and down on his cock. Yes, 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 yes. Nami was reduced to a single word as she wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck. She pressed herself against him and found his lips over and over again as he thrust up into her. Mikita's mind cleared up a while later and she grinned at the pleasant tingle throughout her body. Hearing the sounds of coupling, she turned her head to find Nami face down, ass up, practically screaming into the pillow she'd bit into to muffle her cries of pleasure. The smack that rang out each time Luffy bottomed out inside of the orange tea was the sound she'd heard. Watching Luffy's hips practically smack Nami's fat ass was incredible, he never stopped thrusting inside of her. Suddenly, Luffy's pace sped up as his hands gripped Nami's hips and he began to really let loose. Nami let out another muffled scream as her whole body shook from a powerful orgasm. Watching Luffy pull out of Nami copious amounts of his seed pouring from the woman sparked another wave of desire in Mikita. But she wasn't even sure she could move her legs just yet. Mikita Nami panted with her eyes seemingly unfocused as she gazed in the blonde's general direction. Tag in. I need to rest. The orange tea took deep breaths to get herself back under control, even as her legs became like jelly and extended to let Nami lay flat on the bed. What? Mikita blinked at the almost unconscious Nami. Mikita, you're awake. Luffy beamed at her and she couldn't help but return the smile. Nami's tired, are you up for another round? How many times did you and Nami go? Mikita stalled for time as she tried to see if she could move properly yet. 4 times. Luffy answered with a grin. Mikita blinked in shock at how many times Luffy had gone after sending her into near unconsciousness. Weren't guys supposed to calm down after they went around her too? That grin looks really sexy right now. Though Mikita admitted to herself. Alright, captain, she purred while beckoning him over to her. Great. Luffy smiled as he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Mikita hummed pleasurably into their lip lock as Luffy pulled her into his lap, much as he had done to Nami. Mikita mewled as she sank down onto Luffy's cock. Loofy, I don't think I can move my legs well enough for this position. I'll do the moving then. Luffy smiled at her as he palmed her ass cheeks and lifted her up until just the head remained within her. Then he brought her down while thrusting upwards. Mikita let out the lewdest moan she'd ever heard herself make. The woman could only mewl, coo, and moan out her pleasure as she placed her hands on Luffy's shoulders for stability. She saw his eyes locked on her bouncing tits and giggled. This turned into another sinfully lewd noise as he moved forward and captured one of her bouncing breasts with his mouth and practically sucked and licked her sensitive nipple and areola into submission instantly. His record before I couldn't go anymore is 8 rounds. Nami spoke up. She was still lying prone on the bed. The navigator had a satisfied smile on her lips and a devilish look in her eyes. You joining us really helps me out. 8. Mikita looked back at Luffy with wide eyes. I can go longer, no problem. Luffy insisted with a wide smile. As if to prove his point, he bounced her faster. That made thinking straight a lot harder for her. Thanks a bunch, Mikita. Nami grinned as Luffy picked up his pace and Mikita's vocabulary went out the window as she clung onto their lover. She and Nami would both be exhausted if they tried to satisfy Luffy by themselves. We're gonna need more women. Mikita was even panting in her own thoughts as Luffy continued to heap pleasure onto her. Unbeknownst to the three in the captain's quarters of the Going Merry, a few women across the ocean suddenly sneezed all at once. "What's that?" Luffy questioned as he pointed to a massive cloud ahead of the Going Merry. The cloud was rising off the surface of the ocean and Luffy had never seen anything like it before. "Huh, that is weird," Usopp mentioned as he took a closer look at it with the telescope. "I'll ask Nami." VV quickly headed into the cabin to fetch the navigator. "Is that steam?" Mikita tilted her head as she watched the massive cloud. "Yep." Nami smiled at the blonde as she and VV came out of the cabin that contained the kitchen and lounge. "This is a hot spot, a place where an undersea volcano releases lava. The water heats up from the molten rock and the whole area produces steam." "Undersea volcano?" Chopper blinked at the idea. "There are actually more volcanoes under the sea than there are on land," Nami informed the reindeer doctor. "In a few thousand years a new island will be born here. Too bad we won't get to see it." Luffy hummed as they sailed closer to the immense cloud of steam. "Yeah, we could have named the island ourselves," Usopp declared with his fists in the air. "Meat Island?" Luffy threw his own fist into the air with his declaration. "Luffy, that's a terrible name for an island." Usopp shook his head at his captain. "Why?" Luffy questioned with a tilt of his head. Zoro face-palmed at Luffy's response while the women all giggled at the simple-mindedness he displayed at times like this. "Should we just sail through the steam?" Sanji questioned from inside where he was holding the rudder control. "Yeah, it's fine," Nami assured the crew. "It might smell like sulfur a bit but once we're past it the smell will go away." I Nami." Sanji was his usual happy self at receiving orders or instruction from the Orange Tea. The Going Merry sailed into the huge steam cloud much to the dislike of all of their noses. "You Mikita covered her nose at the unpleasant smell of the steam. "I'm going inside." The blonde headed towards the women's quarters to get away from the stench. "Ack." Chopper dry heaved as his sensitive nose was assaulted by the odor. "It's like rotten eggs." Luffy scrunched up his nose while Usopp nodded in agreement. Usopp's own nose was covered with a handkerchief that the gunman had pulled from one of his overall pockets. As they passed through the steam, Luffy's eyes darted over to the port side as multiple voices passed very close to the Going Merry. Whatever ship they had passed would have been a collision if either of them had been much closer. He didn't sense any harmful intent coming from the other vessel, so he let them pass. As the Straw Hats emerged from the steam, Luffy perked up when an unknown voice remained with them instead of the other ship. Might I get a little help, please?" A relatively tall man asked as he was hanging from one of the fishing lines that had been set up to help supplement their food stores. The man was clearly some type of crossdresser as he wore flamboyant ballet clothes with a swan theme. He was wearing a pink overcoat and blue medieval-like garments with his shorts, appearing almost like a large bowl around the man's hips and thighs. He wore heavy makeup and his exposed legs were rather hairy. "I can't swim, you see." "Where did he come from?" Usopp cried out at seeing the man hanging from one of their lines. "From the ship we passed in the steam, I think." Luffy shrugged as he hauled the man onto the deck. "What ship?" Nami blinked, having not noticed another vessel in the dense steam. "None of you were paying attention." Luffy looked over his shoulder at his crew with a wide smile and a gleam in his eyes. They'd all learned to fear that gleam since joining the Straw Hat crew. "I guess you need more training." "No." Everyone on the ship, barring the stranger, cried out in unison. Even Zoro and Sanji weren't thrilled by the idea of more hockey training with Luffy. Their captain wasn't exactly lenient when he thought they'd been slacking. Shushi, Luffy chuckled at his crew before turning to address the stranger. "Who are you? You said you can't swim." "Of course not, for you see I've eaten of the devil fruit." The man told them straight out. "You have?" Usopp blinked at the new information. "What kind?" "Well, my ship will certainly come for me." The man smiled widely as he stood up from his kneeling position. "But until then, I'm sure I could entertain you all a bit." He raised his right hand and patted Luffy's cheek. "Behold my power." With a touch of his left hand to his face, there were suddenly two Luffys standing on the deck of the Going Merry. One of the Luffys in his normal clothes and one wearing the garments of the Akama. "What the heck?" Chopper, Usopp, VV, Nami, and Zoro exclaimed at seeing the exact double of Luffy. "All it takes is a single touch, you see." The ballet-garbed Luffy proclaimed as he gently touched Usopp, Chopper, and even Nami's faces. "Then I can become that person. This is the power of the main no me." He switched from Luffy's appearance, then to Chopper's, followed by Usopp's. "My body changes too." He took Nami's form and pulled his jacket and shirt open to reveal the navigator's body. "Stop that." Nami roared as her fist crashed into the back of the Akama's head and nearly buried him into the deck. A massive steaming lump appeared on the man's head from her fist as he lay there in pain. "Can you do more?" Luffy questioned as he nudged the injured man with his foot. "I can't show you too much of my power." The Akama shook his head as he got back to his feet. "You're awesome," Chopper declared with his arms in the air. "Do some more." Usopp cheered with a laugh. "Well, if you insist." The Akama struck a ballet pose with a wide smile. "He's so easy to convince," Zoro deadpanned from his place against the wall of the cabin. "Once I touch a face," he switched to another man's appearance. "It's mine forever." His appearance changed again. "I never forget." Again his appearance changed and the Straw Hats got to witness many more faces. Some were very silly looking, while others were normal. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were happily following along with the show. Vivi went stock still when a certain face appeared and her hand covered her mouth. "Those idiots." Zoro shook his head at the three that were enjoying the display. "How did you like my special trick?" The Akama posed in a ballet position again. "I never show that to anyone you know." The applause he received brought a huge smile to his face. "Hey, there's a ship coming this way, is that yours?" Nami pointed out the approaching ship with a swan figurehead. "Oh, is it time to depart already? Too bad." The man was standing on the railing of the Going Merry facing the direction of the approaching ship. "But don't be sad. Every voyage must come to an end. Just remember one thing." He looked over his shoulder at the Straw Hats that were on deck. "Friendship is not determined by how much time you spent together." He gave them a big smile and thumbs up, even as small tears beaded in the corners of his eyes. "I hope we meet again." Luffy grinned back at the funny man. Usopp and Chopper bid the Akama farewell as he leapt from their ship onto his own. "Let's go, men." The ballet-loving Akama declared as he pointed in the opposite direction of the Going Merry's course. Aye, Mr. Two-Bone Clay." The men on the paddle ship chorused as the paddles engaged and powered the other ship away at speed. They were halfway to the horizon before the shock of the man's codename wore off. "That was Mr. Two," the crew of pirates cried out. "VV, didn't you know what he looked like?" Luffy asked the princess with his head tilted curiously. "No, I've never met Mr. Two." VV shook her head, sending her long blue locks swaying. "All I knew about him was that he was supposedly an eccentric man that loved ballet." "I mean that guy totally fits that description," Zoro muttered, and VV placed her right hand on her forehead. "When he was doing those faces from memory, one of them was my father's." VV informed the group even as she trembled at the mere thought of an officer agent being within arm's reach of her father. "He mimicked my father's face. What are they planning? If he impersonated the king, then he could do a lot of damage." Zoro mused thoughtfully on the newly revealed information. "We let an enemy get away." Usopp grimaced at their lack of knowledge of Baroque works. "Oh, he was an enemy." Chopper looked down at their new friend being an enemy. "That guy's powers could spell a lot of trouble for us." Nami had a sharp look on her face. "If he imitates us then we wouldn't be able to trust each other." "You think?" Luffy gave them all a blank look. All of them stared back at him for a moment. Luffy's expression didn't change at all. Then the proverbial light bulb went off. "Observation!" the crew exclaimed in unison. Shushi, Luffy laughed with a nod of his head. "There you go. His voice stays the same, doesn't it?" Nami grinned at her lover. "Aha." Luffy grinned at her brightly. "His appearance changes, but his voice doesn't. He can't change who he is on the inside." "Well then, now that we know his power, we can plan our strategy around it." Zoro clapped Luffy on the shoulder with a smirk. "What did I miss?" Mikita questioned as she emerged onto the deck from the women's quarters. Seeing all of her nakama looking a mix of determined and uncertain threw her for a loop. "Look, I know you guys want lunch, but yelling isn't gonna make it cook faster." Sanji opened the door to the kitchen with a shout. He was quick to realize the near constant noise he'd been hearing wasn't Luffy's normal yells for food. "What's going on?" he questioned while already reaching for his pack of cigarettes. 2 days later. The last couple of days were spent focusing heavily on observation training. Each member of the Straw Hats was trying to get as familiar with each of their nakama's voices as possible. Chopper, as the newest Straw Hat, had the most catching up to do. He'd passed out twice before being able to withstand Luffy's Conqueror's haki. He wasn't sure if his animal heritage helped or hindered him in that regard. But the reindeer doctor was doing his absolute best to keep pace. He did seem to possess an inclination for observation haki, and it was showing through in their continued training. The weather had been stable for the past day, and VV had smiled fondly when she informed them that they'd entered Alabasta's stable climate zone. Now the crew was tying strips of white cloth to their left arms. This would be both a diversion as well as a last resort measure to make sure they were one of them and not Mr. Two copying their appearance. The sudden swelling of the ocean and the emergence of a large cat-like sea creature directly behind their ship was a bit of a shock. "What is that?" Chopper cried out as he pointed up at the massive beast. "It's a sea cat," VV exclaimed with wide eyes. "Sea monster?" Usopp yelled with bugged-out eyes. "Don't let it get away," Sanji roared. Their food supplies were getting low as it was. Catching the sea cat would refill their stores enough to even keep Luffy's gut satisfied. I bet it's delicious. Luffy declared with a hungry look in his eyes. Should be a worthwhile hunt. Zoro grinned as he reached for his swords. Stop that. VV slapped all three of the men upside the head with what little armament haki she could muster. What are you doing, VV? Zoro rubbed the back of his head even as the sea cat dove back below the waves. Would you stop us? Luffy was almost pouting at not getting to try a new type of meat. In Alabasta, the sea cat is a sacred animal, you can't eat it. VV stated with finality as she stared the three men down. Yes, VVE Sanji instantly agreed with the princess. You could have just said that first. Zoro grumbled as he went to sit down. Oh, but I was going to eat so much meat. Luffy moped as he half hung over the railing. You'll be able to eat plenty soon, VV assured Luffy with a bright smile. The appearance of the sea cat proves that we're close to Alabasta. So do those, Mikita pointed out towards the horizon. The rest of the crew all looked to where she was pointing and spotted at least 14 ships on their way towards Alabasta. All of the vessels were sporting the Baroque Works Jolly Roger on both their flags and sails. Not a single one of the ships was smaller than the Going Merry. Most of them were much bigger than their own ship. The agents are gathering, Mikita surmised with a grimace on her lips. Those must be the billions then, the officer agents' underlings. VV noted and Mikita nodded to confirm. There's probably 200 men between all those ships. Nami observed based on the size of each vessel. These are the elite of Baroque Works. This won't be like Whiskey Peak. VV cautioned the group. Should we launch a surprise attack then? Usopp questioned as he looked at the faraway ships. I'm not sure how well we'd do in such a mismatched naval battle though. I mean, Luffy's arm and hand sparked with blue electricity. We could do that. They don't know what we look like or that we're enemies yet, Sanji shook his head before exhaling smoke from his cigarette. Let's focus on what we came here to do. Eat and kick Crocodile's ass. Luffy questioned and Sanji just sighed. Mikita and Nami both smiled and even VV had to stifle a giggle. Only Luffy would put defeating a warlord as a secondary objective to eating. Land ho. Chopper called out from the bow of the Going Merry. Alabasta. VV practically glowed at seeing her homeland again. Right. From now on, no matter what happens, our left arms will bear the mark of our fellowship. Luffy grinned widely as he extended his left fist. All of the crew smiled as they copied his action to show the cloth wrapped around their left forearms. Now, let's get ready to go ashore. VV clutched her left forearm gently as a smile formed on her face. When we near the harbor, let's anchor in the cove just to the west. We're a pirate ship and we don't want to alert Baroque Works to our presence. VV informed the crew of the best place to keep the Going Merry safe. Crocodile likes to make shows of taking out pirate crews that dock in Alabasta to reinforce his image to the people. Meanwhile, the port of Nanohana. There's a large crowd over there, what's going on? Smoker questioned as he looked over the large crowd of civilians in front of a restaurant called Spice Bean. His dual cigars wafted smoke as he watched the crowd murmur to each other while trying to take a look inside the restaurant. He looked rather out of place among the native populace with his fur-lined white jacket and his large jit hanging across his back. One of the customers suddenly dropped dead from what I've overheard. Tashigi replied to her captain. She looked out of place as well, wearing only jeans and a button-up checker-patterned shirt. Captain Smoker. A marine ran up to the pair quickly. There's a bad man in town. The sailor took a moment to catch his breath from running all the way over to his co in the desert heat before he elaborated further. He was talking to the proprietor and suddenly dropped dead. He was traveling through town apparently. Some of the people think he ate a desert strawberry, or at least that's what the locals are saying. What's a desert strawberry? Smoker questioned his subordinate. Sir, as near as I can tell it is some type of poisonous spider. Its body looks nearly identical to a strawberry, but if you eat it, then you suddenly drop dead a few days later. None of the locals will go near the body though. It seems that the poison leaves the dead body through the pores of the skin and touching it can transfer it to you, potentially killing the one that touches the body. The Marine reported all the information he'd been able to gather on the situation. The ignorance of the local flora and fauna really can kill you. Tashigi hummed at the fate of the supposedly dead pirate. Inside the restaurant, all of the patrons and the owner were keeping their distance from the body of the traveler. The young man's body was slumped over the counter, his face buried in what remained of his meal. Even his arm was still raised in the air, his fork clutched in his hand. It was so sudden that the only thing the locals could believe was that the poor man had consumed the well-known toxic spider, thinking it was a fruit. Poor devil, he's still clutching his fork. One customer shook his head sadly. His body locked up like that. A desert strawberry just kills you that quickly. Another customer sighed as he looked at the young man's body. Huh, what? The young man jolted upwards and looked around confused. He's alive, the entire restaurant cried out in shock. Are you alright? A woman approached the man and spoke softly. The guy blinked and grabbed the hand towel the proprietor had left on the bar top. He wiped his face clean and blinked at all the shocked faces looking at him. He was a tall, muscular young man with curly black hair. On top of said hair rested an orange wide-brimmed hat with a pair of charms on the rim. One of the charms depicted a smiling face, and the other charm depicted a frowning face, and both were attached to the hat by a string of red beads. His cheeks sported freckles, reminiscent of a young child. He wore black boots, black knee-length shorts with an eyelet-studded orange belt, and a blue pouch belted around his left leg. He also wore a short second belt with a large red A on the silver buckle over his right hip. A dagger in a green sheath hung at his left hip. On his left wrist he wore a log pose and a red and white striped bracelet. On the same arm was an orange elbow guard and a tattoo of the letters AS on the upper arm. He wore a red beaded necklace that matched the string of beads holding the two charms on his hat. From the hat two long, orange side straps hung down and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. Another rather distinguishing feature was the large tattoo on his back depicting a skull with a white mustache with a manji behind it. What do you know?" The man swallowed his food. "I fell asleep." He turned to continue his meal. "Fell asleep?" the entire restaurant yelled in disbelief. He fell asleep in the middle of a conversation while eating. One customer looked flabbergasted. He fell asleep with food still in his mouth. Another customer just stared at the young man in shock. "What's the big deal?" the dark-haired man questioned as he took another bite of his food. "We were worried about you." Half the restaurant yelled at him. "You hire these guys or something?" he asked the proprietor while pointing his thumb over his shoulder. "No, we're just glad you're alright." The proprietor smiled at the young man. He then promptly fell asleep face first into his food again. "Wake up." the customers and proprietor yelled at the sleeping man. The crowd began to break up and leave the front of the restaurant. Many calls of false alarm and "he's not dead" were heard among the people as they dispersed. Smoker walked towards the restaurant to confirm if his subordinate had correctly identified the pirate. "By the way, mister," the young man pulled out a wanted poster. "Yeah?" the proprietor sighed at the man. "Have you seen this guy around here?" He started picking his teeth with a toothpick. "He wears a straw hat." "You've got a lot of nerve showing your face around here," Smoker stated as his boots made heavy thuds on the floor of the restaurant. "What's Whitebeard 2nd Division Commander doing here?" Portgas d'Ace. "He's a Whitebeard pirate," one customer cried out as the people backed against the walls of the restaurant. "I thought that tattoo on his back looked familiar." One of the older customers stuttered out as she edged towards the door. Ace turned to face the man that had questioned him. The proprietor was already at the other end of the bar, well out of the way of whatever was about to happen. "Answer me," Smoker demanded as his fists clenched. "A pirate with a position and a bounty like yours rarely comes to this half of the Grand Line." "Relax, I'm just looking to meet with my little brother is all." Ace waved off with a grin. "Besides, my bounty isn't that bad. 1,050,000,000, Beery begs to differ, pirate." Smoker rumbled out and every jaw in the restaurant dropped at the number. "Did you hear that?" one customer whispered to another. "Let's just leave quietly, slowly, so they don't notice us," the other customer whispered back. "These windows open," a woman mentioned as she slowly, quietly opened the window behind her. The framed glass pane swung outward and she slipped over the low sill and escaped. She was quietly followed by one patron after another through the various windows around the restaurant. "So what now?" Ace questioned the Marine captain as he noted the customers clearing out before any violence began. "Give yourself up," Smoker demanded of the 2nd Division commander. "Sorry, no can do." Ace grinned at the white-haired man. "I'm looking for another pirate right now. I'm not technically interested in your head." Smoker took 2 steps forward. "Then let me go." Ace shrugged nonchalantly. "No can do." Smoker denied him instantly. "As long as I'm a Marine and you're still a pirate." Thick white smoke began to waft off his body as he took a stance. "Well, that's a dumb reason." Ace looked at Smoker flatly. "I've already said I don't want to cause any problems and you know this isn't going to work out in your favor. So, why don't we just try and get along and go our separate ways? Nothing has to happen." Smoker and Ace continued to stare each other down. The proprietor of the Spice Bean restaurant felt the temperature inside his restaurant begin to increase. When he broke out into a savage sweat, he decided his restaurant meant less to him than his life and crawled out the side door to escape. Smoker didn't flinch even as the inside of the restaurant became hotter than the desert outside. Ace hadn't even moved from his position leaning back against the bar and yet a heat haze was forming inside the building. "Nanohana Cove." Luffy snapped his gaze towards Nanohana as a voice he hadn't felt in a few years began to swell and become much more noticeable to anyone with observation haki. A wide smile formed on Luffy's face and Nami, Mikita, and Vivi all noticed. "Luffy?" Vivi blinked at the captain curiously. "What's got you smiling like that?" Nami questioned as she didn't see anything that would make Luffy so happy around the cove. You're almost too happy out of nowhere, Luffy. Mikita cocked her head at seeing her captain and lover suddenly smiling so big. I'll be right back, Luffy chuckled as he pinpointed where the voice was coming from. There's someone here that I haven't seen in a long time. Who? Nami asked, wondering if it was someone else from Luffy's past. My big brother, Luffy's body began to glow white-blue. Sabo? Mikita asked him, curious why the revolutionary would come to Alabasta. Nope, my other big brother. Luffy laughed as he vanished in a bolt of lightning and was in town before anyone could say anything else. Does he mean Ace? Nami blinked and then her eyes widened at the possibility. Ace who? Usopp questioned, only hearing the tail end of the sentence after Luffy had zapped away. Ace is Luffy's other big brother. Nami turned to face the rest of the crew. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Firefist Portgas D. Ace. The entirety of the Straw Hat crew exclaimed with bugged-out eyes and dropped jaws. I won't ask again, Smoker growled as his devil fruit powers began to fill the now deserted restaurant with thick white smoke. Turn yourself in, Portgas D. Ace. Not gonna happen, Ace chuckled as the heat inside the restaurant continued to rise. He noticed a short flash of blue-white light through the doorway. The nostalgic voice that he felt brought a wide smile to his face. Well, it looks like he found me. What the hell are you talk? Smoker was cut off as he felt a hand on his shoulder for a fraction of a second. The next thing he knew he was rocketing backwards out of the restaurant and down the street. He'd been tossed as if he weighed nothing. He hadn't even seen who'd thrown him. He was able to disperse into smoke before he hit anyone or anything. He reformed with rage etched onto his face and charged back towards the restaurant. Ace. Luffy yelled happily at seeing his big brother for the first time in 3 years. Luffy? Ace laughed at his little brother. I didn't expect to run into you until the other half of the Grand Line. Luffy grinned widely. What are you doing in Alabasta? I was in paradise and decided to see if I could catch up to you while I was looking for a certain someone. Ace explained with a grin of his own. Nanohana outskirts. They're beautiful. Nami grinned at the outfits that the women of the crew had changed into. I love these clothes. Maybe we shouldn't have sent Sanji to shop for us. VV sweat dropped while looking over the clothes they were wearing. We're not exactly going to blend in with the common people. These are dancers' outfits. Indeed they were, colored in navy blue for Nami, a royal purple for VV, and a red and gold pattern for Mikita. The outfits had cleavage-bearing tops that left all of the midriff exposed, showing off the trim stomachs and thin waists of the women while accentuating their bountiful bosoms. The light and airy ankle-length dresses were mostly white and meant to sway and rise at the slightest of movement. The outfits were finished off by thin, long, and flowing robe-like tops that didn't have enough material to block the view of their bodies. I think we look good, Kaya hahaha. Mikita laughed as she twirled a little in her outfit. What do you mean, VV? Sanji was ecstatic with hearts for eyes. Dancers are common people too. No one will suspect a thing. Just let him have this one, VV. Mikita chuckled as she pulled the princess into a one-armed side hug. The women look great, but Sanji held back a snicker as he looked over the men of the crew. You guys don't look like pirates anymore, you look like thieves. And you don't. Zoro cocked an eyebrow at the chef while taking a bite off a leg of some local animal. The food they'd gotten in the port city was good at least. You okay there, Chopper? Usopp questioned the reindeer doctor. My nose feels like it's going to fall off. Chopper complained lying on his back and holding his nose. It's no surprise, VV mentioned looking at the blue-nosed reindeer. Your nose is very sensitive and Nanohana is famous for its perfumes. Perfumes? Chopper questioned as he tried to block out the strong smells he was picking up. Some of them are very potent. VV informed the suffering doctor. Like this? Nami teased as she spritzed herself with some pleasant-smelling perfume Sanji had brought back with their new clothes. Ack. Stop. Chopper yelled at the orange tea. I'm falling into the dungeon of love. Sanji swooned with heart-shaped eyes. What a fool. Zoro sniped at the blonde cook before taking a swig of booze straight from a bottle. What was that? Sanji lost the heart-shaped eyes and gained a mouth filled with fangs instead. So, we have all the supplies we need to cross the desert. Usopp mentioned as he took stock of everything that had been bought and gathered. Where are we headed, VV? First of all, we have to stop the rebels before they bathe this land in blood. VV looked somber, but her eyes were filled with an unbreakable will to protect her homeland. We're going to the rebels' base to find their leader. It's located in an oasis known as Yuba. Going to Yuba requires us to cross. What the hell? Nami blinked as everyone in the group stopped dead for a second. You all felt that too, right? Kind of hard not to. Mikita turned to look in the direction the two immense voices had appeared in. Luffy and someone else. There's someone besides them too. A lot of the Usopp looked like he was focusing hard on his observation to discern what was going on. What is he doing now? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke with a sigh. I won't let you get away. Smoker roared as the commotion came into sight for the hiding Straw Hats. The captain from Logtown was chasing after Luffy and another young man that they all assumed must be Ace. Behind the marine captain were a huge number of marine sailors with rifles. Didn't I tell you to walk away already? Ace yelled back at the chasing marine. White fist. Smoker answered with an attack, his fist blasting forward like a rocket, propelled by his Moku Moku no Mi powers. Div it up. Ace smacked away the fist with ease, and Smoker bit into his cigars at the shock of pain that he felt from the blow. How the hell are they hitting me? Smoker wondered as he pulled his fist back and his body fully reformed. We don't want to mess this place up, Smokey, Luffy mentioned as the two brothers stared down the force of marines. So could you just leave us alone? Don't be ridiculous. Smoker shouted at the pirates in front of them. Luffy, go meet up with your crew and head out to wherever you're going, Ace grinned at his little brother. I'll meet up with you once these guys can't interfere. Sure thing, Luffy grinned at Ace. See you later. Shishy. In a flash of blue-white light that left everyone who looked at it blinking for a few seconds, Luffy was gone. Straw Hat. Smoker roared only for flames to erupt from Ace's feet and encircle all of the marines in the time it took them to blink. The flames rose higher and higher until they made an impassable barrier. The entire marine contingent was trapped in the swirling flames. You guys just calm down and stay there, Ace chuckled at the marines. How they were able to hear him so clearly over the roar of the swirling flames none of them knew. We don't want any trouble here. Much like Luffy, Ace's body wavered like fire and then seemingly disappeared in a heat haze. To the ship. Luffy declared as soon as he zapped back into the hidden area behind an old stone wall that his crew was using to hide. What's going on? Vivi questioned as she saw the towering flames rise above the buildings. Ace is keeping the marines busy, so we need to head to the ship. Luffy declared as he scooped up 2 large barrels full of water and started to run. You heard the captain. Zoro jumped to his feet, threw a large bag of supplies over his shoulder, and took off after Luffy. Let's head out. Nami declared as everyone began to grab the purchased supplies. Come on Karu. Vivi called to her giant duck. Quack. Karu responded. The large duck was already secured with a large barrel strapped to his back. Wait, are we leaving the island? Usopp questioned in confusion as he hauled a sack of supplies over his left shoulder. No, we're going to sail the ship up the river and into the interior of the island. Vivi explained to the gunman. The desert lies beyond that. We only stopped in Nanohana to get supplies for crossing the desert. Once all of the Straw Hats reached their ship they quickly loaded up their supplies. Vivi unstrapped the large barrel from Karu's back and handed it off to Sanji, who twirled away with hearts for eyes. With a serious look in her brown eyes Vivi spoke to her friend in mount. Karu, I have an important mission for you. Vivi told the duck. Quack. Karu raised a wing into a salute. Go straight to Alubarna and give this letter to my father. Vivi explained as she tucked a letter into Karu's bag. It contains evidence of Crocodile's plot against Alabasta with Baroque works. Everything that Igaram and I discovered is recorded here. She gently stroked Karu's yellow feathers. It will let my father know that I'm alive and that I've returned to Alabasta with powerful allies. Can you do it? You'll have to cross the desert alone. Quack. Karu gave another salute to Vivi. The large duck looked determined to fulfill her orders. Remember to drink your water conservatively while crossing the desert, Vivi reminded her friend. Don't drink it all at once, but don't wait so long that you're already dehydrated. She fastened a smaller barrel with a straw around Karu's neck. Let my father know that there is hope for this kingdom. Quack. Karu radiated determination and dedication as he took off towards Alubarna. Only the large duck stopped dead 50 paces away and took a large sip from his water barrel. Drink it conservatively. Vivi had sharp fangs in her mouth and a tick mark over her right eye at Karu, already drinking from his limited supply. Karu bolted after his drink and kicked up a dust cloud as his speed increased. In mere moments the supersonic duck was only a small dust cloud nearing the horizon. Let's set sail, Vivi. Luffy called out to the blue net with a large grin. Humming. Vivi returned the smile as she rushed up the gangplank. In short order the Going Merry was sailing along the coast from Nanohana towards the Sandora River and the desert beyond that which would take them to Yuba. After seeing Sabo, I'm not surprised that your other brother is such a big name. Zoro remarked as the Going Merry headed towards the large river. Ace and Sabo are both 3 years older than me, Luffy informed his crew, barring Nami who already knew. So they both left on island 3 years before I did. So all 3 of you ate a devil fruit, huh? Sanji noted as he lit up a cigarette. We all ate our fruits at the same time, on the same day. Luffy shrugged and chuckled at the shocked looks on most of the crew's faces. Even though we all got our fruits at the same time, I could never beat Ace in a fight. He's a tough guy. I guess the big brother of a beast is an even bigger beast. Usopp commented with a contemplative look on his face. Yeah, I was a lot weaker back then, Luffy laughed at the memories. I'm sure I can beat him now though. A voice called and the Straw Hats noted the man from before leaping upwards from a small boat. Can you beat? Ace landed on the railing of the Going Merry next to Luffy. Ace. Luffy laughed as he welcomed his brother aboard his ship. Greetings, all. Ace bowed his head to the Straw Hat crew. Thanks for looking after my little brother. What are you doing in Alabasta, Ace? Luffy questioned his older brother. He was happy to see him, of course, but he knew Ace was a New World pirate and had very little need to come to this side of the Grand Line. I'm looking to settle a matter of business, Ace shrugged, even though his eyes hardened noticeably when he spoke. I also wanted to see you, since we were in the same area. Ah. Luffy pounded the bottom of his fist into the opposite palm. So Ace grinned at Luffy. How about joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Luffy? Your friends can come too, of course. No thanks. Luffy denied instantly with a laugh. Yeah, I figured, just thought I'd ask. Ace laughed the refusal off easily. Hey, Luffy leaned closer to Ace with his eyes squinted as he examined his older brother's arm tattoo. Didn't you say you were going to get the letter of our first names on your arm? Why is it Ace and not Acel? Ace glanced at his tattoo with a grin. That's because I used your nickname from when we were kids. Nickname? Nami tilted her head curiously. Crybaby, Luffy. Ace laughed loudly while Luffy looked less than amused. Crybaby? Zoro looked crossed between amused and confused. Shut up, I didn't cry that much. Luffy grumbled at Ace. Only when you lost to me and Sabo, which was all the time. Ace ribbed his little brother. You want to go right now? Luffy challenged with a raised fist. If we did, then we'd destroy your ship, you idiot. Ace shook his head only to cock an eyebrow when Luffy brought over an empty barrel and placed it between them. When Luffy placed his right elbow on the barrel in the classic arm wrestling position, Ace grinned. Ready? Luffy asked as Ace stepped forward and placed his own elbow on the barrel. If you're ready to lose again. Ace smirked as he and Luffy grasped hands. Go. Luffy declared and both brothers put their strength behind their arms. The rest of the Straw Hats watched on curiously as the brothers arm wrestled. Ace and Luffy stared each other dead in the eyes as they struggled against each other. Luffy pushed Ace's arm back a bare few millimeters before Ace moved Luffy's arm back the same amount. The two went back and forth like this over and over until with a crack, the barrel gave way under the strength of the brothers. Crap, Luffy grimaced as he looked at the shattered barrel. I guess it's a draw. You've gotten a little tougher, Luffy, Ace chuckled at him. I almost had to get serious. You were totally serious. Luffy retorted with a pointed look. I was barely trying. Ace denied as they glared at each other. Liar. Luffy pointed at Ace. Prove it. Ace smirked at him. They're definitely brothers. Mikita shook her head at the stubbornness of the two. Why don't you two sit down and talk, I'll make some tea. Sanji offered from where he was sitting on the steps leading to the upper deck. There's no need, Ace waved the chef off. My business here is done. Won't the Navy be coming after us now that they know we're here? Chopper questioned the group as a whole. Not for a little while, Ace answered what he thought was a member of the mink tribe. I used my Maramara no Mi to trap them. My flame fence takes a while to burn out when I make it that high. Nanohana. Damn that fire fist. Smoker growled as the towering flames continued to swirl around them. He let out his smoke to crash into the walls of fire and the two stalemated. Smoker would not be deterred though and began to spin his smoke in the opposite direction that the flames were rotating. Slowly, but surely, the flames began to slow and shrink without their creator there to strengthen them. Going merry. Here, Luffy, take this. Ace tossed his little brother a folded up piece of paper. What is it? Luffy caught the paper and unfolded it. It's blank. That's a Viver card, Ace explained. If you place it down, it'll slowly head for the one that it was made for. Huh? Luffy held out his palm with the paper on top. To the surprise of the whole crew, the paper began to slowly inch its way towards Ace, regardless of the swing of the ship or the gentle breeze. Hold on to it and it'll ensure that we meet again. Ace smiled at his little brother. Having a little brother like you makes a big brother worry. He looked towards the crew and smiled brightly at them. I bet he gives you plenty of grief, but could you take care of him? Sure thing. Nami agreed as she sidled up to Luffy and took his hand in hers with a warm grin. Of course. Mikita wrapped her arm around Luffy's unoccupied arm with a soft smile. Well, look who went and became a man while I wasn't looking. Ace chuckled good-naturedly at his brother having two lovers already. Shishi. Luffy chuckled at his lover's affections. Well, I should head out. Ace mentioned as he stood up on the railing and then jumped down to his own boat. It looked to be a heavily modified skiff with paddles and some type of engine. It was almost as if someone had crossed a skiff with a boat meant for racing. "You're leaving already?" Luffy asked with a noticeable drop in his mood. "Stay for a bit, we haven't seen each other in 3 years." "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Ace apologized as he untied the line connecting his boat from the Going Merry. "I'm on the trail of a major outlaw right now. He's taken to calling himself Blackbeard recently. He used to belong to Whitebeard's 2nd Division, he was one of my subordinates. But he went and committed the worst crime possible for a pirate. He killed a crewmate and jumped ship." All of the Straw Hats either glared or went wide-eyed at what this Blackbeard had done. "As his commander, I'm responsible." Ace finished stowing the line away in a compartment within the sleek boat. "Honestly, if I wasn't trying to track him down, I wouldn't even be in this half of the Grand Line." He gave Luffy a smile before he continued. "The next time we meet will be on the high seas, Luffy." "See you later, Ace." Luffy waved his older brother off with a matching smile. From Ace's feet flames appeared and were sent into the engine at the back of his boat. The paddles began to turn rapidly as the skiff was blasted forward at a good speed. Ace was able to freely control the modified boat with just his devil fruit power alone. He'd had years of practice with it after all. "Eyes." Usopp called out loudly while pointing to 5 ships each larger than the Going Merry that were rapidly approaching their position. The flags and sails proudly declaring them part of Baroque works. "That's the Billions." Mikita exclaimed as she saw the 5 ships. "There are at least 50 of them, maybe more." "Enemies?" Ace remarked as he saw the 5 ships sailing towards him. "This'll be over quick." Luffy looked completely unconcerned as the Straw Hats prepared for a naval battle. The crew paused in their haste to look at their nonchalant captain. Ace smirked as he increased the speed of his striker and with a powerful jump, sent the modified skiff under the waves. He leapt through the air and even turned his legs into fire to propel himself over the tops of the 5 ships. Bullets from rifles and pistols blasted through the flames to no effect. The striker emerged from under the waves a split second before Ace landed on it. The skiff had no momentum left from its submarine voyage, but Ace didn't need anything but for it to float. He cocked back his right arm, the limb quickly turning into a raging inferno, and then threw a straight punch towards the line of Baroque works ships. "I can," Ace declared as a massive torrent of flames slammed into the first ship with force. The first ship shattered and the powerful flames quickly blasted through the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth one after another. In a matter of moments all that was left of the Baroque works Billions and their ships was flaming wreckage floating on the ocean. Not a single soul escaped the blaze, all of the Billions were gone. "Holy shit," Chopper actually muttered out a curse at seeing Ace wipe out the Baroque works forces so easily. His only experience with Logia devil fruits was Luffy and his titanic display back on Drum Island. He'd never seen Luffy use his fruit in combat as Ace had just done. "See you on the high seas, Luffy." Ace pushed up the brim of his orange hat with a smirk. With the threat dealt with, Ace channeled his Maramara no Mi back into the striker's engine and the modified skiff sped off quickly. His specialized boat could outspeed most other vessels on the seas so long as he gave it enough fire. He was quickly only a mere dot on the horizon for those on the Going Merry. As the Straw Hat sailed towards the Sandora River, Vivi walked up to Luffy with a set of clothes in her arms. The princess smiled at the captain as she presented the garments to him. Luffy took them curiously and looked to the brown-eyed girl for explanation. "I want you to wear these, Luffy." Vivi grinned at him. "Why? They look kinda thick." Luffy noted as he felt the fabric. "I'm not really affected by hot and cold because of my devil fruit. The clothes are meant to be thick like that," Vivi explained to the captain. "It can get over 120 degrees in the desert during the day. Even if you don't have to worry about the heat, your skin will still burn from the sun." "Why aren't you girls covering up your skin then?" Luffy looked between Vivi, Nami, and Mikita in their revealing dancers' outfits. "We'll be covered up too," Nami assured her lover while navigating. "I'm not about to let my skin burn if I can help it," Mikita mentioned as she gave him a flirty wink. "What? You'll be covered up?" Sanji cried out in shock and dismay. "Of course, we'd be in real trouble under the desert sun if we didn't," Vivi stated flatly while looking at Sanji deadpan. "I think we just reached the edge of the island," Chopper called out from where he was looking out over the bow of the ship. "No, this isn't the edge of the island." Vivi shook her head as she moved to stand beside Chopper. "This is the bank of the Sandora River. If you look way over there you can see the opposite bank." She pointed across the large expanse of water to the other riverbank. "Oh wow." Chopper had never seen such a massive river in his life. "I drew a rough map of this region." Vivi placed a map into Nami's hands with a smile. "If we sail up the Sandora River, we'll come to the north tributary. We can sail west through it to get to Kairomaru. From there we cross the desert to Yuba and find the rebels." Nami nodded along as she quickly memorized the map and the directions they'd need to take. "So do we just beat up the leader of the rebels?" Luffy questioned Vivi curiously. "No. Vivi looked at Luffy pleadingly. I want to stop the senseless violence and bloodshed, not cause more of it. You said there were around 700,000 rebels, right? Zoro looked at the princess. Do you really think we can stop that many? It's not a matter of stopping them by force, Vivi looked down with sadness. When we get to Yuba, you'll understand just what Baroque Works has done to this country. You'll see how the people of Alabasta have suffered. Vivi Nami's heart went out to her friend. The Blue Net situation brought back a lot of memories of growing up under Arlong's rule. I'll stop them. Vivi declared even as she gripped her dress so tightly her knuckles turned white. I'll stop the senseless violence. I won't let Baroque Works hurt this country anymore. Well said, Vivi. Luffy wrapped his left arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a side hug. Let's head for Yuba. The captain raised his fist with a grin. That's Yuba, Luffy. Vivi corrected him with a smile as she laid her head on his shoulder from her emotional outburst. Rain-base rain dinners. The plan goes into action in just 2 more days, Crocodile stated with his back to his partner. Yet the unluckies have disappeared, Mr. 5 has been killed, Miss Valentine has turned traitor, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week have vanished, and Marines have shown up in Nanohana. Have any other arrangements fallen apart? He looked over his shoulder at Miss All Sunday. The rest of the arrangements have been made, Miss All Sunday informed coolly. There are 150 billion stationed in Nanohana awaiting orders. The officer agents that haven't vanished will all gather at 8 o'clock tonight at the Spider's Cafe. At least something is going right. Crocodile sneered as he looked into the large pond filled with banana wani. He would not be set back or stopped in his plans. Alabasta would fall so that he could attain a power far greater than any mere nation. Anyone that stood in his way would be dealt with, no matter who they were. Pluton would be his. Spider's Cafe. The blue-haired woman wearing a bandana sat behind the bar of the cafe. She quietly read a book while a sonata was playing on a record player in the corner. Her glasses gave her a non-threatening look, which was reinforced by her colorful print tank top and her plain jeans. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Oh, I'm pooped. An older woman exclaimed as the door to the cafe burst open. What a journey. I'm exhausted. My back is killing me. It's all your fault, Mr. 4. You're too slow. Oh, my back. You idiot. Sorry about that, the large man next to the woman spoke slowly. They were a rather odd pair, a stout middle-aged woman with red hair. She wore a white shirt and a necktie that resembled a Christmas tree, which went along with her codename. She also donned a large pair of purple-lensed sunglasses, a basket strapped to her back, and sandals. This was Miss Merry Christmas. The man was rather tall and fat, had noticeably big lips, and wore a green shirt that covered most of his body with black pants and grey running shoes. He had brown hair, wore a yellow scarf around his neck, and had a large weapon strapped to his back. This was Mr. 4. Hello, Miss Merry Christmas, Mr. 4. The woman behind the bar greeted the pair as she stood up and put her book aside. Yes, yes, yes. Miss Merry Christmas spoke rapidly, in contrast to the slow speech of her partner. How's business, Paula? The place seems kind of empty today. That's empty with a capital E. You have the place to yourselves for now, Paula, the proprietor of the Spider's Cafe informed the pair. You'll have orange pekoe and you prefer apple tea, right Mr. 4? I don't want it too hot. Miss Merry Christmas started slapping the bar top. I want to be able to drink it right away. Now hurry it up. Bring it out. Bring it. You seem well, Paula chuckled at the impatient older woman while she made their drinks. How's work going? In our business, you fail, you die. Miss Merry Christmas instantly downed her whole cup as soon as it was set in front of her. I'm doing splendidly, you idiot. Of course, how silly of me. Paula grinned as she placed Mr. 4's tea in front of him. The two women turned to face the door when they heard noise coming from outside. Paula moved a few steps over to see out the window only to sigh. Mr. 2 was leading his subordinates through the desert towards the cafe while doing ballet routines of all things. Hello. Mr. 2 greeted the cafe at large as he opened the door and took a ballet pose. How do you do? Are you crazy? Paula questioned the Akama with a deadpan stare. I'm not crazy, Paula. Mr. 2 patted the bar top with a laugh. I'm just happy. I'll have an october. An october? Paula had never heard of such a thing. An octopus parfait. Isn't it obvious? Mr. 2 chuckled at the look Paula gave him. All of you may return to the ship. He waved his subordinates away. Aye. The men saluted their leader and started heading back through the desert towards the ship that was docked not too far away. Oh? What are you doing here, fatty and old bat? Mr. 2 questioned the pair of officer agents. Shut up. That annoying voice of yours makes my back ache. Miss Merry Christmas yelled at the Akama from where she was lying on top of a table and getting her back massaged by Mr. 4. So, I heard that Mr. 1 and his partner are coming. Mr. 2 grinned at Paula. I've never gotten the chance to meet him before. I'm super excited. But everyone's afraid of him. Pola raised one of her eyebrows at the Akama. Oh, that doesn't matter to me. Mr. 2 exclaimed with a wide smile. As the evening wore on and the 8 o'clock meeting time drew near, the agents that had shown up already found ways to spend their time. Mr. 2 eventually decided to see how long he could continuously twirl in place. This didn't sit well with Miss Merry Christmas, who demanded he stop because his twirling was making her dizzy. The two got into an argument and were about to come to blows over it, much to Pola's exasperation. Right as the clock struck 8, two men slammed through the door of the cafe, beaten and bloody. Mr. 2 and Miss Merry Christmas quickly reacted and faced a potential enemy. Even the slow Mr. 4 had his hand on the weapon across his back. As the dust cleared, it was revealed that the men in question were Mr. 2's subordinates. Hey. What's the big idea? Would you crash in here like that? Mr. 2 demanded, only for one of his men to point to the man that had thrown them through the door. Friends of yours, Mr. 2? The relatively tall, tanned man with long thin limbs and fingers questioned. The man was very muscular and his head was shaven. His most striking feature was probably the black unibrow right over his round eyes. He had large lips, though not to the same degree as Mr. 4. There was a tattoo on his chest and torso of the kanji for the number 1. His attire consisted of a sleeveless dark coat with golden edges and white motifs on the front, over very loose beige pants held up by a white sash around the waist. His pants were tucked inside some bandages wrapped around his calves and partially around his shoes. I found them slinking around in the desert. They're not dead. He looked around at the other agents in the cafe. You all seem to be getting along. He walked over the beaten and bleeding men as he stepped further into the building. Don't waste your strength in pointless fellowship. Those are my subordinates. Mr. 2 declared angrily, glaring at the man before launching towards him. Stop, Mr. 2. Miss Merry Christmas cried out to the other agent. Swan arabesque. Mr. 2 launched a flurry of kicks at the man, forcing him to jerk back to avoid the attacks. The shaved man threw a punch at Mr. 2's head. The Akama bent at the waist, tilting backwards to avoid the heavy blow. His response was a double-handed strike that the tan man leapt over to avoid. This suited Mr. 2 perfectly, as he knew where the man would land. Brah! Mr. 2 lashed out with a full power kick. The tattooed man blocked the blow with his crossed arms and went sailing through the wall and into the desert outside. You demolished the wall. Miss Merry Christmas yelled at the two fighters. I guess you want to die, the bare-chested man stated with a cold glare as he splayed his fingers out. Wait, Mr. 1, Pola stepped in front of the now named Mr. 1. Let's all calm down. Don't get in my way, Miss Doublefinger, I'm going to kill him. Mr. 1 declared as he glared at Mr. 2. Get off me, fatty. Mr. 2 was being pinned down by Mr. 4's full weight to stop the Akama from attacking Mr. 1. Mr. 2, calm down. Pola barked at the thrashing agent. It's 8 o'clock and all the agents have gathered. Our orders have been delivered to the Spider's Cafe. She pulled off her glasses and her bandana, revealing that her hair was rather wild and bushy when she removed the tie that kept it in the previous ponytail. Now we'll go to Rainbase, the town of dreams. The one we call boss, whose face we've never seen, is waiting for us there. Green City Kairomaru. We're here, it's Yuba. Luffy declared while looking at the abandoned city that seemed almost half buried in sand. Whoa, it's a real ghost town. It was true. Not a single soul still resided in Kairomaru. The buildings were destroyed, damaged, or left in disrepair. Everything was dried out and withered. What might have once been a plentiful oasis was now nothing more than a land of sand and death. Viv's mood noticeably dropped seeing the state of Kairomaru. Now where is this rebel leader? Luffy turned to look at Vivi and the rest of the crew as they disembarked from the Going Merry. We haven't reached Yuba yet, Luffy. Vivi shook her head. It's still just over half a day through the desert to reach it on foot. Half a day on foot? Usopp goggled at the distance and the heat they'd be traveling in. We just sailed up the Sandora River to the northern tributary, Vivi showed them on the small map she'd drawn up for the group. We're in the Green City Kairomaru right now. It doesn't look very green. Luffy looked over the remains of the city. It used to be. Vivi lamented as she thought back to her memories of the once beautiful city. Is that a turtle or a seal? Usopp questioned as he looked at the animal that had just leapt out of the water and onto the shore. That's a kung fu dugong. Vivi exclaimed at seeing the creature. Kung fu? Usopp blinked only to stumble back in a hasty dodge as the dugong took a swing at him. They're dangerous. Vivi warned slightly too late as Usopp shuffled backwards and drew one of his pistols. It's the code of the kung fu dugong to become the apprentice of anyone that defeats it. A disciple of the martial arts, eh? Zoro looked slightly amused at the animal. The cross between a seal and a turtle let out a bark and dozens more of its kin hopped out of the river. There had to be 30 or more of the creatures facing the Straw Hats now. Among all of the barking done by the Kung Fu dugongs, Luffy and Chopper listened in two different ways, Luffy with his observation and Chopper with his actual ears. They want to challenge one of us. Luffy and Chopper stated in unison. Chopper, you can understand animals. Nami blinked at the newfound knowledge. I was originally an animal, so I can understand other animals with only slight difficulty based on their species. Chopper confirmed for the group. Can you pass on a message for me? Luffy grinned at seeing the large pack of dugongs. Luffy crouched down and whispered into Chopper's ear for a moment. I'll try, Luffy. Chopper walked over and gave a similar bark to the dugongs. It was followed by a much more deer-like sound afterwards as Chopper conversed with the aquatic mammals. After several moments of the conversation, Chopper turned back to Luffy. He says they'll do it if you can prove yourself. What are you doing, Luffy? Mikita questioned her lover with a curious look. One sec, Luffy grinned at her before stepping up before the entire pack of Kung Fu dugongs. They all felt the shockwave of Luffy's unleashed conqueror's haki for a moment and watched as every single last dugong hit the sand unconscious. That should do it. What the hell are you doing? Sanji blinked at the unconscious dugongs and then at Luffy. After the dugongs began to wake up, Chopper helped translate and the deal was struck. What was the deal? The Kung Fu dugongs would watch over and protect the Going Merry until the Straw Hats came back. In exchange, they would be given a huge amount of food to fill their bellies with once the Straw Hats retrieved their ship. Now, on to Yuba. Luffy declared with his fist in the air as they started walking away from the large group of dugongs and the Merry. True to their word, the Kung Fu dugongs were already surrounding the ship both on land and in water, while several also climbed onto the ship itself. If it was anybody but you, Luffy, that definitely wouldn't have worked. Nami chuckled with a gentle shake of her head. Those dugongs are weird. Do they live in the river, Vivi? Sanji questioned as the group walked through the decimated city of Kairomaru. No, the sea. Vivi replied as she sadly looked over the once green city. Many years ago, the Sandora River nourished these lands all the way until it joined with the sea. But in the last few years, the river has lost quite a bit of its force. The lack of rain up north has weakened the river. It is slowly being overcome by the sea. Then the water back there is Sanji looked back at the shrinking form of the Going Merry. That was seawater, Vivi confirmed with a short nod. You can't drink it or water crops with it. Is that what made this city dry up? Zoro questioned as he looked around the dusty, sand-strewn ruins. No, Vivi shook her head. There used to be enough rainfall to sustain the city. Until recently Kairomaru was green and full of life. What changed? Usopp questioned as they continued to walk through the desolate city remains. In the last 3 years, not a drop of rain has fallen in this region. Vivi informed the group as they trudged onwards. But that port city looked fine. Chopper looked up at Vivi confused. Nanohana gets its water from the neighboring oasis of Katoria. Vivi smiled down at the reindeer. Until recently, Alabasta never suffered through prolonged droughts. There were short ones, usually around a month in the height of summer, but never more than that. I sense a butt coming. Mikita looked over at the princess with a grimace. One place got plenty of rain, Vivi breathed deeply and exhaled slowly. Alubarna, the capital where the king's palace resides. The people called it the king's miracle until the day of the incident. She clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles audibly popped. The day my father was framed for using dance powder. Dance powder? Luffy tilted his head at the unfamiliar term. What's that? It's called the powder that summons rain. Nami answered her lover. It was developed by a scientist in a land where it never rained. When burned it rises up into the sky and triggers ice to form in the clouds and then fall as rain. A mysterious powder that summons rain, huh? Luffy chose the simplest explanation of the powder. Artificial rain. Nami corrected with her eyes closed. The powder that makes rain sounds like exactly what Alabasta needs right now. Usopp mentioned as he motioned to the dried up city around them. At first people rejoiced in the land where dance powder was invented, Nami turned to look at the gunmen. Until they discovered the terrible side effect of making artificial rain. All of the areas surrounding that land started suffering from droughts. Wait, you mean it stole all of the rain from the surrounding lands? Usopp caught on to the problem of dance powder fairly quickly. Yes, Nami gave a sharp nod. When the people of the surrounding lands found out that their rain had been stolen, they went to war and many lives were lost. The world government banned the production and use of dance powder from then on. When the incident occurred, rain hadn't fallen anywhere in the country in months, except in the capital. Vivi informed the crew with downcast eyes. So the people naturally assumed the worst and thought the king had stolen all of the rain for himself. Zoro commented on the successful plot to frame the king. We didn't know it at the time, Vivi looked sadly upon some dried up human bones off to the side of the main path. But a large amount of dance powder had been snuck into the palace too. It was all a part of Crocodile's scheme. Just as he wanted, drought ravaged the kingdom. The anger of the people grew as their thirst, hunger, and desperation did. Ultimately a rebellion broke out and Alabasta entered a civil war. Vivi Mikita placed her hand on the princess's shoulder gently. The people lost faith in the royal family and the peace of the land was shattered. Vivi exclaimed with grief and rage in her voice. We lost many towns and so many people. She fell to her knees and grasped at the hot sand beneath her. The one behind all of this misery was Crocodile. I'll never forgive that man. Vivi pounded the sand with both fists and everyone felt a flicker of her conqueror's haki wash over them for an instant. Then let's track him down and end this. Luffy spoke as he stood before Vivi with his hand held out to her. We'll help you save your kingdom, Vivi. Vivi looked up at the straw-hatted captain. His eyes were shadowed by the brim of his hat. The look in his eyes was one of unwavering determination. It filled Vivi with more hope than any mere words could hope to bring. She took his hand in hers and let him help her to her feet. Thank you. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pulled him into a hug. You're my nakama, Vivi. Luffy returned the hug with his arms around her back. I'll help you out, you just need to ask. Mikita and Nami shared a look between them at the hug that Luffy and Vivi were sharing. Luffy? You bastard. Unhand Vivi this instant. Sanji still hadn't forgiven Luffy for somehow getting Mikita to join in the relationship the captain had with Nami. He wasn't about to let the slightly younger man somehow ensnare Vivi too. Shush, Sanji. Nami hushed the blonde as her eyes glinted with mischief. Later. It's so hot, Usopp panted as he used a walking stick to hold himself up. I think I'm gonna die. Chopper was almost unconscious on a hastily tied together sled that Zoro was dragging behind him. I'm adapted to the cold. We get it, but we have to keep moving, Nami called out from atop the sled they'd made to drag their supplies through the desert. Yeah, if we don't make good time we'll run out of water before we get to Yuba. Mikita noted from her place right next to Nami. Easy for you to say. Usopp retorted pointing at the women as they rode with the luggage. Luffy, impervious to heat like this, easily pulled the sled along through the desert. Stop complaining, Usopp, Sanji looked over at the longnose. The lady's comfort is more important than your whining. I wouldn't complain if it wasn't for these dunes, they're like mountains. Usopp heaved out as they made their way over another dune. This is an ancient desert, Vivi remarked from her place between Nami and Mikita. The tallest dunes are over 300 meters tall. 300 meters? Usopp gaped at the height. Isn't that literally a mountain? We can rest in the shade for a bit in the next crags that come up, Vivi offered Usopp, Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro respite from walking through the desert. We should be about a quarter of the way to Yuba. I remember some fairly large crags around this area, as long as they haven't been completely swallowed up by the dunes over time. Honestly, she would be down there walking with the men normally. This was her homeland and she was much more used to the heat. But Mikita and Nami had pulled her atop the luggage-laden sled to be given a ride through the desert. The two were being slightly more teasing than normal for some reason too. The poor princess was flushed more from their words than the desert heat. You alright, Luffy? Nami asked and Luffy turned to smile at his lovers and Vivi. I'm good, just sipping my water when I get thirsty. Luffy patted a small personal barrel at his side. He wasn't even sweating in the heat. The crags Vivi mentioned appeared from the heat haze of the desert after they crossed over a large sand dune. The Straw Hats headed for the shaded area at a slightly faster pace to get out of the heat. Luffy led the way as if he wasn't dragging the most weight behind him. Once they were in the shade everyone let out sighs of relief. The women hopped off the luggage containing their rations and supplies while Usopp and Chopper happily collapsed in the shade. Zoro sat on a flat rock with a sigh and Sanji checked on the ladies with a heart-shaped eye. Everyone turned at the sound to spot 8 crane-like birds lying in the sand. Are they sick? Usopp questioned as the group looked at the birds. I can try and help them. Chopper pulled off his backpack with his medical supplies in it. Don't go near them. Vivi cried out and everyone turned to look at her. Those are evil herons. They steal supplies from unsuspecting travelers. Brock. The birds, seemingly sensing that their scheme was up, tried to take flight. I'm hungry, Luffy had an evil glint in his eyes and before anyone could react lightning leapt from his outstretched palm and electrocuted the 8 birds before they could get away. They fell to the sand with their feathers blackened and lay still. Sanji, can you cook these? He looked to his chef with a wide grin. I think so. Sanji looked over the herons. You better not have scorched their meat, Luffy. Dry poultry isn't fit to grace the palates of Nami, Mikita, and Vivi. As Sanji set about removing the feathers and cleaning the dead herons, Luffy watched on eagerly. The chef showed off his impressive skills as he made perfect cuts of the birds with only the tools he had on hand. The sun-scorched rocks made rather excellent natural grills and soon the smell of fragrantly spiced meat was filling the air. That smells so good, Luffy drooled along with Usopp and Chopper. Is that dukkha? Vivi smiled at the familiar smell. Yeah, that's what the merchant called it. Sanji beamed at the smile on Vivi's face. I wanted to try using the spices and recipes of Alabasta while we're here. I haven't had it since I left Alabasta. Vivi was taken back to happier times by the nostalgic smell. Thank you, Sanji. Of course, Sanji's hard eye was practically popping out of his head at the attention of the princess. In short order the birds were cooked up. Sanji doled out the first helpings to the ladies, of course, while kicking Luffy away from the rest of the meat. Only after everyone else's plates were full did Luffy get a whole bird dropped on his plate by Sanji. Thanks, Sanji. Luffy smiled widely at the roasted heron. It smells great. Yeah, Sanji smiled at the praise to his skills. Just don't steal food from anyone else, you glutton. We can easily share this much meat, you don't have to eat it all. So good, Luffy cheered after taking a huge bite out of the roasted heron. Don't ignore me. Sanji had sharp teeth in his mouth at Luffy, ignoring all else to stuff his face. It's wonderful, Sanji. Vivi praised the chef with a bright smile. You used the dukkha so well on your first try. Oh, your praise is too much, Sanji pirouetted around their resting spot in the shade. It's good, Mikita grinned at her food. Has a hint of nutty flavor too. The little bit of salt really brought out the flavor. Nami smiled happily as she ate. Seconds. Luffy declared while holding out his empty plate. Already? Usopp and Chopper cried out at the speed that Luffy had eaten a whole heron. It's pretty good, Zoro noted while enjoying his food. I'll probably want seconds too. Make sure you all drink enough water while we rest, Vivi reminded the group. We'll probably not make it to Yuba before nightfall, and the desert gets very cold after the sun sets. Should we rest here for a bit longer? Nami questioned Vivi as the meal continued. Would it be easier or harder to travel at night? The heat is sapping us of both moisture and strength, but freezing cold like Drum Island will make traveling in these clothes a challenge. Mikita noted as she gestured to their cloaked forms to keep the sun's harsh rays off of their skin. Topper would be able to travel better in the cold, but everyone else would be freezing. Vivi sipped her water as she thought about the course going forward. Oh no. Luffy suddenly yelled after finishing off his third helping of spiced roasted heron. What? What is it? Baroque works. Usopp jumped to his feet with a pistol in each hand. I totally forgot. Luffy punched the sand beside him. What did you forget, Luffy? Chopper cried out, the doctor worried that some vital supply had been forgotten back in Nanohana or left on the Going Merry. I forgot to remind Ace that my starting bounty was higher than his. Luffy wailed to the sky as he grabbed his head. It was my only chance too. If I try to bring it up the next time we meet it'll just be old news. No. Luffy, you idiot, I was actually worried. Nami threw a rock she picked up from the sand at her captain's head. But I really wanted to rub it in. Luffy dodged the rock without even breaking from his whining. The rest of the crew barring the gentle VV all started tossing whatever rocks they could get their hands on at their captain. Don't worry us like that, Dumbus. Zoro grumbled after Luffy dodged the rock he'd thrown at the lightning man. Why do we love him again? Mikita questioned both Nami and Vivi playfully. Nami leaned into her ear and whispered something, while Vivi just blushed brightly at Mikita's question. Oh, that. Kai haha. The Kilo no Mi user laughed as Nami leaned back with a naughty smile on her lips. I heard that. Vivi looked down at her lap bashfully. VKNOW. Nami grinned at the princess. Nami. Vivi covered her face with her hands. Kai haha. Mikita laughed again at how easy it was to tease the younger woman. The wind had begun to pick up a bit ago. The traveling pirates didn't think much of it at first, too focused on dealing with the frigid cold of the nighttime desert. Chopper was now the one dragging Usopp behind his regular reindeer form on the sled that Zoro had carried him on most of the day. The chilly night air in the desert was reminiscent of Drum Island and its climate. The reindeer doctor was in perfect form as he trotted along while letting Usopp rest from the trek through the desert. Is it just me or is the wind getting worse? Sanji questioned as the wind wasn't dying down at all. If anything, the breeze had been gaining strength over time. We should be seeing Yuba shortly. Vivi hollered back over the wind as they trekked over another sand dune. I hope so. This is almost like a sandstorm already. Nami grimaced as she kept her face covered. The sand wouldn't get in her mouth and nose that way. I think I have sand in my everything. Usopp complained over the wind. The gunman also had his face covered to make it easier to breathe in the sandy winds. We're almost to the top of the dune, just keep going. Zoro marched on against the gusts and swirling sands. The group did indeed crest the dune in the next minute, but what they saw from atop the mountain of sand wasn't encouraging. It was a rather large village, the architecture was a bit different from Kairomaru, but it was clearly the town they were looking for. The buildings consisted of towers and various circular structures built upon square foundations. Posts seemed to stick out of most of the buildings, and they all had large square windows or small circular ones. There were palm trees dotted all around the darkened village as well. The most notable thing though was the large swirling storm burying the village in sand. Sandstorm. Vivi cried out in both warning and dismay. Yuba's being hit by a sandstorm. Shouldn't we take cover? Mikita questioned from atop the luggage sled with the other two women. I'll protect you, Mickey darling. Sanji had his heart eye as he rushed forward. I'm really tired of sand. Luffy grimaced as the straw hats huddled up around the luggage sled he'd been pulling for the last half a day. It took several more minutes before the sandstorm died down. Yuba was wind-blown, dry, and barren. Several of the dried-out palm trees had snapped in the strong winds. Vivi felt her heart break even more as she saw the state of Yuba. It had once been a bountiful oasis as well, but now the small river that had once run through it was dry and filled with sand. There were many buildings damaged by the storm, and some had been left in complete disrepair. This is terrible, Zoro noted as the group looked around. It's almost as bad as Kairomaru was. Is this oasis dead too? Sanji worried as he saw the piles of sand half burying several buildings. The sand is accumulating, Vivi's saddened reply pulled at the hearts of her friends. The desert is swallowing Yuba. Who's he? Luffy pointed down into the sand-filled riverbed they were walking beside. Travelers. The man guessed as he dug into the sand with a shovel. You must be exhausted from your journey. He dug out another shovelful of sand and tossed it aside. I'm sorry, but Yuba is all dried up. The man halted his digging to turn and face the pirates. He was an older man with a bushy, white mustache. His body was thin and weathered from a harsh life in the desert after 3 years of drought. Feel free to stop here and rest. The city has many inns. We're famous for our hospitality. Vivi covered her face a bit with her cloak to prevent the man from recognizing her, just in case. We heard that the rebels were here. What do you want with the rebels? The old man's gaze hardened into a glare. You don't want to join them, do you? The old man roared as he tossed whatever objects he could grab at the group. Hey, watch it. Usopp cried out as the various objects flew at them. Those fools have left Yuba. The old man went back to his digging in the sand. What? That can't be. The group cried out in shock. This wasn't the first sandstorm to hit Yuba. The old man tossed another shovel of sand aside. 3 years ago, the land began to dry and the sands began to blow. The desert is at war with Yuba. And little by little, the oasis is losing ground. The man tossed another heap of sand to the side. When the city ran out of water, the rebels abandoned it. Katoria is their base now. Katoria? Vivi exclaimed loudly. Wait, didn't you say that was near Nanohana, Vivi? Luffy questioned the princess. He vaguely remembered her mentioning it back in Kairomaru. Doesn't that mean we came all this way for nothing? Usopp's jaw dropped in shock. Vivi? The old man turned to look at the group again. Did you just say Vivi? Oh crap, Luffy muttered while everyone except Vivi stared at him for saying her name so loudly. Is it really you? The old man approached her shakily. Are you really Princess Vivi? I am. Vivi didn't know what this man's reaction would be to her. You're alive. The man gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Thank goodness. Don't you recognize me? He asked with tears in the corners of his eyes. I know I've lost a bit of weight since the last time we saw each other. In Vivi's eyes, the weathered old man was superimposed with some girth and around her face. She felt tears come to her eyes as she recognized the man. Old Toto. Toto? Luffy tilted his head to the side at the unfamiliar name. That's right. Toto nodded to Vivi with a smile. Vivi covered her mouth at the state of the man she knew as a child. Princess, I still believe in the king. He would never betray his people. He collapsed to his knees before her and punched his fist into the sand. The rebellion is idiocy. Those blasted rebels. Please. You must stop them. Only you can save us now. Toto. Vivi felt her heart break at the state the once joyful man had been reduced to. So it hasn't rained in 3 years. What of it? Toto sat back in the sand with a huff. I have faith in our king. So do most of his subjects. The man's tears began to run down his wrinkled cheeks. So many times I stopped them, so many times. But it was hopeless. No matter what I said, I couldn't talk them out of this rebellion. But now they're exhausted as well. No. Vivi felt her stomach drop at Toto's words. The next battle will decide everything. They've been driven into a corner. Toto's tears flowed heavily now. They're ready to die for their cause. Vivi nearly dropped to her knees at those words. Please, Princess Vivi, stop those fools. Toto. Vivi steeled herself as she handed the old man a handkerchief to dry his eyes. Please don't worry. Vivi. Toto looked up at the princess with hope. I'm going to stop the rebellion. Vivi declared as she pulled back the hood of her cloak and let her long blue locks get caught by the passing breeze. She projected as much confidence as she could with her smile to reassure the man that still believed in her father and their kingdom. The rest of the Straw Hats looked on silently. They knew Vivi was ready to do anything to save her kingdom. They gave her all of their silent support. The crew's gazes were unwavering as they watched Vivi pull Toto to his feet. In a short amount of time the group was led to an inn. The place had clearly been vacated in a hurry since it was still fully stocked with pillows, linens, and mattresses. While who slept where was being worked out, Luffy went back to Toto. The young captain watched the old man dig for a while before he spoke up. "You think there's still water here?" Luffy asked Toto curiously. "Sure there's water." Toto smiled as he threw aside another shovelful of sand. "Yuba Oasis is still alive. Yuba will never surrender to the sands." He tossed more sand out of the hole he was digging. "I'll dig as long as it takes. The king himself entrusted this place to me." He dug up another heap of sand and threw it aside. Alright then." Luffy nodded before picking up a shovel that was leaning against a nearby building. "I'll help you out." With that the lightning man started digging. The monstrous strength that toppled enemies moved sand like a machine. In a very short time the hole Luffy was digging was already a few meters deep. Toto could only smile at the young man's help as he continued digging as well. Rock. Luffy's shovel bounced off a solid layer deep beneath the sand. Toto's head leaned over the edge of Luffy's deep hole. "That's sandstone, Luffy, it's a good sign." "It is?" Luffy looked up at the old man in confusion. "Sandstone forms when sand is compacted together with water," Toto explained to the pirate. "If you've hit sandstone, then that means that water exists in the area. So the water is below here, huh?" Luffy grinned at the sandstone beneath his feet. He set his shovel against the wall of his hole and cracked his knuckles. With a hockey-infused punch the sandstone shattered like spun glass and was reduced back to sand. The ground rumbled slightly from the impact and Toto's eyes couldn't be any wider if he tried. "Back to digging," Luffy declared and took up his shovel again. Several dozen more buckets full of sand were removed with help from Toto and a rope before Luffy felt his sandal-clad feet become wet. Toto balked as the young man leapt straight upward out of the well he dug and landed on the sand beside him. "Look." Luffy's wide grin made Toto curious as the captain raised his foot. Both his foot and sandal were dripping with water. "You struck water?" Toto exclaimed brightly as a smile formed on his face. Shishy. Luffy laughed as he looked over the edge of his hole. "It started bubbling up from the sand and forming a pool at the bottom, so I jumped out." "A pool?" Toto looked like he couldn't believe it. The old man dumped out the bucket on a rope they'd been using to move sand from Luffy's hole. He quickly tossed the empty bucket down the hole and listened. Tears fell from his eyes when he heard a splash as the bucket reached the bottom. "You must have struck the top of the aquifer that feeds Yuba." Toto quickly reeled the bucket back up, noting the weight, and cried out in joy when he saw the water within. "What are you crying for?" Luffy cocked his head to the side. "This isn't a mere hole anymore, Luffy." Toto smiled up at the pirate. "It's a well. One full of water. This proves that Yuba is alive to anyone that doubts it." The two men were quick to scoop out some of the cold water from the bucket and take a long, refreshing drink. Both sighed as their dry throats were soothed and their thirst sated. The two spent some time just looking up at the moon together before Luffy stood and headed for the inn that his crew was staying in for the night. "We were about to go to sleep," Nami told Luffy as her lover walked back into the abandoned inn. "Were you helping Toto dig?" "Yep," Luffy grinned happily. "We struck water and my hole became a new well." "You dug a new well?" VV gasped in pleasant shock. Toto said we must have struck the top of the aquifer." Luffy repeated what the old man had told him. "He says that Yuba is still alive." He wasn't expecting to suddenly be hugged by VV, but he returned the hug all the same. "Thank you, Luffy." VV buried her face into his chest as happy tears fell from her eyes. "Yuba means so much to Toto, to me, and to Alabasta. I can't thank you enough." "It's fine," Luffy smiled as he rubbed her back. "The old man's dream is to save Yuba. I just wanted to help him." "What is it with you and helping people with their dreams?" Mikita chuckled as she walked over to place a gentle kiss on his cheek. Shishy. Luffy chuckled as VV slowly left his arms. "Time for bed." Nami called out to everyone as she and Mikita wrapped their arms around Luffy's and dragged him to a room separate from the large one that the men of the crew were sleeping in. VV took her own room as well, and the group was asleep in short order. Rain Base beneath the Rain Dinners casino. The officer agent sat around a resplendent table in a fancily decorated room. They were waiting for the boss to finally show himself and explain the operation to all of them. While they bickered among each other, Miss All Sunday slipped into the room unnoticed. The first to notice her approaching the table was Mr. One. "I guess it was too much to expect you all to get along." Miss All Sunday shook her head with a grin. "But that's fine, you don't really need to, I suppose." "Where's the boss, Miss All Sunday?" Mr. One questioned the second in command of Baroque Works. Allow me to introduce him to you." Miss All Sunday smiled at the assembled agents. "Up until now I've acted as both his face and his mouthpiece to you all. But that is no longer necessary. The time has come." The chair at the head of the table, which had been facing away from them since they got here, made a sound as if someone had just dropped their full weight into it. Naturally, all of the officer agents' heads whipped around at the sudden noise. None of them had seen anyone else enter the room. There had been no footsteps at all on the marble floor. Whoever had sat down had done so without alerting anyone to their presence until they'd wanted to. Operation Utopia. Crocodile turned the ornate chair around to face the agents. "This is Baroque Works' ultimate plan. Sir Crocodile." All of the gathered agents jerked back from the warlord of the sea in shock. Not a single one of them had ever expected their boss to be one of the seven. "I see you recognize him." Miss All Sunday had an easygoing smile on her face. She was clearly amused by their collective reaction. "Recognize him, Pola," Miss Doublefinger burst out. "He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. That's a big name that just showed up." Miss Merry Christmas gawked at the infamous pirate. "Don't tell me we were henchmen to a pirate." Mr. 2 exclaimed with a look of confusion on his face. "You're our boss." Mr. 1 questioned the warlord flatly. "Disappointed?" Crocodile questioned with his eyes slightly shadowed. His gaze was colder than the desert at night. Every agent felt a chill go up their spines at that single look from the man. "Not disappointed." Miss Doublefinger spoke up for the group after a moment. "Just confused. Why would one of the 7 warlords create an organization like this?" "I'm not interested in money or status." Crocodile lit up a cigar with a golden lighter inlaid with jewels. "What I want is military might." "Military might?" Mr. 1 raised an eyebrow at the pirate. "I will now reveal to you my true aim." Crocodile exhaled smoke into the air. "The ultimate goal of Baroque Works." The warlord then proceeded to tell them of his goal to seize the ancient weapon known as Pluton for himself. "The operation begins at 7 in the morning, the day after tomorrow." "Right." The agents acknowledged in unison. "You have your orders. Complete your tasks without fail." Crocodile stared all of them down. "I pray for you success." The underlying threat in those words was not lost on anyone in the room. "Yuba morning. VV, I hope you'll forgive me for the disgraceful state that Yuba is in right now." Toto apologized to the princess. "Don't apologize." VV shook her head and gave the old man a smile. "I know you'll bring Yuba back to life. I believe in you, Toto." Princess Toto looked on the verge of tears again at VV's kind words and encouragement. "Please, I've prepared water for your continued trip." He motioned towards the barrels that the Straw Hats had brought with them. All filled to the brim with genuine Yuba water from the new well. "Alright." Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy cheered at having their water refilled. "We'll be going now, Toto." VV shared another smile with the man. "I know you'll stop this senseless rebellion, Princess VV." Toto waved as the women climbed on top of the luggage sled and Luffy picked up the handles. "Yes, I will, I promise." VV waved as Luffy started walking forward and the group moved away from Yuba. "We're heading north to this rain base place, right?" Luffy questioned as Yuba became a smaller and smaller dot on the horizon. "Yes," VV explained their route that they'd decided on over breakfast. "With the rebels on the other side of the Sandora River in Katoria, we have no way to reach them before outright war breaks out," according to Toto. She clenched her fist at the thought of her people senselessly killing each other for Crocodile's schemes. "So, instead of trying to get to Katoria, we'll head straight for Crocodile at his casino in Rain Base." "Rain dinners, right?" Mikita asked her fellow, former agent with a look. "Yes, the largest casino in the city." VV confirmed with a nod. "Crocodile set it up when he landed here in Alabasta just over 3 years ago." "Then we have our target." Nami nodded sharply. "Usopp, did you finish that weapon we talked about? You've been working on it for a while." "Sure did." Usopp grinned as he rummaged in the satchel at his waist. The gunman pulled out 3 blue pipes and presented them to the navigator. "I used the shock staff as a base for the power system, then I used heating elements in this one has a really basic cooling unit, and then this one." Nami listened on as Usopp explained his creation and couldn't help the smile on her face. It was everything she'd asked for. "How long did you say this trip was going to take?" Zoro questioned as they continued to walk through the desert. "From here to Rain Base is almost a full day." VV replied to the swordsman. "We should get there tomorrow morning if we keep up our pace." "You're holding up better than yesterday, Chopper." Sanji praised the reindeer. "I'm toughing it out." Chopper replied in his reindeer form as he walked. "I'm going to help VV." "Thank you, Chopper." VV beamed at him. If Chopper had been in his usual hybrid form, he'd have started doing his happy dance. "This water is good." Luffy slurped up some of the Yuba water that Toto had given them from the personal barrel he carried. Luffy VV called down to the man dragging the luggage sled, along with all of the women, through the desert. "I owe you more than I can say too. I'm not sure how I can possibly repay you for this. Feed me. Luffy looked over his shoulder with a smile. What? VV blinked at the captain. After I crush Crocodile's face, feed me until I explode. Luffy grinned widely at the blue net. It's a deal. VV beamed at him with genuine happiness. You have my word. Alubarna Palace. Silence. I said no. Nefertari Cobra declared from his throne. He was a man that stood at 182 centimeters in height. He had a few wrinkles on his face, a tight-off beard, and long curly black hair. He normally wore a green robe with yellow edging, an orange and beige sash around his waist, and a purple coat. He also wears sandals and a necklace. All of which was made from the finest materials that Alabasta Kingdom produced. They hit us, so you want to hit them back. This isn't some squabble between children. But, Your Majesty, the kingdom is in peril. Chaka, the acting head of the royal guard, spoke up. Chaka was a tall, imposing, dark-skinned man with medium-length black hair and a long broad nose, resembling that of a jackal. He wore a long, light green tunic, revealing his muscular chest, and had 2 belts around his waist. Around his neck he had a necklace consisting of large golden beads, and he wore a dark green coat draped on his shoulders like a cape. He carried a massive sword, with a blue hilt and sheath, on his left hip. What of it? Cobra denied the man. Are you suggesting we attack our own subjects without even knowing the cause of the unrest? He spread his arms wide as he spoke. Then Alabasta would truly be lost. The people are the kingdom. Both of the royal guard standing before him bowed their heads at his words. Ever since that dance powder incident, someone has been stirring the people towards rebellion. That is who we must fight. But we have no idea who this person is. Chaka responded to his king. They hide in the shadows. We will be overthrown by them if we do not take the offensive. Sire. No. Cobra shook his head. He would not attack his subjects. He wouldn't be swayed in his desire to protect the people. In the outer balcony off the throne room, Chaka and Pell spoke after being dismissed by the king. His Majesty refuses to allow us to attack. We can only fight defensively. Pell spoke with a tone of worry. He was a tall man with a purple line under each eye that ran down the sides of his face, making him resemble a falcon. He wore a long white robe with brown star-like motifs on it and a matching hat. Underneath these robes, he was fairly muscular and had 2 large star-shaped scars on his torso. He wore a fairly large orange necklace around his neck and also had striped socks under a pair of normal shoes. He carried his sword on his right hip, implying that he might be left-handed. We can't do anything, our soldiers grow restless. The man sighed heavily. If only Igaram was here. Let it go, Pell. Chaka turned to look over the capital city from the balcony. He would never betray the kingdom. He has a plan, as does Princess Vivi. He thought back to the simple note that had been left behind by the head of the royal guard and the princess almost 3 years ago. Well, he could have told us about it. Doesn't he trust us? Pell questioned from his seat on the railing. Lord Chaka. Lord Pell. A soldier ran up to the 2 men frantically. Karu has returned. What? Both members of the royal guard exclaimed before rushing after the man as he beckoned them to follow. A short time later and both of the royal guards were staring at a letter from Vivi in shock. Cobra had his head in one of his hands as he thought of the implications of what he'd read. How could this be happening? Sire, this is Pell finally got his wits together after the shock of what the letter revealed. Yes, that's Vivi's handwriting, I'd never mistake it. Cobra had some sweat running down his forehead and face. This is a terrible shock. Crocodile's treated as a government official because of his place among the 7 warlords. I'd never have suspected that he was behind all of this. You did well to bring us this information, Karu. Chaka praised the supersonic duck. Your wing is bandaged, are you injured? He moved to inspect the wrapping, but Karu waved him away with the opposite wing and a few quacks. He would not allow anyone to remove the sign of his fellowship with the straw hats. Taka, at last we know our enemy. Cobra looked out the window as he spoke. His voice was firm and strong. Ready our armies to march at once. Vivi and Igaram's 3 years of sacrifice will not be in vain. March onto Rainbase. Crocodile must be stopped. Sire, Rainbase is too far away. Pell tried to reason with his king. The enemy may not even have any intention to fight us at all. The hearts of the people are with Crocodile, forgive me sire, but perhaps even more than they are with you. Chaka explained to his king. If we march on Crocodile, that could incite the rebels to action. Pell brought up another point. If the army is marching to Rainbase, then Alubarna will be completely unprotected. I don't care if this palace is taken. Cobra stated powerfully and both royal guards straightened up instinctively. The people are the kingdom. Until Crocodile is dealt with, they will never be safe. If we fight the rebels, we'll be playing into Crocodile's hands. Your Majesty. Pell was at a loss for words from the sheer dedication in Cobra's words. Your serious. Chaka felt his heart beating in his chest. Even if there is only a small chance, we must take it. crocodile must die. Cobra had a thunderous expression on his face. It was the look of a king ready to go to war. Chaka. Summon my officers and devise a plan of attack. Pell, go on ahead and scout the enemy's position. But sire, Chaka worried for his king. Your condition you shouldn't join this campaign. While I can still move, I will fight for my people. Cobra wouldn't hear of any complaints. His sickness may have robbed him of the strength he'd had in his youth, but he was still the king. We march at dawn. Send every last soldier to Rain Base. Yes, sire. Chaka and Pal both kneeled and bowed their heads. Truly Nefertari Cobra was a king worth following. A leader worth risking one's very life for. I pray that these friends that VV has brought to aid us can make a difference. Cobra thought to himself as Pell and Chaka left to fulfill their orders. He looked at the wanted poster that had initially been folded up with the letter. He had kept it from Pell and Chaka for now. Monkey D. Luffy, with a 60 million Biri bounty, will you be the one to turn the tide of this country's future? I see it. VV called out as they crested the last dune between them and their destination. That's Rain Base. Do you think they know we're here? Zoro questioned, referring to Baroque works and their informants all over Alabasta. It's possible. VV confirmed with a nod as the group got closer and closer to the gambling oasis. Then should we try to sneak into the city? Usopp asked curiously. If the Baroque works people know we're in Rain Base, who knows what they'll do. A lot of them do specialize in assassination. Mikita warned the group as a whole. We just need to find Crocodile and kick his ass. Luffy declared and Usopp slapped him upside the head. Were you even listening? Usopp demanded while glaring at his captain with sharp teeth. Actually, Usopp VV spoke up. I agree with Luffy. We don't have time to make plans. You're not afraid, are you, Usopp? Nami chuckled at the gunman. I'm ready to fight. Chopper declared as he walked through the rising temperature of the desert morning in his reindeer form. I'll protect the women. Sanji declared with a large smile. Just call me Prince Charming. Move it, Prince. Zoro walked past the blonde chef with a blank expression. Shut it, Mosshead. Sanji barked back at the swordsman. Rain Base drink stand. Why Rain Base, Captain Smoker? Tashigi questioned her commanding officer as they had a drink of the local water. Call it a hunch. Smoker replied as he sat and thought. He was trying to put all the various pieces he had together in his head to make a coherent picture of the situation. There's something fishy about this country. It's like there's a giant shadow hanging over it. Do you think Crocodile's involved with this crime syndicate? We didn't get much out of that Mr. 11 guy before he was assassinated in Nanohana. Tashigi remarked as the memory of finding the man dead when they returned to the ship was still fresh. I dunno. Smoker admitted with a sigh, exhaling smoke from his dual cigars. I'm not sure what connection the Straw Hats have to all of this either. We can only get so much from the wiretapping abilities of the black transponder snail. We'll have to wait until somebody makes a move. The two placed the money they owed on the bar and turned to leave the building. Through the windows both spotted a familiar straw hat. The clothing the others wore was partially obscuring their faces, but it was easy to tell whom they were too. Smoker nearly bit through his cigars as his eyes narrowed into a glare. Ashiji, we're going after them, call for all forces to move to our location. Smoker ordered as he rushed out of the building. Yes sir. Tashigi pulled out the baby transponder snail she had and contacted their subordinates. Where are we headed, VV? Luffy questioned as the group walked through the main street of Rain Base. There, VV pointed to the tallest building in the casino town. See the building with the crocodile on top? That's Rain Dinners, Crocodile's casino. Right. Luffy punched his right fist into his left palm. Straw Hat. Smoker roared from behind the group as he rushed towards them. What are the Marines doing here? Usopp squawked as more and more started coming towards them from all directions. This much attention is gonna let Baroque Works know we're here. Sanji grimaced as the Marines closed in. Too late for that. Mikita nodded towards a group of armed men watching them from the shade of a building. Damn it, nothing's ever easy, is it? Nami huffed as the Marines surrounded their location. The civilians noticed the commotion, and the area was quickly clearing out before the violence started. Surrender, you've got nowhere to go. Smoker demanded as he looked Luffy dead in the eye. We've got somewhere to be and a crocodile to beat up. Can you move, Smokey? Luffy asked even though his eyes were stern. What's your connection to Crocodile? Smoker stared hard at Luffy. I'm here to kick his ass. Luffy answered without a care as he took a step forward. What? Smoker's confusion was palpable. Move out of the way, Smokey. Luffy told the Marine captain as he took a second step forward. Not happening, Smoker's arms turned into thick white smoke. I'm bringing you in. Eyes, head for Crocodile's place, don't let anyone stop you. Luffy spoke to his crew without taking his eyes off Smoker. Yes, Captain. The Straw Hats all replied in unison. In a flash, literally less than the blink of an eye, Luffy's fist was where Smoker's face used to be. The Marine captain went rocketing in the opposite direction over the heads of his subordinates. Many of the Marines gaped at the sudden attack, only to be rushed by the Straw Hats as they moved in different directions. Out of the way. Chopper bulked up as he turned into his heavy point form and punched one Marine into three others. He barreled through a few more as he ran with Usopp following in his wake. Zone. One of the Marines called out as several aimed their rifles at Chopper. No, you don't. Usopp covered Chopper's back as he drew two pistols and fired at the Marines. In quick succession 10 Marines were shot and hit the ground with cries of pain. The two pirates made it through the encirclement and ran off into town. After them. One Marine declared as a group of them broke off to chase the fleeing duo. Excuse us. Mikita backhanded a Marine while shifting her arm to 100 kilograms just before impact. The man's feet left the ground as he twirled twice through the air and then crashed into the ground. Humming through. Nami spun her new Climatak staff around, clocking multiple Marines. Sorry. Vivi apologized as she ran with the other women. Both Nami and Mikita knocked away any Marine that got close. Damn it, capture them. Another group of Marines gave chase from the main force. Move it, you wimps. Sanji kicked his way through over a dozen Marines in rapid succession. He took off while leading another group on a merry chase through the gambling town. You call yourselves Marines. Zoro had two of his swords Katetsu 3 and Yubashiri in hand as he dealt with one Marine after another. Several of the Marine sabers lay on the ground, snapped in half beside their owners. Uranoa's Oro. Tashigi stepped forward with her hand on her sword's hilt. Oh, it's you again. Zoro grimaced at being confronted by the Kuina look-alike. I thought we parted ways rather amiably back in Logetown. Amiable? Tashigi scowled at him. We didn't get to cross swords is the only reason you think that. She drew her sword Shigure and held it at the ready. Fine, Zoro grumbled at having to fight the woman that looked so much like his late friend. Let's go. It was over in a single strike. Tashigi rushed forward looking to cut Zoro down in a single wide swing. Katetsu 3 was raised to block while Yubashiri sliced through her jacket and bit into her shoulder. The light katana moved downwards, slicing the jacket open and leaving a shallow slice from her shoulder, down her side, and stopping at her hip. The petty officer collapsed to the ground while gritting her teeth in pain. She refused to let go of her sword though. She was bleeding quite a bit, but she could tell the wound wasn't life-threatening. It probably wouldn't even scar if it was treated properly. Damn you, Tashigi bit out at the green-haired pirate. Aren't you going to finish me off? I didn't even kill any of your subordinates, what makes you think I'd kill you? Zoro scat at her. I'm not a psychopath out for blood. I'm a swordsman. Dead him. A few of the remaining Marines all charged together. Idiots. Get out of the line of fire. A small group of Marines with rifles yelled at their comrades. Zoro seemingly swayed through the charging Marines with his two swords. In a blur he was upon the riflemen and struck them all down with quick swipes of his blade. Their rifles were split by air blades from Zoro's Katetsu, while their bodies were slashed by Yubashiri. They fell to the ground at the same moment as the charging group did. Nearly 15 Marines now lay on the road injured or unconscious as Zoro flicked his swords to remove the blood and sheathed them both. With the group chasing him dealt with, Zoro looked for the building with the crocodile on top. Spotting it, he headed straight for the casino, with a fixed marker he didn't get lost. But anyone that got in his way was roughly bowled over in his rush towards rain dinners. Back with Luffy, the Marines panicked as Smoker went flying headfirst into a building dozens of meters behind them. Shots rang out and Luffy just stood there as the bullets passed through him. With a wave of his arm, small bolts of lightning leapt from him and shocked all of the standing Marines. They hit the ground unconscious and twitching. Straw Hat Smoker stumbled out of the wall he'd crashed through while holding his head. I'm bringing you in. Sorry Smokey, but I'm busy right now. Luffy stared the Marine down for a moment before breaking out into a wide smile. In a spark he disappeared and Smoker did bite through both of his cigars in a rage. Straw Hat. Smoker roared as he turned his lower body into smoke and blasted into the air. He knew they were headed for Crocodile's casino, rain dinners, so he'd get there as fast as he could and capture all of them. Nami, Mikita, and Vivi. We beat the Marines, now we have to deal with these guys. Nami groused as they were in the process of laying waste to a horde of Baroque Works millions. I didn't think there'd be so many of them here, to be honest. Mikita folded a large man over her leg. The limb currently weighed a metric ton so it made sense. The large man flew backwards and bowled over a few more of the millions with his bulk. At them. A man with a sword leapt towards Vivi only for her peacock slashers to split his blade into 3 pieces and her foot to smash into his face. We need to get to rain dinners. Vivi dodged a man trying to grab her and left almost a dozen slashes across his body with her rapidly spinning weapons. She was so amazed at her progress ever since traveling with the Straw Hats. She was stronger, faster, and her skill with hockey had improved quite a lot since Luffy had awakened it within her. She'd been a bit stronger than any millions or billions when she'd been Miss Wednesday. But now, even a group of millions posed no real threat. The large number of millions she'd personally strewn over the road was a testament to how far she'd come. Ba-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of machine guns was heard in the air as over half of the remaining millions dropped to the ground. Vivi's eyes widened as she saw the silhouette of a large bird. A smile broke out onto her face when the bird came into focus. It was a massive falcon with clothing on. She knew exactly who this was that had come to their aid. The giant bird with machine guns, one of the millions cried out. Shoot it down. Another took aim with his rifle. The giant falcon swooped low and scattered the millions with a flap of its wide wings. A quick pivot on his heel and the giant bird transformed into a man. One that was very familiar to Vivi. It's good to see you again, Princess Vivi. Pell smiled at the young woman. Pell. Vivi beamed at the royal guardsman. A friend of yours, Vivi? Nami guessed, seeing the smile on the brunette's face. Please wait here for a moment. Pell nodded to Vivi as he turned to face the millions as they got back to their feet. Pell? One of the millions questioned curiously. Wait, Pell the falcon. Another began to shake. The strongest warrior in Alabasta, a millions in a wide-brimmed hat, looked like he was moments away from pissing himself. Tori Tori no Mi model. Falcon Pell took on his hybrid form, giving him a falcon-like head, feathered wings emerging from his arms, and his hands became wicked talons. He vanished from sight as the millions tried to raise whatever guns they had. A whistle of wind was heard before Pell's voice rang out again. Flying claws. Arg. The millions went flying through the air en masse. Most of them had blood spewing from large lacerations, and they all hit the ground hard. Groaning and cries of pain were all that remained of the millions now. Pell's hybrid form returned to sight behind the bodies of the millions. The royal guard was quick to return to Vivi's side in his normal human state. Vivi hugged him with a bright smile, and Pell chuckled as he returned the hug. He'd known Vivi since she was a little girl. He dared to say he'd spoiled her a bit, much as an uncle would as she was growing up. Pell. What are you doing here? Vivi questioned, wondering why the royal guard was so far from the capital. We got your letter from Karu. Pell informed her with a serious look. I'm scouting Rain Base in preparation for the royal army to march on the city and take down Crocodile and his organization. Wait, the entire royal army is going to fight Crocodile here? Mikita blinked at the thought. Yes, by sundown Rain Base will be occupied by the entire royal army. Pell informed the blonde woman. He suspected she was an ally of Vivi's, given that they'd been fighting together. Pell, Vivi got the man's attention. We're going to deal with Crocodile here and now. We're going to take him down and stop the rebellion before any final battle can occur. We need to head to Rain Dinners and meet up with the rest of our crew. Nami told the royal guard with her Climatak leaning against her shoulder. Crocodile's casino? Pell shook his head firmly. Out of the question, I'll be taking Princess Vivi to safety immediately. The flash of lightning came from the direction of Rain Dinners, followed by an air-shaking roar of thunder that rumbled through the oasis. People screamed, yelled, and some outright panicked and ran indoors as fast as they could. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in Rain Base before. Luffy must have already got there. Vivi exclaimed as she, Nami, and Mikita took off towards the casino. Princess. Pell yelled as he took off after her and her companions. He wouldn't let her out of his sight now that he'd found her. It was his duty as a royal guard to protect her. Usopp and Chopper. Was that Luffy? Chopper held his ears from the passing thunder. Had to be, Usopp nodded, his own hands clapped over his ears. He must be at Rain Dinners already. We should get there as fast as possible. Chopper turned into his reindeer form. Hop on. Usopp jumped onto his back and Chopper took off towards the large casino. Left behind them was the beaten, bloody, and in many cases, bullet-wounded Marines. The entire group that had been chasing them had been dealt with by the gunman and doctor. One of the still conscious Marines managed to snap a quick picture of Chopper in his heavy point form before he turned into his reindeer form and ran off with Usopp. The small Kameko transponder snail in his hand spat out the photo as the Marine collapsed. Sanji. Damn it, Luffy. Sanji rubbed his ears at the sudden blast of lightning and the following thunder. Around the chef lay the beaten and broken bodies of both Marines and Baroque Works millions. He took off towards Rain Dinners quickly. Many civilians began to whisper in the safety of the nearby buildings about the ludicrousness of a single man defeating almost 30 armed men with just kicks. Rain Dinners a few minutes before the lightning blast. Crocodile. Luffy yelled loudly as he literally kicked in the double doors of the casino. The doors went sailing through the air and slammed into the floor a dozen meters away from the entrance. There were several screams as patrons of the casino backed away from the man that had just busted in. The floor manager sent security to deal with the ruffian in the straw hat. 3 large men in black suits approached Luffy. The young man hadn't moved since kicking in the door for some reason, but the 3 security enforcers didn't care. "Where are you?" Luffy searched the entire casino with his observation haki. He felt 2 voices that were much stronger than all of the others in the building. One of them was below, in some kind of basement area, and the other was on the same floor as him. The second voice was familiar and was actually in the casino portion itself. "Hey, you think you can just bust in here and damage the casino's property?" The lead enforcer demanded of the shorter Luffy. "Move." Luffy looked at the 3 large men and flared his conqueror's haki for an instant. He walked past the 3 men as they collapsed around him. This of course led to more screams as many patrons began to flee the casino entirely. He walked towards the familiar voice, taking note of the offshoots of the same person that were watching him. His observation haki was very difficult to hide from, after all. "Sir, you can't just cause such a ruckus," and approached the manager. An older man in a similar black suit tried to stop Luffy. He had a receding hairline, but the rest of his hair was styled into 5 curved spikes that all pointed upwards. Luffy mentally dubbed him weird hair guy and then flared his conqueror's haki for a second. The assistant manager, according to the badge on his coat, fell to the ground unconscious. "It seems we meet again, Monkey D. Luffy." Miss All Sunday gave him an amused grin as they stood face to face. She was wearing a very similar outfit to the one that they'd met each other in back at Cactus Island. Only this time the cowboy hat was white and she had a long white coat that she was wearing over the more revealing outfit. "Hey, Sunday lady," Luffy grinned at her. "Take me to Crocodile so I can smash his face in, please." He felt good about remembering his manners like Makino had taught the brothers. He noticed a tanned woman chuckling lightly and joined in with his own chuckles. "I believe I told you my name was Miss All Sunday, Straw Hat Luffy." Miss All Sunday reminded him with the same grin as before. "I remember telling you that I'd give you a nickname if you didn't tell me your real name." Luffy replied with a shrug. "So now you're Sunday lady until I do." "Very well then," Miss All Sunday actually giggled slightly. "Follow me to the VIP room." She turned and her white ankle-length coat swished around from the movement. Luffy followed after her without concern. Her voice was honest right now. The staff gaped as Miss All Sunday led Luffy into the VIP room after what he'd done. But as she was the manager, they didn't say a word and simply opened the door for the pair. The duo walked down a short hallway as the large doors closed behind them. The woman took the left path and Luffy followed after her. Seeing that there was a fairly long hallway leading to a set of stairs, Luffy struck up conversation. "I like your coat, it looks nice on you." Luffy complimented while mentally patting himself on the back. Women liked being complimented on their clothes, right? It was a nice coat too, so he wasn't lying. "Why thank you," Miss All Sunday replied with a faint smile. "I'd say the same, but you're dressed like a vagabond right now." The woman teased him. "I am?" Luffy looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Maybe Sanji was right then. He shrugged it off and continued to follow after her. "Why do you wish to fight Crocodile, if I might ask?" Miss All Sunday asked as they approached the flight of stairs. "Alabasta has nothing to do with you, does it?" "It's BV's homeland, she's my nakama, that's all the reason I need." Luffy replied easily as they began to descend the stairs. "That's it?" Miss All Sunday looked over her shoulder at him as they reached the first landing. "That's all you need to fight one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "Yeah," Luffy nodded immediately to her question. "What other reason do I need?" "You're an odd one, Monkey D. Luffy." Miss All Sunday shook her head at the younger man. "You'd fight a man whose bounty exceeded yours years ago before it was frozen, all for someone that you've known for all of a month." "Yes, is that weird?" Luffy cocked his head to the side curiously. "By most people's standards. Yes." Miss All Sunday informed the pirate captain as they started descending the next set of stairs. "Would you just fight anyone for the sake of your nakama, Monkey D. Luffy?" "Of course." Luffy punched his left fist into his right palm. "I'd do anything to help my nakama. Even if their enemy was the entire world." Miss All Sunday cocked an eyebrow at him, gauging his response to her question. "Yep." Luffy nodded without hesitation. His eyes told the whole story to Miss All Sunday, a woman who had spent 20 years on the run from the world government and could read most people like a book. "You're serious?" She stared at him as if he was a madman. "Yeah, I said I was. Did you not hear me?" Luffy blinked at her confused. "I honestly don't know what to say to that." Miss All Sunday shook her head again. She felt like she was doing the lot with him around. "Well, just down these next stairs is where Crocodile is waiting. We'll see how well you do, I suppose." "Thanks for showing me the way, Sunday lady." Luffy grinned as he looked at the last flight of stairs. "Best of luck, Monkey D. Luffy." She grinned at him before turning to head back upstairs. "Just Luffy is fine." Luffy chuckled at the retreating woman. "I'll remember it if we meet again." Miss All Sunday nodded to him. She needed to head for Alyabarna quickly. If Luffy was able to defeat Crocodile here, then she needed to be at the capital before the royal army ran into Crocodile's contingency plan. Only the king knew where the poneglyph was hidden. She'd have him lead her to it. She'd never cared for Crocodile's goals anyway. Thankfully, she had access to an Acceligator, or F1 as it was also called. They were the fastest terrestrial animals on Sandy Island. She'd be in Alyabarna in less than 2 hours. Later, Sunday lady. Luffy waved as he started making his way down the wide staircase. If things play out in your favor, I just might need to borrow your protection, Monkey D. Luffy. Miss All Sunday mused to herself as she headed up the stairs and towards the area that the F1 was kept. Brain Dinner's basement. Welcome, Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile smirked at the upstart rookie pirate. I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding your way here. So, you're Crocodile? Luffy questioned the man sitting in the chair at a lavish table. I am, Crocodile grinned as he looked down his nose at the young man. I understand you're here to fight me for Princess Vivi's sake. That's right. Luffy's eyes were hard as he continued down the steps. Not the dumbest reason I've heard for someone to throw their life away, but it's up there. Crocodile mocked the straw-hatted captain. Are you done? Luffy's feet touched the basement floor. You're far from the first arrogant rookie I've dealt with, you'll forgive me if I'm not very concerned. Crocodile chuckled as he lit a fancy cigar. Luffy's fist slamming into his face was his only response, and he crashed into the floor along with his now broken chair. Fast. Crocodile's eyes widened at not being fast enough to shift into sand. I'm gonna beat you so badly that you'll wish you'd never come to VV's country. Luffy promised as he cracked his knuckles. One lucky shot and you've got a big head, Hubrat. Crocodile swirled into sand and reformed on his feet several meters away from Luffy. Desert Spada. A blade of sand sliced through the marble floor and headed towards Luffy at high speed. Slow. Luffy smacked the insanely sharp sand blade away from himself, as if it was an annoying insect. He disappeared in a spark and Crocodile smirked as he'd already shifted into sand. Ah. Crocodile hack as Luffy's leg slammed into his left arm and the force of the kick sent him careening through the air and into the wall. How did he hit me? I was already sand. He didn't have long to ponder it before he had to disperse to avoid Luffy's foot stomping on his face. Get back here. Luffy roared as his foot cratered the stone wall. Outside. Crocodile roared in his mind. Once I get into the desert I'll be able to unleash the full force of my devil fruit. I said get back here. Luffy held up his hand. The limb became a massive storm of lightning before it erupted into a powerful beam that blasted through every floor of Rain Dinners and exploded out of the top. The crocodile statue was destroyed completely by the bolt and a circular hole from the lowest basement straight up through the roof was left smoking inside the casino. Luffy hadn't hit anyone, thanks to his observation, but the casino wouldn't be fixing the damage anytime soon. Crocodile's cloud of sand flew out of the smoldering hole in his haste to get outside and into the desert. You croc bastard. Luffy sparked and followed after the sand cloud as a streak of lightning. The battle between the warlord of the sea and the rookie with the highest bounty to ever come from East Blue would be held in the desert outside of Rainbase. Crocodile. Luffy roared as he reformed from lightning not too far from the oasis of Rainbase. His hockey-coated fist slammed into the sand cloud that was his enemy. Crocodile reformed against his will as he rocketed into the sand and kicked up a large plume of grit and dust. Ah. Crocodile hacked as he felt the pain radiate from his back. I'm really going to enjoy this, brat. He stood up and turned to face the rookie. I doubt it. Luffy's glare was piercing and his body sparked with electricity. In the desert my devil fruit can unleash more power than anywhere else. Crocodile smirked as the sand began to whip around him. I've gained the terrain advantage now. Without a word a large blade of sand raced towards Luffy at speed. Everything in its path was split cleanly, sand, rocks, cacti, none of it even slowed the blade down. Luffy was split in half and Crocodile smiled before noticing the telltale signs of a Logia fruit. Is that all? Luffy questioned as bolts of lightning connected his two halves and pulled him back together without harm. So, you're a Logia too. Crocodile internally cursed the disappearance of the unluckies. Had they still been doing their jobs then he'd have already known this. Yep, Luffy responded before his hand shot up. His fingers were in the gun position and a thin beam of lightning shot toward Crocodile. Too predictable. Crocodile had already dissolved away into the swirling sands when the beam of blue-white lightning passed through where he'd been. The sands whipped up more and more as the warlord started a sandstorm. So many of you foolish rookies that have devil fruits never think about how to really use them. Shut up. Luffy disappeared in a spark only for his foot to crash into Crocodile's right side. The warlord hacked at the injury and glared harshly at the rookie. He dissolved into sand again before he slammed into the ground. That's getting annoying. Crocodile grimaced as he rejoined the sandstorm he'd created. How is he hitting me? How can he even find me among all of the sand? Get out here. Luffy demanded as his entire body glowed with an intense blue-white light. A titanic blast of lightning erupted from the straw-hatted pirate and sent the sandstorm scattering. Crocodile reformed a good distance away only to grind his teeth at what he saw. The entire area around Luffy was molten glass that was rapidly cooling into fulgurite. There you are. Luffy blitzed towards Crocodile again. Fool. Crocodile raised a literal dune of sand between them with barely a thought. Luffy's fist crashed into the sand dune and blasted part of it away from the sheer force of the blow. Die. Crocodile demanded as the huge sand dune rapidly spiraled into a cyclone of sand. The speed at which the grains were moving would reduce even stone to dust in seconds. Brarg. Luffy's body turned into lightning as the cyclone of sand blasted him backwards. Raken. The storm of lightning blasted forward into the spinning sand and stalemated against the force of nature. Both attacks dispersed after a short clash. Desert Cimitero. Crocodile declared, and below Luffy's airborne body the desert shifted. Large, sharp blades of compressed sand formed in a large area, all of them pointed towards the sky and ready to skewer the falling Luffy. Shockwave. Luffy turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the ground like the smiting of an enraged god. A blast of electricity radiated outwards, shattering every sand blade back into dust. Sables. Crocodile whipped up a sandstorm and threw up a gale of howling wind and sand. Visibility was quickly reduced to zero, and the fast-moving sand tore into anything it touched. With every second that passed the sandstorm only grew in strength and size. Rainbase. Is Crocodile planning to bury the oasis? Pell demanded as the wind from the sandstorm began to blow through the city. The cloud just kept getting bigger out in the desert, and the royal guard was very tempted to grab VV and fly out of the area. Luffy? VV exclaimed as she saw the flashes of lightning within the sandstorm. The Marines are still coming. Zoro warned as the soldiers that could still fight were gathering behind Smoker. The Marine captain was storming towards the damaged casino with a thunderous look on his face. What the hell is going on, pirates? Smoker demanded as he pulled his jit off his back and pointed it at the group. Why is Straw Hat fighting Crocodile? What is your connection? Answer me. You dare point your weapon at the princess? Pell grabbed his sword as he glared at the Marine. A Marine should know better than to threaten royalty of a world government nation. Especially Alabastan royalty. Have you lost your mind? The Falcon Devil Fruit user demanded of Smoker with a fierce rage. What is your princess doing in the company of wanted pirates? Smoker stared hard at Pell, his gaze demanded answers. Para was heard and everyone blinked at the noise. Para. Are you going to answer that? Mikita questioned Pell. If the situation wasn't so tense, she might have laughed about it. Para was heard again as Pell reached into his robe and pulled out a baby transponder snail. Kerchak. The snail connected as Pell flicked the receiver on its shell. Pell. Chaka's voice called out from the transponder snail. Return to Alubarna immediately. The palace is under attack. The rebels have managed to infiltrate the capital. It must have been the work of that Baroque Works organization. What? Pell cried out in shock. Where is the king? Is he safe? Father? VV was at Pell's side the instant she'd heard Chaka's voice. Chaka, what's going on? Princess VV. Chaka's shock was palpable in his voice alone. Are you alright? Please stay with Pell. He'll protect you. What's going on? VV demanded with all the authority she could muster. Yesterday, someone was in Katoria disguised as the king. He had an escort of what appeared to be royal soldiers. Whoever it was admitted to using the dance powder. The citizens are in full revolt and the rebels have stormed the capital. The royal army wasn't able to leave and is currently holding the line at the palace. Chaka informed everyone in hearing range of the situation. They refused to listen that King Cobra was at the palace all day yesterday. Now we can't find the king. He's disappeared and we fear he's been taken by the enemy. No. VV's hands covered her mouth as tears stung her eyes. That Mr. Two bastard. Sanji snapped at seeing VV in tears. He must have transformed into the king and lied to all those people. Should Nami bit her lip trying to think of some way to help VV in this situation. What can we do? Usopp questioned while his left hand ran over the cloth hat covering his head. The capital is on the other side of that giant river, right? Unless we have a way to cross the desert and then the river and then the desert on the other side of the river, we aren't going to be able to get to the capital. Zoro shook his head. His gaze never left Smoker the whole time. His hand was on Yubashiri's hilt, just waiting to draw the blade. Hold the line, Chaka, I shall return as fast as possible. Pell informed his fellow royal guard before the transponder snail was disconnected. You heard all of that, Marine. Pell stared into Smoker's eyes. Either move aside and let us save our kingdom, or else. He unsheathed the first bit of his blade as an open threat. Sir, one of the Marines behind Smoker spoke up. We can't fight them in our condition. It is against regulation to fight with the royal families at all. We could all be court-martialed if you do this. The fact that the man was clearly injured didn't escape anyone's notice. Damn it. Smoker exhaled as he placed his jit on his back again. Let's go. Pell returned his sword to its sheath properly. At the edge of Rainbase is the supersonic duck squadron. They came with me to set up a base camp with supplies for the occupation of the Royal Army, but we can use them to cross the desert and get to the Sandora River. Peru is here. VV looked at Pell in shock. He wouldn't let us leave him behind, now I know why. Pell nodded as the group followed him. He must have known you'd be here, Princess. How will we cross the river though? Chopper questioned as he ran along with them in his reindeer form. There is a pier we can head to. I'll use my authority to get you and the supersonic duck squadron a boat across the river. After that the rest of the desert shouldn't pose an issue to the ducks. Pell filled them in on his hastily thrown together plan. Unbeknownst to the group, Smoker was gathering his men together to head for Alubarna as well. The Marine captain wouldn't allow pirates to roam freely. He'd be there, he'd witness whatever happened to this country and in the end he would capture the Straw Hats. Smoker would make a call to send reinforcements from every neighboring island. The warlord had gone rogue and the higher-ups needed to know. Once a pirate, always a pirate. Smoker grumbled out as he lit 2 cigars for himself. He needed the transponder snail as soon as possible. Alubarna. The streets were full of yelling and the sounds of violence. The citizens that didn't wish to be caught up in the violence hid within their homes. Doors and windows barricaded with whatever they could use. The rebel forces were sieging the royal palace and the royal army was holding them back. The smell of gunpowder, smoke and blood was in the air. The man sat above all of the fighting, on top of one of the tallest towers in the capital. He was a rather plain-looking man in dark blue clothes, yet he watched all of the rage and battle with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Now this is entertainment. The man laughed, his dark brown hair swing in the dry desert breeze. Deception, suspicion, misplaced anger, broken trust, rage, violence, what a great show. His sea blue eyes flashed an unsettling yellow for an instant. He briefly looked over in the direction of Rainbase and his grin got even wider. That's it, keep entertaining me. Ha 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 ha. Desert outside of Rainbase. Crocodile. Luffy thundered as his lightning tore through a section of the ever-growing sandstorm. He blitzed forward as a bolt of electricity and punched the warlord across the face. Desert La Spada. Crocodile retaliated as 4 massive blades formed from his arm. Luffy punched one back into sand with a hockey-infused fist, while the other 3 made a large chasm in the desert below. The 2 pirates continued to trade blows as the sandstorm howled. Fulgurite was being whipped through the air from all of the superheated sand that came in contact with Luffy's lightning. Crocodile was looking worse for wear, his face bruised and his lip bleeding. Luffy's clothing hadn't managed to survive as the raging sands tore the fabric to shreds. The brief moments that Luffy remained solid were the only times anything changed about his appearance. Bargain. Crocodile dispersed into sand only to reappear behind Luffy with his right arm raised. Trailing from his arm was a long curved sand blade that he swung at Luffy. If he could land a blow with this attack the damned rookie would be mummified as his Sunasuna no Mi desiccated the brat. Electric fence. Luffy countered as bolts of lightning leapt from his body and formed a spherical cage around him. Yeah. Crocodile bit out as his blade and part of his arm were struck by the lightning. He dispersed again and continued to strengthen the sandstorm. It wouldn't be much longer before the sandstorm would grow so powerful that even he couldn't stop it anymore. Sables. Pasado. Another swirling cyclone of sand was dragged from the desert and blasted at Luffy. Luffy flashed out of the way of the towering column of swirling sand. His electric form bounced around the sandstorm, sparking rapidly as any sand that touched him turned into fulgurite glass from the heat. Crocodile moved as quickly as his sand could push him along to dodge the blasts of lightning sent his way by the lightning man. As he flew across the desert, the massive sandstorm followed him. The people of Rainbase could only gape in shock as a massive sandstorm filled with lightning began to tear apart the desert outside of their oasis. Chasms opened up in the desert as the massive sandstorm passed through. The sand seemingly split apart or melted into glass. All the while the sandstorm continued to grow larger and stronger. It was as if the very desert was at war with itself as the 2 devil fruit users fought. Flashes of lightning were seen and the crash of thunder followed over the howling winds. It was no small wonder that many of the citizens of Rainbase wondered if they weren't witnessing the wrath of the desert gods as the sandstorm moved further and further north. Desert Ondas. Crocodile was sick of this back and forth. He'd bury the upstart rookie and be done with him. The desert rumbled and shook and all the sand in sight seemed to rise upwards like tsunami waves. Towering waves of sand closed in on the raging sandstorm and attempted to smother it. Goodbye, Straw Hat, this is the end. The warlord brought both of his arms down, as if he was slamming them onto a table, and the immense sand waves collapsed onto the sandstorm. Crocodile turned into sand with one last smug smirk, and Luffy looked up at what appeared to be most of the desert falling down on him. "Crocodile!" Luffy thundered in rage. He briefly lamented that there weren't any clouds around in the desert. His fruit was somewhat limited by the desert climate. If he'd had access to a sky full of clouds, then he'd have been able to bring the full force of his devil fruit to bear. Armament. Strengthening, he intoned as his body became lightning fully and the bolts between his hands turned from white-blue to a dark purple color. As the towering waves of sand fell down upon him, Luffy raised both hands up above his head. "Goro Goro no Hotzer." Almost a kilometer away from his own attack, Crocodile lit up a cigar as he watched the massive waves of sand collapse on top of the rookie. He hadn't expected to have to get so serious on some upstart from the East Blue, but the brat's devil fruit had necessitated it. Still, the fight had gone in his favor, just as he expected it to from the beginning. Logia that thought they were invincible didn't last long in the new world. His eye twitched as he brought up a bad memory from his past. "Damn Whitebeard," he growled in his mind. His focus was quickly shifted as the top of the massive sand dune that was falling on Straw Hat Luffy suddenly exploded upwards. "That's not possible." Crocodile's cigar fell to the sand at his feet forgotten. The bolt of lightning flashed from the top of the scattering sands, and in the morning sunlight Crocodile lost track of where Luffy had gone. The warlord looked around himself carefully. He was a kilometer away from the attack he tried to kill the brat with, there was very little chance that he'd be found. He could slip away and head for Alubarna long before the rookie pirate would ever have a chance of finding him. Unfortunately for Crocodile, Luffy knew exactly where he was. His observation could cover entire islands when paired with his devil fruit. At the moment he was high in the air, his body still lightening, while maintaining his human shape. He clapped his hands together, and when he spread them apart a dark purple lightning bolt was formed. Luffy had imbued his devil fruit power with his armament haki to such a degree that the electricity had changed color and darkened. The crackling of this particular bolt was like miniature thunderbursts as Luffy forced it into cohesion and almost solidity. "Goro Goro no Gunner." Luffy intoned as he grabbed the dark purple bolt and hefted it over his shoulder like a spear or javelin. His observation haki locked onto Crocodile's location to ensure he wouldn't miss his target. With all his strength and the power of his devil fruit, Luffy threw the lightning bolt at the warlord from a kilometer away. Crocodile heard a loud crack of thunder that nearly ruptured his eardrums and felt the ground below his feet shake. Behind him a spot in the sand was blackened glass. Even under the light of the sun, glowing lines could be seen spread out through the sand in a 30-meter radius from the point of impact. Fulgurite lines that were normally no more than 7 or 8 centimeters in length from natural lightning strikes were now dozens of meters long. He couldn't see this phenomenon however. He'd lost feeling in his entire body. The warlord fell backwards onto the hot sand with a hole through his chest. The wound was blackened and cauterized. Lichtenberg scars were forming across his entire body beneath his clothes. His lungs were fried and non-functioning. His heart had nearly been cooked. The worst part was the loss of part of his spine where the attack had passed through him. His nervous system had been so overloaded by the electricity that his brain had completely shut down. Desert King Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was dead. Luffy zapped down to where he'd heard Crocodile's voice disappear. He stared dispassionately at his enemy's body before grabbing the scruff of the dead man's shirt and dragging him behind. Searching with his observation haki, Luffy quickly found Nami and Mikita's voices and smiled when he sensed they were with the rest of his nakama. They're so far away though. Luffy blinked at how much ground they'd already covered and they were still getting further away. Moving fast too. He pondered how he'd catch up to his nakama while hauling Crocodile's body with him. Showing the dead warlord to the Baroque Works people might help stop the war, or at least Luffy thought so. If not, at least it would give Vivi peace of mind for her country's safety. Luffy expanded the range of his observation again, looking for any non-human voices this time. A particularly large voice got his attention since it wasn't too far away. From the impression he got of the creature via his haki, Luffy determined that it was friendly and he might be able to persuade it to give him a ride. Dragging Crocodile's body behind him, Luffy trekked through the desert in his ripped and torn clothing. When he got to the area where the voice was he stomped on the sand a few times. Jaya. A large amount of sand was pushed aside as a huge red crab unburied itself. The massive crustacean moved its eyes around before focusing on Luffy. It turned to face the pirate, revealing that one of its claws was much larger than the other one. "Hi." Luffy smiled at the massive crab. "Would you mind helping me out?" "Jaya." The large crab looked curiously at the human. "I need to get to the big river fast, could you give me a ride?" Luffy asked with a polite bow. "Jaya." The large crab gave what seemed to be its equivalent of a shrug and held out its larger claw to Luffy. "Thanks, you're awesome big crab." Luffy chuckled as he climbed up onto the outstretched claw and let the crab lift him up onto its back. The shell on the back of the crab seemed to be covered in a type of moss-like fur. Luffy laughed at the feeling of the fur as he laid out Crocodile's body next to him. To the big river. Luffy declared, and the crab raised itself up onto its many legs and began scuttling along at considerable speed, sideways of course. Luffy would only learn later that he had befriended a moving crab, a rare species of alabasta that was hardly ever seen by humans. The large crustacean would have Luffy to the Sandora River in just about 2 hours. Sandora River. We made it here so fast. Usopp gaped as the colossal river came into view. Super spot-billed ducks are one of the fastest animals in Alabasta. VV informed the group as they rapidly approached the river. Only an Excelligator is faster and it can't maintain its speed as long. I'll get us a boat immediately. Pell dismounted the large duck he'd been riding and raced over to the pier. In short order a larger merchant vessel was prepared and the group boarded. Nami made quick work of setting a course that would take them across the almost 40-kilometer wide river. The supersonic duck squadron took this time to rest and drink water to prepare for the next leg of the journey. I wish I had the insane range Luffy does with his observation. Mikita sighed as she looked back in the direction they'd come from. At least then we could know if he was alright. Luffy will be fine, Nami reassured her Nakama and lover. It's Crocodile that should be worried. I hope so. VV looked worried and she was clenching her fists tightly. Luffy will catch up to us in Alubarna. Zoro stated with certainty. But we need to focus on getting VV there safely. How are we going to stop the fighting though? Chopper questioned. The reindeer doctor worried about the fighting that was already happening. VV's loveliness will stop the fighting. Sanji declared with heart-shaped eyes. Pell moved between VV and Sanji with an unamused look on his face. And anyone that wants to keep fighting after she tells them to stop can eat a kick to the head. It'll be fine, Usopp said, though he looked like he was halfway between reassuring Chopper and reassuring himself. In the confusion and haste, I haven't learned who all of you are. Pell spoke as his eyes took in all of the Straw Hats. Princess VV seems to count you among her friends, but as a royal guard, I can't lower my guard until I know the situation. LVV gave the devil fruit user a look. I'm sorry, princess, but you know I put your safety above all else. Pell would not be swayed in this matter, and VV nodded after a moment. These are my friends, Pell, the Straw Hat Pirates. VV motioned to all of them with a smile. How on earth did you make friends with pirates? Pell questioned disbelievingly. It's kind of a long story. VV exhaled softly as she began to tell Pell why she and Igaram had left 3 years ago and how it led to her becoming friends with the Straw Hats. Alubarna cliff outside the east gate. King Cobra Nefeltari sat in silence. He was bound, gagged and secured to the stone cliff wall behind him. He watched as the 2 Baroque Works agents that had snatched him from the palace commented on the capital city's plight. The large rotund man and the fast-talking, squat woman with the devil fruit powers. He was nearly biting through the rope, gagging him as he saw his people fighting against each other. The royal army defending the palace and the inner center of the city. The rebel forces were fighting against them to break the line and get into the palace to overthrow him. Look at them go, go, go. Miss Merry Christmas cackled as she watched the fighting. Ha ha ha, Mr. Four's slow laughter seemed to get on his partner's nerves. You always respond to slow. Miss Merry Christmas chastised the large man. Ugh, I'm sick of babysitting this king. I'm bored to tears. My back is getting all stiff. Sorry, Mr. Four finally replied to her chastisement. If that's the case, Miss Merry Christmas, I'll take over this post for you and Mr. Four. Miss All Sunday offered as she approached the duo. Miss All Sunday, Miss Merry Christmas exclaimed in shock at seeing Crocodile's partner. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with the boss? Well, aren't you? Huh. Hello, Miss All Sunday, Mr. Four greeted the woman in his delayed manner. My skills won't be necessary for the next several hours, Miss All Sunday waved off with a slight smile. But you two could certainly be useful at the southwest gate into the city. Why the southwest gate? Aren't the pirates coming from the west? Why would we be stationed at the southwest? Miss Merry Christmas rapid-fired her questions as usual. Because both the west gate and the southwest gate are the most likely gates for the pirates to try and enter the city. Your particular skills are very suitable for stopping the pirates before they can enter. The terrain favors your pair more than any other. Miss All Sunday explained with a hint of praise for the duo. Right you are. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Miss Merry Christmas declared with a laugh. Let's go, Mr. Four. We have pirates to take out before they can get into the city. Okay, Mr. Four took off after the already leaving Miss Merry Christmas. A few minutes passed before Miss All Sunday turned to face Cobra. She walked over to him before looking the king in the eyes. Her face was blank and her body language betrayed nothing with the help of her long white coat. Seeing the hard stare from Cobra, Miss All Sunday smiled slightly. "Let's get you on your feet." Hands emerged from the stone and worked as one to pull out the stakes keeping him pinned. More hands formed and practically forced the man to his feet. "Now take me to the poneglyph." Cobra's eyes widened at her demand and Miss All Sunday grinned. The king was forced forward as Miss All Sunday walked behind him. The two were headed back the way that he'd been kidnapped from the palace. He realized this woman was planning to use the tunnel to bypass all of the fighting going on in the capital. With everyone distracted, she was going to seek out the poneglyph as part of Crocodile's plans. "I see you know about it, that's good." Miss All Sunday chuckled lowly. "Take me to it, your majesty." "Why does Crocodile want the poneglyph?" Cobra tried to figure out the warlord's plans as he was forced to keep walking. No one can read them, so what does he hope to gain from finding it? The king was no fool. He knew that the poneglyph that his family had kept hidden held the secret to the ancient weapon Pluton's location. But even the royal family couldn't read the cube. What was the point of? He suddenly felt his blood run cold. He glanced back at the woman behind him. Could she possibly read them? The writings on the poneglyph were from a lost language. But if this woman could somehow decipher them, then Crocodile might be able to get his hands on one of the ancient weapons said to be able to wipe entire islands off the map with a single shot. "I'll not let it happen." Cobra steeled himself as he walked along under the woman's guidance. "I'd sooner die than let that man get his hands on such a weapon. Forgive me, my ancestors, but I may need to destroy your resting place to continue protecting the secret we've kept for so long." "Are we sure the princess is even coming?" Mr. 2 questioned as he sat in the shade near the west gate of Alubarna. "Stop your whining and wait." Mr. 1's terse reply made the Akama scowl. "This is the most likely path for the princess and her companions to take if they want to get into the capital." Miss Doublefinger blew out a bit of smoke from her mouth. "If they come, we're supposed to take them out. It should be easy enough. We've been waiting for most of the morning already." Mr. 2 snapped, already tired of being out in the desert. A small cloud of dust in the distance caught Mr. 1's attention. The assassin uncrossed his arms and stood up as the dust cloud got larger as whatever was causing it got closer. Miss Doublefinger and Mr. 2 noticed their fellow agents' actions and also stood up. "Looks like someone's coming, we might just be finishing up our assignment in short order." Miss Doublefinger grinned at the approaching cloud. "Which one's the princess?" Mr. 2 exclaimed as the approaching group became clear. The supersonic duck squadron was rushing towards Alubarna at speed. All of the riders of the ducks were wearing long cloaks to hide their identities though. "Doesn't matter, take them all down." Mr. 1 ordered as his arms and legs gained a bladed edge to them from his devil fruit. "Split up." One of the riders in the incoming group shouted. The 7 ducks split off from each other and went in different directions. "Shit." Mr. 2 cursed as he tried to kick at the duck passing the closest to him. "One of them doesn't even have a rider." Miss Doublefinger noticed, seeing what they'd initially thought was a cloaked rider was just a long cloak covering a pack of supplies. "Hunt them down. Find the princess." Mr. 1 ordered as he chased after the duck that Baroque Works knew to be Karu, the princess's personal super spot-built duck. "Damn them, leave the ones heading for the southwest gate." Miss All Sunday said she'd reassigned the Mr. 4 pair to guard it. Miss Doublefinger called out as she chased after a pair of ducks that were heading for the steps of the west gate. "Like I'd trust Fatty and the old bat to stop them." Mr. 2 denied as he chased after the 4 ducks heading in the direction of the southwest gate. "It looks like the plan worked well, princess." Pell noted as he was in his falcon form and flying into the capital with VV in his back. The royal guard had insisted that VV be taken off the front line and directly to the palace. Her presence there would not only boost morale for the soldiers, but would also allow her to use her influence to try and speak with the rebel leader, Koza. "I'm sure they'll be able to defeat the officer agents." VV had complete faith in her friends, even if she also worried for them greatly. "I'm going to stop this war." "Yes, princess." Pell declared as he flew towards the palace, unnoticed by the fighting going on far below. Alubarna southwest gate. "Here they come, here they come." Miss Merry Christmas exclaimed as she saw 4 super spot-built ducks rushing their way. "Ducks?" Mr. 4 looked confused after his slow reaction to the approaching group. "Who cares what they are, idiot?" Miss Merry Christmas yelled at her partner. "We just have to stop them." "Split." One of the riders called out and 2 of the large ducks went left while the other 2 went right. "Hey, hey, hey, you can't just run past us." Miss Merry Christmas hollered as she transformed into her hybrid form, revealing her devil fruit to be Amal's own. Mr. 4. "Stop them already." "Okay." Mr. 4 slung the large bazooka off his back and aimed it at the ducks going right. Instead of normal ammunition, what was blasted towards the 2 large ducks and their riders were baseballs. At least they appeared to be, until with a click the balls exploded like bombs. "I knew you 2 wouldn't be able to stop them." Mr. 2 called out as he chased after the 2 ducks that were headed left. Deal with those two while I clean up this mess. What did you just say, you swan freak? Miss Merry Christmas screamed back at the Akama. You heard me, old bat. Mr. 2 yelled back as he chased the two ducks towards the crowded stairs of the south gate. He'd easily overtake the duo on the long flight of steps. That damned Akama. Miss Merry Christmas ground her teeth in frustration. Mr. 4, let's hurry up and kill these two. One of them might be the princess. BZZZT. Wrong. Usopp declared as he and Chopper tossed off their cloaks and dismounted the ducks. You're dealing with us. Chopper declared as he bulked up into his heavy point. Who the hell are you two? Miss Merry Christmas demanded of the interlopers. You must be some of those pirates that the princess was traveling with. Alubarna North Block Main Street. PSK, you're not the princess. Mr. 1 scoffed as the three riders dismounted their ducks and revealed themselves. Sorry, you chose wrong. Zoro shrugged as he drew his swords. Brion 2, seems like this fight's in our favor. Nami grinned at the two Baroque Works agents. These two are the strongest, don't take them too lightly. Mikita warned as she tossed off her cloak. Mr. 1 has a bounty of 75 million on his head and Miss Doublefinger has a bounty of 35 million. I see Miss Valentine really did turn traitor. Miss Doublefinger smirked at the blonde woman. It doesn't matter, we'll kill them all regardless. Mr. 1 declared as his fingers turned into vicious blades. Devil fruit, huh? Zoro cocked an eyebrow at the man. Looks like I found my target. I'll be able to see just how far I've come when I beat you. I guess that leaves us to deal with you. Nami fluidly assembled her new staff, the three blue metal pipes connecting easily before she spun the staff. Shouldn't be too difficult. She held her staff at the ready. Aye. Mr. 1 spoke coldly as he launched himself at Zoro. Even when the green-haired swordsman blocked with all three blades, he was still sent skidding backwards almost a dozen meters. Well, your friend gets killed by Mr. 1, I guess I'll be disposing of you too. Miss Doublefinger shook her head. She walked towards both of the other women with an incredibly exaggerated sway in her hips. Alubarna South Block. Finally stopped running, eh? Mr. 2 did his best to get his breathing back under control. He's chased the two ducks past the south gate and all the way to the southeast gate. Now that they'd actually led him so far from the other agents they seemed ready to fight. So you're Mr. 2, right? Sanji asked as he tossed off his cloak, revealing that he was alone as the duck next to him was carrying the decoy pack. I've got a bone to pick with you. Oh? Do you? Mr. 2 grinned at his wordplay. What exactly is your grudge against me? You impersonated the king and that made VV cry, that's unforgivable. Sanji glared at the Akama. In a blink he'd crossed the distance between them and lashed out with a powerful kick. So I'm gonna kick your ass. Oh? Mr. 2 blocked Sanji's kick with one of his own. A small gust of wind was generated from the force of the two kicks meeting. I will be the one winning this fight. With great strength the swan-themed man launched Sanji backwards as he spun his body to generate more force into their stalemated kicks. Sandor River. Now how do I get across and through the desert on the other side? Luffy pondered as he looked across the expansive river. The big crab had gotten him here fast enough, but it didn't seem to like water. That made it a weird crab in his book, but he put it out of his mind quickly. Brwa. A large crocodile emerged from the river. The beast had a banana-shaped growth on the tip of its snout and a much larger one on the end of its tail. It looked to have a large seat with a windshield and shade cover strapped to its back. Water poured off the crocodile as it climbed up onto the sandy shore. The reptile looked at Luffy and he looked back at it. The stare down lasted a few moments before Luffy picked up on something with his observation. Were you waiting for me here? Luffy blinked at the crocodile. DRRR. The crocodile let out a rumbling noise. It shook itself and Luffy saw a tube attached to the headrest of the seat. Knowing that the crocodile was trying to tell him something, Luffy pulled the tube off the seat and opened it. What's this? Luffy unrolled the paper inside to find a note. Note. Straw Hat Luffy. If you found this, then congratulations are in order for surviving against crocodile. This is an F-Wani and it is one of the fastest animals in Alabasta. You may use it to get to Alubarna if you still wish to help Princess Vivi with this civil war. By the time you arrive, I'm sure my own business will be done in the capital. Perhaps we'll see each other again. This all Sunday. Note. Thanks Sunday lady. Luffy smiled widely at the note. He grabbed Crocodile's body and jumped into the seat on the back of the F-Wani's back. To the capital. Brah. The crocodile let out a hissing rumble before turning around and sliding back into the water. The water came up to just below the edge of the seating space, keeping Luffy completely dry. The beast was quickly swimming across the Sandor River in seconds. I'm coming guys. Luffy declared as he made sure that crocodile's body was secured behind the lone seat. Alubarna Palace Square Clock Tower. Do you think this will be needed, Mr. 7? A woman questioned her partner. She had purple hair with a long thin widow's peak. Over her hair she wore a frog-styled hat with appendages jutting out and white balls on the end. She wore a purple shirt with pink dots that showed off her belly with a yellow button-up shirt underneath and a blue tie. She had frog-styled sleeves at the end of her shoulders and white gloves. She had on a purple skirt with pink dots on it and a frog-style decoration with white balls on the end. She also had frog-themed boots on her feet that went up to the middle of her shins. "If the boss gives the order to fire the cannon, then we'll fire it, Miss Father's Day," Mr. Seven replied without a care. The agent's body was covered with sevens, including his eyebrows, shoes, and the gun he carried. He had puffy bluish-white hair that was styled similar to a helmet. He also has square yellow sunglasses with red lenses resting in his hair. He wore a purple coat that went down to his ankles, with yellow frills on the shoulders, along the hem of the sleeves, and the edges of the middle part. The coat also had parallel sevens on each side of the chest. Under the coat he wore a dark blue shirt with pink lines on it and a light blue neckerchief. Covering the man's legs were black trousers with long white socks, and on his feet were yellow shoes in the shape of sevens. "I'd kinda like to see how big a boom it would make." Miss Father's Day grinned as she looked at the massive cannon. "Patience, we have to wait a bit longer." Mr. Seven waved off as they kept their positions inside the clock tower. The duo would occasionally peek out to watch the fighting down below to relieve their boredom. Alyabarna ruins outside the southwest gate. "What the hell is that thing?" Usopp demanded as the bazooka that Mr. Four had been using transformed into a dog with a runny nose. "Never seen this before, huh?" Miss Merry Christmas laughed. "It's a big new discovery. Inanimate objects that can eat devil fruits. Mr. Four's bazooka ate the Inu Inu no Mi model. That doesn't make any sense." Usopp pointed at the mole woman. "How can an object eat anything? Even if it can, how does it transform and move around? Devil fruits don't have a will of their own. Why should I bother explaining anything to a dead man?" Miss Merry Christmas questioned as she dove into the sand and began tunneling. In mere moments holes began to form all around the duo of pirates. "Hup." Mr. Four jumped into one of the holes and disappeared. "Keep your eyes peeled, Chopper." Usopp and Chopper went back to try and keep track of their opponents. "Achoo." The dog bazooka sneezed, launching one of the baseball bombs at the duo. "Move." Chopper and Usopp dived into the sand in opposite directions to avoid the explosive. "Four." Mr. Four declared as he popped up out of one of the holes and hit the baseball bomb with a large black-colored bat. The bomb went hurtling back towards the Straw Hats and detonated almost on top of them in a large blast. "Ah!" Chopper cried out from the explosion. "Ow!" Usopp rolled along the sand from the force of the blast. "What the hell? How can he just hit those things like that?" "What do you mean?" Chopper asked as he stood back up. "The blast that big would take a certain amount of gunpowder, enough to make one of those baseball bombs weigh close to a cannonball." Usopp informed as they went back to back again. "That big guy just smacked it back with his bat like it was a regular old baseball. I don't know what that thing is made out of, but it must weigh a ton. 4 tons, actually." Miss Merry Christmas popped out of a hole a distance away. "You'll both be dead in short order. Mr. Four is a cleanup hitter." "Achoo. Achoo. Achoo." The dog bazooka sneezed and 3 more bomb baseballs were launched. "No way." Usopp was quick on the draw and put a bullet through 2 of the bombs before they even got close. The twin blasts shook the air for a moment as the 3rd baseball was hit back towards the pair of pirates by Mr. Four. "I've got it." Chopper's heavy point skidded backwards a few meters in the sand as he caught the bomb. "Heavy," he grunted before he heard the ticking. "They're time bombs." He tossed the baseball away, but it detonated not too far from him, sending the zone doctor sprawling. "Chopper." Usopp tried to get to his nakama but felt something grab his feet. "What the?" "You're coming with me." Miss Merry Christmas declared from just beneath the sand. She used her own strength to drag Usopp along and towards Mr. Four. "Batter up, Mr. Four." "Four." Mr. Four placed his 4-ton bat over his shoulder, ready to swing as soon as Usopp was in range. "Like I'd let you." Usopp still had his revolvers in hand and unloaded into the sand beneath him. "Ow." Miss Merry Christmas let go of Usopp's feet and the gunman went rolling forward as the mole woman tunneled deeper into the sand. "Usopp. Get away from the holes." Chopper called out as he forced the dog bazooka's head into one of the holes. Even from the current distance between them, Usopp could hear the weapon launching the baseball bombs into the tunnel as it sneezed uncontrollably. "Oh damn." Usopp hightailed it as fast as he could out of the area. "Four." Mr. Four blinked at the combo attack being interrupted. This had never happened before and the slow reaction didn't do him any favors. Boom. The entire tunnel system below the sands exploded upwards, sending tons of sand and grit into the air. A cloud of dust covered the battlefield as Usopp made it to Chopper's location. "That was some quick thinking, Chopper." Usopp praised the doctor with a grin. I used one of my rumble balls and brain point to figure out the weakness of their combination. Chopper stated as he held the squirming dog bazooka with his heavy point, making sure to keep its mouth closed. All the tunnels are connected, that's the weakness of their strategy. Are they done? Usopp questioned, reaching out with his observation to try and find Miss Merry Christmas or Mr. Four's voices among the dust and ruins. You little punks. Miss Merry Christmas revealed herself without having to be searched for. I'll kill you for that. She was singed and disheveled, but clearly still in the fight. Ow. Mr. Four's delayed response was only made more surprising by the lack of overall injury on the Rotund man. What the hell are they made of? Usopp gaped at the officer agents. We need to keep this dog bazooka thing from firing any more of those baseball bombs. Chopper forced a bazooka that ate a devil fruit to stay still, even as it struggled against him. I'm glad it's not a real dog. Usopp's voice was flat, and before anyone could blink a shot rang out. The bazooka dog fell out of Chopper's arms as the reindeer doctor blinked at what Usopp had just done. The weapon lost its dog features and returned to just being a bazooka. The only difference was the new hole through the barrel of the weapon. The Sioux. Mr. Four looked at his damaged bazooka confused. If it's his own, that makes it part animal, and animals can die. Usopp muttered as he holstered his pistols and swung his repeating rifle off his back. Let's finish this, Chopper. Alright. Chopper nodded as his form changed and his legs lengthened. Jumping point. What the hell kind of zone are you? Miss Merry Christmas demanded of the doctor. She didn't get an answer as a rifle round entered her chest and exited through her back. Oh Chopper. Usopp declared and Chopper leaped from his position and high into the air. Arm point. Chopper's form shifted again and his arms gained a huge mass of muscle. He dove out of the air towards Mr. Four, looking to strike the man down. Four. Mr. Four looked angry, his face red and his eyes white as he cocked back his bat and prepared to use Chopper like a baseball. Where are you looking? Usopp demanded as he started unloading shot after shot from his rifle into the large man. Round after round hit Mr. Four, but the blonde man didn't seem to register them. What the hell? I've put 7 rounds into him and he's not even phased. Cloven cross. Chopper roared out as his strike met Mr. Four's bat. A shockwave was generated from the impact. The two struggled against each other for several seconds. Chopper grit his teeth as his incredibly basic armament hockey helped him match up against Mr. Four's insane strength. Take this. Usopp aimed the rest of the rounds in his rifle at Mr. Four's legs. The man was large up top, but his legs were almost comically short by comparison. The bullets tore through the shorter limbs, and Chopper broke the deadlock and landed back on the sand as Mr. Four fell to his knees. Cloven Rizeo metal. Chopper's massive arms blurred forward and slammed into Mr. Four's chest over and over again. All of the strikes left an imprint of his cloven hooves in the large man's body. The doctor focused most of his strikes onto the chest and felt as ribs cracked beneath his hooves. The reindeer doctor kept striking, knowing that with enough force he'd collapse the ribcage, puncture the lungs, and even stop the heart via commotio cordis. When Mr. Four suddenly hacked up a large amount of blood, Chopper ended his attack and leapt backwards from the man. Ooh. Mr. Four wheezed for a second before collapsing backwards into the sand and going still. You did, Chopper. Usopp gave him a smile as Chopper returned to his heavy point form. She's still alive. Chopper noticed Miss Merry Christmas trying to dig into the sand. Are you serious? Usopp grimaced as he rushed over to the slowly digging zone. Just stop. He pulled his revolver and aimed at the back of the dying woman's head. With a bang Miss Merry Christmas went still as the round pierced straight through her head and into the sand. Her body reverted back into its human form as her devil fruit power left her corpse. Alubarna Palace Plaza. Atop one of the highest buildings in the area, the lone man in dark blue clothing watched on as the fighting continued. His attention was briefly taken away from the humans fighting each other as a fight he'd been watching in a different location ended. What are you doing? He seemingly spoke to no one. But to his eyes, 2 shapes were floating in front of him. Just because I'm nearby doesn't mean you should interrupt your cycle. You were entertaining for a long time with your last users. Now go, reincarnate again and wait for new users to come along and entertain me. The 2 floating shapes flew off at speed, disappearing over the horizon in seconds. An explosion in the plaza, from some form of grenade it seemed, caught the man's attention. He laughed as he saw the injured and screaming men that the blast had caused. Truly, sapient beings were the best of entertainment. What other creatures had such brutality against each other over their differences? The wars they waged and the horrors they could unleash upon each other were like the finest theater to him. Depending on the outcome, I may have a new pawn to give you too. He looked to his right and saw another shape floating beside him. Your last user was such an expert in deception and producing mistrust and anger among the innocent. But, the new pawn may just go on to provide even more entertainment. He chuckled darkly, his eyes a baleful yellow on black sclera as he turned his focus onto the battles raging in the city. Perhaps a few more of his incarnations would be free to await new users by the time this civil war was done. Alubarna Royal Palace. Princess VV. Chaka was beside himself with joy at seeing her for the first time in years. Taka. VV gave the tall man a quick hug. What's the situation? Have you found my father yet? We have not, my princess, I'm sorry. Chaka answered with a disappointed shake of his head. We don't even know how he disappeared from the palace. We had the full guard stationed at every entrance and atop every wall and tower. If no one saw anything, then the most likely case is that a devil fruit was involved somehow. Pell looked contrite for not being able to protect the king, even when he wasn't in the capital when it happened. We need to stop the fighting. VV stated seriously, stepping into her role as princess while her father was absent. If I can speak to Koza and tell him the truth, then we can stop this senseless war. That's far too reckless, princess. Chaka raised his hands in a stop gesture. We have no idea where Koza even is among all of the rebels. The city is a war zone right now. There's also the fact that we may have some of these Baroque Works members planted among both forces. Pell worried as he'd kept a sharp eye on every soldier since he and VV had landed in the palace. He couldn't be sure if any of them were Baroque Works members that had infiltrated long ago, before Crocodile had made his more harmful moves against the kingdom. We need some way to get everyone's attention then. VV spoke with authority. We need to stop the fighting long enough for people to be able to hear the truth. She wanted this to stop, she needed it to stop. She couldn't bear to see her people killing each other for Crocodile's schemes. What would you have us do, Princess VV? Chaka looked to the acting monarch for orders. Blow up the palace. VV stated without hesitation. A blast of that size on the target of their anger will make the rebels stop at least long enough for me to call Koza out so that we can speak. I know he'll at least hear me out then. My princess. Chaka balked at her plan. The palace has stood since the beginning of the kingdom. To destroy it is unthinkable. The palace is only a building. VV responded with force, a small amount of conqueror's hockey in her words. The people are the country and the kingdom. If I am to choose between this palace and the people, then I'll choose the people every time. Princess VV. Chaka and Pell both felt the same bearing from the young woman as they did from King Cobra. Both royal guards dropped to one knee before her in respect and obedience. It shall be done. We will worry about weeding out Baroque Works members once the fighting has stopped. Most of them will have the organization's emblem tattooed somewhere on their bodies, we'll find them all after the civil war is ended. VV informed the royal guards as she moved to the balcony to look out over the inner city, which had yet to become a war zone thanks to the royal army holding the line. Tell the Kicking Claw force to come to me. They will protect me while you two command the soldiers. At once, princess. Pell replied as he and Chaka stood up. Pell left to collect the Kicking Claw force from the front line. Chaka was quickly rounding up soldiers and ordering them to gather all of the explosives that they had. At the fastest speed they could do so, the soonest that the palace could be blown up would be just over an hour from now. Father, I hope you can forgive me. VV whispered as she looked up at the two massive statues of the guardian deities of Alabasta, the falcon and the jackal. But I know you'd make the same choice to save the people. The body of blades, huh? Zoro blocked Mr. One's bladed leg with Yubashiri. Ever since I ate the Supa no Mi, I've never been scratched by a swordsman. Mr. One informed coldly as the two broke their deadlock and made some space between them. No swordsman can defeat me. Yeah, I understand. Zoro took a stance. But you should put your stories of past victories in a photo album. He grinned through Wado Ichimonji in his mouth. I have no idea how many swordsmen you've fought over the years. But you've never met a swordsman like me before. You talk pretty big for a man with only 25 million on your head. Mr. One scoffed at Zoro. I can back up my words, Boldy. Zoro shot back at Mr. One. How long can you last? Mr. One questioned the swordsman coldly. Right back at ya. Zoro responded as he locked gazes with the assassin. The two men clashed. Zoro's swords against Mr. One's devil fruit. The ringing of steel against steel was heard throughout the street at every strike, parry, and block. Zoro continued to focus, sinking into his observation and passing his armament into his blades. The green-haired swordsman was not only keeping up with a man that had a bounty 3 times his own, but was slowly gaining ground as he read Mr. One's moves and countered. It was Mr. One that noticed a change first. He was actually feeling small amounts of pain. It wasn't anything severe, no more than a stinging sensation. But the fact that he felt any pain from a swordsman was new. Only Zoro broke their stalemate as he took up his stance. Jiri. He blurred forward and Mr. One could only widen his eyes before he was struck. He was knocked off his feet from the strength of the attack. Before he could even hit the ground, Zoro was on him again. Toragari. The assassin slammed into the ground hard enough to throw up a dust cloud. Zoro exhaled through his nose as he could still feel Mr. One's presence clearly. Mr. One emerged from the dust. You actually cut me a little. It was true. Across the man's chest, crisscrossing over his tattoo of the kanji for one, were 6 lines that were bleeding slightly. That would have left a normal man in pieces. Zoro remarked with a grin at the challenge. I guess I'll have to focus more. He readied his 3 swords again. Take solace in the fact that you actually managed to scratch me, swordsman. Mr. One spoke before he blitzed forward with both hands aimed at Zoro. His fingers were all splayed out, his wrists almost touching each other as he struck. Daisy blades. The twin palms were blocked by Zoro's swords, but the attack wasn't truly stopped. Zoro could hear the damage to the building behind him. He knew the sound of splitting stone. The shattering of glass as the building fell apart along a line of clean cuts was heard. The strength behind Mr. One's strike couldn't be denied as Zoro felt his boot starting to slide backwards through the dirt. This guy Zoro's jaw clenched harder onto Wado's handle. Off with you. Mr. One put the rest of his weight behind his blow. Zoro lost his footing and went flying backwards into the collapsing building. Mr. One watched dispassionately as the rubble buried the swordsman. I get it, Zoro grumbled as he lay under a large section of the collapsed building. I still don't have the focus required. Not with 3 swords. He moved, having noticed the path of the falling stone and masonry with his observation. He hadn't managed to evade all of it, as attested by the blood on his face from hitting part of the rubble. But he had enough space to move and sheath his swords. With a grunt he grabbed the large piece of sliced building above him and lifted it. Still alive, huh? Mr. One wasn't surprised. The swordsman had proven to be a tough fighter. You can keep trying to fight me. But you'll never win if you're the one taking the most damage. Unfortunately, Zoro huffed at the weight of the building fragment he was lifting. You won't get to see when I cut your steel. Oh? Mr. One glared at his opponent as he took his stance. Because when I do, that'll be the end of you. Zoro promised as he threw the sliced building at Mr. One with a heave. I'll slice everything in sight. Mr. One declared with utter surety. Atomic dicer. The large building fragment was suddenly split into a grid cut. The much smaller pieces of rubble rained down around Mr. One, but he was already moving forward. Don't mistake me for a swordsman. His arms gained rings of blades along both forearms. I have plenty of weapons to kill you with. The rings began to spin at high speed, enough for a high-pitched ringing to be heard. Buzzsaws. He lashed out at Zoro with the rotating blades. Damn it. Zoro growled as he unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri to block the spinning blades. Sparks. How fast are those blades moving? Zoro wondered as he saw the rapid flashes from where his swords were keeping the saws at bay. With a grunt he flung Mr. One's arms to the side. His next strike was aimed at the assassin's legs. Fool. Mr. One turned his legs into blades with a thought. He wasn't expecting Zoro's strike to not be intent on cutting him. The sword slammed into his bladed legs and caught him behind the knees. With his arms bulging, Zoro lifted Mr. One and launched him backwards through the air. Mr. One landed easily a dozen meters away and stared at Zoro unimpressed. What was that supposed to do? He raised his eyebrow when Zoro sheathed his 2 swords and entered a drawing stance with his hand on Wado Ichimonji's handle. Itoryu. Zoro breathed out slowly, his eyes focused solely upon his opponent. He focused, sinking deeper than ever before into his observation. The sounds of the world faded away. His own heartbeat was like distant thunder in his ears. He could hear the voice of the things around him. The swaying palm trees, the ground, Mr. One himself. But as Zoro sank deeper, he heard a smaller voice, one that he'd heard from his own swords before. I can hear it. Zoro practically stared into Mr. One's soul. I can hear the voice of his steel. He didn't hear what the assassin was saying, but he saw the man rush forward with bladed fingers and hands. He knew the man's next move, the voice of the steel told him just as clearly as Mr. One's own voice did. Shishi Sunsen. Mr. One blinked as Zoro vanished from his sight. He hadn't been able to see the swordsman move. Thank you, Zoro spoke to his opponent. I went further than ever before. I grew stronger thanks to this fight. He clicked Wado Ichimonji fully into its scabbard and a gush of blood spewed from Mr. One's torso. How? Mr. One wondered before the darkness took him. A massive laceration from his neck through his collarbone and deep into his chest had finished the assassin. He hit the dusty street face first. The man's blood covered the stone road beneath him as his injury continued to bleed. I hope everyone else is alright. Zoro pulled off his bandana and wiped the blood from his face. He noticed that Nami and Mikita must have led the blue-haired woman somewhere else. He didn't see any of the 3 women on the long street that he and Mr. One had fought on. South Block Polka Avenue. Who are you supposed to be, anyway? Mr. Two demanded of the blonde in front of him. He was already in his Akama Kenpo stance and ready to fight. I'm Sanji, a top-flight sea cook. Sanji introduced himself as he squared up with his opponent. "The cook, well, I'm a top-flight swan," Mr. 2 retorted with a laugh. "But cooks shouldn't mess with criminals." "I'm a criminal too. I'm a cook and a pirate." Sanji grinned with a cigarette at the corner of his mouth. "So, we're two peas in a pod, huh?" Mr. 2 smirked at the blonde man. "Not quite, I'm still going to kick your ass for making Vivi cry," Sanji promised the Akama with a glare. In a split second both men lashed out with a powerful kick. Sanji's landed across Mr. 2's face. Mr. 2's missed as Sanji tilted his head just enough for the man's foot to miss him. The Akama went bouncing across the road and hit the side of a building hard enough to crack the wall. Sanji hadn't even lost his cigarette in the exchange. "Ow, ow, ow. This guy's no joke." Mr. 2 grimaced as he stood back up and posed in a ballet position. "Get out of my way, you. If you want to get past, it'll be over my dead body," Sanji stated with finality. "You've got no chance. I've trained relentlessly day after day, year after year, to perfect my Akama Kenpo. It will never be surpassed by the likes of you." He leapt forward and attacked again. Akama Kenpo knuckle. He let out a right straight at Sanji. "Whoa." Sanji pivoted slightly to dodge the blow only for his observation to pick up on the threat of the outstretched arm. "You can't escape my fists," Mr. 2 declared as he extended his fingers and formed a hook with his hand and wrist. Sanji barely ducked in time when the strike came and he felt the tips of the Akama's fingers pass through the ends of his hair. Akama Kenpo. Drunken swan soiree. "I don't have time to play with you." Sanji swung a roundhouse at Mr. 2's head. "Collier." He was slightly surprised when the Akama blocked his kick with his hand. Mr. 2 grinned darkly at Sanji. "Epal. Do. Palet Kabosh. Troy. Zelda ouch. Poitrine Treader. Do. Chigo Charlie Horse. Troy." In a flurry of kicks the two men parried, blocked, and attacked each other. Neither of them was making any significant contact though. It was a high-speed fight that would be a blur to most people's eyes. The final kicks of this skirmish slammed together hard enough for dust to fly away from the point of impact. The two remained stalemated, trying to overpower the other. Sanji grimaced before spitting his burning cigarette at the Akama's face. "Hey." Mr. 2 leapt backwards as the hot red-orange cigarette tip nearly hit his face. "You spat at me." "Ired." Sanji called out as he wound up for a more powerful kick. "Mouton mallet." "White swan arabesque." Mr. 2 replied with his own powerful kick, outraged by Sanji's actions. The two kicks slammed into each other, foot to foot. Tension seemingly shook the air for a moment before both combatants rocketed backwards from the clash. Mr. 2 went flying through the wall of a nearby building, while Sanji skidded along the street until his back slammed into the building behind him. It was clear who had come out the worst in that exchange. "That damn swan, he countered my mouton mallet." Sanji grimaced as he shook out his left foot. Even with armament hockey, he'd actually felt that kick. "Asp." Mr. 2 coughed as he pushed some rubble off of his body. "That petty cook, he countered my white swan arabesque." With a scowl the Akama marched out of the building looking worse for wear. "Back for more?" Sanji questioned as he walked towards Mr. 2. "Oh, that does it." Mr. 2 glared at Sanji with his teeth bared. "Now I'm serious." "Bring it on." Sanji prepared for the next attack, focusing on his observation hockey. "Maybe you don't know of my main no mi powers." Mr. 2 laughed as he reached up to touch his face. "What's so amazing about it is the scope of my memory. For example, I can use it to." He was cut off as Sanji's foot slammed into his face and sent him skidding down the street. "Why would I let you use your devil fruit?" Sanji demanded of the Akama. Did this clown think he was stupid? "Take your dumb act elsewhere." "You jerk." Mr. 2 roared at him. "Don't you know how to listen? You're not supposed to interrupt when I'm about to use my powers." "I don't have time to play around with you, idiot." Sanji shot back with his teeth suddenly looking sharp and a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Act. Play. The nerve." Mr. 2 crossed his arms in front of his face. "This ain't no act. I know how to deal with you. You won't be able to attack me if I take on the form of your friend. So that's your game. Okay, fine." Sanji didn't look amused. "You would stoop that low? Ha ha ha. Just try and attack now." Mr. 2 took on Usopp's form and laughed. He was brutally cut off as Sanji's foot crashed into his face. The Akama slammed into the ground in a trail of blood from his busted nose. How could you?" Mr. 2 demanded as he rolled on the ground clutching Usopp's face. "This is the face of your friend. What's wrong with you? No matter how you change your face, you're still you." Sanji waved off the Akama's yelling. "You're an idiot if you think I'd fall for your goofy illusions." He pointed his thumb at his chest, right over his heart. "It's what's inside that counts." The inside Mr. 2 reverted to his normal form as he stared at Sanji. "That's so cool." With a quick shake of his head he took on Nami's form. Fine. So using your friends' faces won't work on you. He noticed Sanji suddenly looked love-struck and blinked. He reverted back to his form again and Sanji instantly looked unimpressed. Switching back to Nami's form saw the cook with heart-shaped eyes and a wide smile. Turning back once more and seeing Sanji's unamused look again made Mr. 2 deadpan. You're so obvious. You done? Sanji questioned, ready to continue the fight. Fool. Mr. 2 said in Nami's voice as he took her form again. He'd just found his path to victory. Nami is so cute. Sanji swooned only to eat a kick to the head and crash into the ground. Mr. 2 laughed in his normal form before switching back to Nami's and stomping on Sanji's head. Wahahaha. Where's your bravado now, tough guy? Mr. 2 laughed in Nami's voice and form. Do you even have the strength to resist, Mr. Top Flight Cook? I'm not beaten just from one kick, you damn clown. Sanji roared in his mind. No matter how much you look like Nami, you're still that dumb swan on the inside. He shoved the leg off him and sat up with a snarl. You damn swan. You're not so. He caught sight of Nami's face and his tone instantly changed. Hot. He had hard eyes again. Goodness, it's so hot out. Mr. 2 opened his shirt a little, revealing quite a lot of Nami's cleavage. I feel like taking some of my clothes off. Do you need some help? Sanji offered with a wide, dopey smile. Swan chop. Mr. 2 returned to his normal form in a split second to strike and sent Sanji tumbling along the ground. You damn clown. Sanji grumbled as he held his head. Fool. Mr. 2 laughed at the pirate. Kick point. He drilled his foot into Sanji's head again, sending the cook staggering back. You son of a. Sanji was suddenly right in front of Mr. 2 and about to drop a vicious axe kick on the Akama's skull. That kick cratered the street as Mr. 2 changed into Nami again and Sanji instantly averted his aim. Gotcha. Mr. 2 punched Sanji in the face with Nami's form and Sanji took 2 steps back from the blow. It wasn't anything substantial since Mr. 2 couldn't copy Nami's use of haki. Sanji had the proverbial light bulb click on above his head. It's time to finish you off. Twirl. 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 I'm going to twirl until these ballet shoes burn up from my passion. Mr. 2 declared in Nami's form as he began to spin and build up more and more speed. I figured out your weakness, you damn clown. Sanji knew he just had to bide his time. He focused on sharpening his observation so he wouldn't miss the moment he had a chance to strike. Armament was imbued into his left leg as well. He couldn't split his focus too much with haki yet, but observation and a single leg was doable. The Kama Kenpo. Memoir of that summer day. Mr. 2 spun toward Sanji at full force, blurring across the distance separating them in a blink. He reverted to his normal form at the beginning of his charge to make sure he'd put the pirate down with this attack. Doubt-based. Sanji countered and Mr. 2 only had a fraction of a second to see the incoming kick. The Akama's face warped around Sanji's dress shoe. The spinning came to a halt near instantly before the force of Sanji's kick sent Mr. 2 rocketing through the entire building at the far end of the street. You have to turn back into your original form to use your techniques with full power. Sanji grinned as he pulled out a cigarette and his lighter. He walked down the street and through the wrecked building. He lit up his cigarette only after he saw the down and out form of Mr. 2 among the rubble. The Akama's face was bleeding heavily and a small pool of blood was forming on the ground from his gaping mouth. Sanji took a drag from the cigarette before exhaling the smoke. His observation didn't hear the agent's voice anymore, but that could just be because he was unconscious. He nudged the Akama a few times with his foot, but the man was unresponsive. He even gave him a good kick in the side, but the man still didn't react. Well, that takes care of him. Sanji sighed as he heard the sounds of battle in the distance. I should get to the palace and meet up with VV and the others. He ran off towards the palace without a look back. Had Sanji stayed behind for a bit longer, he'd have seen Mr. 2's body jerk and the beaten man hack up some blood onto the ground. Slow, haggard breaths escaped the busted man's mouth as he started breathing again. He was still unconscious and would be for some time, but the Akama had survived Sanji's haki-infused kick to the head. Whether that was on account of the man's natural toughness or sheer dumb luck was unknown. Alubarna North Block. I swear, it's always a devil fruit. Nami grumbled as she knocked away Miss Doublefinger's outstretched fingers. She certainly makes hitting her a pain in the ass, doesn't she? Mikita agreed as she used her parasol to parry a blow from the blue net woman. What's this? Having problems with my Toj no Mi powers. Miss Doublefinger laughed as more spikes emerged from her arms. I'm a spike human. Every part of my body can make a spike as sharp as a spear. Sorry, but I don't feel like getting anything but my ears pierced. Nami stuck out her tongue. She disconnected the sections of her blue staff and spun 2 of them. Small bubbles of air, some tinged blue and the others red, began to leave the batons in her hands. Can you make me an opening, Nami? Mikita grinned at her nakama and lover. She won't know what hit her. Nami grinned back as the air began to shift and move. Underestimating me will be a fatal mistake. Miss Doublefinger dashed forward as her fingers turned into spikes. Both Nami and Mikita dodged around the attacks, taking grazing damage anytime they weren't quite fast enough. Nami pushed her observation to the limit to keep up while still producing the bubbles of hot and cold air. 500 kilo fist. Mikita ducked under a spike and swung at Miss Doublefinger with her left fist. The current agent dodged the former agent's strike, scoring a glancing blow with a spike from her wrist. Her eyes widened slightly as Mikita's fist plowed straight through the stone wall of the building they were fighting beside. I see you've stopped being a one-trick pony, Miss Valentine. Miss Doublefinger mocked as she tried to stab the other woman. Cyclone tempo. Nami distracted Miss Doublefinger, and the spinning top of her staff slammed into the woman's face. The two crossed batons circled back through the air, and Nami caught them easily. Thanks, Nami. Mikita had pulled her arm from the wall and skipped back to stand near the orange tea. You little bitch, Miss Doublefinger growled at Nami while holding her face. I'll skewer you both. She turned her arms into masses of spikes and was upon both women in an instant. She swung her spikes into both Mikita and Nami's bodies, only to blink when her balance was thrown off from the lack of resistance. What the? When the density of the atmosphere changes, light refracts in strange ways, Nami and Mikita's forms wavered and dispersed like a heat haze. Drastic changes in temperature cause mirages. The navigator smirked at the off-balance assassin. A mirage at this distance is impossible. Miss Doublefinger exclaimed in confusion. What this girl had just done flew in the face of established knowledge. 1000 kilo axe. Mikita dropped her heel from Miss Doublefinger's blind spot. The blue net sprouted spikes all over her body and rolled away. Mikita's heel cratered the ground and threw up a plume of dust from the weight and speed of her axe kick. Damn it. I'll still kill you both, no matter what tricks you use. Miss Doublefinger declared as she turned her fingers into needles. Toj doping. She stabbed herself in specific locations, and both Nami and Mikita watched on in a mix of shock and disgust as Miss Doublefinger's muscles bulged grotesquely. I'll punch you full of holes. You'll have to find us first, Nami spoke as various images of both her and Mikita appeared around the back street. Some were perfect copies, others were misshapen, some were wavering and see-through, while others looked solid. Mirage tempo. You think you can hide behind this little trick? Miss Doublefinger demanded as she rushed forward. She swung her large, spiked arms through every image of Nami and Mikita. The strength of her swings kicked up gusts of air that began to displace the other mirages. Now. Nami called out and Mikita rushed Miss Doublefinger from behind. Foolish. Miss Doublefinger smirked as spikes exploded from her hair and back, skewering Mikita dozens of times. Of course you tried to attack me from behind. 5000 kilo double fist. Mikita slammed both of her fists into Miss Doublefinger's torso as she appeared in front of her. The impaled Mikita wavered away, revealing another mirage. Back. Miss Doublefinger hacked up blood as she went flying backwards and through the stone wall of the nearest building. Taking 2 punches, each weighing 5 metric tons, to the torso had done irreparable damage. Slamming through the stone wall of a building back first had only added more injuries and exacerbated her first ones. If anything in her torso wasn't broken or ruptured, it was in the minority. Nami whistled as she saw the damage that Mikita had done to their enemy and the smashed wall. That training with Luffy has really paid off. Would you believe he caught that same attack and just laughed while telling me how happy he was with my progress? Mikita raised an eyebrow at Nami. Absolutely, Nami didn't hesitate for a second. Luffy laughs off sparring with Zoro and Sanji at the same time and calls it a workout. Hi haha. Mikita laughed as she threw her arm over Nami's shoulders. They walked through the giant hole in the wall to check Miss Doublefinger. The woman wasn't breathing and her body was completely still. 2 large black and purple bruises were on her torso where Mikita's 5-ton fists had struck her full force. It was clear that the assassin was dead. Nami looked at the body for a moment. Mikita recognized the look as Nami's thinking face. What are you thinking, Nami? Mikita questioned her nakama. How much did you say her bounty was again? Nami asked for clarification. 35 million, why? Mikita cocked her head to the side. It was an odd question now. It wasn't as if they could cash in on her bounty as pirates. 35 million subtracting 30%, that's 24,500,000 biri. Nami quickly and easily calculated. What does that matter? Mikita inquired. We can't cash it in since we're pirates with bounties of our own. No, but several million biri would definitely help Alabasta after all of this is settled, right? Nami smiled at her lover with a look in her eyes. Oh, Kai haha. Mikita laughed as she caught on to Nami's idea. Have I told you how smart and devious you are lately? You can always mention it more. Nami winked at Mikita. The two pecked each other's lips before tossing a tablecloth they found in the wrecked building over Miss Doublefinger's body. Let's get to the palace and meet up with everyone. Mikita pointed towards the massive building at the other end of the north block. Right behind you. Nami and Mikita both took off running. They'd stick to the back alleys to avoid the fighting as they got closer to the war zone that the line at the inner city had become. Alubarna Palace Plaza. Well, would you look at that, I was right. The man in the dark blue clothing remarked from his position atop the tallest tower. Two more shapes that only his eyes could see floated in front of him. I don't have any plans for you to continue your reincarnation. I await the time when you find your next users and the entertainment they'll bring. The two shapes flew off in different directions and were across the horizon in mere seconds. Hold the line. A soldier yelled right before a cannon fired and a chunk of the plaza exploded. Screams of the injured rang out and the watching man laughed at the pain, anger, and sorrow he could practically feel in the air. Truly there is no entertainment like war. The man threw his arms wide as he howled with laughter. He still went unnoticed by those fighting below. Luffy? Yahoo! Luffy cheered as the F-1 blitzed through the desert at high speed. They'd crossed a 40-kilometer-wide Sandora River in less than an hour, and now the crocodilian was showing why it was one of the fastest terrestrial species in Alabasta. A huge cloud of sand was kicked up behind the crocodile as it tore through the desert and headed for Alubarna. Go, crocodile go. Luffy laughed as the desert blurred past them. Luffy would arrive in Alubarna shortly. Luffy blinked as he finally saw what he thought was the capital on the horizon. His devil fruit clued him into the increased moisture in the air as he got closer and closer. Looking above the capital, he noticed wispy clouds forming in the sky. They weren't much yet, but his lightning Logia fruit had the secondary effect of being fairly good at predicting rain or storms. Not that it helped much with the Grand Line's crazy weather. But on an island with a stable climate, Luffy could make some rather accurate forecasts. Looks like it might rain. Alubarna Palace. Preparations are moving ahead as scheduled, Princess VV. One of the Kicking Claw Force members passed on a message from a soldier. The 4 Elite Force Royal Guards wouldn't let anyone close to VV with a clear line of sight. Not when any one of the other soldiers might be a Baroque works plant. All messages went through one of the elite soldiers to be passed to VV. Thank you Hyota. VV thanked the leader of the Kicking Claw Force. The large muscular man with a massive butcher knife-like sword gave her a short bow. This has to stop the fighting. She looked worried, anxious, and all 4 of the men felt for the princess. She was suffering. Knowing that her people were fighting and even dying because of Crocodile's schemes was enough to make her physically ill. Royal tomb beneath the palace. Quite well hidden. Miss All Sunday praised the king as they walked down the sandstone steps. Already the temperature was much cooler than on the surface. King Cobra said nothing in response. He'd hardened his resolve already. This woman would not obtain the knowledge contained on the poneglyph. That did not make Miss All Sunday's statement any less true though. A hidden door beneath the grass of the back courtyard made the likelihood of anyone accidentally finding the entrance to the royal tomb next to zero. As the two descended deeper into the burial chambers, Miss All Sunday continued to light the wall sconces along the way. She would need light to read the poneglyph after all. Hidden passage. Cobra, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender and let's end this fighting. You're going to destroy the country if you don't. Koza, the leader of the rebels, thought as he walked through a secret passage into the palace that he only knew about thanks to being childhood friends with Princess Vivi. He was a blonde young man and wore purple-tinted glasses. He had a scar on his left eye that he received as a young boy in a fight to protect Vivi from would-be kidnappers. His clothing consisted of a blue scarf around his neck, a dark purple jacket that went down to his ankles, a plain white shirt, black pants and a yellow sash around his waist. He peeked out of the hidden passage, checking to see if he could slip in unnoticed. What he wasn't expecting to see were the soldiers of the Royal Army placing explosives at various points throughout the palace. He couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. Why in the world would the royal soldiers be setting up to blow up the royal palace? He spotted a very familiar face among the crowd of soldiers and knew he would at least be heard if he spoke with the man. Taka. Koza called out loudly as he left the secret passage and walked into plain view. Koza Chaka stared in shock at the young man that he'd known since the blonde was a mere boy. What is going on here, Chaka? Koza demanded of the royal guard. Why are you preparing to blow up the palace? It's Koza. Was yelled by multiple soldiers and the rebel leader found himself at gunpoint, spearpoint and swordpoint in swift fashion. Halt. Chaka roared and all of the soldiers halted their actions immediately. Koza, why are you here? The fighting in the city has only escalated. What do you hope to gain by sneaking into the palace? Bring the king here, Chaka. I demand an audience with him. Koza stated his demands without fear of the multiple weapons aimed at him. The king disappeared last night. Chaka ground his teeth together in fury. He was taken by the true enemy of Alabasta, Baroque Works. Who? Koza had never heard the name before. What was Chaka even talking about? Only after Chaka gave a brief summary of what they knew did Koza begin to understand what had been happening in Alabasta over the last 3 years. That's impossible. You're just making this up to cover for the king. He couldn't just believe this story. Even if it did answer some questions that he'd had. It's the truth, Koza. Vivi declared as she walked forward, surrounded by the kicking claw force. Vivi? Koza looked shocked at seeing her. No one in Alabasta had seen Vivi in over 2 years. She'd seemingly vanished one day before her coming-of-age ceremony. Koza, it's all true. Vivi explained to her childhood friend. Crocodile engineered this whole scheme. The framing of my father. Stealing the rain from the people. The food shortages. The riots. The rumors. It was all him and his damned organization. She clenched her fists tightly. I left Alabasta to infiltrate them with Igaram to find out who the boss was. When I learned what Crocodile had done I couldn't believe it either. He'd done nothing but help Alabasta deal with pirates for over a decade. But it was all just a ploy while he set up his organization and worked to destabilize our country. Why are you planning to blow up the palace? Koza was having a hard time coming to terms with the world-shifting information he'd been given. What good is that going to do? An explosion of the size, destroying the target of their rage, wouldn't that stop the rebels? Stop the fighting? Vivi looked at him with eyes full of determination and sadness. I can't stand to see our people killing each other for Crocodile schemes. Princess. Beryl, the most rot-un member of the kicking claw force, called out as he moved his large axe next to her left side. Everyone heard the gunshot that rang out next. The sound of a bullet striking metal resounded throughout the courtyard. A soldier had just tried to shoot the princess. 5 more men turned their guns at Vivi or Koza. Chaka noted 2 of them blatantly had the Baroque Works insignia tattooed on their upper arms. What happened next was a blur to most of the onlookers. Koza dropped to the ground to get out of the line of fire while reaching for the rifle on his back. Vivi moved along with Beryl as the kicking claw force rushed to eliminate the threat to her. Chaka had also transformed into his hybrid form and drawn his sword. Traitorous dog. Arrow, a tall and thin man, with a pointed chin and with the traditional face paint of the kicking claw force around both his eyes and his jawline, roared. His double-edged sword flashed out and sliced the man that had shot at Vivi nearly in 2. That left 5 more Baroque Works infiltrators trying to kill either Vivi or Koza. Die. Hyoda's deep voice thundered. The leader of the kicking claw force brought down his massive butcher knife-like sword on his target. This man was split in 2 from shoulder to groin. The massive sword hadn't even slowed down as it passed through the Baroque Works member's body. 4 attackers remained. Anish. Brahm was a tall man and he wore the traditional armor and headdress of the kicking claw force. He had light brown hair, which partially covered his eyes. He wielded 2 halberds, 1 in each hand. Before his target could even get a shot off, both of those halberds had impaled the man. 3 infiltrators were left. Traitor. Beryl was bulky and rotund with a prominent nose. His eyes were focused and promised death. His axe had a mark on it from blocking the shot that had aimed to kill Vivi. The same large axe was swung horizontally and bisected the man at the waist with ease. 2 Baroque Works members were still standing. Vivi, who had followed Beryl at the man's insistence, lashed out with her peacock string slasher. The flexible, bladed weapon cleanly sliced the attacker's hand and forearm. Blood flew as the pistol fell from the man's limp hand and he cried out in pain. Vivi's foot smashing into the side of his head silenced his screaming. Only 1 enemy remained. Howling fangs. Chaka growled in his hybrid form. His sword was drawn and he had already blurred past the enemy. The man didn't even have time to cry out before he died. 3 massive lacerations had torn open his torso and side. It looked as if some large beast had taken a bite out of the Baroque Works infiltrator. Koza blinked in shock as he held his rifle. It had taken him only a couple of seconds to hit the ground and bring the rifle to bear. But in that time, all of the enemies had been eliminated. His eyes glanced throughout the crowd of soldiers, looking for anyone else that was a threat. Seeing no one making any moves to continue the attack, he stood up with his rifle in hand. This mark. Chaka revealed the Baroque Works insignia on the man he'd killed. Those who have it are enemies of the kingdom. Kill or capture them on sight. He ordered and every soldier in the courtyard verbally called back their acknowledgement of the order along with a salute. The soldiers quickly started checking each other first, tossing off the white cape-like cloaks that they all wore to bare their unmarked skin to their comrades. Koza, please, let's stop this war. Vivi requested of her old friend. The kicking claw force surrounding her in a defensive formation. This can't go on any longer. Vivi. Koza looked into her eyes and saw the truth in them. He'd never mistake that look. He'd seen it since they were both children. Yes, I'll do everything in my power to stop this. Thank you, Koza. VV graced him with the same smile he remembered from their childhood. What will calm the rebels' fury and get them to listen? Raise the white flag, VV. Koza spoke after a moment of thought. I'll be right beside you when you do. I'll tell them all myself. They need to know the truth. Raise the flag. VV turned to Chaka. Have all soldiers stand down immediately. We're surrendering the fight. Yes, Princess VV. Chaka bowed and rushed off toward the defensive line to relay the orders. Koza, come with me and help me raise the flag on the watchtower. VV requested and Koza agreed immediately. The kicking claw force still kept him outside of their formation, but he was allowed to walk with them. Palace Plaza. Hey, is this real? A rebel blinked as he saw a white flag being raised. More and more large white flags were being held up by the royal soldiers. The fighting was slowing down as more and more soldiers and rebels saw the flags. We're surrendering. Several soldiers called out in confusion. No one seemed to notice the darkening sky above. The wispy clouds of early morning had grown. They were thick and darkening more as time passed. But as VV and Koza stepped forward on top of the palace walls next to the watchtower, all eyes were focused on them. Rebels. Koza's loud yell filled the much quieter plaza. Stop the fighting. The palace has surrendered. Koza. The rebels cheered, thinking their leader had managed to talk sense into the king. The sight of Princess VV after years of absence also raised questions, but the joy of actually seeing the beloved princess again warmed the hearts of all. Please, rebels and soldiers, lend me your ears. VV requested of her people. The truth must be revealed. Truth? What's she talking about? Is she going to admit her father stole the reign? Didn't he already confess in Katoria? Several hidden Baroque works infiltrators on both sides snuck glances at each other. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Their orders were only to keep the fighting going and prevent Princess VV from meeting with Koza. But the two had somehow already met. They didn't have any backup orders to go on. It looks like VV already has things under control. Mikita blinked from where she and Nami were hiding at the edge of an alleyway. We should keep an eye out though, who knows where the rest of the Baroque Works members are. Nami replied, her eyes scanning the crowd for anyone that was making a move towards hostility. Well, I'll be damned. Zoro smirked as he stopped at the edge of the plaza. He was lucky that the palace was visible from all parts of the city. Even he would admit that he'd probably get lost in the winding backstreets of Alubarna. But with the palace clearly visible, he'd just had to keep walking straight towards it. VV is so Lovely Sanji was noodling around at the opposite end of the plaza from Zoro. His heart-shaped eye and strange movements would have gotten a lot of attention if everyone wasn't focused on VV, explaining what Crocodile and Baroque Works had done to Alabasta. So, is the fighting over? Chopper asked Usopp as the two unknowingly copied Mikita and Nami by hiding in an alleyway at the edge of the plaza. Maybe. Usopp wanted the war to be over, but he was a pessimist by nature. Royal tombs. There it is. Robin remarked as Cobra led her into the chamber that housed the poneglyph. She approached the cube and gently placed her right hand on the cool stone. With a soft exhale of breath, she turned her eyes on the script and began to read. She can read them. Cobra's eyes widened as his worst fear was realized. This woman could read poneglyphs. If what his ancestors had spoke of was true, then the location of one of the ancient super weapons was upon that stone. He couldn't let that knowledge get to Crocodile, no matter the cost. While his arms were currently restrained, he could still walk freely while the woman read and lost interest in him. He slowly moved towards a specific pillar, knowing by its location and design that it was one of the linchpin supports. It would bring the whole royal tomb down if a specific block of stone was removed from it. The cascade of failures that would follow had been built into the tomb's design to forever bury the poneglyph if necessary. This all Sunday's gaze drifted further and further down the poneglyph. Cobra stilled at her slight movement, not wanting to draw her attention and give away his plan. But he thought he saw some desperation on the woman's face as she began to read further and further down the cube. He couldn't image what she was hoping to find in the ancient characters of the lost language, but she was clearly looking for something specific. It's not here. Miss All Sunday sank to her knees. It's just the location. What? Cobra couldn't help himself. He'd spoken entirely without thinking. Weren't they after the Pluton? 20 years and this is all I have to show for it. Miss All Sunday looked heartbroken and Cobra couldn't be more confused. What are you talking about? Cobra was right next to the critical pillar. He could start the collapse in an instant if necessary. I couldn't care less about ancient weapons. Miss All Sunday's tone was bitter and flat. We just wanted to learn about history. You're over in Cobra's eyes widened as his sharp mind put all of the pieces together. That explained why she could read the poneglyphs. It doesn't matter. Miss All Sunday shook her head, her eyes looking listless and dull. Do whatever you want. I'm tired. A pair of hands appeared on Cobra's restrained arms and quickly undid the knot of the ropes. What are you looking for if not ancient weapons? Cobra rubbed his wrists. The true history of the world. Miss All Sunday stared at the poneglyph listlessly. The truth of the void century. That's all. Cobra looked at her suspiciously. It's all we ever wanted. Miss All Sunday replied as she turned away from the poneglyph and slowly walked back the way they came. Cobra stared at the poneglyph himself for a long moment, wondering what the truth was regarding O'Hara all those years ago. Something wasn't adding up and his clever mind was already starting to paint a picture he didn't like. A Buster Call was a last resort for the world government and the Marines. To invoke one on an island of people attempting to resurrect the ancient weapons could be understood. But the way that woman had spoken, those weren't the words nor the tone of a liar. He moved to follow after the woman and returned to the palace proper. What in the world? Cobra blinked when no matter how fast he moved up the stairs, he didn't catch up to her. Even when he made it back to the surface, she was nowhere to be seen. Alice Plaza Clock Tower. What do we do, Mr. 7? Miss Father's Day questioned her partner as the fighting had completely stopped now. We haven't received any orders beyond guarding the cannon and firing it when the boss gave the order. Mr. 7 shook his head in confusion. They needed to do something though, the plan was falling apart. What if we sniped the princess? Miss Father's Day suggested. Wouldn't that start the fighting again? Ah, that just might work, Miss Father's Day. Mr. 7 agreed as the duo pulled their specially made pistols and opened the clock tower's face slightly. They should be able to get a good shot from their vantage point. VV had just paused in her address of the soldiers and rebels below. She needed a moment after speaking almost non-stop for the last few minutes. That was when the feeling hit her. The intent to kill. Her observation might not be incredibly impressive yet, but Luffy did say she seemed to have an affinity for it. Even when she wasn't actively using her haki, there was no way that her observation wouldn't pick up on such strong emotions when all the others near her were respectfully quiet. The clock tower. VV's head snapped towards the tall building, and so did almost every other head in the plaza and along the palace walls. 2 shots rang out, pistol fire, but VV had already been pulled behind both Beryl and Hyota. A blast went off as the 2 strangely shaped bullets hit each other. Both of the largest members of the Kicking Claw Force grit their teeth at the pain, but they remained standing as shields for the princess. Damn, they got in the way. Miss Father's Day scat at their shots being blocked. Aim for the rebel leader then. Mr. 7 decided, seeing as Koza wasn't being guarded. Neither of them got the chance to fire a second shot. The blur flew through the air and slammed into the clock tower at speed. The clock face was smashed from the force and everyone saw Pell in his hybrid form as he practically tore the damaged clock off the tower to get to the Baroque Works agents inside. Both Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day cried out in terror at the sudden appearance of Alabasta's strongest warrior. Flying claws. Pell shrieked in his hybrid form. Mr. 7 nearly exploded into blood as Pell's talons tore across his torso. Miss Father's Day wasn't spared by the enraged royal guardsmen either. Vicious lacerations were torn open across her body as her blood flew through the air. Is that a cannon? Usopp yelled out as his sharp eyes caught sight of the massive cannon that was hidden in the clock tower. His words were quickly being repeated as everyone else also noticed the massive weapon pointed at the plaza. What's that noise? Pell turned his head to the cannon as a faint ticking sound could be heard. He quickly investigated and looking down the barrel of the cannon reveled a massive bomb with a timer on it. The ticking was from the small clock attached to the explosive counting down. Shit. Pell transformed into his full falcon form and latched onto the huge bomb with his talons. They had only a couple of minutes before the device detonated. He had to get it as far away from here as possible. Everyone in the plaza, rebel and soldier alike, watched as the large falcon flew out of the clock tower with what had to be the largest bomb they'd ever seen before. Pell flew higher as fast as he could while carrying such a heavy object. Higher and higher. He wouldn't stop until he was sure everyone would be safe. I am the guardian spirit of Alabasta. Pell flapped his wings powerfully as he ascended higher and higher into the air. The falcon. Already the royal guardsman was a small dot in the air. The enemies of the royal family. Pell smiled as memories of his time spoiling VV when she was young played out in his mind. She'll be destroyed. He was merely a speck high in the cloudy sky now. What a way to end my show. Akuma laughed as he watched the situation. Going out with a bang. His yellower eyes on black sclera were filled with dark amusement. But I can't have you ruining my future entertainment. His eyes narrowed as he looked directly at Pell from a distance no living being could ever hope to see from. Wake up. Pell lost consciousness as his falcon form bulked up considerably. His falcon body suddenly looking like something out of ancient myth as it transformed. With a horrifying shriek filled with primal instinct alone, the Tori Tori no Mi model. Falcon was fully unleashed. That was the instant the massive bomb detonated. The blast shook the air even from the height that Pell had flown it to. Windows shattered all around Alubarna from the blast. Everyone collapsed and only the roar of the explosion was heard, no matter how many people screamed and yelled in fear and panic. A gale of displaced air buffeted the capital. Hell. VV's heart-wrenching scream nearly tore her vocal cords and yet still went unheard over the blast. Luffy? What the hell? Luffy saw the explosion just as the F1 reached the edge of Alubarna. The crocodile panicked at the deafening noise and thrashed around in terror. Luffy grabbed Crocodile's body and leapt off the reptile before it bolted back in the opposite direction. Even as the winds from the blast torn through the area, Luffy reached out with his observation to find his lovers and Mikama. He heard their distinct voices among the tens of thousands in the capital. Mikita and Nami were fine, if terrified. VV seemed a mix between shocked and in disbelief. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Chopper were all fine too, but in various states of shock, fear, or confusion. They're safe. Luffy breathed out as the remnants of the blast started to die down. Something fell from the sky a second later and smashed into the sand nearby. Luffy looked over but couldn't see through the cloud of sand that was thrown up by the impact. He walked over just as the dust was clearing and saw a truly massive bird that slowly transformed back into a badly injured man. He was singed, bleeding, and his breathing was slight, but he was alive. A zone fruit user? Luffy blinked at the injured man. Looking back up into the cloudy sky and then back down at the injured man, Luffy put two and two together. Was he flying up there and got caught in that big explosion? And promptly got 5. I better take him to a doctor. Maybe Chopper can take care of him. Luffy gingerly picked up the man and focused his observation haki. He felt a deep sorrow and pain from VV this time when he focused on her. He frowned reflexively and zapped over to her location in a spark. Palace Plaza. What the hell was that? Why was there a bomb like that in the clock tower? What's going on? Viv's brown eyes were flooded with tears as she stared up into the cloudy sky. Hell. Princess Hyota kneeled beside her, ignoring his own injuries from the explosion he'd taken for her. He didn't know how to console her right now. A snap was heard. It sounded like a spark of electricity arcing to a conductive surface. Everyone turned to it instantly as the sound came from behind them. Koza was confused and still dazed from the massive explosion. The kick and claw force moved to protect VV. VV, however, knew that sound and she looked towards it with hope. And once more, Luffy didn't fail to provide. VV, are you alright? Luffy looked at her with his dark eyes showing concern. In his left hand was the scruff of Crocodile's fur coat, the dead warlord face down on the floor. But in his right arm, cradled as best as Luffy could, was the person she thought she'd just watched die. Hell. VV's sadness vanished in an instant as she pushed aside the kick and claw force and rushed to the badly injured royal guardsman. Hell. She checked him over gently and upon seeing him breathing, shallow as it was, she nearly collapsed in relief. Doctors. Take him to the infirmary. Now. VV's words made Luffy blink as he felt the small bit of Conqueror's haki she'd imbued them with unintentionally. Yes, princess. The kick and claw force moved to follow her orders. Beryl gently took his superior officer into his arms and headed for the medical bay in the palace. Arrow, Braum, and Hyota stayed with VV and openly gaped when the princess threw her arms around Luffy's shoulders and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Luffy. VV was in tears again, but this time they were tears of joy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She buried her face into his chest and continued to murmur her thanks to him as his free arm gently wrapped around her waist and hugged her back. I kept my promise, VV. Luffy pulled back after a minute with a wide smile. It was then that VV noticed Crocodile's body. The princess looked between the dead warlord and the smiling Luffy before she did collapse as her legs gave out. Relief flooded over her as the threat to her country was gone. Be right back. In a spark, Luffy disappeared with Crocodile's body. Plaza. I bet it was the royal army that set that bomb. They were probably planning to take all of us with them. The rebels must have planted that explosive. To think they would kill so many innocent people. The Baroque Works members that were still in the crowd started trying to fulfill their orders of keeping the fighting going. While everyone had heard VV's explanation, or at least the part she had time to explain, tension between the royal army and the rebels was still high. All words stopped when, in a spark, Luffy appeared with the dead body of Desert King Sir Crocodile held up in his right hand. Everyone gaped at seeing the warlord of the sea defeated. Several recoiled in horror when they caught sight of the large hole that went straight through the man. Luffy tossed the body in front of the crowd with a hard stare at everyone. If any of you still want to fight, you can fight me. Luffy's tone was like rumbling thunder in the distance. It promised an unstoppable storm to anyone dumb enough to challenge his words. Everyone around him dropped their weapons immediately, some even kicked them away to show their surrender. None of the Baroque Works infiltrators made a sound. Most of them were trying to think of ways to quietly escape and leave Alabasta entirely now. No one wanted to fight a man that could kill a warlord. Even less so when he looked like he was still ready to go as many rounds as it took to finish the fight. The sentiment quickly spread throughout the crowd as weapons clattered to the floor in a wave. Seeing the end of the fighting, Luffy grinned widely. A rumble of thunder was heard above and everyone looked upwards as the skies opened up. A little drop here or there at first. Then a few more everywhere. Suddenly it was sprinkling, and then it was a drizzle, and then finally, true rainfall began for the first time in 3 years in Alabasta. Rain. It's raining. The drought is over. People began to cheer as they were soaked by the rain. Luffy turned just in time to catch Nami as she threw herself at him with a smile. Mikita laughed as she joined the hug in the rain. Sanji huffed at Luffy as he tried to light a cigarette in the rain. Zoro only shook his head at the three of them. Chopper and Usopp were all smiles when they realized the fighting really was over. Edge of the plaza. This is Seaman First Class Rawl, reporting, a marine spoke hurriedly into a baby transponder snail. Straw Hat Luffy has killed Sir Crocodile. I repeat, Straw Hat Luffy has killed Sir Crocodile. His report was being compiled with a few others from some other lower-ranking marines that had been sent to Alubarna to watch the situation in the capital. Their deployment here had taken place when Smoker's ship had first docked in Alabasta. They were only to report on the situation within the city and not interfere. The Marines needed information about the situation. Their job had suddenly become much more important after Smoker had informed all Marines stationed on the island that Crocodile had gone rogue. Every low-ranking Marine that had witnessed what had happened in Alubarna that day already knew what was about to happen. The higher-ups in both the Marines and the world government were about to get involved. They did their absolute best not to miss anything that had happened. But they were only human, and humans made mistakes. That was how one man made his way safely out of the capital with none the wiser. In the jubilation of the 3-year drought ending along with the Civil War, the Straw Hat Pirates were invited into the palace. It wasn't long afterwards that King Cobra reappeared. He was clearly confused at what was happening, his eyes showing a storm of thoughts, but all was tossed aside when he saw his daughter. Vivi. Cobra pulled his daughter into a hug and Vivi nearly cried as she hugged her father back. I was so worried, Vivi sniffled as she squeezed her father tight. I thought they'd killed you. That may have been their original intention, but someone else stepped in. Cobra held her close. He was so relieved to see her safe and sound after 3 years. As father and daughter reunited and Vivi told him what had been happening since his abduction, many other things were going on around the palace. Pell was being treated in the infirmary. The royal guardsman was currently stable, but none of the physicians could make any prediction as to when he might wake up. The soldiers that had already been checked and cleared for the Baroque Works mark were going through the rest of the soldiers one by one. Any that were found with the mark were immediately detained on threat of death. Taka had been given a note by the orange tea woman of the pirate crew that had helped Vivi. The royal guard had blinked at the various locations written on the paper until he got to the bottom. Reading over the woman's words, Chaka nearly gaped before he schooled his features. He ordered a small contingent of cleared soldiers to follow him as they made their way into the streets of Alubarna. They had enemies to collect and would need to head outside of the city to collect 2 of them. That afternoon brought another pleasant surprise for Vivi and the palace as well. I must say Pribus ahem me Princess Vivi, I knew you would save Alabasta. Igaram smiled at the young woman as he entered the courtyard. Igaram. Vivi nearly launched herself into the tall man. She hugged him as best she could, given their difference in size. I was so terrified when the explosion happened. She looked up to the man with extremely rolled hair. But Luffy said that you were alive and I was so happy I made it here and she lost her battle against her tears and Igaram gently patted her head as she buried her face into his clothes and cried. It was an emotional and busy afternoon and well into the night. The rain had yet to stop falling on Alabasta in that time. All over Sandy Island, the people were rejoicing at the return of the rain. Every vessel that could hold water was being filled to the brim. Once dried out streams began to flow again from the rainfall. It was truly a return of life to the desert kingdom. For most of this, the Straw Hats stayed in a set of luxurious guest quarters and rested, recovering from their fights and the mad dash to get to Alubarna from Rain Base. The next day. Taka, what is this? Cobra questioned the royal guardsman as he looked over the 4 covered bodies laid out on stone tables in an underground storage area within the palace grounds. The bodies of the Baroque Works officers, Your Majesty. Chaka informed the king. There were multiple locations on the note the pirate woman gave to me. But we could not find a trace of one of the 5 officers mentioned. Why have you brought them here? Cobra's next question was more pointed. To use the woman's words, Nami I believe her name is, their reparations to Alabasta. Chaka spoke as he looked over the covered bodies. All of them have bounties on their heads, the Marines will pay whoever turns them in. We're losing 30% because they're dead, but that's still somewhere around 89 million Biri for Alabasta to start getting back on our feet. The 89 million Cobra's eyes widened at the amount. It wasn't nearly what the kingdom made in a year before the drought and civil war. But it would certainly be enough to buy from traders and get their ports working again. Once they started buying and exporting goods again, word of the end of their war would spread to all of their old trading partners from across the Grand Line. It would most definitely hasten Alabasta's recovery from the damage that Crocodile and Baroque works had done. The Marines have already been asking the soldiers and palace guards for an audience with you, sire. Chaka informed his king. Whenever you deign to speak with them, we should present these bodies for the bounties. Yes, Cobra agreed as he thought about when it would be best to speak with the Marines. The Straw Hats were guests in the palace and currently under the protection of the Nefertari family. But eventually the Marines would seek the pirates out to try and arrest them. I'll find some time to speak with them after the banquet for our guests. So, tomorrow afternoon at the earliest then. Chaka chuckled and Cobra grinned in return. Best quarters. Your father is sick. Chopper repeated what Vivi had just told him. Yes, he got sick years ago. Vivi began to explain. None of the doctors we have could identify the disease. He's been slowly losing his strength ever since. I was hoping, as a doctor from a different island, perhaps you could try and diagnose his disease. She requested with a small smile. I can try, there are many diseases that take years to run their course. Chopper grabbed his backpack and hopped to the floor. Lead the way. Thank you, Chopper. Vivi beamed at the reindeer doctor. It's no problem, Vivi. Chopper was doing his bashful, happy dance. After telling the crew that we're in the guest quarters where they were going, Vivi and Chopper headed towards her father's study. It would be the most likely place they'd find him at this time, according to Vivi. The princess nodded to Brahm and Arrow, the members of the elite kicking claw force, acting as her father's direct guards, until every soldier and guard in the palace had been checked for a Baroque works tattoo. She knocked on the door and after a moment a call to enter was heard. Vivi, what brings you here? Cobra smiled warmly at his daughter. He'd happily take a break from all of the paperwork that he needed to deal with to make sure that Alabasta began to rebuild from the last 3 years. Father, this is Tony Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Vivi introduced the two to each other. I asked him if he'd examine you to hopefully determine your sickness. I was taught by Dr. Kariha of Drum Island, Your Majesty. Chopper gave a bow to the king. She is a master of medicine and specializes in rare and obscure diseases. I will put all of the knowledge she taught me to use in trying to diagnose your condition. I would appreciate the opinion of a doctor of Drum Island. Cobra smiled at the small zone fruit user. It has been many years since we've had access to outside medical help. Several minutes later Cobra, Chopper, and Vivi were in the infirmary. Arrow and Brahm had naturally followed along. Vivi visited the still unconscious Pell for a bit while Cobra and Chopper prepared. The physicians of the infirmary watched on as Chopper went through the various processes of his examination. He asked for the king's medical records to compare, a nod from Cobra saw the information being handed over to the pirate doctor. A steady loss of body weight, both fat and muscle. Chopper noted as he looked through the medical data. Muscle tone has suffered, lethargy, occasional bouts of anemia, and over this many years, he prepared to draw some blood and borrow the facilities of the infirmary to examine it. If his hunch was right, the king's wasting disease was most definitely not native to Alabasta. Chopper spent the next hour going over the results of his blood work and consulting his own immense amount of memorized medical knowledge. He looked through almost a dozen Alabastan medical texts and a few they had from other parts of the world too. With a dark look at one of the texts and his own findings and knowledge, Chopper prepared to diagnose the king. Vivi noticed Chopper's uncharacteristic look and felt her blood run cold. Cobra easily picked up on the small doctor's mood and prepared himself for the worst. I have good news and bad news. Chopper spoke after a deep sigh. I'd like the bad news first, doctor. Cobra didn't need or want any sugarcoating of his condition. The bad news is this wasn't just a random infection. Chopper's flat tone nearly made Vivi wince. What you have, as near as I can tell, is known as the Forest Men's Curse. It comes from the island of Alta Silva near the calm belt in the South Blue. It got its name from the fact that an entire colonizing population died from it after trying to settle Alta Silva. This was after they drove the natives deep into the forests that covered the island. It took decades, but every colonizer that set foot on that island wasted away and died without fail. It was regarded as a curse for over a century until medical science unraveled what was happening. How did my father get it? Vivi asked in horror that there may not be anything they could do to save her father. That's the reason I said this wasn't just a random infection. Chopper clenched his hands on his shorts. The Forest Men's Curse is caused by a blood transfer from an infected insect native to Alta Silva. The bug bites you, drinks some of your blood, and passes along the infection. The only problem though, is that the insect in question can only live in temperate forests. They die in a matter of days if they're removed from their habitat. So, someone artificially infected me then. Cobra proved his mind was still sharp as he came up with the most logical scenario. Baroque works. VV nearly hissed through her teeth as she clenched her fists. Father often goes out among the citizens. It wouldn't be impossible to be stuck by a small needle and not realize it. Yes, a small syringe filled with infected blood taken from the insect and stored properly would last up to a month. Chopper gave his medical opinion. How long do you think I have left, doctor? Cobra's face was firm. He would do everything he could for Alabasta while he still had time. That's the good news. Chopper relaxed his shoulders and a smile came to his face. The forest men's curse has a cure nowadays, even if it hasn't had to be used in almost 80 years. I know the process and I have the necessary ingredients to make it. VV's body lost tension as she wrapped her arms around her father in a hug and cried tears of joy. Cobra wasn't much better as he hugged his daughter with small tears escaping the corners of his eyes. Chopper let them have their moment with a smile on his face. It was always a good feeling to be able to deliver good news to a patient and their family. He'd completely exhaust a couple of his ingredients to make the whole treatment for the king. That would be remedied as soon as they got to an island with proper pharmacy supplies for sale. Chopper explained that he would put the medicine into capsules that the king would have to take daily, one in the morning and one at night for 15 days. After that, the infection would be cleared and he'd start seeing a return of his muscle tone and body weight while his lethargy disappeared. Best quarters girl's room. Loofy Nami moaned while bent over the edge of the large window. The rain had yet to let up and the navigator watched as droplets ran down the glass. Luffy was filling her perfectly from behind as he and Mikita shared deep kisses. She sounds so sexy like that. Mikita purred as she pulled away from Luffy's lips. Maybe you should see how well she can keep quiet. The blonde's hand came down on Nami's rump with a smack and the organette jerked from the sting. Stop that, Mikita. Nami pouted at her lover. You know you love it, Mikita teased as she began to massage the cheek she'd smacked. Maybe, Nami hummed as Luffy buried himself to the hilt and sent her into a mini-gasm. Fuck. Nami, can I go faster? Luffy's grip readjusting onto her hips told her he wasn't in the mood to wait for an answer. Nami clasped her hands over her mouth as Luffy began to pick up the pace. Her large tits began to bounce and sway beneath her from the force of Luffy's thrusts. MMMPH. Nami's muffled mix of a gasp and a shriek made it through her fingers while stars exploded in her vision. The slap of Luffy's hips meeting her fat ass rang throughout the room. Give it to her, Luffy. Mikita giggled as she nibbled on her lover's ear. She was looking forward to her turn already. Nami, Luffy rumbled in his chest. He'd never get tired of sex with Nami and Mikita. Even as Nami did her best to muffle her sounds of pleasure, her body responded to his movements readily. His orange tea lover was always eager for this. Mikita pressing her naked body into him and capturing his lips again made Luffy increase his pace a little more. It had been a while since their last time together. Not since they'd landed on Alabasta in fact. MMMHHH. Nami slammed her ass back into his thrusting hips and a tremor shot through her whole body as she came. Luffy continued to pound into her spasming sex and Nami finally couldn't contain herself anymore. Loofy no, I'm still sensitive. Nami mewled as she was already approaching another orgasm. Her legs were turning to jelly as she got lost in the pleasure. Almost Luffy's one-word answer was all the warning that Nami got as he began to give it to her even harder. Luffy MMPH. Nami almost screamed her orgasm if Mikita hadn't kissed her. Nami's rapturous cry of euphoria was swallowed by the blonde woman. The two quickly deepened their kiss even as Nami cooed and shook in prolonged release as Luffy buried himself to the hilt and filled her with his seed. My turn, Loofy Mikita giggled after separating her lips from Nami's. The navigator was gently scooped up after Luffy pulled himself from her pussy. She leaned up and languidly kissed Luffy as he walked her over to the large bed and laid her down. Come here, Luffy grinned as his arms wrapped around Mikita. The woman laughed as he picked her up easily. It's been too long, Luffy. Mikita kissed him while wrapping her long legs around his waist. Luffy's warm hands found her bouncy bottom and held her up with it. Mikita broke their kiss to grin sexily at her lover when his hands began to massage her ass. Don't keep me waiting. Okay, Luffy grinned as he lifted her up a bit and then slowly sank her down onto his cock. Yes, Mikita hissed in pleasure as she was wonderfully stretched by Luffy's large dick. Fuck, yes, I missed this. She caught his eyes watching her tits heave with her breath and grinned. With a laugh she pulled his head into her breasts and stifled a moan when his experienced lips and tongue went to work on her girls. Mikita, Luffy's muffled groan of her name as he lavished pleasure on her breasts made the kilo no mi user purr. When he lifted her almost all the way off his cock only to bring her down to meet his thrust upward, Mikita choked on her own breath. There were barely words from that point on for her. Luffy was bouncing her up and down with his grip on her fat ass and spots began to appear in Mikita's vision. She crashed over the edge with a strangled cry of rapture, but Luffy wasn't anywhere close to done yet. She's not going to be able to walk to the banquet later. Nami had a Cheshire grin on her lips as she watched her lovers fuck. Mikita was bouncing up and down so quickly as she clung to Luffy. Nami found her hands teasing her girls to the sight with a low moan of pleasure. The navigator panted as she watched Luffy give Mikita everything the blonde wanted. Alice Dining Hall Celebratory Banquet. Food, food, food. Luffy had a fork and knife in hand with a beaming smile as servants brought in one dish after another and filled the large table. Still so energetic, Mikita exhaled with a smile on her lips. If anyone had noticed a slight change to her steps, they hadn't mentioned it. "It's Luffy," Nami grinned from beside her. Both women shared a knowing giggle as more food was brought out. Cobra sat at the head of the long table as his position as king dictated. On his left was Chaka and on his right was Igaram. Luffy sat next to Igaram while Usopp sat across from him, next to Chaka. Nami was beside Luffy with Mikita next to her. Across from the ladies sat Sanji and Chopper, and at the end of the table sat Zoro and Vivi. The princess's placement was part of the custom for royal guests to be served by a member of the Nefertari family. The king sat at the head of the table and the crown prince or princess sat at the end. That was Alabastan tradition. A toast to the brave friends that helped save our kingdom and to the future prosperity of Alabasta. Cobra stood and raised his glass into the air. Cheers. The table chorused, everyone's glasses raised together. With the toast done, the banquet could begin in full. The guards and servants watched on in shock as they saw just how the Straw Hats had a celebratory meal. Luffy tore into an entire leg of meat by himself. He held the leg as if it was no more than a chicken drumstick. In his opposite hand he had a large rice ball, made in the Alabastan way with local herbs and fillings. In mere moments the rice bowl was gone and the meat was nearly picked clean from the bone. It was then that most of the non-Straw Hats got to see Luffy's devil fruit for the first time. The captain's free hand detached from his wrist, connected only by a thin, sparking lightning bolt. The hand was quickly across the table and snatching food from Usopp's plate before returning to stuff it into Luffy's mouth. "Luffy?" Usopp snapped at him, pointing his knife at the lightning man. "That's my food, you jerk." A few quick sparks and Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper were all yelling at Luffy with sharp pointed teeth. "Hey. Damn it, Luffy. My food." Nami and Mikita were happily enjoying all of the wonderful food without concern. The variety and uniqueness of some of the traditional Alabastan cuisine was like nothing they'd ever had before. Both knew for a fact that their lover wouldn't take a crumb from them unless they said they were done. Vivi was likewise left to enjoy her dinner. With a smile on her face, she indulged in her favorites from her homeland for the first time in years. Cobra, Igaram, and Chaka were also left out of the food theft, but only because Luffy didn't want the banquet to end by causing an issue with the king. Not a shred of dignity, one guard mentioned from the row of them against the wall. "Meals in the grand dining hall are supposed to be stately affairs." Another agreed with his colleague as they watched the dinner start getting rowdy. "Move it. You're in the way." A server barked and a few guards shuffled aside as a line of new dishes were brought in. In the kitchen. "The captain really is something, but he won't beat me." Terracotta, the palace head chef, declared with a laugh as she and her team of chefs cooked. She was Igaram's wife and the two actually looked fairly similar. Terracotta was much softer in looks compared to her husband though. Her long blonde locks were also rolled in the opposite direction of Igaram's. "I've been a chef for 30 years. There's no appetite I can't satisfy. I'll keep cooking until that young man is stuffed." "Yes, head chef." Her staff chorused back with excitement. This was the first banquet they'd been able to celebrate in years. Dining hall. "Just you wait." Luffy Usopp sneakily pulled out a small bottle and doused a large rice ball he just put on his plate. "How about some of my special hot sauce?" Just as the gunman predicted, Luffy's hand snatched the food and shoved it into his mouth. "Grk." Luffy's face went red before flames erupted from his mouth. "Ha ha ha ha." Usopp pounded the table with his fist as he laughed. "Serves you right. That was a dirty trick, Usopp." Luffy pointed at the long nose. "What's this dish called?" Sanji asked a server as he sampled a noodle dish. "Ah, that's kunafa, oven-baked noodles." The server smiled at the pirate cook. "There's plenty of food." Vivi assured her friends with a bubbly laugh as she watched them eat while trying to fend off Luffy. "Yummy." Nami enjoyed the lightly braised lamb in front of her. Mikita agreed as she savored the taste of her own lamb meat. "Can we get more drinks?" Zoro held up his empty glass. The eyes of several people goggled at the 3 empty bottles on the table in front of the swordsman. "Water over here, please." Sanji called out as Chopper almost choked from trying to eat faster than Luffy could nick food from his plate. "What a noisy bunch." A guard shook his head. "How vulgar." A different guard agreed. "They're animals." A third guard just stared at the pirates. How can the princess laugh about this so easily? Many of the guards wondered aloud as Vivi was laughing happily along with her friends. Once all of the food had been finished, the majority going to Luffy's seemingly bottomless stomach, then the festivities picked up even more. Usopp grabbed a stack of used plates before balancing them on his nose. Chopper hopped onto the table with chopsticks stuck in his nostrils and holding his mouth open. Luffy, ever one for a good time, was dancing on the table and letting off sparks of electricity into the air like fireworks. Even the guards that had been deriding the lack of manners and etiquette were pulled into the happy atmosphere. Cobra, Igaram and Chaka were laughing harder than they had in years at the display. It had been a very long time since the royal palace was filled with dancing and laughter like this. Royal baths after dinner. Huge. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed as the men entered the baths. The entire place was filled with steam. A massive tub filled with hot water sat in the middle of the grand room. Statues of lions spilled water from their mouths into the baths, and there was even a waterfall. Pillars held up the lofty roof above them all and gave the steam a way to slowly escape the baths. These are the great baths, the pride of the palace. We normally only use them during the rainy season. Cobra explained while Luffy and Usopp rushed to the large tub only to slip and fall in face first. Both emerged sputtering a second later as it was revealed that the baths weren't very deep. This place is amazing. Sanji complimented as the other men sat down to wash themselves. Dinner was very lively. Cobra commented as he sat on the edge of the large tub. I had intended to mark the occasion with a formal dinner, but it seems you all turn everything into a party. He chuckled at the group of pirates. So Sanji nudged Igaram with a gleam in his eyes. Where are the women's baths? Huh? Huh? The cook had a wide perverted grin on his face. Are you mad? Igaram yelled at the swirly-browed man. As if I'd tell you that. Princess Vivi is in there now. They're beyond that wall. Cobra pointed at the large, high wall on the other side of the tub. Ping Cobra. Igaram felt a vein pulse on his forehead. How could you? He's a chill old man, huh? Usopp snickered as he followed after Sanji towards the wall. On the other side of the dividing wall was a very similar bathing area. Instead of the lion statues however, the women's baths were decorated with eastern dragons that spewed fresh, hot water into the baths. Amidst the steam, Vivi, Nami and Mikita enjoyed themselves and relaxed. This is so nice, Mikita hummed as she sank into the bath. She made sure to keep her arms on the edge as she felt some of her strength fade from being so submerged in water. I wish there was a ship with a huge bath like this. Nami sighed as Vivi washed her back. I'm sure there is. Vivi giggled as she ran the lathered washcloth over Nami's back. The world is a big place, you know. She thought back to all that she'd seen in her time with the Straw Hats. There were giants and dinosaurs and cherry blossoms that bloomed in the land of snow. I'm sure there are lots of other unimagined wonders just waiting to be discovered. She paused when she noticed Nami staring at her in amusement. What? Let's switch places. Nami grinned and took the washcloth from Vivi. Oh, thank you. Vivi smiled back and made to turn around to pull off her towel. It was then they noticed the eyes of some peepers on top of the wall. Hey. What are you guys doing? The brunette made sure to keep her towel on as she glared at them. Peeping Nami sighed before rolling her eyes. It'll be 100,000 biri each. She took hold of her towel and had a smirk on her lips as she stood up. Luffy, Mikita called from the bath and the lovers shared a look. Okay, Luffy grinned and the other men were suddenly shocked by a spark from his devil fruit. Back. Ow. Yo. Damn it. Happiness punch. Nami had a naughty grin on her lips as she dropped her towel in front of Luffy only. Nami. Vivi squealed as she looked between Luffy and the orange tea. Lover's discount, Luffy, no charge for you. Nami winked at him as Luffy laughed and slipped back onto the men's side. Now, let me get your back, Vivi. She grinned as she moved the princess and then sat behind her. Relax, Vivi. Mikita smiled at the other woman. It's fine. Vivi sighed as she let her towel fall around her waist and Nami began washing her back. You've developed feelings for him, haven't you? Nami spoke as she washed Vivi's back softly. What? Vivi jerked slightly and whipped her head around to look at Nami. I'd say that's a yes. Kaya hahaha. Mikita laughed as she moved over to rest her chin on her arms on the edge of the bath. She didn't want to miss Vivi's face going all red. The princess was too cute and easy to fluster sometimes. Calm down, Vivi, we're not mad. Nami spoke softly as she ran her hands over the other woman's skin. If you feel that way, we can give you the night if you'd like. Then Vivi hid her blushing face behind her hands. Maybe put that dancer's outfit to good use. Mikita teased with a grin. Mikita. Vivi shot a look at the blonde woman. Her face was practically steaming. Just think about it, Vivi, that's all. Nami leaned against the brunette's back with a teasing lilt in her voice. We'd love to have you with us. Nami VV didn't think her face could get any hotter before she passed out. Then sighed. Thank you, Cobra spoke after the ones that had been shocked by Luffy recovered. For my country. He looked Luffy in the eyes before bowing low on the stone floor. Hey, is a king supposed to bow like that? Zoro questioned from his spot in the tub. King Cobra, you're setting a bad example. Igaram urged the king to stop bowing. A king must never lower his head to anyone. Igaram Cobra didn't move from his bowed position. A man's titles come off with his clothes. Here in the bath, we're all the same. A king is not a king when disrobed. He tilted his head to once more make eye contact with Luffy. I'd like to say not as a king but as a father and citizen of this land from the bottom of my heart, thank you. He smiled at Luffy for all the young man had done for Alabasta. Shushi. Luffy accepted the thanks with a wide smile. They still had some time to spend here in Alabasta as guests of VV and the king, so Luffy was glad the man was so welcoming. A large platter of fruits and pitchers of water were being placed on a cart. This was a snack for the princess, and everything would be perfect. Various sweet fruits were sliced and arranged on the platter with the kitchen staff skills. A large red fruit, a giant prickly pear native to Alabasta, was going to be the centerpiece of the arrangement. It was a favorite amongst the people of Alabasta for its sweet and juicy flavor. Unseen by anyone, even though he wasn't trying to hide, Akuma grinned at the red fruit. He touched the prickly pear with his right index finger. The fruit visibly moved. It seemed to pulse for a few seconds before a startling change overcame it. The red color shifted into a beige color, not unlike the color of sand, and gained swirl markings all over it. The flesh rippled as it morphed into a cactus-like shape, complete with two little arms offshooting from the round body. A ring of green leaves adorned the top of the fruit as a light green stem emerged, split into two parts near the top, and then the right split curled inward. With his work done, Akuma sat back and waited. The hell is this? One of the chefs questioned as she blinked at the devil fruit. Why is it with the prickly pears? She picked the strange fruit up by the stem and set it aside before picking up one of the succulent red fruits. As she prepared the giant prickly pear, her eyes were drawn to the odd cactus-shaped fruit. She arranged the sliced prickly pear in the center of the platter with precision and skill. That's an odd-looking fruit. An older chef mentioned as he caught sight of the devil fruit. Is it something special we should be adding to the princess's snack? I'm not sure, I've never seen one like it before. The female chef shook her head as they both looked the devil fruit over. I'll get the book. The old man strode over to a shelf and pulled down a large book. He flipped it open while walking back and set it on the table. The two chefs flipped through the book for a couple of minutes before finding a fruit that looked vaguely similar to the one that they had. Cactus melon. The woman blinked at the name. It looks sort of similar. I suppose this one is ripe enough, based on the pictures. The older chef rubbed his chin. But it says it's a bitter cactus fruit, best served as a beverage. The fact that there's one here is surprising, she noted while pointing to a line in the book. Cactus melons rarely make it to full maturity because desert birds eat them. It must have been brought here because it's rare. Then I say we make it into a nice juice for the princess. The old chef chortled. A bit of peach juice should balance out the bitterness. The cactus melon is nutritious too, so we'll leave some pulp in the juice. I'll slice it up if you get the juice press. The woman laughed as she placed the devil fruit on the chopping board. Will do, the princess deserves something special after everything she's done for the kingdom. The old man agreed as he stooped down and opened a cupboard to retrieve the press. In the corner, still unnoticeable to all, Akuma gave a fanged grin. Alubarna. The sounds of hammers, saws, and the bustling of people filled the capital. People from all walks of life were helping to repair the damage that had been done during the fighting within the city. Sanji and Usopp were walking through the city with their arms full of purchases from the local market. Hey, I need more boards. Me too. We're out over here. I have extras, you're welcome to them. These people sure are tough. Usopp praised the citizens of Alubarna. That's because the princess is so beautiful. Sanji responded with utter surety. There's a connection. Usopp cocked an eyebrow at the chef. Of course. Sanji grinned before words caught his attention. Look at the hole in this wall. A man gaped at the large hole in the wood and stone. It looks like something was knocked through the wall with a ton of force. It even went through the building and out the back. Well, we should probably get back to the palace. Sanji sped up his pace slightly. He recognized the building he'd kicked that swan guy through. Outside Alubarna's southwest gate. Zoro sat on the sand with his arms held out perfectly straight. Balanced on each limb was a massive boulder bigger than the swordsman himself. Chopper would berate him if he knew Zoro was training again. The fight with Mr. One hadn't left him on death's door, but Zoro had taken more than his fair share of blows. The green-haired man exhaled slowly as he continued to push himself. I have to concentrate harder. Zoro inhaled steadily, maintaining the balance of the boulders on his arms. If I can't cut steel with all three swords whenever I need to, then I haven't really gotten any stronger. He exhaled again as the sun shone down on him, only a lone palm tree, offering him some partial shade from the desert sun. Cobra's private library. The king has so many interesting books. Nami smiled as she flipped through a book on oceanography. There was already a stack of other books beside her. I can't believe he's letting me have so many for free. The orange tea placed the book in her hands onto the pile. Her eyes scanned the shelf she'd left off on for another interesting book to take with her. Alice Training Grounds. Take this. Mikita threw a kick at Luffy's head. Luffy swayed around it. I'm not done. A left jab, right hook, and then a left straight was all dodged by such a small margin that it was ridiculous. Luffy's wide smile was bright as he sparred with his lover. The woman is good, but the captain isn't even being grazed. A soldier blinked at the spar. I'm just glad they agreed to stop using their devil fruit powers. Another soldier looked over to an area that was filled with cracks and small craters. That was going to take a while to fix. Ah. Mikita bent backwards to avoid the sudden sidekick from Luffy. Her observation flaring as she spun to avoid him dropping an axe kick onto her with the same leg. She countered with a low kick aimed at his knee, but Luffy's leg lifted and her kick passed through empty air. Damn it. Shishi. Luffy laughed as he entered her guard and flicked her forehead. Ow. Mikita lashed out with a knee aimed at his stomach, but he stopped it cold with his left hand. Luffy's right hand caught a retaliatory punch before he leaned in and kissed her forehead where he'd flicked her. Better. Luffy chuckled. Maybe Mikita grinned at him before laughing. Kaya hahaha. Outside the throne room. You had best show the king proper respect. Chaka warned the marines following behind him. I've received reports that a captain threatened the princess herself in Rain Base. He growled in agitation that anyone would threaten VV. Hina assures you that smoker meant no such disrespect. The marine captain spoke in third person for some reason. Hina was a tall and slim woman with straight waist-length pink hair that she wore in a middle part. She had dark brown eyes and wore red lipstick. She had been instructed to toss out her cigarette before entering the palace. She wore a burgundy-purple two-piece suit over a white blouse, along with dark brown shoes and a pair of dark gloves. In his pursuit of pirates, Smoker can get rather zealous. Threatening a member of the Nefertari family is inexcusable, Captain. Chaka shot a glare over his shoulder that made the marines behind the woman flinch. Hina nodded in acceptance as Chaka turned to face forward again. The royal guardsman wasn't wrong. The Nefertari family were one of the 20 original families that had established the world government. Even though they'd refused to leave their people behind and ascend like the rest of the celestial dragons, the Nefertari often were given similar treatment by the world government and the marines by proxy. They were looked upon favorably, even more than the celestial dragons, by almost every kingdom in the Grand Line. Hina supposed it made sense as the Nefertari family hadn't ascended and then treated the rest of the world as something to be kept under their boots. As the group entered the throne room, Hina beheld King Cobra for the first time. The man's sharp eyes followed every movement she and her subordinates made. The eyes of a man trained in combat. The king sat regally upon his throne as Chaka quickly took his place beside the man. While Hina got the feeling that King Cobra wasn't a harsh man, she saw the expectation in his eyes and his posture. Captain Hina of the Marines, it is a pleasure to meet you, King Cobra Nefertari. Hina bowed to the monarch and her subordinates followed. I am told you have questions to ask me about the situation of Sir Crocodile going rogue and attacking my kingdom, correct? Cobra questioned and all of Hina's subordinates could swear they felt a weight to the king's gaze. Yes, some evidence was found among Crocodile's personal effects that bears questioning. Hina replied politely. When it came to dealing with royalty, it was standard protocol to be courteous and non-threatening. Marines had been court-martialed for being too heavy-handed or disrespectful to monarchs of the nations that made up the world government. I see. Cobra looked into the Marine's eyes before changing the subject for a moment. Before we get into that, I have bounties that I'd like to turn in. Criminal members of the illegal Baroque Works organization that attacked my country. His words alone saw the doors on the opposite side of the room opening and 4 covered bodies being wheeled in on long carts. Bounties? Hina looked confused by the sudden turn of events. May I? She motioned to the covered bodies. It was a request to inspect as much as it was a request to move. Hina had met enough royals to know that you didn't just move freely in their presence unless you wanted their guards to treat you as an enemy. Feel free. Cobra waved his hand and Hina walked over to the carts. The marine captain motioned one of her subordinates to come to her. He was the one that normally carried the wanted posters on her ship, so he'd most likely be able to properly identify the criminals. With her subordinate at her side, Hina pulled back the first cloth. The face of a man with a shaved head was revealed. Who is this? Hina asked her subordinate. Ma'am, that's the killer. Das Bone is from West Blue. He has a 75 million Beery bounty on his head. the man informed her, still slightly shocked to see a bounty this high being turned in. The next cloth pulled back revealed a blue-haired woman. That's Poison Spider Zala, Captain. She has a 35 million Biri bounty. The next two reveals weren't nearly as large and the man breathed a slight sigh of relief. She's Town Collapser Drophy with a 14 million Biri bounty and the large man is Catcher Killing Babe with a 3.2 million Biri bounty, ma'am. I see, Hina nodded before turning to face the king. I'm sure you're aware that there is a 30% reduction of any bounty turned in dead, correct? I am aware, Captain. Cobra looked into the Pinkette's eyes unwaveringly. By my math, that equals out to 89,040,000 Biri. He's right, ma'am. Hina's subordinate whispered to her after a second to do the math himself. The amount will be paid to you shortly, Your Majesty. Hina bowed to the king. We'll take the bodies for disposal when we leave. She knew that she'd have to write up a payout order for the 4 bounties. It was standard for such a large sum to be passed over. Your work is appreciated, Captain. Cobra gave her a nod. You may begin asking your questions. Thank you, King Cobra. Hina gave a polite bow again before she stood up to her full height and pulled out a notepad from the inside of her suit. We'll start with why Crocodile set up his illegal operations within Alabasta. VV's room. Your snack, princess. A servant woman smiled warmly at VV as she wheeled in the cart with a pitcher of water, a pitcher of juice and a platter of fruit on it. Thank you. VV's smile was kind and the servant couldn't help but swoon a little for the princess. She departed the room with a bow and closed the door behind her. VV, Terracotta, and the seamstress began to pick fruit slices off the platter to snack on. Terracotta read a small note by the pitcher of juice and her eyebrows rose in surprise. She was proud of her staff for noticing such a rare fruit among their stock and thinking of the princess. With a smile she poured a glass of the slightly pulpy juice for VV. Princess, some cactus melon juice for you. Terracotta handed VV the cold drink. It can be a little bitter, but it's very nutritious and good for you. The kitchen staff have added peach juice to help balance the flavor for you. How kind of them. VV gracefully accepted the glass of juice. Even she'd never had cactus melon juice before. By the door, beyond the notice of mortals, Akuma watched with an amused grin as VV raised a glass to her lips. The brunette drank the juice, noticing the pulp of the fruit and swallowing it down. The taste hit a split second later and VV pulled the glass away from her lips with her eyes screwed shut. Oh my, that's more than a little bitter. She shook her head and did everything she could to not retch. The juice was bitter but almost tasted of sand, like someone had sprinkled some of the tiny grains from the desert into her drink. That combined with an almost rotten taste had VV setting the glass down. Is it not to your taste, princess? Terracotta worried as she saw the face that VV was making. I think I'll stick to water. VV wiped a tear from her right eye and forced herself not to dry heave. Terracotta looked at the picture of juice before pouring a little for herself. The woman with the rolled blonde hair took a sip and immediately pulled the glass from her lips. Oh my. No. No, no, no. That is most definitely not fit for a princess. The head chef eyed the remaining juice as if it had betrayed them. Perhaps the cactus melon was overripe. I've only heard about it before. I'll check with the kitchen staff later and try to solve what happened. It's fine, Terracotta. VV waved off the reproachful look in the head chef's eyes. It wasn't intentional and I'm very appreciative of their efforts. You're so kind, Princess VV. The seamstress smiled at the young woman. Truly Alabasta was blessed with such a kind princess. And so, the game begins again. Akuma disappeared from the room and the palace altogether. He stood on the ocean waves near the Going Merry only seconds later. Keep entertaining me, you amusing pawn. Hehehe, the sea devil chuckled darkly before splashing into the sea as mere ocean water. There were plenty more that bore his incarnations throughout the world. He knew of other entertainment to be had now. The evening room of Authority Pangaea Castle. This is unprecedented. An old man huffed as he read over the information on the crocodile incident. He had a scar on the left side of his face, wore a hat over his grey dreadlocks, and held a walking cane in his free hand. To think a warlord would betray their position like this. If we had suspected any of this, then he'd have lost the warlord title and we'd have doubled his bounty at the very least. A second old man stated with noticeable agitation. He was bald and had large birthmark spots on his forehead and a large white handlebar mustache. He also held a copy of the report. Our largest concern is Crocodile's interest in poneglyphs. A third elder man noted as he grimaced at the report behind his own mustache. He was a tall and thin bearded man with long white hair. His long mustache matched the length of his beard. That cannot be ignored. A man like Crocodile, I believe, would be interested in finding one of the 3 ancient weapons. A bald old man with glasses and wearing a white guy spoke his thoughts. He held a katana at his side and leaned it against his shoulder. He was the only one of the 5 men not wearing a black suit or tie. We could very well have sent Cipher Pole 0 after Crocodile for such an offense. There is some good news from this situation at least. The youngest looking of the 5 men stated as he looked up from reading the report. He had blonde hair, a beard of the same color, and a scar on his chest. He also wore his suit with the shirt buttons open and without a tie. The first being that Crocodile has already been killed, so that's one less person looking into the poneglyphs. The second was the evidence found in the man's hidden safe. We have code names for multiple underworld dealers now. Once we understand the rest of the documents that have been collected, we'll have enough information to hunt down those criminal elements that are dealing in knowledge that has been outlawed. The other 4 elder men nodded in agreement at that. The poneglyphs, the ancient weapons, and the void century. Anyone looking into them was a threat and would be dealt with as such. They could try and hide in the criminal underworld, but no one was out of the world government's reach. The 5 elder stars would make sure of it. Alubarna Palace evening. You have something you want to show me, Vivi? Luffy blinked as the blue net was leading him to her room. Is this about helping the soldiers awaken their haki? No, but thank you for agreeing to help with that. Vivi smiled at him thankfully. No problem. Luffy shrugged with a smile of his own. Not like it would take him more than a handful of seconds to do so. The two entered Vivi's room and the princess closed and locked the door behind them. She asked Luffy to sit on her large bed while she changed into something else. The straw-hatted man went along with it without issue. Nami and Mikita had told him to do as Vivi asked of him tonight. He noticed that only the silvery moonlight from the windows was illuminating the room. When Vivi returned from changing a few minutes later, she was once more donned in the dancer's outfit that Sanji had picked out for her in Nanohana. Luffy Vivi smiled even as her cheeks went pink. I'd like to dance for you. She looked at him a little bashfully. Would you like that? Yeah. Luffy nodded with a bright smile. Vivi felt her heart flutter and she lost some of her nervousness. Alright, Vivi knew almost all of Alabasta's traditional dances by heart. It was part of her position as princess. To keep the history and heritage of their kingdom alive was the responsibility of any monarch. I hope you like this one. Vivi drew her arms upward, her hands running up her bare stomach, over her breasts, and then above her head. She began to move her hips to a rhythm that was imprinted into her memory from practice. She looked at Luffy and grinned when she saw his eyes following the sway of her body. She turned slowly, the loose clothing swaying in a circle from the motion. With her back to Luffy, she swayed her hips from side to side in a slow, almost hypnotic fashion. Her arms took hold of the loose cloth and raised it upwards. Her dark purple panties were clearly visible through the sheer material of the dress covering her legs. She smiled when she heard Luffy make an appreciative noise. She dropped the cloth, covering herself from Luffy's eyes as she spun to face him with lidded eyes. Her waist and hips moved in a sensuous roll, and Vivi nearly let out a moan as she saw how intensely Luffy was watching her dance. The belly dancing the princess was showing off was clearly having an effect on Luffy. While Luffy's eyes were locked onto Vivi's body as she danced for him. Her thin waist and wide hips swayed to a rhythm he couldn't hear. Her breasts, confined in the top of the dancer's outfit, bounced as Vivi leaned forward and caught his gaze. She smiled sultrily at him as she rose back up to her full height and put her hands behind her head. Her trim stomach rolled along with the movement of her hips and captivated Luffy. Now the improvised part, Vivi thought to herself with a heady grin on her lips. She lowered her arms, letting the loose cloth slide off her body. The princess swayed her hips as she turned her back to face Luffy, once more letting him see her dark purple panties through the sheer dress. Her hands traveled down her front and slid over the clasp, keeping the dress on. Luffy actually breathed in sharply as the dress fell and left Vivi's smooth legs bare. Her heart-shaped butt was framed amazingly by her panties. The blue net turned again, letting Luffy see her from the front. She was starting to breathe harder as her own desires built up. She ran her hands through her long hair and freed the blue locks from the ponytail she kept them in. Oh, Luffy smiled at seeing Vivi with her hair down like this. He'd only seen it on rare occasions during their trip to Alabasta. But in this situation, it was so much more to watch her hair cascade down her back like a blue wave. Luffy Vivi's voice was sensual as she purred his name. She walked towards him, the same sway in her hips as when she was dancing. Her hands trailed up over her sides and she pulled her top off, letting her large tits bounce free. She was close to Nami's size and breasts, and Luffy was quite the fan. He noticed her soft, smooth skin and that her nipples were poking up. Let me thank you for everything you've done for me in Alabasta. She leaned forward and captured his lips. The dance had been together worked up enough to not chicken out as much as it was to rile Luffy up. Let me show you. Vivi pulled back from his lips, only to be cut off as Luffy sought out her lips again. How much I love you. She finished when they separated again. Vivi Luffy rumbled out her name and the princess trembled in desire. She moaned as he pulled her into his lap and pressed their bodies flush together. Their lips met again and Vivi rolled her hips as she felt his hardness press into her. When Luffy's lips opened slightly, she was quick to reciprocate and deepen their kissing. Loofyvv moaned and threaded her fingers through his black hair as his head dipped down and captured one of her nipples. She cooed when one hand left her hips to begin playing with her unoccupied tit. VV gasped when the hand remaining on her waist drifted down and cupped her ass. VV, Luffy pulled back from her breast, leaving it tingling and wet from his mouth and tongue. Beautiful. He finished his simple thought before capturing her other boob in his mouth and lavishing it with his skillful lips and tongue. Yes, MOREVV hummed in pleasure as her body happily gave into Luffy's touch. Her body was getting so hot as she continued to roll her hips against the hardness below her. She was soaked already and they'd only just gotten started. Luffy eventually left her heaving chest and rolled them onto the bed properly. VV giggled as he stayed above her, just looking at her almost naked body as it seemed to glow in the moonlight. She refocused his attention as she pulled her panties down and slipped them off her legs in a show of flexibility. She tossed them at him playfully and laughed when he caught them before tossing them aside. Under the silvery light from the moon, Luffy beheld all of VV for the first time. The princess reached out for him after a long moment and Luffy leaned over her to capture her lips again. VV tugged on Luffy's clothes impatiently. Luffy took off his hat first, placing it on the nightstand. His vest, shorts, and boxers were gone almost faster than VV could believe, landing haphazardly across her bedroom. VV's entire face and even down to her neck flushed a deep red as she beheld Luffy's length for the first time. Oh god, she wasn't sure that would fit, but a very primal part of her brain told her that she was going to enjoy trying it anyway. VV, are you sure? Luffy cocked his head to the side as he asked. Nami and Mikita had impressed upon him how important sex was during their relationship. He wanted to make sure that VV wanted him like he wanted her. Yes, Luffy. VV smiled beautifully at him as her blush began to recede. Her brown eyes were filled with love, affection, and no small amount of lust. Come here. She spread her legs for him and Luffy settled between them. He ran his hands up her thighs, drawing a pleasurable gasp from VV before he gently grasped her hips and lined himself up. VV held him tightly as he sank into her soaked heat for the first time. The size made VV wince once or twice, but when Luffy's hips met hers, stars exploded in her vision. Luffy exhaled as he kept himself steady. He didn't want to hurt VV. Yes, VV moaned lewdly as she came down from her mini-gasm. She moved her arms from around Luffy to behind his neck and pulled him to her lips. Her legs wrapped around his waist as they kissed and their tongues played. More Luffy. Okay. Luffy grinned at her and VV gasped when he pulled back slowly and then filled her in one long thrust. She clutched onto him tightly even as she instinctively rolled her hips into him. The two were quick to start building a rhythm together as they moved. Luffy, Luffy, Luffy. VV called out her lover's name over and over again as they made love. She couldn't think of anything but the sensation she was feeling. She wanted more of Luffy, more of this pleasure, more of this. Her cries were only silenced when Luffy's lips captured her own. It wasn't a surprise that the inexperienced VV hit her peak first. Luffy. VV cried out loudly as she crashed over the edge and clung to him tightly. She would later be thankful that her room was far enough away from others to not have alerted anyone to their activities. VV. Luffy panted as he stilled his motions as she wrote out her climax. The young man ground his teeth as her pussy tried to coax out his load. Ah ha ha LOOFY. VV called out to him as she came back down to earth. Her eyes were hazy but full of love and affection. Do you want more, VV? Luffy tilted his head and kissed her cheek. You didn't. VV rolled her hips to emphasize what she meant. The slight shock of pleasure made both of them smile at each other. Not yet. Luffy shook his head. Take me. VV grinned as her hands rested on his cheeks and brought their lips together again. Okay. Luffy had a devilish grin, the first one that VV had ever seen on his face, as he took hold of her legs and pushed them up high. The princess moaned at the movement before realizing what Luffy was planning. A tremor of anticipation passed through the blue net as she was put into the mating press position. Do it. VV gave him the go-ahead and then nearly choked on her breath as Luffy set a fast and powerful pace. VV so good. Luffy groaned as he fucked his new lover into her mattress. This had become one of his favorite positions since he'd first done it. Nami and Mikita both became insensate puddles of pleasure when they did this with him. The same state that he was quickly working VV towards now. Luffy, oh fuck yes, yes. VV gasped, mewled, and moaned under her lover's powerful thrusts. She couldn't focus as pleasure rocked her body and mind. She was fairly certain, maybe, that she'd just been fucked through her second orgasm, but she was almost blanking out in hazes of pleasure too often to be sure. VV, here it comes. Luffy grunted some time later. Before the princess could respond, he released his seat into her for the first time. VV did blank out this time, her body rocking as she experienced the strongest climax of her life so far. The warmth inside her was setting off so many sensations that she could only let out a lewd moan as her eyes nearly rolled up and her tongue lolled out of her mouth. MMMVV came to an indeterminate time later. She opened her eyes and found herself cuddled into Luffy's side with his arm around her waist. She felt pleasurable tingles and shocks still traveling through her body even now. "Hey VV," Luffy grinned at her, and the brunette smiled back with a slightly dopey smile. "Luffy, that was incredible." VV praised his sexual prowess. She trailed her hand down his chest, across his abs, and gently took his half-hard cock in hand. "You can still keep going too." She let out a little giggle. "Yep." Luffy smiled widely. It wasn't a look of pride, merely a happy smile that he could please his lovers. "You wanna go again? We have all night." All night. VV felt her body shiver pleasantly, even though her mind knew she couldn't keep up with that. "If you want." Luffy shrugged and his arm around her waist pulled her closer. "Or we can stay like this." He kissed her lips, and VV eagerly kissed him back. "I don't know about all night." VV giggled as she left his embrace and crawled across her large bed a bit. She stayed on all fours and looked over her shoulder at him with smoldering eyes. "But I can think of a few things I'd like to try." She shook her amazing ass at him temptingly. "Okay." Luffy was behind her so fast that VV thought he might have used his devil fruit. His hands roamed over her butt and VV mewed in pleasure as he massaged her cheeks. "Luffy put it in." VV cooed at him as she pushed her ass back into his crotch and grinned when she felt his hard cock glide against her soaked pussy. Her wish was granted quickly and the princess let another lewd moan pass her lips as Luffy buried himself to the hilt inside her again. The bolt of pleasure that slammed into her brain only assuring her that this had been the correct decision. VV Luffy rumbled low in his throat as he fucked her from behind. The princess wasn't even trying to stifle her moans and cries of delight anymore. She eagerly thrust her ass back to meet Luffy's thrusts forward. Occasionally Luffy's hands would leave her hips to give her bouncing and rippling ass a swat. Each slight sting only made the pleasure spike in response, and VV was having a hard time keeping her arms steady. "Loofy." VV turned her head to capture his lips. He'd seemingly responded to her needs without needing to hear them. Luffy was now leaning over her back, his chest pressed against her from behind and his arms around her as both hands played with her heavy, swinging tits. He was holding her up without even slowing his hips as he continued to pull rapturous cries from her body. Neither of the lovers was paying any attention to time. Only each other mattered to them as they continued to pleasure one another. VV was certain her ass was going to be red tomorrow as Luffy had once more fucked her through an orgasm and then sent her over the edge a second time when his thrust sped up. He pressed into her deepest spot and filled her full of his seed again. If they weren't already kissing so deeply, VV knew she'd have woken up someone with how loud her cry of ecstasy would have been. VV Luffy didn't let her collapse onto the bed. He gently held her to his chest and eased her to the mattress. The brunette was murmuring too lowly for Luffy to make out anything as he laid on the bed and pulled her close. VV snuggled close and laid her head on his chest. She finally recovered enough of her voice that Luffy could hear her softly murmuring sweet words to him. He kissed the top of her head and ran his hand through her long blue hair. Luffy was pretty sure VV was done for the night. But if she woke up for another round, he'd be ready. There were plenty of positions that Nami and Mikita had shown him after all. The next day late morning. "This is so fast." Cobra looked over what had come with the morning paper. "The higher-ups in the Marines and world government must be involved." Igaram grimaced at the papers lying on the table. "What shall we do, Igaram?" Chaka asked as he grimaced at the papers himself. "There's nothing we can do, it's to be expected after he killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Igaram had some sweat running down his face. "I'll inform them immediately." The blonde man with the incredibly rolled hair gathered the papers and rushed towards where the Straw Hats were staying in the palace. When he burst into the large guest area it was to a rather amusing scene. "Were you training again?" Chopper, in his heavy point form, grabbed Zoro by his shirt. "What? That's my business." Zoro looked aside. "No, it's not. I'm your doctor." Chopper shook him slightly. "Where are your bandages?" "They got in the way of my training." Zoro replied carelessly. "Then don't train." Chopper shook the swordsman again. He was showing the side of himself that had developed under Koreha's tutelage. The head of the royal guard noticed that VV was sitting between Nami and Mikita. The princess was blushing, but also giggling about something the women were talking about. Both of the slightly older girls seemed to be having a grand time if the wide smiles on their faces were any indication. "Igaram. What's up?" Usopp noticed the man standing in the doorway. "You need something?" Sanji asked the large man curiously. "What's up?" Luffy finished off a tray of snacks before speaking. It's terrible. I'm not sure how they think you deserve this." Igaram shook his head. To the people of Alabasta, the Straw Hats would be regarded as heroes, even if none of the pirates thought that way. "Look at this." He laid out the papers on a nearby desk. What the hell? Nami exclaimed as they all gathered around to see what Igaram had brought. On the desk were wanted posters, each bearing the name and image of one of the Straw Hats. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, 200 million Beery. Luffy cheered loudly for the massive increase. Taking out that bastard crocodile had this nice secondary effect apparently. The picture had changed, showing Luffy with sparks of electricity coming off his body. The captain didn't much care where or when the Marines had managed to snap the photo. Sandbrick Rarano Zoro, 80 million Beery. Zoro read off his own wanted poster with a smirk. He was happy enough with the increase. He noticed that they hadn't changed his picture for some reason though, not that he cared much. At Burglar Nami, 32 million Beery. Nami sighed as she looked over her poster. They doubled her bounty. The new picture was better though, in her opinion. Showing her with the Climatact over her shoulder and catching her face with a slight smile. She was fairly certain this photo had been taken as she and Mikita were leaving the area they'd fought Miss Doublefinger. Blackleg Sanji, 45 million Beery. Sanji read off. He was more annoyed that the Moss Head's bounty was so much higher than his. The picture was the same as his last wanted poster. Apparently, whoever had been watching him fight that swan guy hadn't been able to get a good shot. Quadruple Guns Usopp, 25 million Beery. Usopp cheered and posed as he read off his increased bounty. His picture, like Zoro's and Sanji's, had remained the same. If he wasn't so excited, he'd probably put it down to him and Chopper fighting outside the city. Beast Dr. Chopper. Chopper was at least happy they'd gotten his profession right. 18 million. The reindeer's jaw almost hit the floor. He was a wanted pirate now. Maybe later he'd wonder how long they'd watched him to know he was a doctor. His picture was of him in his heavy point form. The background wouldn't give it away, but it had been when he and Usopp had beaten down the pursuing group of Marines in Rain Base. They changed my epithet. Mikita noticed as she looked over her new wanted poster. Crushing Fists Mikita, now with a new and improved 38 million Beery bounty. Kayahaha. The blonde laughed at the massive increase to her previous bounty for getting caught up in smuggling. Well, the Straw Hat Pirates are now worth 438 million Beery. Nami did the math quickly in her head. That's pretty annoying. The Marines are definitely going to be upping their efforts anytime they encounter us from now on. How can they punish you for helping us? VV glared at the wanted posters. You saved Alabasta from Crocodile. The Marines and government don't like it when pirates do notable good things. Mikita gave VV a small smile. All they'll report this as was a rookie pirate crew taking down a warlord. We get slapped with larger bounties and the rest of the world only knows part of the story. That's so wrong though. VV's fists clenched at her sides. It's how pirate life goes. Zoro shrugged before motioning towards the wanted posters. The bigger our bounties, the more clout we have among other pirates though. So, there is some good that comes from this. Less pirates are going to want to fight with us and that'll make our voyage a bit safer. I still don't like it. VV shook her head and everyone suddenly noticed they heard what sounded like sand falling. Where's that sound coming from? Usopp looked around along with Igaram, Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro. VV Luffy blinked and pointed at the princess's clenched fists. Her skin had taken on the color of sand. From her changed hands, actual sand was falling and piling up on the floor. Everyone in the room, including VV herself, exclaimed loudly. How? VV stared at her hands in disbelief. Her normally blemish-free skin was like sand. Actual sand fell from her hands as she watched in shock. That's crocodile's power. Igaram was stunned as he stared at VV's hands. When did you eat a devil fruit, VV? Luffy blinked at his newest lover. I didn't. VV shook her head slowly. You had to have though. Mikita spoke up next. That's clearly a devil fruit. Did you eat anything that tasted horrible recently? Luffy recalled when he and his brothers had eaten their devil fruits. Something that tasted so bad you almost felt like throwing up. I didn't eat anything. VV trailed off and she recalled that exact feeling yesterday. The juice. Juice? What juice, Princess VV? Igaram was starting to fret over her. The cactus melon juice I had yesterday. VV looked at Igaram. I'd never had it before, but it was made in the kitchens. It was pulpy and tasted horrible, but I drank part of it before the taste registered. I knew devil fruits reappeared after the user died but so fast and so close to where the user was killed. That's unheard of. Mikita shook her head slightly in confusion. What am I going to do about this? VV held up her hands that had finally stopped pouring sand but remained the texture of it. I'll help you, VV. Luffy smiled at her warmly as he took her hands in his. The sand turned back into her normal hands at his touch and VV returned his smile with one of her own. Learning how not to turn into lightning was my first lesson ever. He grinned at how much effort and time his grandpa had spent with the three boys on controlling their devil fruits before Kuzan had arrived at Dawn Island. Thank you, Luffy. Vivi's eyes were warm with her gratefulness and affection. A look that was partially missed by all but Nami and Mikita. Both women simply shared a quick little smirk between them. We must inform the king of this. Igaram finally shook himself from his shock. Yes, we should. Vivi was quick to agree and both headed for the throne room. Luffy followed along after a quick nudge from Nami. It didn't take the group of three long to reach the throne room. After announcing themselves, plus Luffy, both Vivi and Igaram began to explain the situation to Cobra. The king was more than a little surprised by what had happened. Vivi somehow had come into the possession of Crocodile Sunasuna no Mi. While anyone on the Grand Line could tell you that devil fruits eventually reappeared after the death of the user, seeing one in the hands of another person in less than a week was ludicrous. We'll need to see if Chaka can assist you with gaining control of your devil fruit. Cobra looked thoughtful with his hand on his chin. A Logia is a different type, but we don't want any accidents to happen. I'll teach her. Luffy shrugged as he stood beside Vivi. I learned how to control my Logia a long time ago. He held up his right arm and everything from the elbow to his fingertips turned into electricity. The sparking was completely contained, his limbs still maintaining its shape perfectly, despite being a volatile element now. How kind of you, Cobra smiled at the young man. He seemed to continue to find more reasons to like the pirate captain. As Vivi's father, I'd like to thank you personally for helping her. It's no problem. Luffy waved off with a chuckle. He and Vivi caught each other's eyes and smiled. Oh yeah, Luffy pounded his right fist into his left palm. You wanted me to awaken Haki in the guards and soldiers, right? Ah, yes, that is true. Cobra nodded with a small grin. I can have them all gathered in. He was cut off by a knock on the throne room doors. Royal Guardsman Pell to see you, your majesty. One of the guards announced and Vivi's head whipped around so fast that the end of her ponytail brushed against Luffy's face. He chuckled at the feeling as he turned to look at the doorway. Your majesty, I have returned to your side. Pell kneeled after taking only a few steps into the throne room. He looked a lot better than when Luffy had brought him into Alubarna. After being unconscious for a couple of days, he seemed to have recovered very well. Rise, Pell, you have done Alabasta a great service. Cobra smiled at the royal guardsman. Pell rose to his feet and was just in time to almost catch Vivi as she nearly threw herself at him. Pell. Vivi hugged him tightly, happy tears in the corner of her eyes. It's good to see you again, Princess Vivi. Pell returned the hug with a warm smile. I apologize for worrying you. No, it's fine. Vivi wiped her eyes. You were doing your duty to Alabasta, how could anyone be upset about that? She gave him a watery smile full of relief and joy. It is good to see you well again, Pell. Igaram smiled at his friend happily. The head of the guard couldn't have been more pleased to see Pell awake and moving about again. You've recovered remarkably quickly, Pell. Chaka smiled as he walked over after getting a nod from Cobra. I didn't think even his own fruit user could heal that fast. He would know, being the user of the Inu no Mi model. Jackal. Yes, even the doctors in the Royal Infirmary are shocked by how fast I've healed. Pell agreed as he patted himself down a bit. I don't recall ever recovering from an injury like this before. A blessing then. Chaka smiled and patted Pell's shoulder. It's good to have you back, old friend. It's good to be back, Chaka. Pell chuckled as both royal guardsmen walked across the throne room to take their places on the right and left of the king. Cobra looked happy to have his right and left sides covered once more. As they had been for years by Chaka and Pell. You were saying something about gathering the guards and soldiers. Luffy reminded after the happy atmosphere had settled a little. Vivi was at his side once more with a bright smile. Yes, I was. Cobra chuckled and turned to look at Igaram. Igaram, gather the guards and soldiers in the main training grounds. Of course, your majesty. Igaram bowed to the king before turning and heading for the door. It was his duty to mobilize the guards and soldiers within the palace after all. It was good to be getting back to his proper duties once more. In the large man's eyes this was a sure sign of the return of normalcy to Alabasta. I'd like to be there as well, Cobra looked at Luffy. Perhaps even I could benefit from Haki. Sure thing, Luffy didn't mind and the beaming smile he got from Vivi only cemented the decision. Can we get a snack on the way? He rubbed his stomach which gave a low growl. Of course, Vivi giggled at him. We'll stop by and see Miss Terracotta in the kitchens on the way. Luffy was quickly beaming at the large snack that the head chef would no doubt give him. Be on your way, you two. Cobra gave them a proper dismissal. A formality if ever there was one, but it was part of the court traditions of Alabasta. Vivi bowed to her father, she tugged on Luffy's vest, and the pirate bowed a second later. They left a moment later, and Luffy followed Vivi towards the kitchens with a wide grin. On the way to the kitchens, in an out-of-the-way corridor, Vivi spun to face Luffy with a smile. Luffy cocked his head to the side at the sudden stop. The princess happily pressed herself into Luffy's chest, and her smile turned into a little grin. Her eyes were full of desire as she leaned in to capture his lips. Luffy's hands quickly found her hips as he kissed her back. The two deepened their lip lock and got more heated in no time. Sadly, it didn't get to last long. Luffy's observation picked up on someone headed their way. He pulled back and informed Vivi of the approaching person. The two shared a quick kiss before separating and walking side by side. "Oh, princess." The servant stopped and bowed as Vivi and Luffy passed. The woman was given a smile from Vivi and returned it. Once the princess and the pirate had rounded the corner, the servant returned to her work. "Hitchens." "Ah, princess, and the captain." Terracotta greeted them both with a bright smile. "I'll bet you're hungry again, eh?" She shot a knowing look at Luffy. "Yep." Luffy grinned back and Terracotta laughed happily as she quickly had one of the tables in the kitchen loaded with food. "Ooh." Luffy's eyes sparkled at the many dishes placed before him so quickly. "Again, young man, your appetite is a thing of wonder for a chef like me." Terracotta praised the pirate. "You want some, Vivi?" Luffy questioned the brunette. "I might have a little." Vivi nodded as they both sat down together. "Time to eat." Luffy cheered and began to take helpings from every plate available. Vivi smiled as she picked out a few things for herself and made her plate. "This is all I want." Vivi grinned as she said the words to let Luffy know that he could have the rest. The princess tucked in and giggled as she watched as plate after plate of food quickly disappeared into Luffy's seemingly bottomless stomach. Alice main training ground. "That's a lot of people." Luffy commented as he looked at the rows and rows of lightly armored soldiers. "I rounded up every soldier and guard in the palace." Igaram nodded to him. "We still have more in Alubarna and across the island, but this should be a good start." "Indeed, you've done well in such a short time as always, Igaram." Cobra thanked his head of the guard. "You're too kind, my king." Igaram accepted the praise with a humble smile. "About 300 in total." Pell counted off the lines quickly. "That seems accurate. All of them have been checked for the Baroque Works mark as well. These are loyal soldiers and guards." Chaka confirmed, getting a nod from Cobra in thanks. "It'll be easier if you guys stand in front of them." Luffy stated simply as he saw the range he'd need to cover with his haki. Cobra, Pell, Chaka, Igaram, and all four members of the Kicking Claw force headed over to stand in front of the lines of soldiers. "Alright." Luffy called out loudly to make sure he was heard by all of the soldiers. "Try not to pass out no matter what, okay?" "Pass out?" Cobra heard a guard directly behind him question in confusion. Luffy's face became focused and all sounds seemingly faded away from everyone in front of him. A wave of force passed through the training grounds in an instant. A large number of the soldiers dropped instantly, some nearly foaming at the mouth. Others remained standing even as their legs nearly gave out from under them. An immense weight was suddenly on their bodies and a pressure was building up in their heads. "It's insane, this is the Conqueror's haki," Cobra questioned in his mind. He felt sweat pouring from his body. His head was pounding and he could hear his heartbeat like distant thunder. His entire body shook in instinctual fear as the pressure grew heavier on him. As if he was being buried under the shifting sands of the desert. "I cannot fall, I must never fall. If I fall my people are leaderless, I must protect them. I am the king of Alabasta." Cobra pushed back as much as he could against the force that was trying to crush him. In an instant it was gone. Cobra inhaled sharply at the sudden lack of pressure. Igaram hit his knees next to him. Pell and Chaka were both breathing heavily, their eyes wide. The Kicking Claw force were in various states of collapse. Brahm was on his ass, but still awake. Beryl had sweat running down his face and body. Arrow had been forced to one knee. Iota had both hands on his knees, but looked the least affected of the four. Only about a third VV looked out over the soldiers and guards that were still conscious. That was still 100 that should now have access to haki. It was a good start for the Alabastan army. Shishi. Luffy laughed as he saw how many were still standing. "Not bad, you guys. That was more than I expected." He turned to face VV with a wide smile. "I see where you got your Conqueror's haki from now." Conqueror's VV trailed off before her eyes widened and she looked towards her father. She was rushing over to her father so quickly that Luffy couldn't help but chuckle as he followed along at a slower pace. "Father." VV gently placed her hand on her father's shoulders. She knew what it was like to stand before Luffy's Conqueror's haki. Her father may need a moment to recollect himself. That was more than I expected." Cobra breathed in and out a few times before standing straight again. He smiled at VV to assure her that he was okay. "It's rather overwhelming." VV agreed with a gentle laugh. "There is something surprising though." Seeing her father's curious look, the princess continued. "Luffy says you have Conqueror's haki too." "I do?" Cobra blinked at his daughter. He'd felt so small, absolutely sure that he'd be crushed despite his defiance of it. Could he possibly have the same ability that he'd just experienced firsthand? It seemed impossible in the face of what he'd been shown only moments ago. Yeah, you pushed back and resisted my conqueror's haki. Luffy smiled at the king. You can't fight conquerors like that without having your own. As expected of our king. Chaka chuckled after getting his bearings. True, Pell agreed with a small laugh. His Majesty has always been a true and fair ruler. To wield such power. Cobra looked deep in thought for a long moment. It must be used with care. It would be so easy to abuse it. I'll show you how to use it, but it'll take time and a lot of effort to learn how to project it at will like I did. Luffy offered to the king with a simple shrug. Once King Cobra gets control of his haki, he could awaken it in the rest of the soldiers and guards himself. Igaram nodded as he thought about the future. Right, I should probably have my crew help you guys get started on the basics later today or tomorrow morning. Luffy looked like he just recalled that and got a deadpan stare from everyone except Vivi. She just laughed beautifully and brought smiles to the faces of all that heard her. Afternoon. The palace training ground was filled with the sounds of training. Zoro, Sanji, and Mikita were putting 50 of the soldiers through intense physical training and sparring to help them along in their development of armament haki. The other 50 were on the other side of the palace, within the gardens as they were guided through meditation by Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. Only through calming themselves and listening to their surroundings would their observation haki develop. The two groups would switch after an hour or so. Even King Cobra was within the gardens, meditating as he'd learned to do as a young man during his training to become king. Luffy and Vivi were out in the ruins that resided just outside of Alubarna's southwest gate. Under the shade of one of the still partially standing structures, Luffy began to help Vivi with her new devil fruit. The princess was determined to learn to control this power and use it to help others, rather than destroy as Crocodile had done. Logia are weird. Luffy stated simply. Vivi blinked at the simple comment. Each one reacts differently than the others. When me and my brothers got ours, we could only learn the most basic things about them at the same time. Each of our fruits was different in how it responded to our control beyond the simplest of things. Ace's wanted to spread and consume everything. Sabo's was a weird in-between of solid and intangible. Mine doesn't work well if I try to block its flow. I think I understand. Vivi went over Luffy's words. I need to figure out the characteristics of my element to use the power. Yeah, that. Luffy pointed at her with a grin. Vivi giggled at him behind her hand. That's why we're out here in the desert. You have sand all around you. It should be easier to get a feel for your devil fruit when you're already surrounded by the element it produces. Alright, I'll try. Vivi nodded resolutely. She sat down and ran her fingers through the sand. The grains were cool from being shaded for a while. She let them run through her fingers and watched them fall. With a sigh she kicked off her sandals and buried her feet in the sand. With a deep breath she focused and tried to move the sand with her will. The grains stayed still as they were wont to do without the wind blowing them around. Luffy watched over her attempts to call up her devil fruit without judgment. He'd sucked with his at first too. It was several minutes later before he spoke up when he saw Vivi getting frustrated. Hey, Vivi, relax. Luffy sat down behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. The brunette sighed before leaning back into Luffy with a slight pout on her beautiful face. You'll figure it out. He stated with complete faith in her. Luffy, Vivi couldn't help but smile a bit. He was such a goof sometimes, but he was so supportive and reassuring. How could she not love him? I'm just trying to move the sand, but I'm not getting anywhere. Then don't move it. Luffy shrugged as he held her. You're a Logia, you can do a lot more than just move sand around. You're right. Vivi smiled as she lay her head back on his shoulder. Let's try this out. She held up her hands and tried to recall the feeling she'd had in the morning. After a few moments of nothing happening, she frowned a little. I guess that's not what caused it. She looked at her hands and tried to understand sand better. She'd lived her whole life on Sandy Island, it wasn't like she wasn't familiar with it. Sand moved about because of the wind and always fell if something below shifted or moved. Vivi perked up as her hands took on the color of sand. Her fingers fell into grains and then her hands, wrists, and finally her forearms. I did it. Shishi. Good job, Vivi. Luffy laughed as he hugged her. Shifting, it's all about how the sand moves. Vivi murmured and a moment later she fell into a pile of sand in Luffy's arms. Vivi? Luffy blinked before he felt a pair of arms wrapped around his shoulders from behind. The voice he heard was full of joy and love and was undeniably Vivi's. Yes, Luffy. Vivi giggled as she hugged him and kissed his cheek. Shishi. Luffy chuckled before gently pulling her back into his lap and kissing her. You figured out a full body change a lot faster than I did. He praised her with another kiss. I think I might know how to produce sand too. Vivi informed him as she held out her left arm and her hand turned to sand again. From her wrist poured more sand in a seemingly endless trickle. It wasn't a lot, but it was sand that Vivi was producing with her devil fruit. I just need to get used to it before I can make more at once. Crocodile molded the sand and hardened it too, so that's an ability that you have as well. Luffy mentioned, and Vivi looked curiously at the sand pouring from her transformed hand. I'll have to practice a lot to make this useful. Vivi reformed her hand and flexed her fingers. To get us used to using our devil fruits, my grandpa threw rocks at us to force us to get better and faster at shifting. We could do something similar. Luffy suggested, and Vivi looked alarmed for a second. The look was replaced a moment later with a devious little grin that looked adorable on Vivi's features. How about a game? Vivi asked, and Luffy grinned. What kind of game? Luffy inquired as Vivi's hands cupped his cheeks. We'll play tag. Vivi stated with a grin. If you catch me, you get a prize. Prize? Like what? Luffy was very interested by the look he saw in Vivi's eyes. I was thinking. Vivi leaned into his ear. That I could suck your cock, she purred while blowing on his ear. She giggled when Luffy tightened his hold on her for a second. Mikita and Nami were right, it was fun to be a little naughty every now and then. Deal? Luffy had a wide grin as he looked at Vivi. You haven't heard the rules yet though. Vivi tapped his nose with her fingertip. Rules? Luffy knew how to play tag. The rules were simple. Vivi loved his confused look. First rule, you don't get to use your devil fruit. Okay. Luffy shrugged, he shouldn't need it to catch Vivi anyway. Second rule, no hockey. Vivi stuck her tongue out playfully. You have to catch me faster than I can shift between my body and sand. Luffy leaned in to look her in the eye. Then he pecked her lips. Okay. Alright then, go. Vivi burst apart into sand and disappeared. I'll catch you. Luffy declared with his fists raised in the air. He took off after the trailing clouds of sand quickly. The game lasted a while with the limits that were placed on Luffy. Not using his hockey meant he had to find Vivi by his normal senses. He also couldn't touch her if she shifted into sand. It made actually catching her much more difficult as she started getting used to the Sunasuna no Mi. Luffy almost had her once, only to end up covered in sand as Vivi dispersed and he went headfirst into a small dune. Hiya. Vivi cried out dramatically as Luffy's hand grabbed her shoulder. The captain had come flying in from her blind spot and managed to surprise her. Got ya? Luffy cheered as he wrapped his other arm around her waist. Oh no, Vivi jokingly cried out in dismay. She pulled his lips to hers with a giggle. Whatever will you do with a defenseless princess like me? I can think of something. Luffy grinned widely as he realized that they were farther into the old ruins where no one could see them. A quick check with his hockey revealed no one in the area for kilometers, except the city itself, of course. In the shade of the old stonework, Luffy grinned as Vivi undid his shorts and pulled them down along with his boxers. Vivi licked her lips at seeing Luffy's length again. She pushed him to sit on a nearby old stone bench. Once he was sitting, she sank to her knees between his legs. I got a few tips from Mikita and Nami, but this is still my first time with oral. I'll do my best. She kissed the head of his cock and Luffy hummed as his right hand gently took hold of her ponytail. Vivi. Luffy exhaled as the princess kissed her way down his length. She flattened her tongue against the underside of his dick before licking all the way back up to the head. She grinned naughtily at him before swirling her tongue around the tip. She teased him a little until she felt the hand on her ponytail urge her forward a little. Let me reward you, Loofy. Vivi breathed out before parting her lips and taking in the first third of his cock. Luffy groaned as Vivi took him into her mouth for the first time. Her tongue was flattened against the underside of his length as she bobbed her head back and forth slowly. Vivi was thankful for the tips that Nami and Mikita had given her now. She wasn't taking it too fast and messing up her first attempt. Plus, the way that Luffy was reacting meant she must be doing well so far. She pulled back, making sure to suck in her cheeks a little to increase the stimulation. When she only had the tip left, she pushed forward again. This time she took him to the halfway point. She moved her head back and forth along his cock, feeling the tip just barely touching her throat. With a deep breath, she went further. Back. Vivi gagged slightly as the head was pushed into her throat. Luffy let out a pleased groan at the feeling of her hot mouth. Vivi gently eased off before bobbing her head again. Every few bobs she descended further again until she felt Luffy enter her throat. After getting used to the feeling a little bit, Vivi pulled back until only the head was between her lips again. She caught Luffy's eyes and the two shared a smoldering look of desire. Then she descended and kept going until she couldn't take more. Gag. Vivi gagged and she felt her eyes water as she took almost all of Luffy into her mouth and throat. She held herself there for a long moment before pulling back so that she could breathe. Ha ha ha, Vivi panted once she freed Luffy's cock from her lips. Damn. Luffy was breathing harder now too. Vivi felt a little bit of pride at seeing him like this. More? Vivi questioned rhetorically with a sexy grin. Her answer was Luffy's hand on her ponytail pushing her forward. Another deep breath and Vivi took him back into her mouth and throat. She let Luffy set the pace, feeling his hold on her was kind of a turn on. Gak mmphmmh gag Vivi hummed and gagged a little as she started getting used to taking Luffy so deep. When she felt him start to buck slightly, she knew what to expect thanks to Mikita and Nami. Vivi I'm Luffy was close and was going to warn her. But Vivi was apparently aware as she pushed forward and her lips wrapped around the base of his length. Luffy groaned her name as he let go and crashed over the edge. The feeling of Vivi's tight throat swallowing down his seed coaxed even more from Luffy in a prolonged release. Ah. Vivi pulled off his cock with a deep inhale. Her eyes were watery and her face was flushed, but she happily opened her mouth to show him she'd swallowed everything. Ha Luffy she panted as she slowly caught her breath. Vivi you're amazing. Luffy grinned down at her. Nami and Mikita had definitely helped her out, that was the only explanation. The pirate grinned as he stood up, his half-hard length lying on Vivi's beautiful features for a long moment before he tucked himself away. I'm glad you enjoyed your reward, Luffy. Vivi grinned at him as he helped her to her feet. Whoa. She yelped when Luffy swept her off her feet and into a bridal carry. Luffy. I have to return the favor. Luffy declared with a wide smile, and Vivi felt herself tremble in pleasure just from the look in his eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck with a smile. The couple vanished from the old ruins in a spark, heading for the palace for some alone time. Nami and Mikita would be the first to find them, the pirate women dragging both off to the women's baths for their own relaxation. Transponder snail. Luffy blinked at the snail being carried over to him by a servant of the royal palace. Who is it? Someone named Bone-chan, sir. The servant set the tray that the snail was lying on down before excusing themselves from the guest quarters. Bone-chan. All of the Straw Hats looked confused at the unfamiliar name. Well, whatever, let's take the call. Luffy shrugged off the odd occurrence of a random call. What if this is some kind of setup? Zoro questioned, but Luffy had already picked up the receiver. Hello, it is me. The person on the other line declared with a laugh, the transponder snail mimicking the person's facial expression. Ugh, Sanji's face immediately went slack. Hey. Is that you, Swan Guy? Luffy demanded of the caller. What do you want? Oh. Is that you, Straw Hat? Bone-chan replied with a chuckle. You're so strong. You surprised me. The tone of the Akama's voice changed when he spoke again. By the way, don't call me Mr. 2 if the Marines intercept this call, then I'll be in big trouble. But you just said it yourself. Chopper gaped at the man outing himself. Just tell us what you want. Zoro said loud enough for the transponder snail to pick up. Right, well I've taken your ship. Bone-chan informed the group. You've gotta be joking. The entire crew roared into the receiver. There is nowhere on this island that you can hide from me. Luffy spoke in a tone that promised violence. If you so much as scratch Mary, I'll kill you. Now, there's no need for that. Bone-chan was apparently shaking his head since the transponder snail was doing the same. I'm aboard your ship right now. I moved it so that the Marines wouldn't find it. This gave the entire crew pause for a moment. I thought we were friends. The snail transmitted the Akama's laughter. After a short discussion, in which Bone-chan revealed that he'd sailed the Going Merry further up the Sandora River to keep the Marines from finding it, the Straw Hats ended the call. They sat around the guest quarters musing over what to do with the new information. It was Sanji that finally broke the silence. Can we trust him? The cook asked with an annoyed sigh. Well, we were friends when we first met, before we learned who he was. Luffy hummed with his arms crossed. Knowing you, the both of you will be friends again the next time you meet. Zoro shook his head at his captain. We have to meet him, don't we? Chopper stated their situation plainly. We don't have much choice. Mikita shrugged before punching her right fist into her left palm. But if this is some kind of trap, we'll beat him good. You don't have to worry about the Marines going that far up the Sandora River at least. Vivi assured her friends with a smile. They'd need father's permission to sail into the interior of the island. He hasn't allowed that, so the furthest they can go is Aramaru. Well, that's a relief at the very least. Usopp sighed that the Going Merry was safe for now. He had very strong feelings attached to the ship that Kaya had given them. The next morning. Igaram, I'm going to become a pirate queen. Vivi declared with a pistol in her right hand, a sword on her left hip, a captain's coat over her shoulders, and the look finished off by a tri-pointed hat. Princess Vivi. Igaram bolted upright in his bed with sweat on his face. Huh? He looked around, heard the birds chirping from the window, and then took a deep breath to steady himself. It was just a dream. The large man quickly hopped out of bed and ran towards Vivi's chambers. He barged through the doors without even knocking. Princess Vivi. Oh, Igaram, good morning. Vivi greeted the head of the guard as she stood on a stool, while Terracotta and another servant helped her put on her ceremonial dress. She was currently only covered by the underlayer, leaving much of her cleavage exposed. Is something wrong? You're sweating. Now, Igaram. Terracotta scolded her husband. You can't just barge in here without knocking. Princess Vivi is dressing. Huh? Oh yes, good morning. Igaram seemed to finally realize that he'd overreacted to his dream. Yes. Vivi smiled with a giggle. Is there anything you needed? Oh, nothing. Igaram shook his head. Then get out. Terracotta grabbed a few nearby objects and chucked them at her husband. The first item, some kind of jar, beamed the blonde man right in the forehead. Igaram fled as two more objects hit his back before he slammed the door closed behind him. Don't you think it's a bit tight, Terracotta? Vivi asked a few minutes later. It's perfect. Terracotta assured her with a bright smile. You look every inch the princess. She checked over the fit of the underlayer before they moved onto the ceremonial dress itself. The square is already packed. Really? Vivi blinked at the news. It was still so early. Your speech isn't until 10 o'clock, but the people are so eager. Terracotta smiled with a light laugh. But that's understandable. They've been waiting 2 years for your coming-of-age ceremony. Normally it would have been held when you turned 16. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Vivi admitted as she was led over to a mirror so that her hair could be taken care of. You don't have to say anything, dear. Terracotta shook her head. Just let the people see how you've grown. This ceremony is to celebrate your passing from child to adult. She moved over to gather the ceremonial dress from the nearby hanger. It means a great deal for His Majesty to do this now. Your speech today will be broadcast all over the kingdom via transponder snail. The servant woman smiled as she began to run a comb through Vivi's blue hair. Palace balcony. Igaram, I just received a report that the Marines have ships at every port. Chaka informed the head of the guards seriously. Since the king refuses to let them sail up the Sandora River, they've surrounded the island instead. They can't let this go, huh? Igaram had a scowl on his face. He hated seeing the Straw Hats treated like common criminals. We can't directly fight the Marines without causing a whole storm of trouble though. He sighed as they both looked out over the packed plaza. Vivi's room just before the ceremony. May I come in? Cobra knocked on the door. Yes, please. Vivi called back and Cobra entered the room. Oh my, it's remarkable. Cobra smiled brightly at his daughter. For a moment I mistook you for your mother. His late wife had truly passed on her looks to their daughter. Thank you, father. Vivi smiled as she stood before him in the ceremonial dress. It was a slim white dress of pure Labastan silk. The dress left a bit of her cleavage exposed and was form-fitting to her curves. The pink cape-like garment was attached to her back with a golden necklace, and the front of the white dress was covered by a similar pink cloth that was attached to a hoop on each of her hips. Her waist was adored with golden belts, and she had golden hoop earrings, as well as gold bands and rings on her wrists and fingers. The outfit was finished off with a gold and red ornament in her blue locks and low-heeled sandals. You said you wanted to speak to me about something. Cobra smiled as he approached his daughter. Yes, father no, papa. Vivi switched from formal to familial with a smile and her brown eyes overflowing with warmth. Cobra couldn't help but smile even more. Coming-of-age ceremony. Damn, the whole place is really packed. Usopp looked out over the massive plaza of Alubarna. Chopper was almost in shock at how many people there were. Of course, with a princess like Vivi, this is only natural. Sanji declared as if it was obvious. She's definitely loved by the kingdom. Nami smiled as they waited for the ceremony to start. I hear that there's going to be a huge celebration afterwards. Mikita giggled at having seen the preparations taking place throughout the morning. Another party. Luffy had his wide smile on his face as he looked forward to celebrating again. Looks like it's starting. Zoro noted as he saw 2 lines of soldiers flank a red carpeted pathway leading up to the prepared balcony. The large doors opened as the soldiers stood at attention. Vivi walked out into the sun looking absolutely radiant. The princess strode forward with a smile for her people. When she reached the balcony, she gracefully ascended the short set of stairs and stood before the transponder snail microphone. It's Princess Vivi. Several people in the audience cried out happily at seeing the princess for the first time in years. Princess. Look how she's grown. Princess Vivi. It all started on that day. Vivi recalled the day that she and Igaram had left Alabasta to infiltrate Baroque works. She smiled as she recalled the memory and what it had eventually led to. With that smile on her lips, she took up the microphone and began to speak. I've been on an adventure. Nanohana. Hey. The princess is speaking. I've waited so long for this. She's really alive. What a relief. The townspeople gathered around many sets of speakers to listen to their princess. Brain base. The ceremony has started. I've been here for 2 hours to make sure I didn't miss it. The casino town had stopped all business to listen to Vivi's speech. Yuba. Koza. Hurry, it's begun. Vivi is giving her speech. Toto stuck his head through the window of his son's room. The loudspeakers are on full blast, the whole town can hear. Koza replied as he lay back with his arms behind his head with a grin. He'd come back to Yuba with hundreds of volunteers to help restore the oasis now that the civil war was over. Alubarna. I hope the people don't riot later. Cobra thought as he proudly watched his daughter give her speech. It was a journey across a sea of despair. Vivi continued as she looked out over the plaza. I left Alabasta and set sail across the vast dark ocean. I visited unbelievably amazing islands. I saw creatures I'd never imagined and landscapes out of a dream. She took a breath before continuing. At times the sound of the ocean waves was soothing, gently enveloping me and easing my cares. She felt her smile soften. At other times it was harsh, mocking me and playing on my fears. Warmth filled her eyes as her smile became affectionate. But in the darkness of the storm, I encountered a little ship. Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hat smiled or grinned. It gave me a push and said, "Don't you see that light?" VV spoke and some murmurings were heard in the vast crowd. That strange little ship never lost its way, even in the dark. It would dance on the giant waves. It didn't resist the tugs of the tides, but sailed ahead through the roughest headwinds. She looked out over her people brightly. Then pointing forward, it said, "Look, there's the light." In time, historians will say that it's just a legend. But for me, that was the truth. What's she talking about? A man whispered to an older man next to him. It's the untold story of her struggle. The older man replied as he looked up at the princess. I love our kingdom. VV declared and the crowd cheered loudly in every part of the island. So, I'll do everything I can to bring Alabasta back to the way it was. Before the civil war that was instigated by those who sought to destroy it. The Alabasta that we all love. She beamed and the whole island roared with cheer and hope for the future. She's got a way with words, doesn't she? Nami smiled at the princess. Shushi. Luffy laughed with a wide grin. East Blue Fuchsia Village. Look at how much Luffy's bounty increased. One villager exclaimed as he held up the wanted poster for others to see. 200 million, another villager gaped at the large amount. We might actually get famous for being the birthplace of such a big name. Shut up, all of you. Mayor Whoopslap yelled at the celebrating villagers. There's nothing good about a criminal coming from our village. He's going to ruin our reputation. Calm down, Mayor. Makino smiled softly as she handed him a drink. Luffy still looks like he's enjoying his adventure. She giggled at the picture on the wanted poster. The pirate is a pirate. We don't need to be known for setting a criminal loose into the world. Whoopslap grumbled before sipping his drink. Syrup Village. Aren't you surprised? Miss Kaya Pepper had a huge smile on his face. The captain's bounty went up. Carrot cheered. He's already higher than any other pirate in the East Blue. Onion nodded happily. 25 million, oh my. Kaya looked at the wanted poster as a small smile made its way to her lips. Alrighty. Well, now it seems someone has been causing just as much trouble out in the world as he used to in the restaurant. Zeph chuckled before he held up the wanted poster for the rest of the chefs to see. Damn, Sanji. Karn laughed at the increased price on the blonde's head. I guess we can start introducing the restaurant as the former home of that idiot now, huh? Patty slapped the table in front of him with a laugh. The rest of the cooks burst into laughter at the idea. Little eggplant, already at 45 million, and you've not even been gone for a year. Zeph looked at the picture with a grin. Shimitsuki Village. Sensei. Is it true that Sant Rikurano Azora used to be a student here? One of the young boys at the dojo questioned as he and a few others looked at the wanted poster that had come with the paper a few days ago. Yes, but I don't want any of you to look up to him. Kishiro shook his head. What? All of the boys whined. Come on, sensei. Teach us how to be pirates. I never taught anyone to be a pirate. Kishiro denied while waving his hands in front of his body. So, you've chosen this path to reach your shared dream, Zoro. Kishiro looked at the picture on Zoro's wanted poster. With a bounty of 80 million biri, he was fast becoming a well-known pirate swordsman. The swordmaster's eyes drifted to the white sword on Zoro's hip for a long moment. Hokoyashi Village. Nami. Genzo looked at the wanted poster again. 32 million, how could those bastard marines put such a price on their Nami's head? She hadn't committed any crime. Okay, maybe a little thieving and perhaps some assault if she was pressed, but that's nothing. The surrogate father of the orange tea wouldn't change his mind. Are you still angry about the new wanted poster? Najiko asked as she walked into Genzo's office with a sack of freshly picked micans. Nami looks happy to me. She smiled at her sister's picture. Najiko. Genzo stood up from his chair. I've told you that you shouldn't carry heavy things. I can buy them in the market or come get them myself. He fussed over the young woman. Relax, Najiko waved off as she sat down on the small sofa in his office. The tanned woman gently ran her hand over her slightly swollen stomach. It wasn't even heavy. I'm still a good amount of time from needing to be completely coddled. Even Dr. Nako says so. Her many trysts with Luffy in the aftermath of Arlong's death had indeed borne fruit. She'd only started showing a bit ago, but she couldn't be happier. Like many women of the Konomi archipelago, Najiko was pregnant with the first children that would be born in the last 8 years in their home islands. Still, Genzo fretted over his surrogate daughter. If he wasn't friendly with that straw hat lad, he'd have seriously considered hunting the boy down after Najiko's pregnancy had been confirmed. You're going to be a doting grandpa, aren't you? Najiko laughed with a bright smile. Maybe. Genzo couldn't help the smile that formed on his face at being called grandpa. He looked forward to the day the little bundle of joy came into their lives. Rum Island. Dalton, what's the big idea calling for me out of the blue? Kariha demanded as she got out of her sleigh. The large Lappan pulling the sled still boggled Dalton's mind, considering the rabbit beasts were usually vicious. I thought you might want to see this. Dalton smiled as he handed over the wanted poster. Topper Kariha smiled as she saw the picture of her apprentice and surrogate son. Got a price on your head immediately, didn't you? She cackled as she saw the 18 million Biri reward. I can only imagine what he did to be given such a bounty, but I'm glad to see he's alright. Dalton chuckled as Kariha continued to look at the poster. They at least got his profession right. Kariha smiled widely before taking a swig of her bottle. An island in the Grand Line. What the hell did you do, Luffy? Ace gawked at the increased price on his little brother's head. After reading the paper the new wanted posters had come in, the division commander got his answer. Oh, you killed Crocodile A, no real loss there. He shrugged before looking through the new wanted posters for the rest of his brother's crew. Revolutionary Army ship. Oh damn, Luffy killed a warlord. Sabo blinked as he finished reading the article in the paper. He was heading to Alabasta, so Crocodile, right? Kola asked for confirmation. Yep, apparently put a hole straight through his chest. Sabo mentioned as he flipped to the next page of the paper. He jumped from 60 million to 200 million since the world government claims it's an attack on the balance of 3 powers by a rookie. The Ash Man shook his head at that, knowing it was more lies by the ones in charge. New world. My friends, it's time to party. Shanks called out loudly to his crew with a laugh. In his hand was Luffy's new wanted poster. The red hair pirates cheered loudly and quickly broke out the booze and food. It was time to celebrate Luffy's craziness once again. 200 million so soon. Ben chuckled as he exhaled smoke from his cigarette. Looks like he's wanting to become a great pirate and meet you sooner than we thought. I'm so damn proud. Yassip was holding his son's wanted poster with a wide grin. My boy, following in his old man's footsteps. He tossed back a flagon in one go before cheering loudly. Look at my boy, guys. Still, taking down a warlord like Crocodile in a desert, Luffy's come a long way. Rue laughed before biting into a leg of meat. The world government is even calling it an attack on the 3 powers. He chortled as he recalled the line in the paper. Luffy's chasing his dream. Shanks downed his first flagon of the celebration. Can't be any happier for him if I tried. The captain slapped his knee and glanced at the wanted poster again. May not have to wait too much longer before we end up meeting after all. The red hair pirates partied the day and night away in celebration of the crazy young man they'd met so long ago. Elubarna Palace. How's the devil fruit practice coming along, VV? Mikita asked as the whole capital celebrated VV's coming-of-age ceremony. Not too bad, but I have a lot of room for improvement. VV acknowledged with a shrug. Luffy says it might help to have a focus command, but I'm not sure what might help me just yet. I'm sure you'll get it soon enough. Mikita assured her friend with a smile. I couldn't do much more than the very basics with my fruit, even after having it for years. Then Luffy turned me into a hand-to-hand monster in like a month. Kayahaha. Thank you, Mikita. VV smiled at the blonde woman. She'd seen firsthand just how fast Mikita had progressed with Luffy's help. The princess was sure she'd get real control over her new power with Luffy's instruction. Especially if she kept rewarding him like she did the first time. Oh? Someone's blushing. Nami gently tossed her arm over VV's shoulders. Thinking about Luffy, Nami? VV blushed at how loud the navigator had said that. Lighten up, VV, it's a party for you. Nami giggled as she hugged the blue net. A quick peck on the cheek saw VV maintaining her blush while Nami and Mikita laughed and hugged the princess between them. Luffy was eating enough food for dozens of men during the party. Sanji was flirting while helping the female kitchen staff prepare more food. Terracotta was laughing along and promising she'd have a copy of plenty of Alabastan recipes and spices ready for him to take on the cruise voyage. Zoro was drinking rounds of booze and snacking on whatever was in reach before Luffy could snatch it. Topper and Usopp had sampled almost every foodstuff offered before jumping atop one of the walls and singing shanties while dancing. Cobra, Igaram, Pell, and Chaka could only laugh and enjoy the celebration with the fun-loving Straw Hats. It was good to be able to celebrate again after the last 3 years. VV's chambers night. LOOFY VV mewled as she tilted her head to give her lover more access to her neck. She was straddling his lap as they kissed and made out. She could feel his hardness beneath her and rolled her hips into it with a breathy moan. She's already so into it. Nami grinned salaciously from nearby on the princess's massive bed. Right. Mikita giggled as her hands ran over Nami's body and cupped her large tits. Luffy, VV kissed his lips before pulling back a bit. I need to tell you something. What's up? Luffy cocked his head to the side at the sudden stopping of their intimacy. It's about what happens now, since Alabasta is safe again. VV looked into his eyes, her own filled with emotion. Both Nami and Mikita watched on silently, neither of them realizing that they were holding their breath. Oh yeah, Luffy nodded, realizing that he'd kept his promise to VV and helped her save her country. Luffy, VV seemed to be having a hard time with her words. I love my country. This kingdom has always been my home. I'm the princess of Alabasta. She looked into his eyes, hoping that he understood her feelings. I get it, Luffy nodded, his dark eyes looking into hers with affection and understanding. It's your choice, VV. No one will be mad, no matter what you choose. His smile made VV's heart thump in her chest. I've already talked with my father, VV admitted as her eyes looked down. Mikita pulled Nami into a hug from behind, both women hadn't made a sound the whole time. Luffy VV looked up with a beautiful smile on her face. I love you. Please, take me out to sea with you again. Of course. Luffy's smile could have outshone the sun as he wrapped his arms around VV and pulled her into a kiss. Nami and Mikita both exhaled heavily at VV's words. The joy that bloomed inside of their hearts overflowing as they quickly crawled across the bed to the kissing couple. Luffy, VV giggled as they separated for breath. She cooed when his hands found her ass and began to play with her cheeks. She wasn't expecting Nami to capture her lips next. The princess's eyes were wide as she and Nami shared a kiss. You worried us there for a minute, VV. Nami grinned after breaking their lip lock. Nami VV blinked at her friend with a healthy blush on her cheeks. ITUR and Mikita turned VV's chin to face her and then leaned in for a kiss of her own. Welcome aboard, VV. She giggled after pulling back. Mikita, if VV's cheeks got any redder they'd start turning purple. We'll ease you into it, VVE Nami purred into the princess's ear. If you want to. Can I have Luffy first? VV questioned cutely as Luffy hugged her close, their chests pressed flush against each other. Naughty princess, Mikita teased before kissing the slightly younger woman's cheek. Let us know when you need to tag out. One of us will take over, satisfying Luffy. Nami blew gently against VV's ear, making the blue net shiver pleasantly. While the other takes care of YOU. Oh, VV let out a little moan at the thought. Ready, VV? Luffy asked, refocusing her attention. Yes, VV agreed as her lips met his again. She began to roll her hips again, grinding against the hardness below her. Love me, LOOFY. Shishi. Luffy chuckled and VV moaned when he switched their positions easily. The princess was on her back on the large bed and she was quickly stripped, revealing her beautiful body to their eyes again. Luffy leaned over her form as he settled between her thighs. VV mewled as his length was laid atop her sex and still managed to lay on her tummy from his sheer size. None of the four would be seen until later the next morning for a late breakfast. Thank you for listening, I hope you enjoyed the story and have a good rest of your day.